Battle Through the Heavens, Rebirth of Emperor Yin Chapter 795 to Chapter 872. At this moment, the depths of the Shilin mountain range were surrounded by two factions. One side was the humans, who were divided into four groups. All of them stood in the air and looked at the four people on the opposite mountain. The other group was the four people opposite the group of humans, as well as the countless magical beasts surrounding them. They surrounded the group of humans in the middle. A terrifying aura filled the area, and the atmosphere in the air was unusually solemn. From the looks of it, it seemed that a fight would break out at any moment. However, at this moment, in front of the humans' side, the few leaders all looked past the four people on the opposite side and looked at the distant southern horizon. The sky at the end of their line of sight was a sheet of white paper. It did not seem to be any different, but the strange thing was that just a moment ago, the leaders of the four clans clearly heard the sound of thunder coming from that direction. Furthermore, they were not the only ones who heard this sound. Even the group of clan disciples behind them heard it clearly. That thunderous sound is, someone is refining a pill? Someone in the crowd could not help but ask in a doubtful tone. When these words were spoken, the four groups of people immediately became restless. They naturally felt deeply about this operation. The reason why they had mobilized so many experts from their clans was because of one person. Xianxia, according to what they knew, the latter was an alchemist. Moreover, he was a rank 3 alchemist. If the thunderous sound was caused by a pill, then the thunderous sound must be pill lightning. Is it pill lightning? Could it be that fellow is refining a pill? Isn't this a great opportunity? Now that the pill lightning has appeared, Xianxia will definitely be restrained by it. As long as we take advantage of the situation and attack, we will be able to easily take him down. Isn't that perfect? No. I'm afraid it's not pill lightning. Xuelin smiled slightly. The hand that he had just raised fell. At the same time, the Qi method scrolls floating in the air were also kept into his storage ring. An icy murderous intent flashed across his eyes as he said, "If I'm not wrong, this thunderous sound is even more frightening than ordinary pill lightning, Emperor Tribulation." As soon as Xuelin said that, the expressions of the leaders from the other three clans changed. Every single one of their faces was filled with shock at this moment. They felt disbelief and even disbelief. Emperor Tribulation. How is this possible? Yeah, it's only been 5 years. How could he summon the Emperor's tribulation? The leaders of the four great clans clearly knew that although Xianxia's strength was frightening 5 years ago, he was only a half-martial emperor, a 6-star half-martial emperor. However, only 5 years had passed. How could the latter's strength advance by leaps and bounds and reach the Do D class in the blink of an eye, Dijia? This was the symbol of an elite Do D. It was proof that one had half a foot into the ranks of the truly strong. However, how could Xianxia possibly summon an imperial tribulation? I don't care if this is true or not. I only want all of you to understand that he can't split himself. Now is the best time to deal with him. The smile on Xuelin's face gradually became ferocious. Back then, Xianxia had caused him pain. Now, he wanted to return it all with interest. The stronger Xianxia was, the more he wanted to step on Xianxia to ascend. As long as Xianxia could become his stepping stone, no one in the western region would be able to compete with him for the position of overlord in the future. Young Master Xuelin, it is easy for you to say this. Even if now is the best time to deal with Xianxia, don't tell me that you can't see that this group of little brats are not so easy to deal with once they go all out. The person from the Hu clan, who had spoken earlier, coldly laughed. His gaze swept across the surrounding magical beasts as he coldly laughed. Therefore, all of you stay behind and delay them. I will go and capture Xianxia. Xuelin spoke faintly. He was just about to move when the 4-star elite Do D from the Hu clan also moved and arrived in front of Xuelin. Does young Master Xuelin really wish to leave the three of us aside so that you can monopolize the treasure in Xianxia's hands? Xuelin's expression sank. His eyes stared at the middle-aged man in front of him as he spoke in a deep voice. What do you want? Either the both of us go together or we join hands to finish off these bastards first. This is fair to everyone. These words were spoken. The people from the Bai and Sun clans also turned their gazes over. From the looks of it, they seemed to be somewhat dissatisfied. Although the relationship between the four great clans was not friendly, they could only join hands in front of the important matter at hand. Even if they wanted to shed all pretense of cordiality, they had to first capture Xiaoyan. Helpless, Zhuolin could only bitterly nod his head and speak in a deep voice. In that case, it's up to you to finish off these bastards first. Zhuolin's eyes suddenly turned and instantly landed on the four people from Tianning. A thought passed through his mind and the majestic Douqi within his body swiftly surged at this moment. They were merely a couple of one-star Dodi. The strongest among them was Tianning, who was an initial 2-star Dodi. This kind of lineup was nothing in his eyes. If it was not because this fellow by the side was intentionally holding him back, he would have already gone to look for Xiaoyan and might have already subdued him. Attack. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. Zhuolin's tone was cold as he ordered. Immediately, the Douqi within the bodies of the Zhou clan members behind him surged. Numerous rays of light shot out. Soon after, they collided heavily with the countless number of magical beasts around them. Once the big battle began, the members of the other three clans also moved and charged toward those magical beasts under the orders of their leaders. The couple of Dodis in the group turned their eyes to Tianying's four-man group. Humph, it's your turn. Zhuolin's eyes turned as he stood in the empty space. He stared at Tianying's group on the opposite side. A thought passed through his mind and an enormous amount of Douqi swiftly agglomerated in the empty space around him. In the blink of an eye, it agglomerated into four sharp longswords. A cold glint was reflected from the tip of the sword as it was pointed at the four members of Sky Eagle. A deep grave expression swiftly surged onto the faces of the four of them when they sensed the cold glint shooting over. The battle had just begun. Now, they could not avoid it even if they wanted to. Puff. Tianning waved his large sleeve. One could hear a puff sound as a dense green-colored Douqi spluttered out from his palm. Ever since he had reached the Dodi class, he had never fought with anyone. Today, he could properly display his strength. Haha, in any case, we will have to fight sooner or later. Let's not hesitate any longer. Let's attack. Do not waste the strength that we have obtained. Ha! Tianning laughed out loud to the sky. No matter what happened today, they would definitely not allow this group of people in front of them to disturb Xiaoyan. The bodies of the other three people beside Tianning also shook after the words from his mouth sounded. Powerful Douqi spluttered out from their bodies, transforming into three Douqi light pillars that shot to the sky. Their auras were like rainbows. Soon after, four pairs of eyes landed on Zhuolin in unison. A cold glint shot from deep within their eyes in all directions. Killing intent was awe-inspiring. Xiaoyan stood proudly on the top of the snowy peak. He lifted his head and looked at the thunderclouds that were about to disperse. A smile appeared on his face. Although the Emperor's tribulation was no longer a threat to Xiaoyan, Xiaoyan's physical strength had grown with the help of the thunderbolt. Since a while ago, Xiaoyan had stopped circulating the Douqi in his body when facing the Emperor's tribulation. Instead, he relied on his physical strength to fight it head-on. After hundreds of collisions, Xiaoyan's physical body was continuously stimulated by the thunderbolt. Traces of thunderbolt energy continued to move within his body, causing him waves of piercing pain. However, given Xiaoyan's character, this little pain was naturally nothing. Instead, it caused Xiaoyan to smile. Over time, when the thunderbolt once again entered Xiaoyan's body, it was no longer painful. Instead, it was numb. Gradually, his entire body was immersed in this comfortable feeling. It was as if he was soaking in a hot spring. His body relaxed and allowed the thunderbolt to flow freely. However, the one who benefited in the end was still Xiaoyan's body. Under the tempering of the thunderbolt, Xiaoyan's physical strength soared at an extremely terrifying speed. The dark black thunderbolt was like a small snake as it rapidly flowed within Xiaoyan's body. The release of the thunderbolt energy stimulated every cell in Xiaoyan's body. After undergoing countless refinements, each of his cells contained a trace of lightning strength. Xiaoyan felt that his entire body was filled with strength. Each of his cells were bulging. Regardless of whether it was his mental state or his physical body, they had all received a great increase. At this moment, Xiaoyan could clearly feel that the thunderbolt no longer had much effect on his body. From the looks of it, the emperor's tribulation was about to disperse. Xiaoyan lifted his head and looked at the thundercloud that had shrunk a few times. A strange thought suddenly appeared in his heart. He wondered if he would be able to improve his physical strength if he were to rush into the thunderclouds. This kind of thought was something that an ordinary person would definitely not dare to have. After all, this was the detribulation. Any expert who had broken through to the Do D class would keep a respectful distance from it. Who could advance instead of withdrawing like Xiaoyan? He could really be called a weirdo. Xiaoyan's character allowed him to do as he wished. By relying on the sky extinction steps, Xiaoyan's body had already arrived under the thundercloud in the blink of an eye. Rumble, all of a sudden, the thunderclouds rumbled as if they were startled. After countless attacks, the Emperor Tribulation seemed to have realized how terrifying Xiaoyan was. Facing Xiaoyan, even the Emperor Tribulation seemed to be afraid. Hee, Xiaoyan smiled when he saw this. He ceased hesitating. His body shook slightly and he suddenly charged into the thundercloud. After entering the thundercloud, the world in front of Xiaoyan immediately became dark. When he glanced over, there were occasionally small snake-like black thunderbolts that swiftly flashed past his body. Seeing this, Xiaoyan did not feel the slightest anxiety. Instead, he felt quite happy in his heart. Compared to the thunderbolts that had descended on their own accord earlier, the thunderbolts within the thundercloud were undoubtedly more concentrated and stronger. If he was able to swallow all of these thunderbolts, he wondered if his strength would be able to advance. With this thought in his heart, Xiaoyan ceased hesitating. He crossed his legs and sat within the thunderbolts. A thought passed through his mind and the flame mantra chi method within his body began to circulate. Immediately, a ferocious suction force was emitted from Xiaoyan's body. The thunderbolts within the thundercloud immediately gathered toward Xiaoyan uncontrollably. The terrifying suction force formed a huge whirlpool around Xiaoyan's body. The thunderbolts that were close to him would be sucked into the whirlpool uncontrollably. After which, they would enter the meridians within Xiaoyan's body. After circulating through the flame mantra chi method once, they were refined by the heavenly flame. Finally, the wild and violent energy within the thunderbolts was completely refined and turned into pure energy. After which, it entered the vortex space. The strength of thunderbolts was the most destructive energy in the world other than the heavenly flame. Naturally, the energy it contained was extremely vast. Every thunderbolt might appear small, but the energy it gathered was extremely concentrated. What Xiaoyan was doing now was to completely refine the wild and violent energy within the thunderbolts. The remaining pure energy was what Xiaoyan needed. Under this crazy absorption and refinement by Xiaoyan, the detribulation, which was already close to collapsing, swiftly shrank. A moment later, the dark black thundercloud, which was only a couple of 100 feet in size, was completely absorbed into Xiaoyan's body. Xiaoyan's body was once again exposed to the air. Around 2 hours later, Xiaoyan's tightly shut eyes finally slowly opened. A glint flashed deep within his eyes at the same time as he opened them. It appeared like a thunderbolt, yet it also appeared like a wisp of flame. It was difficult to understand. Xiaoyan let out a long breath of air. His body relaxed. He immediately clenched his fist and sensed the energy that filled his body. The corner of his mouth revealed a joyous smile. Just a moment ago, Xiaoyan had borrowed the last wisp of thunderbolt strength to successfully raise the strength of an advanced 4-star Do D. In other words, the current Xiaoyan's strength was not only that of an advanced 4-star Do D, but it had also reached the peak of the advanced level. He was merely a step away from becoming a 5-star Do D. However, it was also at this moment that an explosion of Do Qi colliding was faintly transmitted into Xiaoyan's ears. Huh? Xiaoyan frowned slightly. He believed that he had not heard wrongly. A battle had indeed occurred somewhere. However, this place was deep within the Xiling mountain range. Logically speaking, it was impossible for a battle to occur in this place. However, from the sound of this battle, it seemed that the scale of the battle was quite large. This caused Xiaoyan's heart to feel a faint uneasiness. Could it be Tianying's group? Xiaoyan immediately thought of Tianying's 4-man group. Immediately, he did not dare to hesitate. A thought passed through his mind and the soul bead between his brows began to tremble intensely. An enormous spiritual strength swiftly surged out. Within a couple of breaths, the scene where Tianying's group was located was completely thrown into Xiaoyan's eyes. This is, the four great clans. Xiaoyan's heart was slightly startled. Soon after, a cold killing intent swiftly rose from within his heart. The doqi within the vortex within his body also involuntarily began to churn intensely. Swoosh! Soon after, Xiaoyan's body, which had stood up, trembled slightly. After which, he ceased moving. A couple of breaths later, a wisp of wind blew past and Xiaoyan's body gradually faded and disappeared. At the same time, deep within the Shilin mountain range, Tianying's four-man group was being defeated by Zhuolin alone. They were about to be defeated. At this moment, a soul-stirring chaotic battle was being carried out like a raging fire in the deep regions of the Shilin mountain range. A countless number of magical beasts and hundreds of human experts were gathered at this place. They were killing each other and blood dyed the sky. Sharp miserable cries repeatedly sounded. The entire mountain range was dyed scarlet by the bright red fresh blood amidst these miserable cries. The mountains collapsed and the ground split. Blood rained down. The beautiful deep regions of the Shilin mountain range, which had been a paradise on earth a moment ago, had turned into hell on earth within this short period of time. Death was a constant show here. Slaughter was the main theme of this war. The entire battleground appeared like an enormous circular ring. The circular ring was divided into 3 layers. The outermost layer was filled with an endless number of magical beasts. As the battle became increasingly intense, a countless number of magical beasts swarmed over from the distant mountain range and joined the battle. The side of the 4 great clans naturally did not have any reinforcements that they could use. The people from the 4 great clans were the second layer from the outer layer to the inner layer of this circular ring. Looking from a distance, their numbers were not even a tenth of the number of magical beasts. However, if one were to look carefully, one would be able to discover that although the magical beasts made up the majority, the owners of the fresh blood present were basically all magical beasts. Even if there were human corpses, there were merely a couple of them. Although the magical beasts made up the majority, their overall strength was far inferior when compared to the people from the 4 great clans. Compared to them, the strength of the Bandi or elite Dodi within the 4 great clans was much stronger than the magical beasts. Just based on strength alone, the Shilin mountain range's side was definitely no match for the 4 great clans. However, if one were to look at it from another perspective, the Shilin mountain range's side had an advantage in terms of numbers. This was the reason why they were able to maintain the balance of the battle within a short period of time. Of course, this kind of balance was only maintained before the leaders of the 4 great clans joined the battle. However, the moment they joined the battle, the entire battle situation was turned upside down. There was a total of 7 elite Dodi within the group of the 4 great clans. 3 of them were 3-star Dodi and 4 4-star Dodi. Other than Zhuolin, who was currently fighting with the 4 men from Sky Eagle, the other 6 elite Dodi had already joined the outer battle. The Shilin mountain range side could be said to be unable to resist in this current battle. Regardless of how many magical beasts there were, they still appeared extremely weak in the hands of these 6 elite Dodi. The center of the entire ring was where Zhuolin and Sky Eagle's group of 4 were fighting. Although it was 4 against 1, Sky Eagle's group of 4 were not much better off than those magical beasts in the outer circle. In fact, they were in an even more miserable state. With the strength of a 4-star Dodi, Zhuolin had occupied an absolute advantage right from the start of the battle. Faced with 4 elite Dodi, even though one of them was a 2-star Dodi, such a lineup did not pose any threat in Zhuolin's opinion. Zhuolin easily neutralized every attack from the other party. On the other hand, it was extremely difficult for the 4 of them to even touch Zhuolin's body, let alone injure him. Not long later, the bodies of the 4 men from Sky Eagle were covered with sword wounds of various sizes. Fresh blood repeatedly surged out like a gurgling fountain, dyeing the robes of the 4 of them a blood-red color. At this moment, the faces of the 4 of them were pale. The doqi within their bodies continued to pour out and blocked the flying swords that were shot toward them with great difficulty. Their foreheads were already covered with cold sweat. Even so, they still bitterly endured. No matter what, they could not allow the person in front of them to find Xiaoyan. Grug. Suddenly, they heard the grug sound of a body being torn apart. Soon after, Sky Eagle hurriedly turned his head to take a look. He immediately saw a golden longsword mercilessly penetrate the chest of the flame lion. Fresh blood immediately surged out like a fountain. The face of the flame lion had also instantly turned pale. Flame lion. Second brother. Second brother. In the next instant, the pupils of the three of them suddenly shrunk to the size of a needle tip. A sharp cry from their mouths simultaneously resounded over the sky. Their expressions changed drastically as they hurriedly arrived in front of the flame lion. They tightly hugged the flame lion, who had nearly fallen from the sky. Even though the flame lion had not died after the sword pierced through his chest, he was already on the brink of death. In the blink of an eye, the flame lion had completely fainted. Sky Eagle hugged the unconscious flame lion in his embrace. Fresh bright red blood continued to surge out from the wound on the latter's chest, causing the breathing from the latter's nose to become increasingly weak. His originally pale face became even more frighteningly pale. Second brother. Sky Eagle's heart was greatly alarmed. He hurriedly took out a medicinal pill from his storage ring and fed it to the unconscious flame lion. Xianxia and Ah Bao by the side also wore worried expressions as they looked at the unconscious flame lion. The doqi within their bodies began to churn uncontrollably. Their hearts wished that they could completely shatter Zhuolin. However, Zhuolin was merciless in the face of such a scene. Taking advantage of the time when the three of them were absent-minded because of the flame lion, his mind controlled the 4 flying swords around him and violently pierced them toward Sky Eagle. The instant the 4 flying swords shot out, Xianxia, who was behind Sky Eagle, recovered. When he saw the 4 flying swords shooting over at an extremely fast speed, he knew that there was no way to dodge them. All he could do was defend with all his strength. Huh. If you want to kill him, you will have to get through me first. Xianxia roared furiously. The doqi within his body suddenly surged out. Both of his fists were clenched and violently smashed into the empty air. Immediately, the entire place began to tremble at this moment. Powerful doqi swiftly agglomerated in the empty space in front of him. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into an energy shield. However, the next moment, the 4 flying swords that were shooting over flashed and immediately merged into one. Soon after, they heavily smashed into the doqi shield that Xianxia had agglomerated. Humph. You don't know the difference between life and death. Since you are sincerely seeking death, I will send you on your way first. Zhuolin laughed ferociously when he saw Xianxia attack. His mind controlled the flying sword and the strength on it suddenly soared. Crack. Soon after, one could hear a clear cracking sound. The doqi shield in front of Xianxia was swiftly filled with numerous crack lines. After which, bang! The doqi shield broke with a sound. Soon after, the golden flying sword violently pierced through Xianxia's chest. Third brother. In an instant, Xianxia's expression turned ghastly white. Sky Eagle once again emitted a sharp cry. Both of his hands under his sleeves were tightly clenched together. His heart was filled with hatred. However, Zhuolin still did not give the other party even the slightest chance. A thought passed through his mind and the flying sword rose once again. Without waiting for Sky Eagle to move, it once again descended. Its target was Sky Eagle. Die. The flying sword swiftly descended at lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, it had already arrived above Sky Eagle's head. It seemed that Sky Eagle was about to die under Zhuolin's sword, however, it was also at the next moment, just as Sky Eagle was about to go all out and retaliate. Chi. This time around, even Sky Eagle could not help but be startled. The instant he lifted his head, he saw that the person who had helped him take the sword was actually Ah Bao. However, besides this, at this moment, in front of Ah Bao, there was a white hand firmly locking this golden long sword in its palm. A frightening huge force flowed into the longsword. After which, bang! At this moment, there were a couple of human figures standing in the middle of the large battleground. Their expressions were different as they stared at the black-robed young man who had suddenly appeared. The young man was wearing a black robe. His appearance was ordinary. At this moment, he was holding a golden longsword in his hand. The golden glow on the longsword was bright. Its aura was like a rainbow. The sharp sword aura appeared to be substance-like as it forcefully cut through the surrounding empty space. However, at this moment, the longsword's blade was locked by the young man. Regardless of how ferocious the sword aura was, it was unable to escape. What was even more unbelievable was that the sharp sword aura, which could easily cut through empty space, was unable to even cut through the skin on the young man's hand. Soon after, just as the few people present were stunned, the young man's finger that was grabbing the blade of the sword suddenly exerted force. Immediately, one could hear a cracking sound. The golden longsword in the young man's hand instantly exploded into nothingness. It was only at this moment that the few people in the battleground, who were staring at the young man, suddenly recovered. Abeo's eyes were round as he stood in the empty space. His face was completely bloodless as he stared at the human figure who had suddenly appeared in front of him. Gradually, his pale white face swiftly recovered. His scarlet eyes also surged with tears of excitement. "Sir! Brother Xiaoyan!" Abeo and Tianning behind him cried out at the same time. There was no need to describe the excitement in their voices. Soon after, however, the two of them swiftly recovered. The excitement that had just surfaced on their faces swiftly disappeared and once again turned into anxiousness. However, just as Tianning was about to open his mouth to speak, Xiaoyan smiled. Without any explanation, he flipped his hand and 2 jade bottles immediately appeared in his palm. He handed them to the 2 people in front of him. "Be careful. They have 7 elite Dodi." The emotions in Tianying's heart involuntarily stabilized when he saw Xiaoyan act in this manner. The person in front of him seemed to possess a kind of special ability. As long as they saw him, it seemed that no matter how great the danger they were currently facing, it would be easily resolved. "I have caused all of you to suffer. Leave the rest to me." Xiaoyan smiled when he heard this. His smile was filled with an endless killing intent. The expressions of the 2 people in front of him were slightly startled when they saw this. Immediately, they quietly relaxed their bodies. Each of them swallowed a medicinal pill and prepared to recuperate. Xiaoyan turned his head. His gaze swept over the intense battleground outside. He could clearly see batch after batch of magical beasts continuously losing their lives. All of this was because of him. Xiaoyan felt a little unbearable in his heart when he saw this scene. At the same time, a fury suddenly rose in his heart. On the opposite side, a vicious feeling immediately surged into Zhuolin's heart when he saw Xiaoyan suddenly appear. The corner of his mouth also revealed a ferocious smile. However, when he saw that the long sword that he had agglomerated was actually shattered by Xiaoyan's hand, an inexplicable chill rose in his heart. He had clearly just passed the detribulation. How could he still possess such fighting strength? This was impossible. Zhuolin forcefully calmed his heart. A thought passed through his mind and surging doqi swiftly surged out of his body. It once again agglomerated into a couple of flying swords in the empty space around him. At the same time, Zhuolin clenched his hand and the golden cloud sword immediately landed in his hand. "Xiaoyan, today is the day you die." An explosive cry sounded. Immediately, the 6 elite Dodi in the outer battleground heard it and turned their eyes to Zhuolin at this moment. Soon after, Xiaoyan's figure was reflected in their eyes. "It's Xiaoyan. This fellow has already successfully passed the tribulation." "Oh? Has he passed the detribulation? So what? After passing the detribulation, there should not be much doqi left in his body. Wouldn't it be extremely easy for us to kill him?" That Dodi from the Hua clan coldly smiled when he heard the words that were spat out from the other few elite Dodi's mouths. His words were filled with disdain. However, when his gaze landed on Xiaoyan in the next moment, the expression on his face, which was originally filled with a cold smile, gradually stiffened. The smile that had just been lifted from the corner of his mouth also gradually disappeared. At the same time, the other few elite Dodi, including Zhuolin, had also discovered the strange aura on Xiaoyan's body. At this moment, Xiaoyan's face was sleek red. His eyes were sharp and the aura on his body was thick. He was clearly at his peak condition. No matter how one looked at it, he did not appear like a person who had just passed the detribulation. What is going on? There is something strange about this fellow's body. The 7 elite Dodi in the empty space involuntarily exchanged glances with each other. Each of them could see the unusual expression in each other's eyes. Clearly, they had not seen wrongly. The aura on Xiaoyan's body was indeed a little strange. Impossible. He is just past the detribulation. It is impossible for the aura within his body to not have any changes. This is definitely impossible. The 7 Dodi involuntarily thought in their hearts. Indeed, their thoughts were not wrong. Xiaoyan's aura had indeed undergone a change. However, it was not as weak as an ordinary person's aura. Instead, it had become even stronger. At this moment, Xiaoyan was not in the mood to bother about the thoughts of this group of people in front of him. His gaze swept over the magical beasts in the outer circle before turning to Zhuolin in front of him. The injuries on the Flame Lion and Xiong Gang were because of this fellow in front of him. Humph, it is unexpected that your strength has actually broken through to the Do D class after not seeing you for a couple of years. However, so what if you have broken through? You are merely a 1-star Do D. Do you really think that you can contend with the 7 of us? Zhuolin's heart involuntarily shivered when he saw Xiaoyan's ice-cold eyes that did not contain the slightest emotion. However, when he thought of his strength as a 4-star Do D and the 6 Do D around him, he immediately felt confident in his heart. The 6 of them involuntarily frowned when they saw this. Zhuolin had tied up so many of them with just one sentence. It seemed that Zhuolin was extremely afraid of the strange aura on Xiaoyan's body. After all, Xiaoyan had once created a frightening achievement of killing an elite Do D with the strength of a bandit. Now that Xiaoyan had advanced to the Do D class, who knew just what kind of frightening level his strength had risen to? Zhuolin did not dare to act recklessly without absolute confidence. Contend with the 7 of you? A slight smile surfaced on the corner of Xiaoyan's mouth when he heard Zhuolin's words. Immediately, he shook his head gently. His eyes slowly swept over the infuriating people in front of him. They paused for a moment when they swept over Baiying. After which, he withdrew his gaze and opened his mouth to speak in an indifferent manner. I have never planned to contend with all of you. Today, none of you should even think about leaving. A thought passed through Xiaoyan's mind the moment these words were spat out from his mouth. Immediately, an extremely frightening aura and pressure suddenly swept out from Xiaoyan's body. It transformed into an invisible energy storm that covered the entire battleground in the blink of an eye. The frightening aura and pressure was just like an invisible mountain that pressed down on everyone's heads. In an instant, the hearts of all the members of the 4 great clans present involuntarily began to churn. Under this aura and pressure, even those few 4-star Do D were inferior. How is this possible? 4-star Do D. How is his cultivation? The bodies of the 7 elite Do D were just like statues as they were fixed in the air. Shock was written all over their faces. No matter how they thought about it, they did not expect that Xiaoyan's cultivation had actually reached such a level. 4-star Do D, they had originally thought that Xiaoyan had advanced from a 6-star half D to the Do D class within 5 years. This was already considered extremely frightening. However, they had never imagined that Xiaoyan's cultivation had not only advanced to the Do D class, but had even reached the frightening level of a 4-star Do D. It should be known that the Do D class was different from an ordinary half D. It was extremely difficult to raise one's strength. Even some geniuses with great training talent would find it extremely difficult to raise their strength after they had advanced to the Do D class. It would take at least a couple of years to raise one's strength from a 6-star half D to a 4-star Do D or even longer. However, they had never seen anyone who was able to raise his strength from a 6-star half D to a 4-star Do D within a short 5 years. This was an increase of almost an entire class. The hearts of Zhuolin's group immediately sank when they sensed the frightening aura and pressure that surged out from Xiaoyan's body. On the other hand, Baiying's group was frowning, but their hearts were thinking about something else. Damn it. It has only been a couple of years. How could his strength have reached the level of a 4-star Do D? Zhuolin clenched his teeth furiously. He could not understand how Xiaoyan had managed to raise his strength by so much within 5 years. However, just as this thought rose in Zhuolin's heart, Xiaoyan clenched his large hand and the pitch-black heavy Xian ruler immediately landed in his hand. As the giant ruler entered his hand, a thick white flame gushed out from Xiaoyan's body and swiftly climbed onto the giant ruler. In the blink of an eye, the giant ruler was dyed a thick white color. The 6 of them felt a chill in their hearts when they saw this. They knew that it was useless to think about anything now. None of the elite Dodi present was a match for Xiaoyan in a one-on-one. The only way they could deal with Xiaoyan now was to join hands. Everyone, we are all subordinates of the Heavenly Sword sect. Right now, this matter is very important. I hope that everyone can work together against a common enemy. Let's deal with this brat first. As for the rest of the problem, it won't be too late for us to slowly discuss it. Let's work together. The 7 of them looked at each other and spoke in unison. Of course, Buying was the exception. After agreeing, the few of them nodded their heads heavily. Then, they looked at Xiaoyan in unison, and their eyes suddenly became sharp. Huh! An explosive cry was suddenly emitted from Zhuolin's mouth. At the same time, he waved his large hand. A couple of flying swords that were formed in the surrounding empty space shot toward Xiaoyan in unison. The sharp swords made a series of ear-piercing sonic booms as they cut through the void. The formless void was easily torn apart by the sword aura, and in the blink of an eye, the long swords were already in front of Xiaolin. Seeing this scene, the hearts of the 2 people behind Xiaoyan tightened. They broke out in a cold sweat for Xiaoyan. However, Xiaoyan himself did not react at all. He did not even have any intention of attacking. Soon after, the numerous long swords violently pierced Xiaoyan's body. However, it was as though they had collided with a steel plate. Regardless of whether the long swords pierced Xiaoyan's chest, head, brow, or eyes, the result was that there was no reaction. Xiaoyan's entire body was like a hard rock. The long sword's attack did not pose the slightest threat to him. The edge of the sword repeatedly collided with the surface of Xiaoyan's body. After emitting a couple of clear ding-ding sounds, the long sword scattered with a bang. What? Zhuolin's heart could not help but be slightly startled when he saw the scene. He immediately clenched his teeth violently. He lifted his hand and the golden cloud sword in his hand floated in front of him. Enormous doqi continued to flow into it. Golden light spread and it was as glaring as the sun. Sword of the Shining Sun. Soon after, an explosive cry was emitted from Zhuolin's mouth. The long sword in front of him immediately shot toward Xiaoyan. A frightening aura instantly shattered the surrounding empty space, transforming it into an endless dark black space. The torrential force pounced toward Xiaoyan like a flood or a ferocious beast. Only when the long sword arrived in front of him did Xiaoyan suddenly raise his head. At the same time, the enormous ruler that was wrapped by the heavenly flame violently swept across in front of him. There was nothing fancy about this ruler. The strength that it relied on was merely Xiaoyan's own strength and the layer of dense white heavenly flame that was wrapped around the huge ruler. However, it was this simple ruler that shattered the golden longsword that was charging towards him with an unparalleled sword aura. The unstoppable force instantly broke the sword chi on the gold cloud sword. Accompanied by the clear sound of metal colliding, the gold cloud sword immediately broke free from Zhuolin's control and shot toward the distant battlefield. After piercing through many experts from the 4 great clans, it pierced deeply into the mountain range below. It was also at this moment that the other 6 people around Xiaoyan also swiftly moved forward. Each of them displayed their famous Do skills and violently smashed them toward Xiaoyan. Seeing this, Xiaoyan could not help but frown slightly. His body hurriedly dodged and displayed the sky extinction step. Although he finally dodged the attacks of the 6 people, Xiaoyan still appeared to be in a somewhat miserable state. However, before Xiaoyan had the time to catch his breath, Zhuolin once again held his sword and charged toward Xiaoyan. 1 against 7. Under the premise that he did not use any Do skills, this indeed made Xiaoyan feel extremely strained. Bang! The huge ruler rotated and sent the leader of the Sun Clan's elders flying. Xiaoyan's body immediately retreated explosively. Both parties were 1,000 feet apart as they looked at each other from a distance. Hehe, so what if you are a late-stage 4-star Dodi? 1 against 7, 1 against many. How can you be a match for us? That middle-aged man from the Hu clan took a step forward and laughed strangely in an imposing manner. Once these words were spoken, the other 6 people beside him also took a step forward. Their expressions were different as they stared at Xiaoyan. However, when they looked at Xiaoyan with a cold smile in their hearts, they did not expect that these 7 people had repeatedly displayed quite a number of techniques since both parties were opponents. On the other hand, other than the sky extinction step, had Xiaoyan ever displayed any Do skills since the beginning? Oh? Relying on your numbers advantage. Xiaoyan laughed instead when he heard this. If this is the case, Xiaoyan slowly raised his right hand as he laughed. Immediately, he snapped his finger in front of everyone's eyes. Soon after, the empty space beside Xiaoyan slowly became distorted. A strong human figure with a purple-gold body and 9 human figures, who were also wearing black robes and looked exactly the same as Xiaoyan, appeared beside Xiaoyan. They formed a row and stood opposite the 7 people on the other side. In an instant, the expressions of the 7 people on the other side changed drastically. The air also solidified at this moment. Xiaoyan and the people from the 4 great clans stood in the sky within the battleground and faced each other. However, following the appearance of the 9 avatars and the Northern King, the cold smiles on the faces of the 4 great clans quickly stiffened. Soon after, their expressions turned into ones of disbelief. The 9 avatars were equivalent to 9 2-star Do-D. The Northern King's strength had reached the 3-star Do-D level. It was not inferior to the second elder of the Sun clan on their side. Adding Xiaoyan, this meant that there were a total of 11 elite Do-D in Xiaoyan's group. Just in terms of the number of elite Do-D, Xiaoyan's group had 4 more than theirs. The sudden change in this situation caused the hearts of the people from the 4 great clans to involuntarily sink. Xiaoyan had not revealed his true strength since the start of the big battle. At this moment, he had already revealed the Northern King and the 9 avatars. This meant that the true battle had just begun. Everyone need not be worried. It is merely 9 avatars. Even if he possesses the strength of a 2-star Do-D, do we need to be afraid of him with the strength of a 3-star 4th-star Do-D? At this moment, the leader of the Hui clan once again stood up. His gaze swept over the 9 avatars one by one. His eyes revealed a disdainful expression. However, the 9 avatars on the other side suddenly merged together after his words sounded. Every 3 avatars merged into one. In the blink of an eye, only 3 of the 9 avatars remained. The strength of these 3 avatars had shockingly reached the intermediate 4-star Do-D level. They were stronger than the 4-star Do-D from the 4 great clans. Damn it, why is it like this? This fellow's tactics are far more frightening than what we know. What is there to be worried about? We are currently 7 against 5. We still have a great chance of victory. Zhuolin waved the long sword in his hand and spoke with a cold face. The expressions of the few people beside Zhuolin brightened when these words were uttered. Zhuolin's words were correct. As elite Do-D, even if there was only a 1-person difference in the number of experts on both sides, they would still have the ability to suppress their opponents in such a big battle. Moreover, their 4 great clans had an additional 2 people on their side. Hence, even though Xiaoyan had the help of his avatars and the Northern King, he was still no match for them. However, 7 against 5. Cuckoo, clan head Bai, do you think that their chances of victory are greater or that of mine? Xiaoyan suddenly turned his words to Bai Ying. Bai. Their hearts involuntarily felt doubt. What did Xiaoyan's? Bai Ying's heart suddenly shook in the face of so many people's gazes. It was unexpected that Xiaoyan had actually pushed him forward at such a moment. From the looks of it, Xiaoyan was trying to drag him into the fray. With Xiaoyan's current strength, he could easily tell that Bai Ying's true strength had already reached the advanced 4-star Do-D level. Compared to the people from the other 3 clans present, he was undoubtedly the strongest. He had merely hidden his strength for his own purpose. However, after hearing Xiaoyan's words, it seemed that the other party was trying to force him to openly betray them. Just these words from Xiaoyan earlier had already caused the other 3 clans to feel some doubt toward him. If he did not betray them in today's matter, regardless of whether their 4 great clans won or lost, the Bai clan behind him would not have a good ending. If he betrayed them in front of everyone, it was fine if Xiaoyan could successfully kill these people. However, if he could not, something would also happen to his Bai clan. Xiaoyan's actions were clearly forcing him to make a choice. This was a huge gamble. The wager was the Bai clan behind him. Bai Ying fell into deep thought. He had to be sure of the pros and cons. The slightest mistake could cause his clan to be reduced to ashes. In an instant, the atmosphere in the square once again descended into a strange silence. The eyes of all the elite Dodi present landed on Bai Ying's body. All of them, including Xiao Yan, were waiting for Bai Ying's reply at this moment. Swoosh! At a certain moment, Bai Ying's body suddenly flashed in front of everyone's eyes. He carried a lightning-like speed and arrived beside Xiao Yan. Although he didn't say anything, his actions were already the best answer he could give. Bai Ying, what do you mean by this? Immediately, the gazes of the 6 elite Dodi from the 3 large clans landed on Bai Ying's body. Their faces trembled with anger. This sudden action of Bai Ying's had destroyed their great advantage. How confident are you in being able to keep them here? Bai Ying ignored the people from the 3 great clans. He turned his gaze to Xiao Yan. The life or death of these people in front of him was what he was most concerned about. This concerned the clan behind him. Cuckoo, if I say, even without you, I am 100% confident that I can keep them here. Do you believe me? Xiao Yan smiled. His smile was filled with coldness. Bai Ying's heart could not help but be slightly startled when he heard these words. Only then did he recover. In other words, Xiao Yan's action earlier was not because he lacked helpers. Instead, congratulations, you have just saved yourself. But what about my clan? Bai Ying's voice sounded a little low. If it was really as Xiao Yan had said, he could have killed all the people from the other 3 clans without harming Bai Ying. However, his actions, Cuckoo, I think that with the intelligence of the Bai clan's head, you should have already thought of a countermeasure before you flashed over. Xiao Yan coldly smiled. The little scheme in Bai Ying's heart did not escape his eyes. Bai Ying's pupils suddenly shrank when these words were spoken. He could not help but feel a lingering fear for the scheming of the person in front of him. When he thought about it, if he had not betrayed him earlier, would he have become another dead soul in Xiao Yan's hands? Cold sweat involuntarily appeared on Bai Ying's forehead when he thought of this. He felt a lingering fear for the thoughts in his heart and also rejoiced at his actions. At the same time, this also meant that the day when his Bai clan truly fell out with the Heavenly Sword sect was not far away. Damn it! This traitor isn't listening to us at all. Let's attack together. Let's kill Xiao Yan first. As for Bai Ying, let's spare his dog life first. Let him see with his own eyes how the clan he built up is destroyed in his hands. Immediately after, the remaining 3 clans let out angry roars in unison. Their bodies moved, and they once again charged towards Xiao Yan's group. Xiao Yan's face revealed a disdainful expression when he saw the 6 people charging toward him from the empty space. He widened his mouth and a dense white heavenly flame was immediately spat out. It turned into a monstrous flame wave that violently pounced toward the 6 people in front of him from all directions. In the face of this fire wave that was agglomerated from the heavenly flame, the 6 of them did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. One by one, they unleashed their own techniques. After spending quite a bit of effort, they finally broke apart the fire wave. However, they were soon met by 3 black-robed avatars and the Northern King, who had a body of steel. With the strength of the 3 4-star Dodi incarnations, they were no match for the 3 3-star Dodi they were facing. Just one exchange had caused them to fall into a disadvantage. Defeat was only a matter of time. The Northern King was fighting against a 4-star Dodi from the Zhou clan. His strength could be said to be extraordinary. Unfortunately, the person he was facing was the Northern King. Regardless of how powerful that 4-star Dodi's techniques were, they were all useless in front of the Northern King's puppet body. Even with his 4-star Dodi cultivation, it was extremely difficult for him to defeat the Northern King. Both parties fought for a moment, but the battle was ultimately in a balanced state. Other than these 4 people each facing an elite Dodi from the 3 great clans, the remaining 2 were the 4-star Dodi from the Hu clan and Zhuolin from the Zhou clan. These 2 people were facing Bai Ying and Xiao Yan respectively. Humph, you traitor. Instead of walking down the path of the sun, you insist on walking down this path of death. Since you wish to die, this venerable self shall fulfill your wish today. First was the 4-star Dodi from the Hu clan. He did not show the slightest fear when facing Bai Ying. His eyes even contained disdain. With his strength as a 4-star Dodi, he was confident that he could suppress Buying even if he did not use his full strength. However, what he did not know was that Buying, who was facing him, was also thinking the same thing. Sure enough, the moment the two of them collided, the true difference in strength between the two was immediately revealed. Looking at the current Xiaoyan and Zhuolin, both of them were currently 4-star Do D. However, Xiaoyan's strength was at the peak of the advanced class Do D class. He was many times stronger than Zhuolin. Zhuolin also didn't expect that this group of cowards would deliberately give Xiaoyan to him. It seemed that they wanted to help him fulfill his wish of capturing Xiaoyan alone. Damn it. When this princess returns, I'll definitely teach you a lesson. The corner of Zhuolin's mouth twitched as he cursed. However, the moment he lifted his head, Xiaoyan's cold face suddenly appeared in front of him. Immediately, Zhuolin's heart jumped. His body hurriedly retreated. However, it was also at this moment that Xiaoyan, who was holding the heavy Xian ruler, violently swung it and smashed it toward Zhuolin's chest. This sudden scene caused Zhuolin's face to instantly turn pale with fright. He could no longer be bothered about anything else as he hurriedly used the golden cloud sword in his hand to block in front of him. He wanted to use it to block this attack of Xiaoyan's. Clang! Following a loud bell-like sound, Zhuolin's body immediately flew back uncontrollably. The moment his body paused, his face swiftly turned red. Soon after, a large mouthful of fresh blood was involuntarily spat out from his mouth. When he lowered his head to look, a clear crack had appeared on the golden cloud sword in his hand where it had collided with the heavy Xian ruler. Golden cloud sword. Zhuolin's heart was shocked. The material used to forge the golden cloud sword was extremely extraordinary. He had never expected that the golden cloud sword that he was most proud of would actually be broken by someone in one blow. This was really unbelievable. On top of being shocked, an endless amount of hatred and viciousness also rose in Zhuolin's heart. He did not believe that Xiaoyan, who was also a 4-star Do D, could be so strong. His Zhuo clan was the head of the 4 great clans. Moreover, he, Zhuolin, was the #1 person among the younger generation of the 4 great clans. Regardless of whether it was the Qi method or Do technique that he practiced, they were all the best in the Heavenly Sword sect. What did Xiaoyan count for? At the very most, he was just an ordinary person in the wilderness. How could he be compared with a favored child like him? Zhuolin was immediately furious as this thought rose in his heart. He violently threw out the broken golden cloud sword in his hand. His body shook violently as he waved his large hand. Vast and mighty Do Qi immediately swarmed out of his body. He immediately clenched his hand and the Do Qi agglomerated, transforming into an even sharper golden-colored longsword. His feet heavily stepped on empty air as he charged explosively toward Xiaoyan. Are you going to be serious? Xiaoyan spoke faintly. He did not dodge when he saw Zhuolin, who was charging explosively toward him. Instead, he twisted his wrist slightly and the heavy blade of the ruler was aimed at the charging Zhuolin. The distance between the two was 1,000 feet. With the speed of an elite Do D, the distance was covered in the blink of an eye. However, just as the golden-colored longsword in Zhuolin's hand swiftly approached Xiaoyan, the enormous ruler in Xiaoyan's hand was suddenly swung. With just one strike, it forcefully shattered the longsword in Zhuolin's hand. Too weak. Xiaoyan spoke faintly. At the same time, the expression on Zhuolin's ferocious face instantly became incomparably pale. Swoosh! Soon after, Xiaoyan's body suddenly appeared in front of Zhuolin in a ghost-like manner. His lips were close to the latter's ear as he spoke in an indifferent voice. Originally, I thought that you would bring me a pleasant surprise during these 5 years. It is unexpected that you are actually so weak. Zhuolin's eyes suddenly shrunk to the size of a needle after these words were spat out from Xiaoyan's mouth. Soon after, his body was once again violently sent flying by Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan involuntarily frowned after sending Zhuolin flying. A doubtful expression was revealed between his brows. He shook his head gently and instantly used the absolute sky steps under his feet. His body was like a dark black lightning. In the blink of an eye, he had once again arrived in front of Zhuolin. This time around, Xiaoyan did not intend to continue giving Zhuolin a chance to retaliate. For some unknown reason, just a moment ago, under Xiaoyan's spiritual perception, He felt that there seemed to be another strength spying on this world. By being able to remain undiscovered under the probing of Xiaoyan's spiritual strength, the latter's strength was definitely at least that of a 6-star Dodi. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to escape Xiaoyan's spiritual strength probing. However, just as this thought rose in Xiaoyan's heart, an extremely frightening aura suddenly descended from the sky. It was just like a bowl that had been flipped upside down, covering this entire place. Immediately, everyone who was having an intense battle in the battleground was greatly startled. They hurriedly raised their heads and looked over, only to see a linen-robed old man standing at the highest point of the space that was covered by the aura and pressure. The sudden change in the battlefield caused the hearts of quite a number of people to suddenly tremble. The intense battle within the battleground also came to a halt as a result. Everyone lifted their heads and looked towards the sky, only to see an old man wearing linen robes standing high in the sky, looking down at everyone below. Who is this person? What a terrifying aura! At this moment, this was the only thing that everyone present could think of. This fellow who had suddenly appeared, just his aura alone was enough to cause everyone present to be unable to breathe. Even Xiaoyan felt an enormous pressure in the face of this aura. At this moment, everyone present stared solemnly at the figure in the sky, not daring to relax for even a moment. Under the gazes of the crowd below, the hemp-robed elder in the sky slowly descended. Soon after, many of the people present immediately recognized the latter's identity. This hemp-robed elder was one of the 4 great sects, the sect leader of Withered Leaf sect, Yi Luotian. Yi Luotian. Why is it him? I really did not expect this fellow to know that his strength is at the bottom of the 4 great sects, so he is prepared to make the first move. What do we do now? We are all members of the 4 great sects, perhaps he can save our lives. Isn't this fellow known for his benevolence? When they saw that the person who had arrived was the sect leader of Withered Leaf sect, one of the 4 great sects, the expressions of the members of the 4 great clans immediately became joyous. With this lord's help, no matter how powerful Xiaoyan was, he could only obediently be captured today. Yi Luotian. When he saw Yi Luotian arrive, Xiaoyan's heart could not help but tighten a little. He could faintly sense a strange aura from this fellow's body. This aura was somewhat unstable, but it was used by Yi Luotian. This was something that Xiaoyan seemed to have seen before. Hee, little friend Xiaoyan, this is the second time we have met. They could clearly feel that the person in front of them was not a kind person, but judging from the way he spoke, the expression on his face was rather benevolent, as if he was an ordinary old man who did not know the ways of the world. However, under the pressure of his powerful aura, no one dared to think that way. After all, Yi Luotian was an existence that was on par with the sect leaders of the 4 great sections. If they were to really fight, even Xiaoyan was not confident that he would be a match for him. Sect Master Yi, are you here to capture me as well? Xiaoyan revealed a solemn expression. He couldn't even detect the latter's exact strength, so how could he be a match for him? Haha, little friend Xiaoyan, there's no need to be nervous. I'm just unwilling to see so many of my fellow disciples die. After all, they're all members of the 4 great sects, and I truly can't bear to watch them die. When he heard Xiaoyan's words, Yi Luotian smiled faintly. His smile looked rather benevolent. However, Xiaoyan sneered in his heart. What do you mean by can't bear to watch? The 4 great sects were practically like fire and water, and they could not wait to swallow each other up. What do you mean by fellow disciples? That's bullshit. The 4 great sects were on par with each other, how could they be considered fellow disciples? Yi Luotian was naturally unaware of Xiaoyan's thoughts, and even if he did, he would only smile indifferently. A pair of benevolent old eyes swept across the crowd below. Yi Luotian softly chuckled, before waving his sleeve. Countless streaks of light immediately sprinkled down, hovering in front of the crowd and transforming into pills. Haha, take these pills and treat your injuries first. It's time for this endless battle to come to an end. Yi Luotian smiled faintly. However, when he saw that everyone was staring at the pills in front of him without moving, he knew that these people must have some concerns. He softly chuckled in his heart, before he once again smiled and opened his mouth to speak. These medicinal pills are all tier 4 medicinal pills. If you don't eat them, the old me will take them back. Yi Luotian smiled. He immediately lifted his sleeve, appearing as though he was really going to take back the medicinal pills. Soon after, everyone's faces revealed an extremely excited expression when they heard that these were actually Tier 4 medicinal pills. Tier 4 medicinal pills. These were Tier 4 medicinal pills. Normally, they would not even be able to see them, much less eat them. Now that such a good opportunity was placed in front of them, what reason did this group of people have to reject it, other than Bai Ying and the 6 elite Dodi? Everyone from the 4 great clans immediately swallowed the medicinal pill that was suspended in front of them without any hesitation. It was as though they were afraid that Yi Luotian would really take back the medicinal pill. The medicinal pills melted the moment they entered their mouths. They swiftly turned into a surging medicinal strength that surged into their bodies and spread throughout their bodies. Indeed, within a short moment, the injuries on everyone's bodies were swiftly recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. While they were feeling joyous, the surging strength caused the aura within their bodies to suddenly soar. In the blink of an eye, the cultivation of everyone present who had swallowed the medicinal pills had broken through by 1 star at this moment. As for those 9-star Band D class experts, although their strength did not break through, they had all reached the peak of the advanced 9-star Band D class. This medicinal pill could be said to be extraordinary. The appearance of this scene also caused the hearts of the few elite Dodi from the 4 great clans to move. After confirming that those who had swallowed the medicinal pills did not show any abnormality, they ceased hesitating and swallowed the medicinal pills in front of them. Soon after, the auras of the 6 elite Dodi had indeed been raised by 1 star in a short moment. However, at this moment, Xiaoyan, Bai Ying, Tianying and the others beside him still did not move. Although these few people were attracted by this medicinal pill, they seemed to be waiting for Xiaoyan to make a move. They did not dare to relax if the latter did not eat it. Haha, young friend Xiaoyan, those 2 friends of yours seem to have suffered quite serious injuries. It is fine if you do not eat it, but you should not ignore them. Yi Luotian seemed to have seen through this point. Xiaoyan's side was always led by Xiaoyan. If he did not eat it, the others would also not eat it. Tianying and Bao frowned when they heard this. Xiaoyan also involuntarily turned his gaze to the Flame Lion duo. Even though they had the help of a Tier 3 medicinal pill, Zhuolin's sword attack had already injured their foundations. It was extremely difficult for them to recover. A Tier 3 medicinal pill alone would not be of much use. However, if it was a Tier 4 medicinal pill, things would be different. After hesitating for a moment, the members of the 4 great clans on the other side were already full of energy. Not only had their strength soared, but their fighting strength had also recovered greatly under the effect of the medicinal pills. Brother Xiaoyan, why don't I try one first? At this moment, Tianying was also clearly aware that the injuries within the Flame Lion duo's bodies could not be underestimated. If he was careless, it could possibly affect their future cultivation path. Hence, as the big brother, Tianying could not be bothered. Wait, before you eat it, let me check your medicinal pills. Sect leader Yi has already said that the 4 great sects are one and we are not jackals of the same tribe as them. You can eat the medicinal pills, but before that, let me check them first. Just as Tianying was about to consume the medicinal pills, Xiaoyan suddenly beckoned with his hand. The medicinal pills floating in front of the few of them swiftly landed in Xiaoyan's hand and were held in Xiaoyan's palm. After a short few breaths, Xiaoyan returned the medicinal pills in his hand. He smiled faintly and said, "Eat it. I have already checked. There is no problem with the medicinal pills." When these words left his mouth, Xiaoyan's gaze paused on Yi Luotian. An undetectable glint flashed across the depths of his eyes. Yi Luotian revealed a kind smile on his old face when he saw this. He smiled and nodded, appearing to be quite satisfied. However, no one knew just what he was thinking in his heart. Xiaoyan took the lead in consuming the medicinal pills in front of the few of them. Only then did Bai Ying and the others consume the medicinal pills one after another. As expected, the strength of Xiaoyan's group had also increased within a short moment. The Flame Lion, Xionggang and Bao had advanced to a 2-star Dodi. Tianying had become an initial 3-star Dodi. Even Bai Ying's strength had also risen to an initial 5-star Dodi. The arrival of this surprise caused Tianying's group to feel quite excited. Instinctively, a nostalgic feeling rose in their hearts for Yi Luotian. On the other hand, even though Bai Ying's strength had increased, he was a cautious person. He was suspicious of the change in his aura. After all, there was no such thing as a free lunch in the world. Only he knew what Ji Luotian was planning. When one turned their heads to look at Xiaoyan again, the latter was already at the peak of the advanced 4-star Do D class. After using this medicinal pill, the aura within his body had soared, forcefully reaching the intermediate 5-star Do D class. He was only a step away from the advanced Do D class. Haha, unexpectedly, this retreat has brought about quite a number of surprises. Xiaoyan parted his mouth and smiled. This harmless appearance of his seemed to be completely unguarded against everything around him. In the sky, the smile on Yi Luotian's old face gradually became denser when he saw Xiaoyan's group consume the medicinal pills. In the end, it became a little distorted, causing the originally amiable appearance of the old man to appear a little frightening at this moment. Haha, since the medicinal pills have been consumed, can sect leader Yi tell us the true reason why you have come this time around? Suddenly, Xiaoyan's eyes focused on Yi Luotian as he asked in a meaningful manner. Haha, that is only natural. Since I have already achieved my goal, I will tell you the truth. This has always been the old me's way of doing things. Yi Luotian laughed ferociously. The expression on his old face swiftly became gloomy. The amiable appearance from a moment ago had suddenly disappeared. At this moment, he appeared just like a malicious ghost with a sinister smile, causing one's heart to tremble. Withered leaf grass, rise. Yi Luotian's words had just sounded when a withered yellow plant suddenly grew from the vortex space. Within the bodies of everyone from the 4 great clans, with the exception of Xiaoyan's group. Within a short couple of breaths, it had already occupied the vortexes within their bodies. The withered yellow plant swiftly grew wildly in the bodies of the people from the 4 great clans. In the blink of an eye, it had already occupied their vortex space. Even a few of their main chi paths had been entangled by that plant. Immediately, everyone present felt that everything in their bodies was under the control of that strange plant. What is going on? What is this thing? Yi Luotian. What have you done to us? In the blink of an eye, the people from the 4 great clans felt a wave of terror in their hearts. Their internal organs had already been controlled by this plant. Did this not mean that their lives were also controlled by this plant? Hee. I can tell you now. What you have swallowed earlier is the dry leaf goo that this venerable self has personally refined for you. Once this thing grows in your body, it will be connected to your spirit. Your life and death are all connected to the dry leaf goo. If the dry leaf goo dies, all of you will definitely die. Moreover, the dry leaf goo is controlled by this venerable self. Therefore, if you wish to live, you must listen to this venerable self's orders. Kill without mercy. At this moment, Yi Luotian finally revealed his true nature. When the people below heard this, their hearts were filled with fear. They never imagined that such a good thing that had been delivered to their doorstep would actually end up handing their lives to someone else. Yi Luotian, don't you know that we are from the Heavenly Sword sect? Once anything happens to us, the Heavenly Sword sect will definitely come to your sect and eliminate your dry leaf sect from the western region. The 4-star Do Di from the Hui clan once again stepped forward. He firmly believed that with the Heavenly Sword sect backing them, it was impossible for Yi Luotian to dare oppose the Heavenly Sword sect regardless of how crazy he was. Bang! You are seeking death. However, in the next instant, the 4-star Do Di's body suddenly exploded the moment his words sounded. It turned into a bloody fog that permeated the sky and spread. The Heavenly Sword sect, sooner or later, you will become the lackey of my dry leaf sect. If any of you still dare to disobey, you can step forward now. Yi Luotian's expression was ferocious, his eyes filled with disdain. Now, the dead leaf goo had been planted in these people's bodies. If they did not comply, he could make them explode with a single thought. These people's lives were now in his hands. The faces of everyone below immediately turned pale after Yi Luotian's words were emitted. Even though everyone's hearts contained an unwillingness and fury, they could only helplessly shut their mouths when they recalled the miserable fate of that elite 4-star Do Di from the Hui clan. Ga. In the sky, Yi Luotian laughed maniacally as if there was no one around. However, at this moment, they don't dare to rebel against you, but I do. Xiaoyan stood proudly as he stared at Yi Luotian with an unruly look in his eyes. There was no trace of fear on his face. Xiaoyan's actions caused the expressions of Tianying and the others behind him to change drastically. Even Bai Ying and the others from the four great clans could not help but reveal shock on their faces. Xiaoyan, don't be impulsive. Mr. Xiaoyan, compared to Tianying's agitation, Bai Ying was much calmer. He knew that given Xiaoyan's character, he would definitely not risk his life to do what he had just done. However, since he dared to speak out, he must have his own confidence. Oh? Ga, Xiaoyan, the outside world says that you are extremely cunning. Even an elite Dodi would have to be 120% careful when facing you. However, in my opinion, you are merely SOSO. Yi Luotian coldly laughed when he heard this. He had already planted the dead leaf goo in everyone who had swallowed the pill. Xiaoyan actually dared to resist. This was no different from seeking death. However, when Yi Luotian tried to control the dead leaf goo in Xiaoyan's body, he was shocked to find that other than his cultivation aura, there was no change in the latter's body. His dead leaf goo did not exist in Xiaoyan's body. What is going on? Yi Luotian's eyes suddenly focused. With a thought, he tried to sense the dead leaf goo in Tianying's and the rest's bodies. However, the final result was the same. His dead leaf goo had completely vanished. Hee, your goo is indeed powerful, but, Xiaoyan coldly smiled. He extended his hand and spread his 5 fingers. His hand trembled slightly. Immediately, one could hear a puff sound as a fierce dense white heavenly flame rose. The temperature of this place had also swiftly risen. Under my heavenly flame, any poison or evil spirit is useless. Yi Luotian finally realized when the heavenly flame appeared. He had only cared about his dead leaf goo and had forgotten that Xiaoyan still had a divine item like the heavenly flame. The heavenly flame was the most yang energy in the world. Any evil poison was useless against it. No wonder Xiaoyan dared to swallow his dead leaf goo. It seems that the reason why there were no changes in Tianying's and the rest's bodies was also because of Xiaoyan. Good, as expected of Xiaoyan. To be able to shake the entire western region, you relied on more than brute force. However, even so, you will still return with me today. Yi Luotian coldly snorted. Immediately, his sinister old eyes swept across the other members of the 4 great clans as he coldly ordered, Go. Go, all of you go. Capture Xiaoyan for this venerable self. Today, this venerable self will personally plant a goo in your body. Even though the members of the 4 great clans were unwilling, their lives were already in the hands of others. In order to survive, they could only follow the order. The strength of the 6 elite Dodi had increased by quite a bit. This allowed them to feel a little more secure when facing Xiaoyan's group. Previously, due to the difference in strength between the 2 sides, they were unable to let go. Now, other than Xiaoyan, the strength of the other members of the 2 groups was equal. Naturally, they no longer had the slightest fear. The 6 of them moved in unison. They split into 6 directions and surrounded Xiaoyan's group in the middle. A thought passed through their minds and 6 frightening forces agglomerated into 1/2 of the sky. They pressed down on Xiaoyan's group from all directions. Humph. Seeing this, without waiting for Bai Ying and the rest to make a move, Xiaoyan suddenly snorted coldly. If he was facing Yi Luotian, he might still be a little afraid. However, if this group of people were still the same as before, he had full confidence in keeping them here. Ignoring the aura and pressure from the 6 people who were attacking him, Xiaoyan extended his right hand. The doqi in his body swiftly gathered in his palm. Immediately, a thumb-sized black dot slowly agglomerated and formed. High Spirit Do Technique. High-level Spirit Do Technique, Great Heaven Creation Palm. As Xiaoyan let out a low cry from the bottom of his heart, Xiaoyan flipped his right hand and violently pressed it against the empty space in front of him. The Great Heaven Creation Palm was originally a heaven-level Do technique. Ever since Xiaoyan had advanced to the ranks of the half-emperor experts, he had rarely used this Do technique. However, after breaking through to the Do D realm, Xiaoyan was fortunate enough to comprehend some things during this process. This also imperceptibly deepened Xiaoyan's understanding of the Great Heaven Creation Palm. The comprehension this time not only allowed Xiaoyan to have a deeper understanding of the power of the Great Heaven Creation Palm, but it also allowed him to innovate on the original foundation of the Great Heaven Creation Palm and improve it further. After incorporating many of Xiaoyan's own comprehensions and the Great Way energy, the Great Heaven Creation Palm's grade had also increased. From the looks of it now, the Great Heaven Creation Palm was already comparable to a high-level Spirit Dough technique. When a high-level Spirit Dough technique was used by Xiaoyan with his current cultivation, its power could be said to be earth-shattering. When the palm landed, the empty space in front of Xiaoyan instantly collapsed. Following which, a dark black halo rapidly spread from the empty space where Xiaoyan's palm had landed. It was like a flood that quickly spread in all directions. When the 6 elite Dodi who were surrounding Xiaoyan's group saw this, their hearts immediately tightened. They hurriedly maneuvered the Dou Qi in their bodies and each of them used their own Dou techniques. They violently blasted toward the rapidly spreading black halo in front of them. Boom! 6 Dou technique glows rushed out with a lightning-like speed. Even the empty space was forcefully torn apart along the way. The sound of air exploding repeatedly sounded. Soon after, they violently collided with the dark black light circle. Chi-chi-chi, the intense collision sound that everyone had imagined was not emitted when the two came into contact. Instead, the 6 Dou technique glows appeared to have suddenly charged into a bottomless black hole. They did not carry any energy ripple as they disappeared just like that. Even the speed at which the black-colored light circle spread was not affected in the slightest. What? Seeing this strange scene, the expressions on the faces of the 6 people changed drastically. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. A total of 6 elite Dodi's Dou techniques, 3 4-star Dodi and 3 5-star Dodi. Such a lineup was likely something that even an ordinary 6-star Dodi would not dare to casually come into contact with. At the very least, an ordinary 6-star Dodi would not be able to receive that attack. At the very least, it was impossible for an ordinary 6-star Dodi to receive that attack. However, even with such a frightening lineup, the combined attack of 6 elite Dodi did not appear to have the slightest ability to retaliate under that strange black light circle. How is this possible? At this moment, even with Shuolin's character, his mouth involuntarily let out an involuntary exclamation. The scene in front of him was really unimaginable. Forget about him, even the other 5 people and Yi Luo Tian, who was currently standing in the sky, were similarly shocked in their hearts. They were all 5-star Dodi, but the strength that Xiaoyan had unleashed was at least a couple of times greater than these people. Such fighting strength could be considered frightening. Is this fellow really just a Dodi? The same question once again reverberated within the minds of these elite Dodi. Not long ago, when Xiaoyan was just a mere bandit, there were already people who had doubted him. Now, everyone's suspicion of him had grown even deeper. No one dared to believe that this black-robed, young man in front of them was really just an elite Dodi as he appeared on the surface. The disappearance of the 6 Dou skills did not stop the spreading of the black light circle. However, in the blink of an eye, the dark black light circle had already spread to the feet of the 6 elite Dodi. Immediately, the hearts of the few of them were greatly frightened. They could not be bothered about anything else as the Dou Qi within their bodies wildly shot toward the light circle in front of them. Their bodies also hurriedly pulled back. It was as though they were afraid that they would be swallowed by this strange dark black light circle like that Dou skill. It is too late to run now. Xiaoyan coldly laughed when he saw the 6 of them fleeing wildly. His hand suddenly shook and the speed at which the black light circle spread suddenly increased. At the same time, an extremely frightening suction force surged out from the dark black light circle. It wildly tore everything in the world apart. Under this frightening suction force, the originally swiftly retreating figures of the 6 elite Dodi immediately slowed down. The distance between them and the black light circle also swiftly shrunk. Seeing that the black light circle was about to climb onto their bodies, a fear that originated from deep within their souls finally surged into their hearts at this moment. The 6 of them clearly understood in their hearts that if they were to be sucked into the light circle, they would definitely not be able to come out alive even if they were 5-star Dodi. At this moment, they finally clearly understood the gap between themselves and Xiaoyan. The latter did not even care about them from the very beginning. Regardless of whether it was a bandit or a Dodi, Xiaoyan was an absolutely invincible existence among those of the same class. Their so-called bullying him with numbers was just like a child playing around in the eyes of the latter. No. No. When the black circle of light climbed onto their bodies, the 6 of them let out a terrified sharp cry at the same time. Every one of them roared crazily, and the doqi in their bodies crazily surged out, hoping that they could use this to block the spread of the black circle of light. However, all of this appeared to be so powerless. The 6 elite dodi from the 4 great clans were swallowed by the dark black light circle one after another. First, it was their legs. After which, it was their waists. Sect leader Yi, save us. At this juncture of life and death, the 6 of them placed their last hopes on Yi Luotian. Unfortunately, Yi Luotian remained indifferent until the moment of their death. His pair of sinister old eyes stared intently at Xiaoyan. A trace of murderous intent slowly surfaced in the depths of his eyes. Yi Luotian did not expect that Xiaoyan before him was really as those fellows had said. His fighting strength far exceeded his cultivation. Within the same class, it was impossible for anyone to be his match. From the looks of it, Xiaoyan had not only relied on luck during the battle at the desolate ancient ruins. With this thought in mind, Yi Luotian slowly placed one hand behind his back. Under his sleeves, the hand gradually formed into a claw. A withered yellow doqi quietly surfaced on his fingertips. Murderous intent surfaced in Yi Luotian's eyes the moment the 6 of them died within the black light circle. In the next instant, his body that was suspended in the air suddenly disappeared. At almost the same time, a withered claw appeared in front of Xiaoyan and viciously swiped at Xiaoyan's head. However, in the next instant, just as Yi Luotian's claw was about to land on Xiaoyan's head, the invisible space was suddenly torn apart. Soon after, a slender jade-like hand reached out from the void. With a twist of the jade-like hand, a palm smashed forward and heavily collided with Yi Luotian's claw. In an instant, the expression on Yi Luotian's old face changed drastically. His skinny body immediately retreated uncontrollably. After taking a few hundred steps back, he finally managed to stand in the air in a sorry state. The moment he lifted his head, his old face was filled with shock and despair. In the sky, Yi Luotian's old face was flushed red. The previous attack had caused the blood in his body to churn violently. A metallic taste involuntarily rose up in his throat as his heart was filled with incomparable shock. Yi Luotian's heart was incomparably solemn. He lifted his gaze and stared intently at the frosty woman in a long white dress who had leisurely appeared in front of Xiaoyan 100 feet away. This woman was the overlord of the Shilin mountain range, Leng Bingshuang. After 5 years of seclusion, Leng Bingshuang had finally awoken from her long slumber. Unlike Xiaoyan, the cold poison in Leng Bingshuang's body had accumulated over 100 years. The cold poison was so deep that it had practically infected Leng Bingshuang's core. Even with the help of the Bodhi returning pill, it was not so easy to completely expel it. However, over the past 5 years, Leng Bingshuang had finally relied on her own strength and the help of the Bodhi returning pill to completely remove the cold poison from her body. Now, not only had Leng Bingshuang's strength recovered to its peak, she was even stronger than before after refining the cold poison. Though the cold poison was frightening, the energy it contained was also extremely enormous. Being able to control it was undoubtedly a great benefit to one's cultivation. At this moment, Xiaoyan had also recovered from his momentary shock. In that instant, he had even sensed the aura of death. Xiaoyan's strength had far exceeded his expectations. If not for Leng Bingshuang's timely intervention, Xiaoyan would have already died at Yi Luotian's hands. The moment he lifted his head, Xiaoyan saw Leng Bingshuang, who was just inches away from him. Seeing the graceful back of the woman in front of him, Xiaoyan's heart involuntarily let his imagination run wild for an instant. However, he recovered in the blink of an eye and let out a long sigh of relief in his heart. He lifted his sleeve and wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead. "Many thanks." Leng Bingshuang's pretty eyes glanced slightly when she heard the words of gratitude transmitted from behind her. She glanced at the latter from the corner of her eyes. Immediately, a soft snort was emitted from her pretty nose. The corners of her mouth also curled up in an undetectable manner. Soon after, the expression on Leng Bingshuang's pretty face once again receded. Her eerily cold eyes slowly lifted as her icy gaze shot towards Yi Luotian like an arrow. It was as if she wanted to freeze the other party into a block of ice. Yi Luotian's heart shivered when he sensed the ice-cold gaze directed at him. The muscles at the corners of his eyes involuntarily twitched as he lifted his head to look at the other party. A pair of sinister old eyes stared fixedly at the woman in white. After a long while, Yi Luotian finally suppressed the surging qi and blood in his body. He took a deep breath and cupped his fists at the woman. Then, he bowed slightly and said in a serious voice, "I'm sorry." He bowed slightly and said, "May I know who you are? If you have nothing to do with this matter, I hope that you can leave. This old man does not wish to drag unrelated people into this matter." It was only a single blow, but Yi Luotian could feel how terrifying this woman was. In the western region, the number of people who could push him back with a single blow could be counted on one hand. He knew a thing or two about those people, but he had never seen someone like this woman before him, whose strength had reached such a terrifying level. Scram. However, Yi Luotian's words were met with a cold rebuke from Lin Bingshuang, which was filled with killing intent. Yi Luotian's expression darkened when he heard these words. As one of the few powerful practitioners in the western region, when had he ever received such humiliation? Even the sect leaders of the three sects would not act so recklessly in front of him. This woman before him was a little too overbearing. "Sir, don't make me say it a third time, or you can stay here forever." Just as Yi Luotian was about to speak, Lin Bingshuang raised her head with an icy expression. Her beautiful eyes were emotionless as she stared at the other party. An icy blue light flashed in the depths of her eyes. Immediately, Yi Luotian's heart turned cold as a deep sense of fear uncontrollably grew from the bottom of his heart. This woman, Yi Luotian's eyes abruptly widened. His eyes were so round that they almost popped out of their sockets. The shock in his heart was incomparable. From the look in Lin Bingshuang's eyes, he was certain that this woman's strength was far above his own. Origin transformation stage. These three words involuntarily appeared in his heart as cold sweat violently covered Yi Luotian's body. His mind also swiftly recalled some information. It was not as if there were no origin transformation stage practitioners in the entire western region. From what he could recall, there were 3 of them. Although 2 of them had not appeared in the world for many years, their reputations were still there. As for the third person, according to what he knew, she was a woman. However, no one in the entire western region had ever seen her face. He had originally believed that this expert had either gone into seclusion or had died. He never imagined that she would actually appear in this boundless mountain range. A split second later, Yi Luotian seemed to have suddenly received a fright. He did not even dare to raise his head as he hastily turned around and retreated. He rapidly flew out of the Shilin mountain range as if he was fleeing. Lin Bingshuang's icy eyes were wide open as she stared at Yi Luotian's departing figure. Moments later, her bright eyes turned and looked at the person behind her. "We can forget about what happened before, but now, you owe me again." Lin Bingshuang's beautiful eyes calmly stared at Xiaoyan in front of her as she spoke in an indifferent tone. Xiaoyan could not help but be slightly taken aback when he heard these words. Even though the latter's words still sounded icy cold, they seemed to be vastly different from before. This caused Xiaoyan to feel rather strange in his heart. "How do you want me to repay you?" In the blink of an eye, Xiaoyan lifted his eyes. His pitch-black and calm eyes were like deep waters as he stared at Lin Bingshuang. Their eyes met as Xiaoyan softly chuckled and asked. The 4 Heavenly Eagle brothers behind him as well as Baiying could not help but be startled when these words were spoken. The 3 Heavenly Eagle brothers were still alright, but Ah Bao and the current Baiying were incomparably shocked. They had personally witnessed just how terrifying this woman was. Even though she had not attacked, her aura alone was enough to scare away the sect leader of one of the 4 great sects, the Withered Leaf sect. This was not something that an ordinary person could do. However, even so, Xiaoyan was still able to laugh in the face of her indifferent words. This person was truly unbelievable. However, just as Ah Bao and Baiying thought that Lin Bingshuang would become angry, Lin Bingshuang's pretty face flushed red after exchanging glances with Xiaoyan. She hurriedly turned around and said in a displeased tone. "This king has not decided yet, but sooner or later, I will definitely make you pay." "Definitely." A smile surfaced on Xiaoyan's face as he nodded and spoke in a certain tone. After sending Lin Bingshuang off with their eyes, it was a long while later before Tianning and the others slowly stood up. They glanced at the direction that Lin Bingshuang had left in and then looked at Xiaoyan. The brothers smiled at each other. Their smiles contained an unknown meaning. Beside them, Bai Ying also glanced at the direction that Lin Bingshuang had left in. He was deep in thought. At the same time, he could not help but feel surprised. After withdrawing his gaze, Xiaoyan's eyes turned and landed on Tianning and the other three brothers. After arriving in front of the four of them, Xiaoyan checked the injuries of Xiong Gang and the Flame Lion. Seeing that they had taken a turn for the better, he quietly sighed in relief. Although Yi Luotian's dry leaf goo could not be considered a true Tier 4 medicinal pill, it had an extremely obvious effect on healing injuries. If its usage was not too extreme, it could perhaps be used as a substitute for a Tier 4 medicinal pill. Moreover, its frightening ability to raise a cultivator's cultivation was something that even Xiaoyan was extremely shocked in his heart. If he did not have the heavenly flame to protect himself and help Tianning and the others get rid of the dry leaf grass within the dry leaf goo, it was likely that they would have become a weapon that Yi Luotian used to threaten him. Brother Xiaoyan, they should be fine, right? Tianning frowned as he looked at the two people beside him who had regained consciousness but whose faces were pale. His heart was still a little worried as he softly inquired Xiaoyan. They are more or less fine. Next, they only need to recover for a period of time. With the aid of medicinal pills, they should be fine. Tianning nodded his head in relief after hearing Xiaoyan's words. He exchanged a smile with Bao beside him. The relationship between the four of them had unknowingly become a little closer. If it was said that there was a thin barrier between Bao and the three Tianning brothers before this, the four of them would be completely united after this matter. Bao had stepped forward at the critical moment, causing the three brothers to truly acknowledge Bao's existence in their hearts. From today onwards, there would no longer be 3 people guarding the Xiling mountain range but 4 people. Haha, I have to thank Mr. Xiaoyan for being able to advance to a 5-star Dodi this time around. By the side, Bai Ying also stepped forward with a smile. He politely cupped his hands to Xiaoyan and bowed slightly. His tone was filled with flattery. A glint flashed deep within Xiaoyan's eyes when he heard this. The corner of his mouth lifted a smile as he said, "By his clan and we are. Now, we do not owe each other. And we do not owe each other anything now. We no longer we." Bai Ying was involuntarily startled when he heard this. Xiaoyan's actions clearly indicated that he wanted to draw a line between them. Doing so would have both advantages and disadvantages for the Bai clan. Both parties coldly faced each other. This would undoubtedly give Bai Ying a perfect excuse when he returned. At that time, as long as he pushed all the blame onto Xiaoyan, the upper echelons of the Heavenly Sword sect would naturally not be able to tolerate him. He could even use this to worsen the relationship between the Heavenly Sword sect and Xiaoyan. Once the two parties engaged in a big battle in the future, his Bai clan could randomly find an excuse to stand by the side and reap the benefits. Wouldn't that be great? As long as they did not directly clash with Xiaoyan, it was impossible for him to attack his Bai clan. Other than this, everyone else other than Bai Ying from the Bai clan had died in the encirclement of Xiaoyan in the Xiling mountain range. This would unavoidably arouse the suspicion of the upper echelons of the Heavenly Sword sect. It was likely that his Bai clan would not be able to do anything in the near future. As for Lung Bingshuang's existence, Bai Ying did not plan to reveal it. Lung Bingshuang's appearance was all because of Yi Luotian. Once Lung Bingshuang was exposed and Yi Luotian was implicated, the cause of the deaths of the 4 great clans would be discovered. At that time, regardless of how the Heavenly Sword sect would treat his Bai clan, at the very least, the Withered Leaf sect would not easily let them off. Even now, fear still lingered in his heart when he recalled Yi Luotian's vicious nature. It was not difficult to imagine just how miserable the fate of the Bai family would be if they were targeted by Yi Luotian. Haha, but brother Xiaoyan, you are really shocking. It has only been 5 years and you have actually leapt from a 6-star half-emperor to a 5-star Dodi. Such a fast training speed is likely one of a kind even in the entire Yuanwu continent. Brother Tianning praises me too much. I was merely lucky to break through to a 4-star Dodi. It is just that I did not expect Yi Luotian's withered leaf goo to be able to help me break through by another star. Xiaoyan smiled. At the end of his words, there was some ridicule in them. Yi Luo Tian had originally wanted to use the withered leaf goo to control Xiaoyan and the others. However, he did not expect that in the end, he had gone for wool and come home shorn. Not only did he fail to control Xiaoyan, he had even helped him raise his strength once again. This was simply giving him warmth. At this moment, Bai Ying also recovered. He raised his eyes and saw Xiaoyan happily chatting with Tianning and the others. Seeing Xiaoyan's warm smile, the expression in Bai Ying's eyes involuntarily froze. A couple of breaths later, it turned into a soft sigh that sounded faintly in his heart. Xiaoyan's training talent could indeed be said to be unparalleled in the world. Bai Ying had lived for so many years and had heard of many things on the continent, even if he had not seen them. However, he had never heard of someone with such frightening training talent. In the future, Xiaoyan in front of him would definitely become a strong person of his generation. That so-called Tianju, the legend of the western region, would sooner or later become a stepping stone on Xiaoyan's path to growth. The future of this black-robed young man in front of him was destined to be even more dazzling than now. Unfortunately, they were destined to be different people from the start. Xiaoyan was a passerby on Baijan's path to growth. Baijan was a witness on Xiaoyan's path to becoming a strong person. No matter how one looked at it, the two of them could not be compared. It was not that Bai Ying looked down on his son. This was indeed an indisputable fact. "Brother Xiaoyan, do you have any plans after this?" Tianning once again asked Xiaoyan after turning his head around. Xiaoyan paused when he heard this. After which, his eyes indifferently drifted to Bai Ying by the side. He parted his mouth and laughed. "What, Patriarch Bai still does not plan on leaving?" Bai Ying was startled, and then he reacted. He clasped his fists at Xiaoyan and smiled. "Since Mr. Xiaoyan has no intention of keeping me here, this one will leave now." With that, Bai Ying turned around without hesitation and flew out of the Xiling mountain range. Only after Bai Ying left did Xiaoyan withdraw his pitch-black eyes. Even though Xiaoyan did not view Bai Ying as an enemy, he knew that he had to be wary of such a person. From a certain point of view, Bai Ying's existence was not inferior to any of the four great clans. However, his way of doing things was indeed different. "Old brother Tianying, if I remember correctly, you seem to have told me that there was something even more valuable than Tianju's cultivation inheritance in the Tianju ancient tomb, right?" The sudden change in Xiaoyan's tone caused Tianying to be slightly startled. Soon after, he recovered. After musing for a moment, he nodded. His eyes looked at Xiaoyan in front of him and said, "Don't worry." "That's right. I remember you specifically asked me the name of the cultivation method. It's called the origin returning technique." In the central region of the Yuanwu continent, the strange mirror in a mysterious pitch-black space suddenly began to tremble violently. Several pairs of eyes that were unable to discern the direction shot out from the darkness, their expressions filled with anticipation. Buzz buzz buzz, suddenly, the spatial tunnel in the middle of the mirror suddenly became distorted. Soon after, 3 human figures were spat out one after another. Among the 3 human figures, 2 of them were wrapped in black fog. They were the 2 mysterious strong people who had stepped into the Dochi continent. As for the remaining one, she was a beautiful woman wearing a purple dress who possessed a face that could topple the world. This woman was Sun Er. Unfortunately, Sun Er had already fainted during the process of passing through the spatial tunnel. At this moment, her pretty face was incomparably pale. It was completely bloodless. With Sun Er's Doshing strength, it was really difficult for her to endure this pressure under the control of the 2 Bandi experts. "Huh?" However, after seeing that the 3 of them had returned, a couple of soft exclamations were emitted from the surrounding dark space. "What happened to all of you? Where is the key? Where is the key that I asked you to find?" A dark, deep questioning voice was emitted from the darkness. It was not difficult to hear that this voice contained a fury. "Ugh, see, sir, we did not find the key, bang." The 2 people trembled as they spoke within the black fog. However, before their words sounded, an extremely powerful aura suddenly descended from the sky. The bodies of the 2 people appeared to have suffered a heavy blow. With a bang, they violently smashed into the invisible empty space. Fresh blood was immediately spat out from the mouths of the 2 people. It swiftly entered the empty space in front of them and was swiftly refined by a strange strength. See, sir, the key is not, on the Dochi continent. The hearts of the two people were shocked. They nearly thought that they had stepped into the gates of hell. An instant later, they hurriedly reacted. If they did not speak clearly, it was likely that they would really die. What? If the key is not in the Dochi continent, then where is it? The voice in the darkness sounded extremely gloomy. The two people in the black fog, who had already sunk into serious injuries, hurriedly recounted the events that had occurred on the Dochi continent with trembling hearts. That fellow in the darkness finally withdrew the aura and pressure that he had emitted. In other words, not only can we confirm that the key is with Xiaoyan, but the Dochi continent has also given birth to 3 other half-emperors? Humph, a mere half-martial monarch is nothing but an ant. Killing him is as easy as flipping my hand. An ant is an ant, but it also depends on whether you have the ability to really kill him. Even if you want to kill him, there are still people watching covetously. Once that kid's identity is exposed and they protect him in advance, it will be troublesome. A few hoarse voices mocked each other in the darkness. The 2 half-emperors took the opportunity to consume a medicinal pill and hurriedly recover from the injuries within their bodies. A trace of joy involuntarily surged within their hearts. That great person had once told them that as long as they returned, he would guarantee that they would no longer have to worry about anything in the future. This was something that they clearly remembered. According to what you have said, the key is currently still with you. Have you not taken it back? Suddenly, a powerful voice was emitted from this dark space. In an instant, the mocking voices from a moment ago were completely swept away. The 2 half-emperors could clearly sense that their souls involuntarily trembled the moment that voice was transmitted over. The hearts of the 2 of them were both shocked and happy. They did not know just what would happen next, but they knew that their bitter days had finally come to an end. The 2 of you are planning to use her to threaten Xiaoyan to hand over the key? The voice was transmitted once again. The 2 fellows, who thought that they were smart, hurriedly nodded. However, they were unaware of the many pairs of eyes that were filled with cold laughter and ridicule in the surrounding darkness. Your idea is not bad, that voice spoke indifferently. The 2 of them immediately rejoiced in their hearts when they heard this. They hurriedly asked, Sir, about the thing that you promised us, I will keep my word. From today onwards, the 2 of you do not need to care about anything in this world. You will be free of worries. This time, the 2 of them could clearly hear the change in emotion in the voice. Immediately, a chill rapidly rose from the bottom of their hearts. The chill was like the surface of a frozen lake, rapidly spreading throughout their bodies. In the end, it turned into endless fear. Bang! Soon after, a deep explosion rang out. The 2 of them exploded at the same time, turning into a bloody mist that was quickly devoured by the surrounding space. As long as the 2 of you die, everything will be over. Similarly, I will be free of worries. This can be considered as fulfilling your wishes. The owner of the voice muttered in the darkness. A pair of scarlet eyes were actually able to emit a blood-like scarlet light in the darkness. In the end, they quietly closed. As for the other few, they seemed to have long become accustomed to such an outcome. They were all too clear about that person's methods. Yuanwu continent, western region, outside the Shilin mountain range. In the blink of an eye, a week had already passed since the big battle in the Shilin mountain range. Only today did Xiaoyan leave the Shilin mountain range and head towards the west. That was where the western wastelands region was located. Back then, Tianning had once told Xiaoyan that there were 3 large halls within the Tianzhu ancient tomb. The 3 large halls respectively stored the cultivation inheritance of Tianzhu. In addition, there was also the inheritance of Tianzhu's spiritual essence. However, the thing that Xiaoyan was most concerned about was the last one. It was the qi method that Tianzhu practiced, the return to source skill. As he had only asked for the name back then, Xiaoyan did not pay too much attention to it. However, now that he knew that the return to source skill was related to Xiaoyan, Xiaoyan had to go to the Tianzhu ancient tomb no matter what. Although it was rumored in the outside world that all 3 of Tianzhu's famous Do skills had to be present in order to open the Tianzhu ancient tomb, Xiaoyan hoped to try his luck. Xiaoyan remembered that Morong Xianxian had once told him about a place called Shahipu. That place was an important area that connected the Xiling region and the Western Wastelands region. If one wanted to enter the Western Wastelands region, that place was a place that one must pass through. However, before that, Xiaoyan wanted to make a trip to Yan City. After all, Xianxia was still there. After not seeing him for a few years, he did not know what she would think of him after seeing the current him. The corners of Xiaoyan's mouth involuntarily revealed a somewhat expectant smile when he thought of this. A week later, a black-robed Xiaoyan once again arrived at the outskirts of Yan City. Xiaoyan raised his head and looked at the bustling city in front of him as he stood outside the city. A relaxed smile involuntarily surfaced on his face. After 5 years, he had returned to this place. Everything appeared to have not changed. He wondered if Xianxia was the same as before. As this thought flashed across his mind, Xiaoyan's footsteps did not linger as he strode towards the inner part of Yan City. Following the route in his memory, Xiaoyan arrived in front of an ancient-looking building a short while later. The 3 large words "Thousand Medicinal House" were written on the signboard on the door. Seeing this, the smile on the corner of Xiaoyan's mouth involuntarily became even wider. Some scenes from a couple of years ago involuntarily surfaced in his mind. When he arrived in front of the Thousand Medicine shop, the main doors were open. The flow of people coming and going indicated that this business was booming. As the largest shop in Yan City, the daily profits of the Thousand Medicine shop were ranked among the top in Yan City. Thus, it was reasonable for there to be so many people here. After entering the Thousand Medicine shop, Xiaoyan first found the shop's manager. The latter immediately recognized Xiaoyan when he first saw him. However, due to Xianxia's special instructions, Xiaoyan's identity was not discovered by outsiders. According to the manager, Xiaoyan found out that Xianxia was not in the front of the Thousand Medicine shop. This situation had been going on for a long time. According to the manager's guess, Xianxia should be in her own courtyard. As for why this happened so often, the elder did not elaborate. He only stared at Xiaoyan for a long time, as if he knew something, but also as if he did not know anything. With regards to this, Xiaoyan did not probe further. Since the other party was unwilling to speak, he naturally had no reason to probe further. He could only turn around and head towards Yan City, towards Xianxia's courtyard. After a short period of time, Xiaoyan arrived at this place. After pondering for a moment, he did not directly barge in. Instead, with a thought, the soul orb between his eyebrows trembled slightly as a formless spiritual force spread out and swiftly spread across the entire courtyard. After a few breaths, Xiaoyan's spiritual force locked onto a small courtyard. The small courtyard was not large. There were a few trees that were green all year round. There were stone tables and stone chairs in the courtyard, and flowers and grass were everywhere. There was a pond in the corner of the courtyard, and on the blue stone beside the pond, a beautiful woman in a red dress was sitting there with her legs crossed. As the cultivation method in her body circulated, the energy between heaven and earth uncontrollably gathered towards the woman in the red dress. From the looks of this lady's appearance, she was surprisingly the owner of the Thousand Medicinal House, Xianxia. 5 years did not leave any scars on Xianxia's beautiful face. Instead, it caused her to gain an additional mature charm. Additionally, her strength had finally advanced to a 3-star Dodi after 5 years. With such strength, she could be considered a tyrant even in the western region. There were not many people who could touch her. Xiaoyan could not help but be slightly startled when he saw the latter's appearance as she sat on the blue stone. That spot was where he had once sat and trained. Who is it? While Xiaoyan's emotions were fluctuating, Xianxia, who was seated on the blue stone within the small courtyard, also instantly discovered the latter's spiritual probing. Although it was only for an instant, it caused the latter to feel a great threat. To be able to spread his soul strength to her side without her noticing, just from this point alone, the strength of the other party was absolutely not below Xianxia's. In fact, it was extremely likely that the other party was even stronger than her. Don't tell me that the old man from the Zhao clan who will not die has broken through? Xianxia's heart tightened. If it was that person, it would be troublesome. On the other side, Xiaoyan had also withdrawn his spiritual strength the moment Xianxia discovered it. He involuntarily smiled awkwardly in his heart. With his current strength, it was naturally impossible for Xianxia to easily discover his spiritual strength. This was because the emotion in his heart had changed slightly earlier, creating a little fluctuation that allowed Xianxia to discover his existence. However, since he had already been discovered, there was naturally no need for Xiaoyan to continue hiding. Cuckoo, it has been 5 years since we last met. I wonder how Xianxia has been. However, just as Xianxia's pretty face was solemn as she looked all around, a clear laughter was suddenly transmitted from the sky above the courtyard. Soon after, the black-robed Xiaoyan's body suddenly appeared in the small courtyard. Xiaoyan, who had secretly appeared, caused Xianxia's delicate body to tremble. She reflexively flashed and appeared in front of Xiaoyan. The doqi in her body also began to swiftly circulate at this moment. However, in the next moment, Xianxia's delicate body suddenly paused. Her entire mind abruptly surged. A pair of beautiful eyes stared intently at the face of the black-robed man in front of her. Her mind was like a bell ringing as she continuously recalled the words that the black-robed man had spat out. A few seconds later, Xianxia's eyes quickly turned red. A thin layer of moisture could not help but swirl in her eyes. You're still willing to come back. Finally, Xianxia could not help but reveal an aggrieved expression as she cried out to Xiaoyan. Cuckoo, Xianxia, have you been well these past 5 years? I was almost worried to death by you. Xianxia fiercely glared at Xiaoyan as she coquettishly pouted. In response, Xiaoyan smiled embarrassedly. To be honest, he suddenly did not want to rest for so long. He had no choice but to do so in order to break through his strength. Half a month ago, I heard that the 4 great clans sent people into the Xiling mountain range. We all guessed that they might be targeting you. However, seeing that you're safe and sound, it shouldn't be. Seeing that Xiaoyan had returned safe and sound, the large stone in Xianxia's heart finally fell heavily. She let out a long sigh of relief and said with a light smile. After all, the 4 great clans had mobilized quite a number of people this time. If such a large-scale operation was only to capture a half-emperor-level Xiaoyan, why would he appear in front of her now? Cuckoo, the person they wanted to capture was really me. However, they were unlucky and were left there forever by me. Hearing Xianxia's words, Xiaoyan lightly scratched his head and said with a calm expression. When these words were said, Xianxia could not help but be stunned. At the same time that she felt shocked in her heart, she was also endlessly suspicious. Xianxia naturally understood what Xiaoyan meant by leaving them there forever. However, with Xiaoyan's strength, how was it possible for him to do so? You said that you left them there forever. Don't tell me that they really went there to capture you? Xiaoyan smiled and nodded gently to show his affirmation. The ones leading them were all 4-star Dodi. If you were able to leave them there, doesn't that mean that your cultivation is, huh? Before the words from Xianxia's mouth sounded, a thought passed through Xiaoyan's heart. Immediately, a faint aura swiftly spread from within his body. This pressure might not pose any threat to Xianxia in front of him, but just this pressure was sufficient to let Xianxia know his current cultivation level. This is, 5-star Dodi. In an instant, a shocked expression involuntarily surfaced on Xianxia's pretty face. The shock in her heart was indescribable. How did you do it? You actually leaped from a 6-star Bandi to a 5-star Dodi in 5 years. This is equivalent to an entire class. Xianxia's pretty face was shocked as she stared at Xiaoyan in front of her. Even though she had clearly sensed the aura on Xiaoyan's body, she still did not dare to easily believe that the strength of this black-robed man in front of her had actually reached the level of a 5-star Dodi. This was really unbelievable. However, after hearing Xiaoyan's explanation, Xianxia finally understood. No wonder Xiaoyan's strength had soared. It was because he had swallowed the heavenly flame. TSK, heavenly flame is really mysterious. It can actually allow your strength to soar by so much. If there are a few more heavenly flames, won't your strength immediately soar and you will become an ultimate expert? Xianxia's pretty eyes contained some excitement as she looked at Xiaoyan. It was as though she was that ultimate expert. Xiaoyan smiled bitterly and shook his head when he heard this. He sighed and said, swallowing a heavenly flame is not as simple as you think. I have spent quite a lot of effort in order to swallow the bone-chilling flame. I nearly lost my life during the process. If it were not because of some luck and competence, I would not have been able to survive until now. Only after these words were spoken did Xianxia pout her mouth and become quiet. Xiao Yan paused for a moment before continuing. Moreover, let's not talk about how difficult and dangerous it is to refine a heavenly flame. Just finding a heavenly flame is also extremely difficult. Based on what I currently know, I only know that there is a heavenly flame in the northern region. I am completely clueless about the rest. I don't even know the exact location of that heavenly flame. I can only be certain that there is a heavenly flame in the northern region. The confidence in Xiao Yan's words caused Jin Yao to be startled. She did not expect Xiao Yan to be so confident. However, she did not know that it was not that Xiao Yan was confident in this information. It was just that he believed in Gu Yu's words. If Gu Yu said that there was a heavenly flame, then there definitely was. What do you plan to do now? Head to the northern region to search for the heavenly flame? Jin Yao returned to her senses and frowned. Her tone was filled with reluctance as she carefully asked. I plan to go to the western wasteland region first. There, I also have something I want to take back. No matter what. Are you talking about that little girl called Murong Xianxia? Jin Yao rolled her eyes. She never thought that she would say something like that. The moment she said those words, her pretty face couldn't help but blush. She wished she could swallow back the words she had just said. Hearing this, Xiao Yan couldn't help but be slightly startled. If Jin Yao hadn't mentioned it, perhaps he really would have forgotten about that little girl. However, when Jin Yao saw Xiao Yan's startled appearance, she thought that he was concerned about what she had just said. She hastily opened her mouth to explain, her voice somewhat flustered. Don't misunderstand. I just happened to overhear it. Who asked the two of you to talk behind me? Her voice wasn't loud, but towards the end, it was inexplicably lingering with a hint of hidden bitterness. Xiao Yan softly chuckled. He didn't care about this at all. Soon after, he lifted his gaze and looked towards Jin Yao, smiling as he said, Sister Jin Yao, you don't need to think too much. The thing I am referring to is a very important accessory to me and not a person. Moreover, it has nothing to do with Murong Xianxian. Instead, it has something to do with an elder of mine. At this point, Xiao Yan no longer spoke. He lifted his head and looked towards the sky, his heart filled with anticipation. When she heard Xiao Yan's words, the expression on Jin Yao's pretty face was slightly startled. Soon after, she saw Xiao Yan's startled expression. This expression didn't contain any romantic feelings. Instead, it was a kind of reverence. Just like Xiao Yan had said, it was an elder of his. Jin Yao. Get out here and accept your death. However, at this moment, an earth-shaking roar was transmitted over from the sky above Yan City like a thunderclap, causing the city below to tremble slightly. Immediately, everyone in the city was greatly alarmed. Numerous gazes were like spotlights as they looked towards the source of the voice. They saw a gray-robed elder standing in the sky. His turbid old eyes swept back and forth across the city below. In the blink of an eye, he had already determined Jin Yao's location. Jin Yao. 3 years. This old man has waited for 3 years. Today is the day that you will pay with your blood. The instant he saw Jin Yao, an extremely powerful aura suddenly erupted from within the elder's body. It transformed into an invisible energy storm that ruthlessly pressed down on Jin Yao in the city below. When he saw this scene, Xiao Yan immediately frowned. The Doqi in his body swiftly circulated as he prepared to take action to suppress the elder. However, in the next moment, another powerful aura appeared and forcefully suppressed the aura of the gray-robed elder in the sky. This sudden situation caused Xiao Yan to be stunned. He turned his head to look and a surprised expression immediately appeared on his face. This was because the person who had intervened was actually the chairman of the Tianyun auction house, Dong Chuan. The Tianyun auction house has always been neutral and will not intervene in any disputes between factions. Why would he intervene for you? Could it be that this uncle has taken a liking to you, Jin Yao Jie? Xiao Yan frowned slightly. Soon after, his face was full of smiles as he teased Jin Yao. When the latter heard this, her pretty face turned red as she stepped forward. Her jade-like hand pinched Xiao Yan's waist. Immediately, the expression on Xiao Yan's face twisted violently as he repeatedly cried out and begged for mercy. Let's see if you still dare to speak nonsense. Jin Yao hatefully scolded. Only then did she turn her face and look at the gray-robed elder in the sky. A cold light gradually condensed in her beautiful eyes. Let's go up and take a look. After regaining his senses, Xiaoyan also put away his playful thoughts. Amidst Jinyao's soft cry, he grabbed the latter's jade-like hand. His figure moved and instantly swept into the sky. Humph, Chairman Dong Chuan, what do you mean by this? 3 years ago, you stopped me from killing this woman to avenge my son. 3 years later, you still intend to stop me. In the sky, seeing that Dong Chuan had actually stopped his actions once again, the gray-robed elder's wrinkled old face immediately revealed a trace of anger. If it wasn't for the fact that he was afraid of the strength of the person in front of him, he would have already charged forward. Zhao Mian, your son's death was originally an accident. Why do you keep pestering Jinyao? 3 years ago, I sent you away because I wanted you to reflect on yourself. I didn't expect that 3 years later, you would still be so obstinate. Dong Chuan looked at the gray-robed elder opposite him with a solemn expression. What bullshit misunderstanding. This old man's son died because of this woman. At that time, the servant who reported clearly said that the person who chased after my son to stop him was this woman. But you also said that your son was also chasing after someone at that time. Perhaps it was because of her that your son died? How is that possible? How could a mere pseudo-emperor be my son's match? In the sky, Dong Chuan and the old man were arguing endlessly. It was also at this moment that 2 figures strode into the sky like bolts of lightning and stood between the 2 of them. Hee, your son is Zhao Xian? Who are you? Hearing Xiaoyan's words, the gray-robed elder immediately replied in a deep voice. You weren't wrong earlier. Your son did indeed die at my hands. Ignoring Zhao Mian's words, Xiaoyan faintly smiled as he spoke in an unconcerned manner. Following Xiaoyan's words, the expressions on the faces of Zhao Mian and Dong Chuan in the sky froze. Who are you? In the sky, the gray-robed old man's turbid old eyes stared intently at the black-robed, young man who had suddenly appeared in front of him. The expression on his old face was both shocked and furious when he heard the words that were spat out from the latter's mouth. Cuckoo, old Zhao is really old. Old people tend to forget things. Back then, you had recognized my identity without revealing yourself. Why is it that you are asking me who I am now that we have met? Xiaoyan held Jinyao's tender white hand in the empty sky. He faced the gray-robed old man with a cold smile in front of the latter's shy eyes. Both of his eyes were filled with ridicule. This old man in front of him was surprisingly the 2-star Dodi from the Zhao clan whom Xiaoyan had met back in Sulan City. However, back then, he was at the critical juncture of breaking through to the 3-star Dodi class and did not have the time to bother with Xiaoyan. Only then was Xiaoyan able to leave. It was unexpected that he was actually Zhao Xian's father. If it was not because Zhao Mian had mentioned that his son was chasing after a bandit and that Jinyao had chased after him to stop him, Xiaoyan might not have thought of this point. Xiaoyan. It was also at this moment that Dong Chuan, who was behind Xiaoyan and Jinyao, suddenly cried out involuntarily. His voice was filled with excitement. He had also heard about the matter of the 4 great clans sending people to barge into the Shilin mountain range half a month ago. At that time, he had immediately thought of Xiaoyan. However, he did not expect that he would actually meet him again in Yan City half a month later. Cuckoo, old brother Dong Chuan, it has been 5 years since we last met. How have you been? Xiaoyan smiled and turned his head when he heard Dong Chuan's exclamation. His face revealed a warm smile. The icy cold appearance from a moment ago had completely disappeared. It's really you. Seeing Xiaoyan with his own eyes caused Dong Chuan to be pleasantly surprised. A moment ago, his face still had a solemn expression, but in the next moment, it revealed an excited expression. This 180-degree change in an instant caused everyone in the city below to be involuntarily stunned. However, when they heard the name that came out of Dong Chuan's mouth, they immediately reacted. No wonder this black-robed young man was able to cause an expert of Dong Chuan's level to cry out in surprise. It turns out that he was Xiaoyan, whose name shook the western region 5 years ago. Xiaoyan, he's actually Xiaoyan. Rumor has it that he was captured by the 4 great clans 5 years ago. Why would he suddenly appear here? What do you mean he's dead? Back then. When he was surrounded by the 4 great clans, he fled into the forest. In order to not be caught, he hid for 5 years before daring to come out. That's right. I heard that half a month ago, the 4 great clans once again sent people to approach the Xiling mountain range. They were most likely sent to capture Xiaoyan. However, I did not expect that Xiaoyan had already escaped. He's really lucky. In a moment, the city below became noisy. All kinds of discussions continuously buzzed in the sky above Yan City, just like a swarm of bees flying in the sky. However, Xiaoyan, who was in the sky, did not seem to care at all. Dong Chuan's eyebrows were tightly furrowed as he stepped forward. His gaze swept across the black mass of people in the city below as a trace of apology involuntarily appeared in his eyes. Brother Xiaoyan, it's fine. Let him be. When he saw this, Xiaoyan chuckled in an unconcerned manner. As of now, as long as the 4 great sects did not join forces, it was already very difficult for them to pose much of a threat to him. The reason why Yi Luo Tian was able to seize the opportunity at the Xiling mountain range previously was because he had placed all his attention on the 4 great clans. In a one-on-one battle, even if he was not a match for any of the 4 great sects, Xiaoyan was confident that he had the ability to completely protect himself. Hence, whether his identity was exposed or not was no longer important to him. When he saw Xiaoyan's confident appearance, Dong Chuan's heart was filled with doubt. Then, his gaze turned and once again looked towards Zhao Mian. At this moment, the flesh on the latter's old face involuntarily twitched intensely after hearing Dong Chuan's words. He did not expect that Xiaoyan, whose identity had been exposed by him back then and who had been chased by Zhao Xian, would actually appear here so coincidentally. Moreover, Xiaoyan had once again gotten involved with his Zhao clan. Zhao Mian's heart tightened slightly when he sensed the gazes that Xiaoyan's group shot over. Not long ago, he had broken through to the advanced 3-star Do-D class. Moreover, he had rushed over to Yan City with a murderous look the moment he came out of his retreat. His goal was to kill Jin Yao and take revenge for his dead son. However, he had never expected that things would end up like this. Zhao Mian, your son was vicious and merciless. He had viciously chased after Xiaoyan for the bounty offered by the 4 great sects. In the end, he had caused his own death. This can be considered as him reaping what he sowed. In this continent, endless greed will always have a price to pay. Your son is the best proof. Jin Yao took a step forward and arrived in front of Xiaoyan. Her pretty eyes stared at Zhao Mian as she spoke in a dense tone, twisting words and forcing logic. Xiaoyan, you have killed the son of the old me. Today, the old me shall take your life as a sacrifice to him. Hearing Jin Yao's words, Zhao Mian's face was distorted as he stared fiercely at Xiaoyan. As long as he had the chance, he would definitely forcefully kill Xiaoyan today even if Dong Chuan were to stand in front of him. After his voice sounded, Zhao Mian's body shook. The aura within his body surged and the long gray robe that he was wearing moved without any wind. An extremely powerful force and pressure also surged out from his body, transforming into an invisible energy storm that swiftly spread across the sky above Yan City. Zhao Mian, you, old brother Dong Chuan, allow me to do it myself. Seeing Zhao Mian in this manner, Dong Chuan immediately frowned. With Zhao Mian's advanced 3-star Do-D strength, how could Xiaoyan be his match? However, just as Dong Chuan was about to step forward, Xiaoyan smiled faintly and stopped him with a hand. Immediately, Dong Chuan took 2 steps forward under the latter's somewhat worried gaze. His expression was calm as he looked at Zhao Mian opposite him. Behind him, Jin Yao's face carried ridicule as she looked at Zhao Mian. Her pair of pretty eyes revealed a trace of disdain. Seeing this, Dong Chuan by the side could not help but frown. His face revealed a suspicious expression as he said, Brother Xiaoyan does not appear to be someone who likes to show off. However, by doing this, what exactly is, chairman, continue watching. You will soon know. Moreover, the expression on that fellow's face will definitely be very interesting in a while. Jin Yao did not directly reply to Dong Chuan's question. She pursed her red lips and smiled as she looked at Xiaoyan. Her pretty eyes emitted a bright light, as though she was proud. Almost at the same time, Zhao Mian's frightening aura that belonged to an advanced 3-star Do-D violently attacked Xiaoyan like a storm. From the looks of it, the latter seemed to want to rely on this pressure alone to completely suppress Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan, today, the old me will take revenge for my son. Die. Zhao Mian's old face was densely cold. A powerful aura violently pressed down on Xiaoyan's head. It was just like an invisible mountain, its aura frightening. However, Xiaoyan still maintained a calm expression in the face of this. He did not reveal the slightest fluctuation in his emotions because of the pressure above his head. In the next moment, when the pressure suddenly fell, Xiaoyan's pair of dark black eyes suddenly lifted. Immediately, an incomparably sharp invisible aura instantly cut through the pressure above his head like a sharp sword. Soon after, his dense gaze landed on Zhao Mian's body. The coldness that filled Zhao Mian's eyes was about to turn into a substance. In an instant, it caused Zhao Mian's entire body to feel a deep chill. It was as though he was in a 10,000-year-old ice house. He was incomparably terrified. At the same time, the expression on Dong Chuan's face behind Xiaoyan suddenly changed drastically at this moment. In the sky above Yan City, Xiaoyan had only used one gaze to instantly break Zhao Mian's aura and pressure. It was like a sword that could cut through metal like mud, cutting through duckweed on the surface of the water. It did not cause the slightest ripple. All of this appeared to be so natural. However, at the same time this scene appeared, everyone in Yan City, other than Jin Yao, were stunned. Numerous gazes were filled with shock as they stared intently at the black-robed human figure in the sky. Everyone's faces were filled with an expression of disbelief. The appearance of this scene was really hard to imagine and hard to believe. The aura and pressure of a 3-star Dodi had actually been instantly broken by just one gaze. This was a 3-star Dodi. Even in the entire western region, he was a person who stood at the top of the pyramid. It was not that there were no people in the entire western region who could contend with him, but they were only a small minority. However, the thing that caused them to not dare to imagine was that Xiaoyan seemed to be merely a bandit. Xiaoyan had disappeared for 5 years, causing these people's impression of him to ultimately remain from 5 years ago. Indeed, Xiaoyan was merely a 6-star bandit 5 years ago. With such strength, it was naturally impossible for him to be a match for an advanced 3-star Dodi. However, 5 years. This extremely short yet long period of time might not be considered much in the eyes of these self-proclaimed experts, but it was sufficient for Xiaoyan to change many things. For example, his current cultivation had leaped from a 6-star bandit 5 years ago to a 5-star middle-stage Dodi. Such a large contrast was indeed hard to believe. It was no wonder that these people would reveal such an expression on their faces. As for Zhao Mian, his old face was also filled with a dumbfounded expression. His mouth was wide open, as if his entire jaw was about to be dislocated. His pair of deeply sunken old eyes suddenly protruded outwards. His eyeballs were swollen outwards as if they were about to fall out of their sockets. The muscles on his tanned old face were tense, stiff like a statue. Waves of cold sweat uncontrollably flowed down from his temples. The breathing at the tip of his nose also seemed to have become sluggish at this moment. His entire person looked like a dried corpse. His appearance was extremely frightening. Xiaoyan. Brother Xiaoyan, your cultivation, haha, not long ago, I was lucky enough to break through to the middle stage of a 5-star Dodi. However, compared to Brother Dong Chuan, it is still lacking by quite a bit. Hearing the shocked words from behind him, a slight smile appeared on Little Silver's face. His appearance was completely harmless. Where was the dense killing intent from a moment ago? You fellow, your training speed is really frightening. It has only been 5 years and you have actually leaped from a 6-star half-emperor to a 5-star Dodi. TSK, I really don't know how you train. Hearing Xiaoyan's admission, Dong Chuan could not help but curl his lips. His gaze swept up and down Xiaoyan's body as he spoke with a face full of praise. I was just lucky. Hearing this, Xiaoyan once again smiled. He gently scratched his head but did not provide any further explanation. Hearing such vague words, Dong Chuan was not in a position to ask any more questions. He could only continue to praise a few more times before withdrawing his gaze. 5-star Dodi, middle stage. Following the sound of Xiaoyan's words, not only Dong Chuan, but even Zhao Mian, who was standing in the air in a daze, felt an endless amount of fear in his heart at this moment. No matter how he thought about it, he would never have imagined that Xiaoyan's strength would actually leap from a 6-star half-emperor to a 5-star Dodi within 5 years. Even in the entire Western continent, there were not many experts of this level. The thing that caused Zhao Mian to feel the most fear was that given Xiaoyan's current cultivation, it would be extremely easy for him to kill him if he wanted to, even though they were both elite Dodi. If they were to truly compare, it was completely impossible for an advanced 3-star Dodi like him to be a match for an intermediate 5-star Dodi like Xiaoyan. Between elite Dodi, the gap between each line was as large as a chasm. This was not something that a half-emperor could compare with. Even though they were both elite Dodi, if there was a slight gap between their cultivations, just this point alone would be enough to allow the other party to suppress you. Normally speaking, the strength of an intermediate 3-star Dodi would definitely not be a match for an advanced 3-star Dodi, much less a 4-star Dodi or a 5-star Dodi. Hence, with Zhao Mian's strength, he naturally did not have the courage to face Xiaoyan, who had already reached the intermediate 5-star Dodi level. Hence, after witnessing Xiaoyan's frightening move, Zhao Mian's heart had already given birth to the thought of retreating. In a battle between the strong, even if it was just a face-to-face exchange, many things could be expressed. Just from that glance from Xiaoyan earlier, this battle had actually ended before it had even begun. "Cuckoo, old Zhao, may I know if you still plan to continue fighting? If you are willing, I won't mind. I'm just afraid that your Zhao clan will be removed from the western region from now on. You dare to threaten me?" Hearing Xiaoyan's words, a furious expression immediately surfaced on Zhao Mian's old face. Xiaoyan coldly laughed. "If you want to be more direct, I can also choose not to threaten you." The instant Xiaoyan spat out these words, Xiaoyan flicked his finger. A sharp dochi pillar immediately shot out from Xiaoyan's fingertip. Like an arrow, it carried a lightning-like speed and arrived in front of Zhao Mian in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, Zhao Mian's old face immediately turned pale with fright. His heart was filled with fear as he hurriedly retreated. Finally, that dochi pillar entered empty space and disappeared in a flash. Even though this was the case, it still caused Zhao Mian to be extremely shocked. "If you don't want to die, it is still not too late to turn around now. Disappear from my sight within 10 breaths. If you don't leave, don't blame me for being vicious." Xiaoyan's face once again recovered its coldness. He did not feel any pity in his heart when facing the person in front of him. The reason why he did not kill him was because he felt that there was no need to do so. If it was in the past, a 3-star Dodi would indeed be a problem. However, at this moment, a 3-star Dodi was nothing in front of him. It would not change whether he left such a person alive or not. Since he had the ability to easily kill Zhao Mian today, he would not care about him in the future. Of course, if this old man insisted on going his own way, Xiaoyan would not mind sending him off. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, enough. This old man will just leave. However, you must remember that this matter is not over. In the blink of an eye, 10 breaths were almost up. Zhao Mian's heart also became increasingly anxious. Only at the last moment did he viciously throw down these words. Immediately, he did not dare to stay any longer. He hurriedly turned around and swiftly left in the direction he had come from. In the blink of an eye, he had already disappeared from everyone's sight. Only at this moment did Xiaoyan coldly withdraw his gaze. He turned his eyes and looked at the two people behind him. At the same time, the indifferent expression on his face also swiftly changed. The instant he turned around, he had already recovered his warm appearance. His amiable appearance was completely different from a moment ago. Xiaoyan and the other two were standing within Jinyao's mansion in Yan City. At this moment, an old man's figure slowly descended from the sky above the mansion. "Haha, little brother Xiaoyan, it has been 5 years since we last met. Your strength has soared. You have actually already reached the 5-star Dodi class. You have really caused these old bones of mine to lose face." Before the person arrived, a hearty laughter had already been transmitted from a great distance and reverberated unceasingly within this small courtyard. This person was naturally the manager of the Tianyun auction house, Fang Qian. After not seeing each other for 5 years, Fang Qian's cultivation had already stepped into the initial level of a 4-star Dodi. He could be considered the second strongest person within Yan City. However, compared to Xiaoyan's soaring cultivation, Fang Qian's strength was clearly insufficient. Seeing the person who had arrived, Xiaoyan and Dong Chuan, who were seated beside the stone table, smiled at each other. They stood up together and looked at Fang Qian. On the other side, Xianxia took out a couple of exquisite jade cups from her room and filled them with tea. Her footsteps were light as she walked over. Haha, elder brother, you're being too humble. I was just lucky enough to obtain my current cultivation level. Elder brother Fang Qian, you're getting more and more energetic even though you've not seen me for 5 years. Haha, this little fellow is trying to change the topic. Fang Qian descended and laughed out loud. After which, his eyes flashed as he saw Xianxia strolling over while holding a cup of tea. A surprised expression involuntarily flashed across his old eyes. He exchanged glances with Dong Chuan and the two of them involuntarily smiled. Immediately, Fang Qian took the opportunity when Xianxia placed down the jade cup and walked away to softly tease Xiaoyan with a smile. TSK, little brother Xiaoyan is really outstanding. Xianxia can be considered one of the strongest people in Yan City. Usually, she would not be so warm even when facing the two of us. Today, when she saw little brother Xiaoyan, she actually became as obedient as a little wife. Ha ha ha. Xiaoyan was startled. He could not help but smile awkwardly. After which, he smiled bitterly and said, Elder brother, don't make fun of your younger brother like that. I treat her like an elder sister, so naturally, she only treats me like a younger brother. Our relationship is just that of siblings. Dong Chuan and Xianxia were immediately startled when these words were uttered. Their gazes swiftly met for an instant before they laughed out loud. Fang Qian's gaze swept back and forth between Xiaoyan and Xianxia. He quietly said in his heart, Brat, you treat her as your big sister, but do you know what she treats you as? Next, the three of them casually chatted for a while. When they talked about Xiaoyan's next destination, the expressions on Dong Chuan and the other man's faces could not help but change slightly. What, you want to open the ancient tomb of Heaven's End by yourself? Yes, because there's something very important waiting for me to retrieve it. Facing Fang Qian, Xiaoyan nodded his head and said with a determined expression on his face. But you should also know that if you want to open the ancient tomb of Heaven's End, you must first gather the 3 famous Do techniques of Tianzhu. Only by using the 3 Do techniques together can you open the ancient tomb of Heaven's End. Just relying on one of them is impossible. How would I know if I don't give it a try? If I reject it without seeing the result with my own eyes, wouldn't that be too hasty? Even if my sky extinction steps alone can't open the sky extinction ancient tomb, I must personally give it a try. Dong Chuan and Xianxia repeatedly dissuaded him. However, Xiaoyan's stance was firm. No matter what, he must make a trip to the ancient tomb of Heaven's End. Even if he could not open it in the end, he wanted to personally prove it. When the 2 brothers saw how firm Xiaoyan was, they could only helplessly sigh. Cuckoo, the 2 of you can relax. If I really can't open the ancient tomb of Heaven's End, I can just turn back. Don't tell me that the 2 of you don't believe in my strength? Hearing this, Dong Chuan and Xianxia smiled and nodded. They did not doubt Xiaoyan's strength at all. When he was a bandit, he was able to cause a Do Di to suffer and even kill a Do Di. Now that his strength had reached a 5-star Do Di, Xiaoyan's fighting strength would only be even more frightening than before. Currently, even in the entire western region, the number of people who could fight with Xiaoyan could be counted with one's fingers. When do you plan to leave? 3 days later. Xiaoyan's face revealed a smile as he replied without the slightest hesitation. While the words were being spat out from Xiaoyan's mouth, he did not notice that Xianxia, whose lovely body was wrapped under a red dress, was staring at him with a pair of startled pretty eyes a short distance behind him. A complicated expression was revealed deep within her eyes. Finally, she turned around in a lonely manner and walked to the side of the pond by herself. At the same time, the 4 large sects on Qingshan Mountain finally began to move. The Sky Sword Gate's territory. 4 human figures were standing in the meeting hall. The expressions on their faces were somewhat gloomy, especially the chief of the Sky Sword Gate, Jian Ming. His eyes contained a surging killing intent that could not be contained. It is unexpected that the speed of that brat's growth is actually this fast. In just a short couple of years, his strength has already reached a 5-star Do Di. That brat's strength was already extraordinary when he was a bandit. He was known for his strength that far surpassed those of the same level. With his current strength, it is likely that he can already fight with a 6-star Dodi. What should we do now? A couple of days ago, someone came to report that he has already left the Xiling mountain range and is heading west. I wonder what he is planning. Hey, Wu Jitian, the western side is the territory of your battle sect. A couple of years ago, I heard that Xiaoyan had a fight with a deacon of your battle sect. Don't tell me that he is targeting you? That somewhat heavy voice had just sounded when a cold laugh was emitted from the mouth of another person. Jianming, you should take care of yourself. Just Xiaoyan alone does not have the ability to barge into my battle sect. That may not be the case. I heard that the brat is also a physical body practitioner. Not only is his doqi outstanding, but his physical body is also quite strong. Additionally, he is also an alchemist. TSK, Jianming laughed strangely when he heard this. His face was filled with a cold smile. I think that your Sky Sword Gate is afraid after being beaten by Xiaoyan. All you can say is how strong Xiaoyan is. You really boost his morale. What did you say? Enough. The most important thing now is how to deal with Xiaoyan and not us being unreasonable here. Of course, if any of you wish to deal with Xiaoyan alone and are unwilling to join forces, you can step forward now. We will go our separate ways and see who will have the last laugh. Chen Jin suddenly stepped forward while the two of them were arguing endlessly. He stopped the two of them with a single sentence. In the blink of an eye, the atmosphere once again calmed down. Could he have gone to the Western Wastelands? Suddenly, Yi Luotian, who had been silent all this while, carefully swept his gaze over the three people in front of him as he awkwardly asked. Yi Luotian's sudden words successfully attracted the gazes of the three people. This was especially the case when he mentioned the Western Wastelands. Their hearts involuntarily thought of the Tianju ancient tomb when he mentioned this. Could it be that he would really go to the Western Wastelands? This doubt immediately rose in the hearts of the four of them. It is very likely. Although the Battle Martial sect is located in the Western Wastelands, Xiaoyan alone will not be able to threaten them. How can the power of an entire sect be resisted by him alone? However, since that is the case, there is only one reason why Xiaoyan is heading towards the Western Wastelands, the Western Wastelands. He wants to open the Tianju ancient tomb by himself? What a joke. Since he wants to go, let him go. As long as we intercept him at the place he must pass and take the Tianju steps back, we will be able to eliminate Xiaoyan and obtain the Tianju steps. When we open the Tianju ancient tomb, everything inside will belong to the 4 sections. Wouldn't that be great? After the three of them spoke, a sinister smile appeared on their faces. However, they had completely forgotten about Yi Luotian. It was as if their 3 sects had never included him in their plans from the very beginning. Unfortunately, while the 3 sects had such thoughts, Yi Luotian also had such thoughts. He had purposely pointed out Xiaoyan's motive so that the 3 sects would intercept Xiaoyan. When the sandpiper and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. Right now, Yi Luotian was this fisherman. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had already passed and Xiaoyan was about to embark on his journey to the western desolated region. During these 3 days, Xiaoyan was able to enjoy a rare moment of relaxation and contentment. There was no conflict, no training, and no one to disturb him. He did not need to think about anything, and this was the first time in a long time that Xiaoyan was able to relax. During these 3 days, Xiaoyan ate and slept in the small courtyard and Jin Yao did not leave either. His days were spent like a simple and ordinary person. He did not need to worry about how to survive and did not need to worry about others wanting to kill him. He could watch the sun rise in the morning and enjoy the sunset in the evening. It was a leisurely and carefree life. However, such leisurely days were always short. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye and now, it was time to leave. The morning light scattered across the land, gradually expelling the darkness of the night. The entire continent once again regained its vitality and was filled with vigor. Although it was only early in the morning, Yen City was already crowded with people. As the most prosperous city in this region, it was not surprising for Yen City to have such a scene. Yen City's Western Gate. Xiaoyan, Jin Yao, and the rest were standing in the air. Xiaoyan was facing the east. The slowly rising sun was like a huge fireball, emitting a fiery red glow that shone on Xiaoyan's face, causing the latter's fair complexion to have an additional rosy glow. "Are you leaving already?" Dong Chuan frowned slightly. He did not expect that Xiaoyan would actually leave so early. The sun had just risen and he was already planning to leave. All of this seemed incomparably hurried, and they did not seem to have done anything, nor did they have the time to do anything. Amongst the few of them, especially Jin Yao, her pair of beautiful eyes stared at Xiaoyan in front of her. She could not even bear to blink as the latter's face was deeply engraved in her mind. She did not know when they would meet again after today. No one knew. Unknowingly, the atmosphere between the few of them gradually became heavy. After a short reunion, they had to leave in a hurry. No one could bear such a scene. "Haha, don't worry, everyone. Regardless of whether I succeed in this trip to the Western Wasteland region or not, I will return. See you then." Xiaoyan could clearly feel the heavy atmosphere at this moment. In order to not aggravate each other's feelings, he could only pretend to be relaxed and smile. Immediately, he turned around in the air and flew towards the west. "Xiaoyan!" The next moment, Jin Yao suddenly cried out involuntarily just as Xiaoyan was about to turn around. Hearing this, Xiaoyan, who had just turned around, was slightly taken aback. He raised his eyebrows slightly and then slowly turned around, looking at Jin Yao with a puzzled expression. "No matter what, you must come back." Jin Yao's pretty face flushed red. She did not expect that she would cry out. However, since things had already developed to this point, she could only blush and say the words in her heart. Xiaoyan was taken aback. Soon after, he nodded and smiled. His gaze swept across the two elders beside him as a glint flitted across the depths of his eyes. At the same time, the Dongchuan duo also nodded their heads in understanding. Only then did Xiaoyan turn around, the tip of his foot gently pushing off the air. With a leap, his figure instantly transformed into a pitch-black lightning bolt as he flew towards the western horizon at an extremely fast speed. In the short span of a few breaths, Xiaoyan's figure had already disappeared before the trio's eyes. In the sky above Yan City, three figures gazed in the direction that Xiaoyan had left in. Even though that black figure had already disappeared into the horizon, the three of them were still standing in the sky in a daze as they sent off Xiaoyan with their eyes. For the rest of the journey, Xiaoyan did not stop at all. It could be said that he did not stop at all. According to Xiaoyan's words, traveling was a method of training. He was only using his greatest ability to display this method as much as possible. On one hand, it was to hasten the journey. On the other hand, it was to train himself and to condense the doqi in his body. When he reached Yan City, he was already not too far away from Shahapu. Of course, this was a straight distance. Under the condition that he did not change his course, Xiaoyan would be able to successfully reach Shahapu in approximately 3 days. However, the first problem in front of him was the battle sect. Within the Shilin region, the western region near Shahapu was the territory of the battle sect. In other words, if Xiaoyan wanted to reach Shahapu, he would first have to pass through the battle sect's territory. If it was in the past, Xiaoyan would have to choose to take a detour. In that way, the time he would have to use would be delayed by a week. This would naturally delay the time that Xiaoyan needed to reach the western wasteland region. However, as of now, Xiaoyan's strength was no longer the same as before. If he wanted to pass through the battle sect's territory, he could just walk. With Xiaoyan's current speed, it was likely that even the sect leader, Wu Jitian, could not match up to him in the battle sect. 5 days after Xiaoyan left Yan City, he arrived at the battle sect's territory. Compared to the Sky Sword sect's territory, this place was not much different. However, as the area was gradually getting closer to the western wasteland region, it caused the environment to gradually become drier. One could see many people dressed in rough clothes on the streets. The temperature in the air had clearly increased. In this place, other than a few people who were strong enough, most people chose to wear fewer clothes. This would make them more comfortable. However, the change in temperature did not have much effect on Xiaoyan. With the protection of the heavenly flame, no matter how high the temperature was, it would be completely absorbed by his heavenly flame. To Xiao Yan, there was no difference as he walked through this land. Looking at the city below, Xiao Yan did not have any intention of stopping. His target was the western wasteland region. Along the way, he left all the cities far behind. This was also one of the reasons why he could reach the battle sect's territory so quickly. Swish! The sun high in the sky was like a flame, emitting an extremely hot temperature. The faces of the people on the ground were flushed red. The remaining clothes on their bodies were drenched in perspiration. Suddenly, a human figure flashed across the sky with a lightning-like speed. Soon after, a wave of strong wind attacked, causing the expressions of the people in the city below to change drastically. Such a large movement naturally attracted the attention of quite a number of strong people in the city. This was especially the case for some Do-D-class experts. Their eyes involuntarily revealed a shocked expression when they saw the frightening speed of this person. At the same time, an old man wearing yellow armor in a large hall to the west suddenly sensed Xiao Yan's existence. Although he was unable to find out where Xiao Yan's strength was due to the isolation of the black robe, the latter's frightening speed similarly caused people to not dare to be careless in their hearts. Seeing that the human figure was about to arrive in front of the large hall, the expression in the yellow-robed old man's turbid eyes suddenly became stern. The sect leader had just sent a message a day ago, instructing him to intercept anyone who came from the east with the intention of passing through the territory of the battle sect. Within a short day, he had already intercepted more than 10 people. At this moment, he had met another person. Although his heart was filled with suspicion, he did not dare to easily disobey the sect leader's words. On the other side, just as Xiao Yan was swiftly flying forward, the calm empty space 1,000 feet away suddenly rippled in all directions. Circular spatial ripples swiftly spread in all directions like waves. Soon after, an old man wearing a yellow robe slowly appeared in the empty space and blocked Xiao Yan's path. Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes when he saw this. His body, which was swiftly flying forward, gradually slowed down. A coldness surged deep within his eyes. He immediately raised his eyes and faced the yellow-robed old man on the other side. "May I know who you are and why have you come to my battle sect?" Although the two of them were 1,000 feet apart, they could clearly see each other. The only thing that was lacking was that Xiao Yan's body was hidden under a large black robe, causing others to be unable to identify his true appearance. "Xiao Yan, please advise." Swish! As soon as Xiao Yan finished speaking, he immediately took a step forward and his entire body instantly turned into a bolt of lightning. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of the yellow-robed old man. The figure in the air suddenly twisted and a heavy whip kick, wrapped in the astral wind, carried a terrifying might that seemed to be able to cut through everything, and fiercely landed on the yellow-robed old man's head. Xiao Yan did not have a good impression of the people from the 4 major sects. Since both sides had already chosen to stand on opposite sides, Xiao Yan naturally did not need to show any mercy. Every move was aimed at taking a life. This kind of battle was the most cruel. Life or death, this was the law of life. Seeing that Xiao Yan actually did not hesitate to make a move against him, the expression on the old man's face could not help but instantly change. The doqi in his body crazily surged. The moment the whip kick landed on the old man's head, the old man's body explosively retreated backwards. His hands were flexibly blocked above his head, and the vigorous doqi condensed into a doqi shield, using it to block Xiao Yan's attack. Bang! Although the old man's reaction was not slow, in the face of Xiao Yan's sky extinction step, which could be said to be a terrifying agility do skill, his speed still seemed to be a little slower. In the end, Xiao Yan's attack heavily landed between the old man's arms. The shield condensed from doqi could only block for a short moment before it broke. Immediately after, Xiao Yan's leg that was filled with power heavily bombarded the old man's arm. As the attack landed, the old man's body uncontrollably retreated backwards rapidly until he was 100 feet away. Only then did he stop in a sorry state. The old man's expression was grave as he lowered his head to look. He saw that the sleeves between his arms had been completely shattered in the collision just now. On each of his 2 skinny arms, there was a scarlet wound that could see blood. Although this old man had been caught off guard during the first collision, he was able to determine that the cultivation of Xiao Yan in front of him was likely not below his own based on this. Thinking of this, cold sweat involuntarily appeared on the old man's forehead. Recently, he had also heard about Xiaoyan. Ever since he knew that the people from the 4 major clans under the Heavenly Sword sect had disappeared together in the Xiling mountain range, his heart was filled with shock towards Xiaoyan. He had never seen such a person who was able to kill 7 Do-D experts with his own strength. This was simply inconceivable. However, now that he had seen Xiaoyan in front of him, he realized that Xiaoyan's strength was even stronger than his. Under such a comparison, the old man's heart gradually had an answer. You are Xiaoyan? Yes, I am. Following the words from the yellow-robed old man's mouth, Xiaoyan was expressionless as he spoke in an indifferent tone. Hearing Xiaoyan's words, the yellow-robed old man's expression was grave as he nodded. Immediately, he flipped his palm and a light flickered in his palm. The moment a white jade scroll appeared, it was crushed by the yellow-robed old man. At the same time, numerous figures swiftly shot over from the huge buildings below. In the blink of an eye, they were already suspended in the sky and stood side by side with the yellow-robed old man. They lined up and blocked Xiaoyan's path. The expression on Xiaoyan's face did not change even a little when he saw this scene. His gaze swept over these people in front of him one by one. The corner of his mouth contained a slight smile. At this moment, there were a total of 9 elite Do-D standing in front of Xiaoyan. Other than the yellow-robed old man who was an intermediate 6-star Do-D, the rest of them were all 5-star Do-D. The weakest among them was an initial 5-star Do-D. There were even 2 advanced 5-star Do-D. This kind of lineup was sufficient to sweep aside any ordinary faction in the western region. Even any of the 4 large sects would have to give in when faced with such a lineup. Your identity is special. How would our battle sect dare to slight you? We have already received orders from the sect leader. If we encounter Mr. Xiaoyan attempting to pass through our battle sect, we must stop you at this place no matter what. The yellow-robed, old man cupped his hands to Xiaoyan to express his respect. They had already thrown away their face by using numbers to bully such a strong person. He also did not wish to throw away the remaining face of his old self. Cuckoo, well said. Since it is the sect leader of the battle sect who has personally given the order, let them come. Coincidentally, I have just broken through to the 5-star Do-D class and do not know where my limit is. Let me see it clearly. Do you plan to come one by one, or do you plan to come together? Xiaoyan raised his eyes. The smile from a moment ago no longer existed. A sharpness surged within his dark black eyes, giving people an extremely heavy pressure. Brat, how arrogant. You are merely an intermediate 5-star Do-D. Allow me to deal with you. Xiaoyan's words had just sounded when a strong old man from the group of 9 immediately stepped forward. His face was ferocious as he looked at Xiaoyan. After the words were spat out from his mouth, a puff sound was heard. A crimson-yellow Do-Chi suddenly rose from the surface of his body. At the same time, the aura and pressure that belonged to an advanced 5-star Do-D spread out from this old man's body. No wonder he was so overbearing. With the strength of an advanced 5-star Do-D, an ordinary 5-star Do-D was nothing in his eyes. However, the person he was currently facing was Xiaoyan. Huh. Soon after, the old man's body suddenly shook. At the same time that he clenched his fists tightly, his originally strong body also became a little taller at this moment. In the blink of an eye, the old man's height had already increased by hundreds of feet. Compared to the current Xiaoyan, their bodies were like an elephant and an ant. There was no way to compare them. Oh? Body training technique, huh? Seeing this, Xiaoyan gently raised his eyebrows. His tone was somewhat surprised as he spoke. Xiaoyan had indeed seen quite a number of experts who trained their physical bodies. However, the person in front of him was only the second person who was able to unleash the strength of his physical body to such an extent. The first person was naturally the chief of the battle martial sect, Wu Jitian. Xiaoyan, I heard that you are also a physical body cultivator. Unfortunately, it is ultimately difficult for you to achieve great things by splitting your attention into 3. We have focused on researching the strength of our physical bodies and have bitterly trained for hundreds of years. Today, the old me will let you experience the strength of our physical bodies. Following the change in his body size, the old man's voice also appeared to have an additional deep and overbearing tone. Each word that was spat out seemed to cause the entire place to tremble slightly. Such strength could really be described as terrifying. Cuckoo, in that case, please. Faced with the old man whose words were overbearing, Xiaoyan's reaction was much simpler. He stood sideways with his left hand behind his back. He merely extended his right hand with his palm facing upwards. From the looks of it, there was indeed some disdain. You're courting death. Seeing Xiaoyan's actions, the old man was instantly enraged. After so many years, Xiaoyan was the first person who dared to treat him in such a manner. However, when the yellow-robed old man saw this scene, he could not help but frown slightly. From the previous exchange between him and Xiaoyan, Xiaoyan's true battle strength was definitely not inferior to his. If this burly old man dared to show any disdain towards Xiaoyan, the outcome would probably be very miserable. Unfortunately, just as the yellow-robed old man was thinking about this, a huge fist had already landed in front of Xiaoyan. Seeing the huge fist so close to him, the smile on the corner of Xiaoyan's mouth became even wider. A dense white flame flashed in the depths of his eyes. Immediately, Xiaoyan extended his hand and clenched it toward the huge fist that was about to land. Almost at the same time, a huge palm with a clear outline was also agglomerated in front of Xiaoyan. It grabbed the huge fist that was about to land in his hand. This palm, which still appeared somewhat illusionary, was clearly the body-tempering Do technique that Xiaoyan was gradually using. Strength elephant skill, Xiaoyan stood in the air with his hands behind his back. His expression was calm. The wind that surged toward him automatically scattered before it reached him. The huge fist was restrained by the illusionary palm that was agglomerated from the strength elephant skill. In the next moment, Xiaoyan's wrist suddenly rotated. Soon after, a palm was thrown out. At the same time, the body of the advanced 5-star Do Di in front of him was also shaken until he repeatedly pulled back under Xiaoyan's palm. The expression on the old man's face was both shocked and furious after he was forced back. He had never expected that he would actually be forced back by a little brat with his physical strength. This point really caused him to feel some disbelief. However, the truth was already placed in front of him. What could he do even if he was unwilling? Although the old man had the intention to attack, he was ultimately stopped by the 6-star Do Di. Mr. Xiaoyan's strength is indeed as rumored. It cannot be judged by your cultivation level alone. If we want to know your strength, we can only obtain information from a fight. If the 9 of us were to attack you alone, it is likely that none of us would be able to subdue you. Therefore, do you plan to attack together? Xiaoyan smiled faintly and did not mind. This point was completely within his expectations. After all, it was just as this old man had said. With the strength of these 9 people, none of them would be able to defeat Xiaoyan alone if they were to attack him alone. The only way was to cooperate with each other and attack Xiaoyan together. Formation, 6 light star. Suddenly, the yellow-robed old man let out a loud cry. Immediately, the 8 people beside him immediately obeyed the order. Each of them moved, transforming into rays of light that swiftly surrounded Xiaoyan. The 9 of them were divided into 2 layers. The outermost layer was led by 6 people. Each of them occupied a side and surrounded Xiaoyan in the form of a 6 light star. There were 3 people among the 6 people. They were the 6-star Do Di level yellow-robed old man and the other 2 late-stage 5-star Do Di level experts. There were 2 elite Do Di standing dozens of feet behind these 3 people. They were constantly protecting the safety of the former. Xiaoyan involuntarily frowned slightly in the face of such a strange formation. His gaze swept over the 3 people around him. He gently clenched his hand and the enormous black ruler immediately landed in it. A thought passed through his mind and a dense white flame immediately climbed onto it, preparing to deal with the attacks of the 3 people around him at any moment. Attack! The yellow-robed old man let out a loud cry. At this moment, the other 2 people also simultaneously mobilized the Do Chi in their bodies. With a clench of their hands, their weapons immediately appeared in their palms. Their bodies shook and the 3 of them transformed into rays of light that rapidly charged toward Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan held the huge ruler in his hand. The turbulent and surging spiritual strength between his brows wildly surged out at this moment. In an instant, the movements of the 3 people in Xiaoyan's mind had become much slower. This also allowed Xiaoyan to have the time to react. Xiaoyan did not show any mercy as he waved the enormous ruler. By relying on the overbearingness of the Force Elephant skill, Xiaoyan was able to easily tear the empty space apart each time he waved the enormous ruler in his hand. The powerful strength was able to bring about a pressure despite being a great distance away. Faced with Xiaoyan's overbearing attack, the three of them did not dodge. Each of them waved the weapons in their hands and heavily collided with Xiaoyan's huge ruler. Clang! After the attack, Xiaoyan's expression could not help but change slightly. He quickly retreated a few steps and his eyes could not help but reveal a trace of surprise. Xiaoyan only felt that the moment he collided with the other party, whether it was him or the surface of the weapon in his hand, there was a layer of invisible shield that protected them. Most of the power of Xiaoyan's attack was offset by that layer of invisible shield. Could this be the hexagram array that they were talking about? Xiaoyan's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. No wonder the three of them did not dodge his attack. It turned out that there was a reason. Qi. Just as Xiaoyan was thinking about this, the other two people on his left and right also brandished their weapons and slashed at him. Helpless, Xiaoyan could only temporarily choose to retreat. He brandished the huge ruler and blocked all the attacks of the three people. Xiaoyan's footsteps also kept retreating. In the end, he was actually blocked in an extremely narrow circle by the three people in front of him, causing him to be unable to advance or retreat. Damn it, I was careless. Xiaoyan cursed in his heart. He did not expect these 9 people to have some ability. The two of them each protected one person, creating a protective shield that blocked the opponent's attacks to the greatest extent. As for the 3 people in the formation, they attacked the same person from different directions. In this way, they could attack and defend at the same time. It would be difficult for the opponent to break through the formation. Looking at the current situation, this was indeed the case. Xiaoyan's attack was blocked to the greatest extent. However, Xiaoyan was unable to treat the other party's attack as nothing. After all, these people were 5-star Do Di and 6-star Do Di. Their fighting strength was already extraordinary. If Xiaoyan relied on his own fighting strength, he would be able to fight against them. However, in the current situation, he had no choice but to be careful. 6-joint body flowing ruler. Helpless, Xiaoyan let out a low cry in his heart. The 6-joint body flowing ruler was displayed. Dense white flames followed the huge ruler's movements and turned into lines of fire on Xiaoyan's divine boat. In just a few breaths' time, countless lines of fire joined together. It was like an inverted bowl, firmly protecting Xiaoyan within it. The attacks of the 3 people were also temporarily blocked because of this. A joy involuntarily surfaced in the hearts of the 3 people around him when they saw this manner of Xiaoyan. This 6 light star formation was the sect guarding treasure of their battle sect. It had helped them block quite a number of enemies. It was unexpected that it was actually able to have such a miraculous effect when facing Xiaoyan. The 6 people behind him had all practiced the top Qi methods of the battle sect. They were able to merge the Do Qi of 2 people together, causing it to become even stronger. The 6 light star formation's function was to merge the Do Qi of the 6 people once again. Combining 6 into 1, its strength would be multiplied. To the outside world, its strength would be multiplied. It was likely that even a 7-star Do Di would have to avoid the Do Qi that was displayed by the combined strength of the 6 people. Unfortunately, the degree of cooperation between the 6 of them was far from reaching that level. Hence, they could only use this kind of defensive method at this moment. Even though this was the case, the result that they obtained was still extremely obvious. In the air, the 6 elite Do Di faced each other. The Do Qi within the vortex within their bodies wildly surged out and wrapped around the 3 people in the arena. This caused all of Xiaoyan's attacks to be blocked. At this moment, Xiaoyan appeared like a tortoise hiding in its shell. He did not dare to extend his head even a little, afraid that he would be killed by the sharp blade. On the other hand, the attacks from the hands of the 3 elite Do Di became increasingly sharp. From the looks of it, it seemed that Xiaoyan's 6-joint body flowing ruler would be broken under their attacks soon. However, compared to the little excitement in the hearts of the 3 people, Xiaoyan, who was currently wrapped by the ruler's shadow, gradually became calm. It must be said that this time around, Xiaoyan had indeed overestimated himself. However, it was also because of this that he realized his own inadequacies. Xiao Yan was still far from being able to rely on his own strength to face the strength of an entire sect. If he were to really challenge any of the 4 large sects with his current strength, his outcome would not be good. Fortunately, however, he did not do so. In this kind of situation, if Xiao Yan were to use the Great Heaven Creation Palm, he would naturally be able to break the formation of these 9 people. However, the troublesome thing was that the Great Heaven Creation Palm required a period of time to be unleashed. However, Xiao Yan was currently being held back by 3 elite Dodi. He did not have any extra time to use the Great Heaven Creation Palm. Additionally, these 3 people were joining hands to suppress him. If it was an ordinary person, it was likely that he would have long since been defeated by the combined attacks of 3 high-class elite Dodi. Hence, Xiao Yan could only be forced to be restrained by others for a short period of time. Xiao Yan was miserably blocking the attacks of the 3 people surrounding him in the air. The huge ruler was flipped and numerous dense white lines of fire agglomerated around Xiao Yan's body. The numerous lines of fire stacked and pieced together, forming a fire barrier. It was just like an inverted bowl that barely blocked the attacks of the 3 people around Xiao Yan. Clang 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 clang, this kind of fierce attack continued for a long time. However, with Xiao Yan's strong fortress-like defense, the 3 of them were unable to break it within a short period of time despite their strength. This involuntarily caused the 3 elite Dodis to knit their brows tightly together. With the protection of the heavenly flame, Xiao Yan's defensive strength was extremely frightening. No matter what tactics the 3 of them used, they were unable to truly break through Xiao Yan's defense. Moreover, the heavenly flame itself possessed an extremely frightening destructive strength. Each time they attacked, their weapons would be stained with some flames. As time passed, the energy film that covered the 3 of them became increasingly weak. If this continued for a long time, it was likely that they would have lost this layer of defensive strength before the Doqi in Xiao Yan's body was completely exhausted. We can't drag this out any longer. We have to end this quickly. The yellow-robed, old man warned in a solemn voice. At the same time, the other 2 advanced 5-star Dodi also nodded heavily. Even the 6 elite Dodi behind them also exchanged glances with one another. A thought passed through their minds and the Doqi within the vortex within their bodies began to wildly surge. Wave after wave of enormous pure Doqi surged out from the vortex space. It followed the Qi method's route and swiftly circulated once before shooting out from the palms of the few of them. The powerful Doqi strengthened the energy film that covered the surface of the bodies of the 3 elite Dodi. At the same time, the 3 of them also launched an even more ferocious attack toward Xiao Yan. The weapons in the hands of the 3 of them repeatedly smashed onto the heavenly flame barrier. Flames shot out and the empty space shook. Circular invisible ripples continued to spread in all directions. Numerous deafening loud noises also sounded one after another. It was just like a wave of thunder, causing one's heart to involuntarily tremble upon hearing it. Under the flames, countless number of ruler shadows flew out and blocked the attacks of the 3 of them. Xiao Yan, who was in the middle, had his eyes gently shut at this moment. The expression on his face had also recovered its calmness. After nearly 2 hours of intense collisions, Xiao Yan also discovered that although this so-called 6-light star formation possessed an extraordinary defensive ability and was able to provide an extremely strong defense for the 3 people within the formation, at the same time, the 6 of them had used all of their Doqi to protect the 3 people in front of them. This caused the 6 of them to basically lose all of their means to protect their lives. In this kind of situation, if anything were to happen to the 6 of them, the 6-light star formation would also be broken. Of course, under normal circumstances, with the combined attacks of 3 elite Dodi, the people who were surrounded would naturally be unable to launch an attack on the 6 of them. However, the target of their encirclement this time around was Xiao Yan. The corner of Xiao Yan's mouth was slowly lifted into a cold smile. His gently shut eyes also slowly opened at this moment. A cold glint flashed deep within his eyes. With the help of the 6-joint body flowing ruler to block, a thought passed through Xiao Yan's mind. Waves of dark black energy light spots gradually appeared in the empty space and swiftly agglomerated into a dark black tent behind Xiao Yan. This was undoubtedly the Great Way of the Void. Chi. Xiao Yan was distracted and naturally neglected the defense of the 6-joint body flowing ruler. Immediately, the attacks of the three elite Dodi around him abruptly advanced by quite a lot. The fire barrier that the six-joint body-flowing ruler had agglomerated also swiftly weakened. It was even possible to vaguely see some of the scenes within. Haha, this fellow is about to be unable to hold on any longer. Seeing this manner, the strong old man, who had been Xiaoyan's opponent earlier, immediately laughed wildly. His attacks became much more vicious. This thought also rose in the hearts of the other two beside him. Unknowingly, the attacks of the three of them had become even sharper. Each of their attacks was vicious. It seemed that they could not wait to shatter this heavenly flame barrier. However, that six-star Dodi could vaguely see that there was a black figure under the barrier that was separated from Xiaoyan's body. What is this? The old man's heart tightened slightly. He wanted to warn the two people beside him. However, it was also at this moment that the fire barrier that the six-joint body-flowing ruler had agglomerated suddenly shattered under the combined attacks of the three of them. A countless number of ruler shadows were instantly turned into fragments. The sight of the three of them also became clear at this moment. Through the fragments of the ruler's shadows, the three of them could clearly see that a black tent that appeared like a wormhole was standing at the spot where Xiaoyan was originally standing. At the same time, they also clearly saw that a corner of Xiaoyan's black robe had entered the dark black tent when the ruler shadows were broken. In an instant, a faint spatial ripple was lifted around the tent. The expressions of the three of them also stiffened at this moment. Bang! Soon after, before the three of them could recover, the muffled sound of a heavy object colliding with a human body suddenly sounded. Only then did the minds of the three of them suddenly shake. By the time they recovered, they were just about to turn around and rescue the six people when a black figure suddenly charged toward them. The three of them were startled. They basically reflexively sent the black figure that was charging toward them flying with a blow. They immediately focused their eyes and took a look. Only then did they angrily discover that the black figure that they had sent flying was actually one of the 6 5-star Dodi. However, at this moment, he had first received a heavy blow from Xiaoyan. Now, he had been injured by one of his own. Although he did not die, he was already close to being seriously injured. Damn it, why is this fellow, bang bang bang. However, just as the three of them had recovered, a series of explosive sounds resounded beside their ears. Immediately, numerous black figures shot toward the three of them at a strange speed. At this moment, the three of them no longer dared to randomly injure others. They received the few of them one by one. However, when it was the last person's turn, Xiaoyan withdrew the heavy Xian ruler. The expression on his face had also become unusually cold. Although he was not afraid of the 6-star formation, the existence of this battle formation was ultimately a problem. If Xiaoyan wanted to break this battle formation, the best method now was to kill one of the 6 people, causing them to be unable to form the 6-star formation. In this way, this battle formation would collapse on its own without being attacked and would no longer be able to do anything. With a flip of his right hand, Xiaoyan opened his palm. Taking advantage of the instant when the 5-star Dodi recovered, his palm heavily landed on the latter's chest. Heart-shattering palm. When the palm landed, the latter's body immediately shot backward uncontrollably. The human figure flew through the empty air and drew a beautiful parabola. At the same time, bright red fresh blood was involuntarily spat out from the latter's mouth. It was like a rain of blood that poured down. Seeing the human figure flying over, the expressions of the 3 people behind changed slightly. They were just about to step forward and catch him when Xiaoyan's raised right hand suddenly tightened. Explode! A low cry was emitted from Xiaoyan's heart. At the same time, the chest of the elite Dodi who flew backward suddenly exploded. Fresh blood spurted out. His entire physical body and even his soul were completely destroyed by this palm of Xiaoyan's. He could be said to be completely dead. Xiaoyan only used an instant to finish off these 6 people. With the great way of the void in front, Xiaoyan did not need to pause at all. At the same time that he finished off one person, Xiaoyan's figure had already appeared beside another person. Now that the 3 elite Dodi had completely recovered, the only people who were still standing steadily in the air were the 3 of them and Xiaoyan. Are you a human or a ghost? Are you a human or a ghost? The 3 of them were incomparably shocked in their hearts. No matter how they thought about it, they had never imagined that the 6 light star formation that they were most proud of would actually be broken by Xiaoyan so quickly. This was really shocking. On the other side, Xiaoyan coldly smiled when he heard this. This 6 light star formation was indeed extraordinary. However, in front of his great way of the void, it was full of loopholes. The 3 of you, do you still intend to continue? Xiaoyan crossed his hands in front of his chest and revealed a smile as he looked at the 3 people in front of him. A thought passed through his mind and 2 more tents were agglomerated in the air beside him. Seeing this scene, the 3 of them involuntarily felt a chill in their hearts. The strength of the Great Way. At a glance, they recognized the tents that Xiaoyan had displayed. However, it was also because of this that the 3 of them, who were originally quite afraid of Xiaoyan, did not dare to act rashly at this moment. They had personally seen the 6 5-star Dodi fall one by one in front of Xiaoyan. One of them had even died here because of him. In today's battle, their battle sect could be said to have been completely defeated. If they continued to be entangled like this, they could not guarantee what the outcome would be. If they were to accidentally throw themselves into the battle, that kind of outcome was something that they would not be able to accept. What should we do now? At this moment, that strong-looking old man also knit his brows tightly as he threw his gaze toward that 6-star Dodi. The sect leader was not present. Currently, only the latter could give orders. With the current situation of the battle, whether or not they should attack was entirely up to the latter to decide. Hearing this, the yellow-robed old man's frown deepened. The expression on his old face was as gloomy as water. His breathing had also become incomparably heavy. Xiaoyan's combat strength was much more terrifying than he had expected. Previously, the 9 of them were unable to defeat Xiaoyan even when they joined forces. Moreover, the latter had already broken through their 6-pointed star array. It would be even more difficult to suppress him. Now that he thought about it, he could only let Xiaoyan leave. Grand Elder, why don't we mobilize the rest of the sect and combine our strength? We'll definitely be able to stop Xiaoyan here. When the time comes, we'll just have to wait for the sect master to return. No. Before the words of the other 5-star Dodi sounded, the yellow-robed, old man revealed a dignified expression as he denied it. The entire sect's strength? You want my battle sect to use the entire sect to stop Xiaoyan alone? Even the 9 of us Dodi were unable to trap him. Do you think that with the strength of our entire sect, we would be able to successfully stop him with just our numbers? I think that you have become muddle-headed. The yellow-robed, old man reprimanded. That person hurriedly shut his mouth when he heard this. He did not dare to say anything else. Let him leave. It was a long while later before the yellow-robed, old man's face was gloomy as he spat out these words with great unwillingness. Grand Elder, but if the sect master returns, let's do it this way. I'll talk to the sect master. But now, we can't make any more unnecessary sacrifices. If we're not even willing to protect our own disciples, then are we still worthy of being elders? If the sect wants to prosper, us teachers are the most important part. We cannot lose the big picture for the small. The yellow-robed, old man narrowed his eyes as he spoke with a deep expression. After hearing these words, the 2 old men beside him immediately revealed ashamed expressions. Over the years, although they were in the upper echelons of the sect, they indeed did not manage any affairs. As they grew older, they naturally enjoyed more leisure and even slacked off on their cultivation. As for the disciples in the sect, they could not be bothered with them at all. In their hearts, they did not care about their lives at all. They only felt that they were in the upper echelons of the sect and should be treated with respect by everyone. Only at this moment, after the words of the yellow-robed old man sounded, did they suddenly realize that the foundation of the sect was originally those disciples. Mr. Xiaoyan is indeed worthy of being a dragon among men. After seeing you today, the old me also admires you greatly. Unfortunately, our positions are different and we are destined to be unable to be friends. Today's battle was lost at the combat sect. Mister, please go ahead. After musing for a moment, the yellow-robed, old man once again turned his gaze toward Xiaoyan. He cupped his hands together and spoke with a smile. Finally, he opened up a path for Xiaoyan in front of the 2 people beside him. Although the 2 of them were extremely unwilling, they finally moved aside when they saw the stern expression on the Grand Elder's face. Cuckoo, looks like you are also a reasonable person. Since this is the case, I will thank you first. Seeing this, Xiaoyan also cupped his hands together and returned the greeting. As the saying goes, one does not hit a smiling person. The latter had a friendly appearance and Xiaoyan could not add insult to it. Although Xiaoyan's attack was vicious in the battle earlier, the combat sect still had the desire to kill Xiaoyan here. If one were to really talk about it, both parties were about the same. It was the pot calling the kettle black. Xiaoyan's body slowly flew forward in front of the smiling eyes of the yellow-robed, old man. He passed through the three of them and headed west. Just as Xiaoyan was about to pass by the three of them, the expression of the other five-star Dodi suddenly became fierce. He ignored the yellow-robed, old man's words to stop him and suddenly launched an attack at Xiaoyan. Bang! However, just as this five-star Dodi was about to attack, a fist instantly smashed into his abdomen. Although no doqi was used, that frightening force instantly scattered the doqi agglomerated within the vortex of this five-star Dodi. His body also flew back by 100 steps uncontrollably. Soon after, he raised his head and looked at Xiaoyan with a flushed face. Both of his eyes were filled with fear. Cuckoo, looks like this elder of your esteemed sect does not wish for me to leave. In the blink of an eye, Xiaoyan's body had already returned to his original position. At a glance, it appeared as though he had never left that spot. Xiaoyan smiled slightly. The expression on his face gradually became cold. His gaze shifted away from the five-star Dodi in the distance and looked at the yellow-robed, old man. Feng Zirui. Come back immediately. The yellow-robed, old man's expression was gloomy. His gaze instantly looked at the five-star Dodi as he cried out in a low and deep voice. The latter's heart immediately tightened when he heard this. He did not expect that Xiaoyan would actually be able to launch such a sharp attack in that kind of situation just now. Originally, he had wanted to use this opportunity to give Xiaoyan a heavy blow. He might even be able to keep the latter here. However, he did not expect that the ending would actually be like this. At this moment, the yellow-robed, old man's heart was similarly filled with fury. In his heart, he thought, it would still be fine if this fellow had really injured Xiaoyan. However, from the looks of it, he did not even manage to gain the slightest advantage from his sneak attack. Was this not throwing away the face of his battle sect in front of so many people? His sneak attack had failed and he had even allowed the other party to turn the tables on him. If this matter were to spread, he would become a laughingstock. Mr. Xiaoyan, please go ahead. Turning his head around, the yellow-robed, old man quickly withdrew his emotions. The body under the yellow robe trembled slightly, indicating that his heart was not calm at this moment. Seeing this, Xiaoyan smiled slightly. It was as though he did not care at all. With a turn of his body, he instantly used the heaven art under his feet. In the blink of an eye, he had already disappeared from the sight of the three people. After that, the yellow-robed, old man turned his extremely gloomy gaze toward Feng Zirui. The expression on his old face was so gloomy that it was frightening. If he had the ability, he really wished that he could slap this fellow to death here. However, at this moment, what could he do to him? He was after all an elder of the sect. Ah! After letting out a long sigh, the yellow-robed, old man waved his sleeves violently. He could only helplessly turn his head and leave. 2 days later, at the border between the Xiling region and the Western Wastelands region. Looking down from high up in the sky, yellow sand was densely packed. Sand and dust flew in the air under the desolate wind, causing sand and rocks to fly, causing one's breathing to become sluggish. Looking towards the west, one could only see an endless desolate desert. This stretch of yellow sand did not have any signs of life. Looking back, one could only see a stretch of verdant green at the end of one's line of sight, separating the yellow sand from the world there. Looking directly below, one could see a dilapidated ancient city sitting in the middle of the yellow sand. In this vast desert, the appearance of this ancient city was extremely conspicuous. Even though this city was also yellow, at least the human flow within it could always bring a glimmer of hope to those who were lost in the desert. Even though this city was located in the middle of the desert, the degree of prosperity within it was not inferior to some of the large cities in the Xiling region. At the very least, just from the human flow, the degree of prosperity of this city was likely something that even Xian City could not compare with. The city walls were dilapidated, and the wind and sand rushed into the city from the outside like a group of bandits, wildly wreaking havoc in the city. Unfortunately, the people in the city turned a blind eye to this as they continued to walk on their own. The clothes of the people in the city appeared to be rather valiant. The men were basically bare-chested, and all of them had bronze skin. Their bodies were well built, and when the wind and sand blew over, it could even emit extremely soft collision sounds when it hit their bodies. It was as if they had collided with a rock, and were forcefully repelled away. Even the women in the city were bold and unrestrained. Their characters were especially boorish, and they only wore short clothes that covered the important parts of their bodies, making them look extremely eye-catching. However, since they were able to walk in this place, these women were naturally not. Flower vases. Anyone who saw them would be somewhat fearful. Hence, although there were quite a number of experts in this city, and the number of domineering people who were usually uncountable, the order in this place was much better than what most people imagined in their hearts. The human flow in the city was not considered crowded, and it was even extremely loose. The reason why it was said to be bustling was because of the flow of people here. Every time someone entered the city, there would be someone leaving at the same time. Often, this cycle would repeat, causing the entire city to always be in a relatively balanced state. This was something that other cities could not compare to, and it was also this point that made the city bustling. Is this Sand River shop? Xiaoyan's gaze descended from high up in the sky. It slowly swept over the noisy city below. His eyes, which had already turned dark black, involuntarily revealed a surprised expression. Within this short period of time, under the probing of Xiaoyan's spiritual strength, there were actually no less than 10 elite Dodi presences within this Sand River shop. The strongest among them had actually reached the strength of a 7-star Dodi. When Xiaoyan's spiritual strength probed, the latter seemed to have discovered his existence. It is indeed worthy of being an important passageway that connects the Xiling region and the Western Wasteland region. There are really quite a number of strong people here. Xiaoyan involuntarily smacked his lips. His heart also involuntarily sighed. Just these 10 elite Dodi alone would be able to form a powerful faction within the Xiling region. The western region was really filled with hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Xiaoyan's body moved. He ceased hesitating. Since he had already come, he naturally wanted to experience the bustling Sand River shop. At the same time, at a certain spot in the city below, a black-robed old man with an amiable face could not help but frown slightly. A surprise involuntarily flashed across his turbid old eyes. Who is this little fellow? He has actually already become a rank 3 alchemist at such a young age. Even his cultivation has advanced at the same time, reaching the 5-star Dodi level. Hiss, why have I never heard of such a person in the western region? In the blink of an eye, Xiaoyan's body had already landed in the Sand River shop below. Standing in the middle of the street, Xiaoyan, who was wearing a long black robe, immediately attracted the somewhat strange gazes of the passers-by on the street. The weather in this area had already become extremely dry and hot. The high temperature in the air was not something that an ordinary person could easily endure. Even these passers-by who were hurrying along were constantly exhausting the do-qi in their bodies to resist the high temperature of the world despite their appearances not changing. Even some of the fire affinity practitioners were similarly frowning slightly as perspiration surfaced on their foreheads. However, looking at Xiaoyan's current state, not only was he wearing a black robe that covered his entire body under the black robe, but there was also such a high temperature above his head, not even a trace of perspiration could be seen on his face. This was really difficult to imagine. Just how did he do it? Xiaoyan could only quietly laugh in his heart at this. He could not possibly tell them that he possessed a divine object like the heavenly flame. The heavenly flame was the hottest flame in this world. With it around, this little bit of temperature had long been ignored by Xiaoyan. How could it affect him? Xiaoyan gently shrugged his shoulders. His feet moved as he walked along the street in front of him. He aimlessly walked forward. His gaze swept over the shops on both sides. Xiaoyan appeared to be deep in thought. After hurrying for a few days, Xiaoyan planned to rest here for a night and purchase a map of the Western Wastelands. After all, the Western Wastelands was a vast desert. Without the guidance of a map, Xiaoyan did not think that he would be able to easily enter and exit it. When he thought of the map, Xiaoyan's mind involuntarily recalled the scene back then in the Taker Desert. Back then, Xiaoyan had met Hai Buodong for the first time in that place. At the same time, it was also because he had purchased the map that Xiaoyan had found one of the map fragments left behind by the purifying demonic Lotus Saint. However, he did not know if he would be as lucky as he was back then this time around. Some anticipation involuntarily surged in Xiaoyan's heart when he thought of this. It seemed that there was a fortuitous encounter waiting for him in an inconspicuous small dilapidated house in front of him. Of course, there were very few coincidental fortuitous encounters in this world. Take Xiaoyan for example. After swiftly passing through a couple of streets with excitement in his heart, he ultimately did not find any fortuitous encounter. This kind of result caused Xiaoyan to mock himself. It was because he was too obsessed with the so-called fortuitous encounter that things would go in the opposite direction when they reached an extreme. The greater his expectations, the greater his disappointment would be. Fortunately, Xiaoyan clearly understood this logic in his heart. He mocked himself and shook his head. Xiaoyan faced the sky and let out a long sigh. He involuntarily laughed bitterly in his heart. It was at this moment that Xiaoyan suddenly saw 4 blurry black figures swiftly flying over from the eastern sky. Xiaoyan's heart suddenly trembled when he saw these 4 black figures. In an instant, an extremely great pressure surged into Xiaoyan's heart. The douqi within the vortex within his body also quietly surged at this moment. It swiftly flowed into the qi paths within his body. After circulating a couple of times, it agglomerated in Xiaoyan's palm. A dense white flame fiercely rose deep within his eyes. The expression on Xiaoyan's face also became solemn because of this. From the looks of it, the matter today would not only not bring him any surprise, but would instead bring him endless shock. At the same time, the black-robed old man at a certain spot in the city also raised his eyebrows in surprise. His turbid eyes instantly looked towards the location of the 4 people in the east. Why have they come here? Western region, Shahi Pai. At this moment, Xiaoyan was raising his head with a solemn expression on a street where there were fewer people in the city. His gaze stared intently at the eastern sky where 4 black figures were swiftly growing larger. Within a short couple of breaths, the appearance of the few black figures gradually became clear. The person leading them was wearing a golden robe and a golden crown on his head. He held a 7-foot-long golden walking stick in his hand. This person's entire body was emitting a golden light, appearing just like a sun in the sky. Fortunately, this sun did not emit a frighteningly high temperature. On his right was a burly, dark-skinned old man wearing armor. The old man's face was ferocious, causing one to not dare to look directly at him. The muscles all over his body gave one an extremely impactful visual experience. The invisible overbearing aura that was emitted from him caused one to tremble with fear. It was as though this empty space would be shattered by him if one was careless. It was quite shocking. On the right was a skinny old man who was also wearing a golden robe. His eyes were sharp. His sharp eyes appeared as though they were about to cut the empty space apart. The invisible aura that was emitted from him shot to the sky. It was just like a treasure sword that stood between the sky and the earth, incomparably sharp. The person on the right was an old man in a linen robe. His face appeared quite amiable when compared to the other 3, causing one to feel a kind of amiable feeling at first glance. His pair of shady old eyes were filled with a kind expression. He was just like an old grandfather who stood aloof from worldly affairs. Of course, since he was able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the 3 people beside him, no one would think that he was an ordinary old man. These 4 people were the sect leaders of the 4 large sects of the western region. From left to right, they were Qinzhen from the God Refining sect, Wu Jitian from the Battle Martial sect, Jianming from the Skysword sect, and Yiluo Tian from the Withered Leaf sect. Xiaoyan's heart involuntarily felt startled at the sudden arrival of these 4 people. He had indeed thought that these few fellows would chase after him. However, he did not expect them to reach this place so quickly. It seemed that these 4 clans had already been alerted by his breakthrough to the 5-star Do D class. Xiaoyan's swift growth caused the 4 large sects to feel an unprecedented pressure. Once Xiaoyan truly grew, his cultivation would be at the same level as theirs. At that time, it was likely that even if the four large sects joined hands, they would have difficulty dealing with Xiaoyan. Therefore, they needed to completely eliminate him before the storm arrived. At this point, the four great sects could no longer care about their reputation. If they could not deal with Xiaoyan, not to mention their reputation, it was hard to say if there would still be a place for them in the western region in the future. How could they continue to remain silent? A thought passed through Xiaoyan's mind, and the dark black heavy Xian ruler immediately landed in Xiaoyan's hand. The tip of the ruler fell and emitted a chi sound of breaking air. Finally, the moment the huge ruler landed, it left behind an enormous deep pit on the street. Almost at the same time, Xiaoyan's body suddenly rushed high into the sky. He transformed into a dark black ray of light. When his body came to a stop, he had already appeared opposite of the four people. The faces of these four people did not reveal any surprise at Xiaoyan's appearance. This seemed to be within their expectations. After all, they had already noticed the latter's existence when Xiaoyan had discovered them. Xiaoyan did not have any possibility of escaping in the face of four elite Do D-class experts. Stepping forward to fight was perhaps his best route of retreat. For sect leaders, how have you been? Xiaoyan's expression was ice-cold as he stood high in the sky. The huge ruler in his hand rotated slightly. The huge ruler was swung horizontally until it was level with Xiaoyan's arm. Immediately, a puff sound was heard as a fierce thick white flame rose from the huge ruler. Xiaoyan's gaze slowly swept over the four people in front of him. When it flashed past Yi Luotian, his eyes involuntarily paused. Others might not know, but he clearly understood that on the surface, Yi Luotian appeared to be the weakest amongst the four. However, Xiaoyan understood that if they were to truly fight, it was likely that Yi Luotian's strength would shock everyone present. A light flickered deep within Yi Luotian's shady old eyes when he saw Xiaoyan's gaze shooting over. However, he subconsciously dodged it. Only when they sensed this did the three beside him ignore him. The other three sects also held some doubts in their hearts when it came to Yi Luotian. After all, as one of the four great sects, the Withered Leaf sect was not as imposing and overbearing as the other three sections. They usually acted as if they were a good person. Everyone involuntarily thought in their hearts, could such a sect really stand among the four great sects? However, the truth was often like this, and it surpassed everyone's expectations. However, it was also because of this that the other three of the four great sects, although they were filled with disdain toward the Withered Leaf sect, at the same time, they were more or less afraid of them. At times, the truly frightening thing was not necessarily the powerful strength that had already been revealed. Often, it was those who appeared ordinary but were filled with mystery, just like the Withered Leaf sect. Perhaps it was because of this that the three great sects did not dare to make a move against the Withered Leaf sect. Otherwise, with such a large piece of cake in front of them, they would have long fought over it. Xiaoyan, it is likely that we have not met for over 10 years since the last time we parted. The first to speak was Qinzhen from the Refinement sect. Amongst the four great sects, the Refinement sect was the strongest. Hence, when the four great sects joined forces, the Refinement sect would be in charge of everything. After so many years, the four of you have indeed not forgotten about my sky extinction steps. Xiaoyan parted his mouth into a cold smile. His feet moved while the words were spat out from his mouth. The sky extinction steps was unleashed. In an instant, the black-robed Xiaoyan's body rushed forward by over 1,000 feet. When they saw Xiaoyan's frightening speed, even the four great sect leaders could not help but secretly feel shocked in their hearts. With the growth of his strength, the advantage in terms of speed had also become increasingly obvious after he had practiced the sky extinction steps. The current Xiaoyan's strength was merely that of a 5-star Dodi. However, even so, his speed was still a little faster than the four of them. Just this point alone was enough to show how frightening the sky extinction steps was. Xiaoyan, your speed is indeed frightening. However, you should also clearly understand that the people standing in front of you are the sect leaders of the four great sections. If it was one-on-one, you might have some ability to retaliate. However, in front of the four of us, do you think that you will be able to escape even if you have the sky extinction steps? Seeing Xiaoyan's sudden eruption of frightening speed, Qinzhen clearly understood in his heart that Xiaoyan was merely borrowing the terror of the sky extinction steps to intimidate the four of them. Unfortunately, he had lived for so many years. Xianxia was also a shrewd old man. He had seen through Xiaoyan's intention at a glance. Hearing these words, Xiaoyan's heart could not help but sink a little. Both of his eyes narrowed. Only then did he speak. Looks like the four of you are planning to join forces to deal with me just like back then. Haha, I am really honored. Don't say such useless things. Since we have come to find you, we are naturally prepared to join forces. No matter what you say today, you must hand over the sky extinction steps. Xianxia once again sneered. His words that were filled with ridicule fell. At the same time, the golden walking stick in his hand heavily knocked on the invisible space. Immediately, a circle of golden light swiftly spread out from the bottom of the walking stick. In the blink of an eye, it had already covered the entire sky above the sand river. Moreover, it condensed into a huge formation at a speed visible to the naked eye. Xiaoyan, this large formation is something that this old man has personally prepared for you. Today, even if you have the sky extinction steps, you are destined to be unable to escape. Xiaoyan's heart sank when he saw the rapidly spreading golden light under his feet. Numerous mysterious symbols were gradually becoming clearer within the golden light. The doqi in his body began to circulate wildly as he waved the giant ruler in his hand in an attempt to retreat. However, it was also at this moment that four streams of light swiftly shot over from Xiaoyan's side. In the blink of an eye, they had surrounded Xiaoyan. The four of them had surrounded Xiaoyan in an encirclement. The entire sky above Sha He Pai had already become their encirclement. Xiaoyan, I advise you to obediently leave with us. It will save you the trouble of putting up a pointless struggle. That will only cause you to send yourself to a dead end. Xianxia gripped the golden staff in his hand as he spoke in a deep voice with a dignified expression. At the same time, the other three also released their pressuring auras and pressured Xiaoyan in an attempt to intimidate Xiaoyan's heart. Ah, sect leader Chen's words are a little laughable. Don't tell me that my current predicament is not because of your actions? What dead end? I'm afraid that you have no intention of giving me a way out. Since you wish to attack, why waste your breath? Just come at me directly. I will gladly accept your challenge. Xiaoyan laughed coldly. During all these years, the four large sects had never given up on investigating him. Xiaoyan did not believe that they would let him off after obtaining the sky extinction steps. This was especially the case for this old bastard Yi Luotian. He acted one way on the surface and another behind his back, causing others to feel that he was extremely dangerous. If Leng Bingshuan had not intervened in time back at the Shilin mountain range, it was likely that Xiaoyan would have already lost his life. Forget about the latter not letting him off, even Xiaoyan would not let Yi Luotian off. Additionally, there was also Qianzhen and Wu Jitian. These two fellows had nearly caused Luo Jin to meet with an accident back then. Xiaoyan had always kept this matter in his heart. As for Jian Ming, there was even less need to be said. In short, the current relationship between Xiaoyan and these four great sects had already reached a point where they would not rest until one of them was dead. Unless these four great sects were completely removed from the western region, Xiaoyan would definitely not let this matter rest. However, the thing that caused Xiaoyan to feel troubled was that the four great sect leaders were gathered. Xiaoyan did not think that he had the ability to face four high-class Dodi alone. Currently, he could only think of a way to withdraw from this place. This was the most important thing. Attack. Capture him. Jianming let out a low cry. Xiao. Following this low cry, the other three nodded in unison. They exchanged glances with each other. Soon after, they prepared to attack Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan held the huge ruler in his hand. A fierce flame covered it. The heavenly flame within his body also surged out wildly at this moment. It swiftly agglomerated into a heavenly flame armor on the surface of his body. However, just as the four people around Xiaoyan were about to launch an attack at him, the empty space in front of Xiaoyan suddenly became distorted. The hearts of the four people were startled when they saw this. They were just about to step forward. They paused in their original spot. After which, a black-robed old man with an amiable face appeared in front of the few of them in front of their gazes. The few people from the four great sects immediately frowned when they saw this old man appear. This was especially the case when their gazes landed on the badge on the chest of the old man. The faces of the four people instantly revealed an extremely ugly expression. That badge was the badge of an alchemist. If he was just an ordinary alchemist, it would naturally not be worth the four of them revealing such ugly expressions. However, at that moment, on the alchemist badge that this seemingly ordinary old man wore on his chest, there were 5 genuine-looking medicinal pills engraved on it. These 5 elixirs represented the identity of this old man. A rank 5 alchemist. Rank 5 alchemist. You are from the Alchemist Alliance? There is only one rank 5 alchemist in the Alchemist Alliance of the Western region. That is the Vice President of the Alchemist Alliance. Therefore, you are the Vice President of the Alchemist Alliance, Han Dong. Xianxia and the other 3 people stared intently at the black-robed old man who had appeared in front of Xiaoyan at this moment. Their expressions were solemn as they spoke. When these words were spoken, Xiaoyan, who was behind the old man, could not help but raise his eyebrows. He felt extremely astonished in his heart. He had never met this old man in front of him before. Yet, the latter actually stood up for him. This caused one to feel suspicious. Cuckoo, I am really honored to be able to let the 4 sect leaders remember my name. Hearing this, the black-robed old man smiled faintly. His hand gently stroked his beard as his gaze swept over the 4 people in front of him. After which, he looked at Xiaoyan behind him. No wonder young friend is able to raise his doqi and alchemist skills to such a level at such a young age. It is actually Mr. Xiaoyan. Your great name is like thunder to the ears of the old me. Han Dong cupped his hands toward Xiaoyan. The latter hurriedly returned the greeting upon seeing this. Junior Xiaoyan greets elder. The person in front of him was a rank 5 alchemist and was also the vice president of the Alchemist Alliance. When facing him, even Xiaoyan had to withdraw his arrogant character. Cuckoo, young friend Xiaoyan need not stand on ceremony. The reason the old me has come this time around is to invite Mr. Xiaoyan to my Alchemist Alliance for a while. May I know what you think? Han Dong glanced at the 4 sect leaders from the corner of his eyes. After which, he looked at Xiaoyan and smiled as he spoke. Hearing these words, the expression on Xiaoyan's face was slightly stunned. He could not help but feel a little surprised in his heart. This old man was the vice president of the Alchemist Alliance. Why would he look for a 5-star doji like him? Or could it be that he had taken a fancy to his alchemist skills? Thinking of this, Xiaoyan's eyes immediately brightened. He seemed to have thought of something in his heart. He remembered that back in the southern region's savage ancient city, that rank 3 alchemist, Zhou Tai, had joined the Alchemist Alliance because he was a rank 3 alchemist. Back then, Zhou Tai had once told him that the Alchemist Alliance would take the initiative to invite some people with great alchemist talent to join the Alchemist Alliance. At the same time, it would increase his own strength and also provide an additional protective umbrella for the alchemists themselves. It was because of the Alchemist Alliance that Zhou Tai did not have to worry so much when he did things. At the same time, it also reduced a lot of unnecessary trouble for him. Currently, Xiaoyan was also in such a situation. The 4 large sects had joined hands and sealed off all of Xiaoyan's escape routes. If it was just him alone, it would be impossible for him to escape from their encirclement. However, Han Dong's appearance might be able to turn the situation around. With the Alchemist Alliance taking action, even the 4 large sects would have to think twice before taking action. However, it was still unknown whether they would be able to block these 4 people. Currently, this was only the first time that Xiaoyan and Han Dong had met. Logically speaking, the latter would definitely not offend the 4 large sects because of him. If this was the case, it was likely that he could only rely on himself for today's matter. Mr. Xiaoyan need not worry too much. You can rest assured and leave these 4 to the old me. Appearing to have seen through Xiaoyan's thoughts, Han Dong smiled faintly. He turned his gaze and looked at the 4 people behind him. A few silhouettes stood in the middle of the sandy river, where the wind and sand were flying high in the sky. Chairman Han, what do you mean by this? You should know that Xiaoyan is a person that our 4 large sects have named to capture. As the deputy chairman of the Alchemist Alliance, don't tell me that you wish to intervene in this matter? Chen Zhen's face was gloomy. The 4 of them had naturally heard Han Dong's words clearly. The latter's calm appearance simply showed that he did not put their four great sects in his eyes. How could they endure such a contemptuous attitude from the latter? As Qinzhen's words fell, the other three people beside him also cast their gazes towards Han Dong. The expressions on their faces were also unusually gloomy. They had waited for this day for so long. Finally, they could capture Xiaoyan and obtain the Sky Extinction Steps. The Sky Extinction Ancient Tomb could also be opened. At that time, the four great sects would divide the natural treasures in the Sky Extinction Ancient Tomb. Wouldn't that be wonderful? However, at this moment, Han Dong's sudden intervention had pushed Xiaoyan, the duck that was already cooked, away from them. The distance between them and the Sky Extinction Ancient Tomb had also been pulled apart. This time, they were willing to accept it. For sect leaders, the reason why you have captured young friend Xiaoyan is none other than to obtain the Sky Extinction Steps on him and open the Sky Extinction Ancient Tomb. Why must you bitterly force him and insist on killing him? Han Dong smiled and shook his head. He gently stroked his beard with one hand and smiled faintly. He killed hundreds of people from my sect. Do you want me to just let this matter go? Jianming's eyes were filled with killing intent as he stared at Xiaoyan. His face was filled with anger. The extremely powerful aura in his body was constantly surging at this moment. The invisible void was violently fluctuating. Sect leader Jianming's words are too ridiculous. The four great clans under your Sky Sword sect have tried to kill me several times. I only killed them to protect myself. Their deaths were brought upon by themselves. If you want to pursue the matter to the end, it seems to be because of the bounty issued by your four great sects. Xiaoyan crossed his arms over his chest when he heard Jianming's words. His face was filled with ridicule as he spoke. You. Jianming gritted his teeth. His old face was flushed red from anger, and the muscles at the corner of his eyes could not help but twitch violently. Although he wanted to say something, he realized that he could not say anything. Vice Guild Leader Han, today's matter has nothing to do with the Alchemist Alliance. I hope that Vice Guild Leader can give us some face and not let a Tier 3 alchemist affect our relationship. Qinzhen stood up and bowed respectfully to Han Dong. The tone of his voice was quite respectful. Although Han Dong was slightly weaker than them in terms of cultivation, he was a true Class 5 alchemist when it came to alchemy. Even returnants experts, who were more powerful than him, would treat him with respect, so they obviously could not be careless. My Alchemist Alliance should not have interfered in today's matter, but Mr. Xiaoyan's accomplishments as an alchemist are the only one I have seen in so many years. You have become a Class 3 alchemist at such a young age, so I hope that we can invite Mr. Xiaoyan to join our Alchemist Alliance. Han Dong once again turned around after his voice sounded. His face was filled with a peaceful smile as he looked at Xiaoyan behind him. His eyes seemed to be telling Xiaoyan that as long as he joined the Alchemist Alliance, the former would be willing to help him block these four people. Xiaoyan involuntarily laughed in his heart when he sensed the intention of the old man in front of him. Could the old man's actions be considered coercion and temptation? Of course, even if Han Dong did not do such a thing, Xiaoyan obviously would not turn down the Alchemist Alliance's invitation. After all, the Alchemist Alliance was directly related to the Pill Tower. It was a place that all the alchemists on the continent yearned to join. All the truly powerful alchemists on the Yuanwu continent gathered there. As an alchemist, being able to compete with them would be a great fortune without a doubt. As a result, Xiaoyan actually hoped that he would receive an invitation from the Alchemist Alliance one day. However, he had never thought that the person who would invite him would actually be the vice president of the Alchemist Alliance. On the other side, the expressions in the eyes of the four sect leaders involuntarily hardened when they heard the words that were spat out from Han Dong's mouth. Although they had already guessed the reason why Han Dong had intervened for Xiaoyan, their hearts still felt incomparably shocked when they heard Han Dong personally say it. Xiaoyan's talent was actually able to move the people of the Alchemist Alliance. As the vice president of the Alchemist Alliance and a rank 5 alchemist, Han Dong had personally stepped forward for Xiaoyan. Just based on this point, one could see how important Xiaoyan was to Han Dong. Indeed, such a young rank 3 alchemist was an extremely rare existence even in the central region, let alone the western region, which was a barren land on the continent. The fact that a rank 3 alchemist was born here proved that his ability was definitely not something that an ordinary rank 3 alchemist could compare with. Once Xiaoyan joined the Alchemist Alliance, his status would also change accordingly. At that time, Xiaoyan would represent the Alchemist Alliance and not just himself. With Han Dong in front, if Xiaoyan really agreed to join the Alchemist Alliance, wouldn't this mean that there would immediately be a huge monster behind Xiaoyan to protect him? Moreover, this monster's background was not the slightest bit inferior to their 4 great sects. Moreover, from a certain point of view, the Alchemist Alliance was even more powerful than their 4 great sects. Once both sides entered into a hostile relationship, they did not even have to think about the final outcome. Haha, perhaps the words just now were not official enough. Now, I, Han Dong, as the Vice President of the Alchemist Alliance, formally invite Mr. Xiaoyan to join our Alchemist Alliance. Han Dong's eyes narrowed as he stared at Xiaoyan in front of him. His shriveled hand flipped in the air and a metal badge that was different from an ordinary alchemist badge appeared in Han Dong's palm. This is, Xiaoyan gently raised his eyebrows. This was a special badge that was issued by the Alchemist Alliance. Anyone who held this badge would receive the protection of the Alchemist Alliance. Even ordinary alchemists had to respectfully greet them when they saw them. This was a symbol of status and also a display of one's status. Mr. Xiaoyan, as long as you are willing to join our Alchemist Alliance, from now on, this badge will belong to you. At the same time, the Alchemist Alliance also has the obligation to protect your safety. After Han Dong's words sounded, his gaze turned and the expression in his eyes immediately became stern. His gaze swept across Chen Zhen and the other 3, as if he was intentionally warning them. When he heard these words, Xiaoyan's heart involuntarily moved. He hesitated for a moment. After which, under the resentful gazes of Chen Zhen and the other 3, he gently smiled and nodded, saying, "The Alchemist Alliance is the place that every alchemist yearns for. To be personally invited by the Vice President, this junior feels incomparably honored. This junior is more than happy to join the Alchemist Alliance." In the air, Han Dong held the specially made Alchemist Association Master Badge in midair. With a thought, a huge amount of spiritual strength immediately gushed out from between his eyebrows like a flood. When the frightening spiritual strength of a rank 5 alchemist gushed out, it caused the surrounding space to violently surge. The frightening pressure caused the few people present to reveal a serious expression. Even though Han Dong's cultivation was not as high as the 4 of them, with the frightening spiritual strength of a rank 5 alchemist, Han Dong could easily suppress any one of them in a one-on-one fight, except for Chen Zhen. The invisible spiritual strength was like a raging wave that continuously rolled over and over. The invisible space was violently distorted under the spiritual strength, as though it was already on the verge of collapse. It was as though with just a small movement, this large area of space would instantly collapse. Sensing the strength of this spiritual strength, even with Xiaoyan's temperament, his heart could not help but be secretly shocked. Within his eyes, his pupils could not help but abruptly shrink to the size of a needle tip. As expected of a rank 5 alchemist. Such a powerful spiritual strength can really be said to be so frightening. His throat slightly rolled, Xiaoyan could not help but be secretly shocked in his heart. At this moment, the old man also extended 2 bamboo-like shriveled fingers. With a thought, powerful spiritual strength immediately gathered at the old man's fingertips. In the blink of an eye, the invisible spiritual strength gradually agglomerated and turned into a sharp all that appeared to be real. Han Dong concentrated on controlling the awl on his fingertips and stopped it at a position that was only an inch away from the alchemist badge. After which, his gaze turned and looked at Xiaoyan, asking, "Little friend Xiaoyan, according to the rules of the Alchemist Alliance, this badge needs to be engraved with an alchemist's exclusive word. You can choose a word." "Oh?" Hearing this, Xiaoyan could not help but gently raise his eyebrows. His eyes turned and he recalled the first time he met Zhou Tai. Zhou Tai's alchemist badge also had a word engraved on it. After hesitating for a moment, Xiaoyan cupped his hands towards the old man in front of him and respectfully said, "Then, Vice President, please carve the word Yin for this junior." Xiaoyan was an alchemist and possessed a strange flame. His name was even connected to the word fire. Naturally, it would be best to carve the word flame on his alchemist badge. "Okay." Han Dong nodded. Immediately, he used 2 fingers to control the awl, which had almost condensed into substance, and began to engrave it on the alchemist badge. A short moment later, the old man finally handed over the alchemist badge to Xiaoyan. Seeing the bold and powerful Yan word carved on the badge, the corner of Xiaoyan's mouth involuntarily surfaced into a smile. From this moment onward, he could be considered to have officially joined the Alchemist Alliance. Unlike ordinary people, those who received invitations naturally had a higher status in the Alchemist Alliance than those who applied to join. Moreover, because of the person who invited them, these people often received better benefits in the Alchemist Alliance. This was also one of the reasons why many people wanted to join the Alchemist Alliance. Holding the badge in his hand, Xiaoyan wore a smile as he looked at the 4 people in front of him. At this moment, the faces of these 4 people appeared somewhat distorted and flushed red. Numerous gazes stared intently at Xiaoyan. If gazes could kill, it was likely that Xiaoyan would have died 1,000 times over. For sect leaders, is there anything else? Han Dong also turned his head and looked at the 4 people with a smile on his face. Previously, Xiaoyan was alone. However, now that he had joined the Alchemist Alliance, Han Dong had a reason to act on his behalf. Although the 4 people in front of him had an extraordinary status, if they wanted to make a move against the people of the Alchemist Alliance, they would have to carefully consider it. Currently, Han Dong's existence was a huge threat to them. At this moment, they were certain that they would not be able to bring Xiaoyan away today, let alone kill him. Don't tell me that we have to leave with dirty faces? The 4 people thought of this point in their hearts. Their hearts were especially unwilling. A cooked duck had flown away from their mouths. This feeling was the most infuriating. If there is nothing else, we will take our leave first. Goodbye. Seeing that the 4 people in front of him did not move, Han Dong immediately smiled. His eyes indicated to Xiaoyan beside him. The latter also smiled and nodded. The 2 of them moved together and prepared to leave. Wait a moment. Just as Xiaoyan and the other person turned around and were about to leave, a low voice suddenly sounded from behind them. Immediately, the 2 of them paused. They looked at each other and frowned. Taking a deep breath, they turned around and looked at the 4 people behind them. Don't tell me that the 4 of you still have something to say? The vicious expression on Han Dong's old face was slightly gloomy. His tone was somewhat impatient as he asked. President Han. Qianjin took a step forward. His eyes narrowed as he stared at the 2 people in front of him with a sharp gaze. At such a crucial moment, the person who spoke was indeed Qianjin. As the leader of the 4 great sects, only he would be able to make the 3 people beside him pay attention at such a moment. Seeing that Qianjin had spoken, the few people in the sky also looked at the latter. Xiaoyan also frowned slightly. He did not know what this fellow was thinking. Since Xiaoyan has already joined the Alchemist Alliance, if we continue to attack him, it would be insensible of us. However, you should also know that our 4 great sects have spent a lot of manpower and money for the Sky Extinction Ancient Tomb. If not for your appearance today, Xiaoyan and the Sky Extinction Steps would have become ours. So what are you trying to say? Han Dong narrowed his old eyes. His voice sounded a little low. Hearing this, the latter slightly focused. He clenched his teeth and continued. Now that Xiaoyan is already a member of the Alchemist Alliance, we cannot pursue the matter with him. However, at this point, Qianjin paused. His gaze turned and fixed on Xiaoyan. A glint flashed deep within his eyes. The 3 people beside him also seemed to have understood something. One by one, they also turned their gazes towards Xiaoyan. If Xiaoyan is willing to hand the Sky Extinction Steps to us, we can let bygones be bygones for what happened in the past. In the future, we will not be enemies with him. Xiaoyan's expression immediately became gloomy when these words were uttered. Han Dong by the side involuntarily frowned when he saw this. If you are unwilling, then President Han, today, our 4 great sects can only offend you. Without waiting for Xiaoyan to speak, Qianjin's face turned cold. The aura within his body also gushed out at this moment. Instantly, a powerful aura spread out in all directions. In the sky, the leaders of the 4 large sects each released the powerful aura within their bodies. Powerful doqi charged out from their bodies and shot to the sky, transforming into 4 doqi light pillars that shot into the sky. Their auras were like rainbows. The auras within the bodies of the four people combined in this empty space and became even stronger. They violently pressed down on Han Dong and Xiaoyan. Even though this wasn't a fatal attack, the terrifying pressure of this aura was enough to make people's hearts tremble. Humph. Seeing this scene, Han Dong immediately let out a cold snort. A thought passed through his mind and a powerful spiritual strength broke out from between his brows. It was like a long spear with a vast aura that forcefully blocked the pressure from these four people. Don't tell me that the four leaders really want to start a war with our alchemist alliance? Although he had used his own strength to block the aura and pressure of four high-class Dodi, Han Dong's expression was ugly. Fighting four people by himself was really too much of a stretch. Chairman Han, our four large sects have repeatedly given in because of you and the alchemist alliance. Now, we only hope to obtain the Sky Extinction Steps and open the Sky Extinction Ancient Tomb. This does not seem to be too difficult. As long as Xiaoyan is willing to hand over the Sky Extinction Steps, our four large sects will immediately turn around and leave. However, if he does not hand it over, we will have to return dejectedly. Humph, explanation? As the leaders, do you still need to give an explanation to the sect? Han Dong sneered. Qianzhen's words were simply bullshit. As the dignified sect leader, why would he need to report everything to the sect? Since this is the case, Chairman Han, we can only offend you. No matter what happens today, Xiaoyan must hand over the Sky Extinction Steps. Soon after, Qianzhen let out a loud cry. His eyes swiftly exchanged glances with the three people beside him. He immediately nodded heavily. His body shook and the do-qi within the vortex in his body surged out even more ferociously. Immediately, the auras that surged out from the bodies of the four of them became even more frightening. Within a short couple of breaths, Han Dong's spiritual pressure was swiftly suppressed by the combined efforts of the four of them. Under the combined efforts of four high-class Dodi, the aura and pressure that was agglomerated was not something that Han Dong alone could easily resist. Buzz. It was also at this moment that Xiaoyan, who had been silent, suddenly moved. One could see a dense white flame-light pillar being emitted from Xiaoyan's body. A shocking aura and pressure swept out from his body. At the same time, a somewhat illusionary enormous human figure swiftly stood behind Xiaoyan. His powerful strength, along with Han Dong's spiritual pressure, actually pushed back the aura that the four of them had agglomerated together to form in an instant. Soon after, another powerful spiritual pressure erupted from Xiaoyan's body while the expressions of the four of them were changing. It charged forward. One could hear a bang sound. The combined aura of four high-class Dodi experts was forcefully broken by Xiaoyan and Han Dong. What? A shocked expression surfaced on the faces of the five people in the sky, including Han Dong. Their gazes were filled with shock as they looked at Xiaoyan. The emotions in their hearts could not be described with words. By relying on the strength of a five-star Dodi and Han Dong's spiritual pressure, he was actually able to block the aura and pressure of these four people. It was likely that no one in this world could do such a thing, however, while they were shocked, Xiaoyan looked at them with a cold face. He turned his wrist and a glow flickered in his palm. Immediately, a scroll appeared in Xiaoyan's hand. For sect leaders, the Sky Steps is currently in my hands. If you have the ability, come forward and take it. Xiaoyan's hand held the scroll tightly and raised it above his head. His gaze was densely cold as it swept over the four people around him. The words that were spat out from his mouth caused them to immediately recover. For eyes that were filled with a fiery heat instantly locked onto the scroll in Xiaoyan's hand. Sky Steps. Xiaoyan, quickly hand over the Sky Steps. If you want to live, quickly hand over the Sky Steps. In the sky, the eyes of the four people were emitting a glow as they stared intently at the scroll in Xiaoyan's hand. They had waited for this day for too long. Finally, the Sky Steps had appeared in front of their eyes. As long as they obtained the Sky Steps, not only would they be able to open the Sky Ancient Tomb, but they would also be able to borrow the mysterious power of the Sky Steps to greatly raise their fighting strength. They might even be able to leap to become the leader of the four large sects and suppress the other three large sections. How could they remain calm? As they thought of this, the four of them could not wait to step forward and snatch the Sky Steps from Xiaoyan's hands. However, the expression on Xiaoyan's face suddenly turned cold in the next moment. At the same time, the hand that was holding the scroll tightened. His gaze was dense as it swiftly swept over the four of them. After which, he cried out loudly. "If you dare to step forward again, I will immediately destroy the sky end." Steps. As he spoke, Xiaoyan's arm shook and the scroll in his hand also shook a couple of times. The surrounding four people were greatly alarmed when they saw this and hurriedly retreated in agitation. At the same time, their mouths repeatedly advised Xiaoyan not to destroy the sky end steps. Seeing this, Xiaoyan coldly laughed in his heart. He was merely trying to scare them, but this group of people actually had such a huge reaction. It seemed that they were really concerned about the sky end steps. Indeed, with such a heaven-defying agility do technique, forget about them, it was likely that no one would be able to remain calm in their hearts. "Xiaoyan, as long as you are willing to hand over the sky end steps, we can discuss everything. As long as you hand over the sky end steps, we can forget about everything that happened between us in the past." Hearing this, Xiaoyan's face was filled with ridicule as he coldly laughed. They said that they would not mention it, but how could Xiaoyan let them off so easily? After all these years, both parties had already reached a state where they would not rest until one of them was dead. Saying that they would forget about it now was too much of a cold laugh. For sect leaders need not go through so much trouble. I will definitely not hand over the sky end steps. The gazes of the four people became dull. The killing intent in their hearts once again rose. "However, I can give you a choice." Xiaoyan directly chose to ignore their gazes that were filled with killing intent as he continued speaking. 1 year later, I will be at the entrance of the sky end ancient tomb. If everyone is present at that time, I can join hands with all of you to open the entrance of the ancient tomb. Otherwise, you can also choose to not take anything away today and not obtain anything a year later. Are you threatening us? Didn't you also want to threaten us earlier? Xiaoyan retorted with a cold laugh. Immediately, the four of them did not dare to make any more moves. Seeing that the sky end steps was so close but they could not obtain it, the four of them were simply gnashing their teeth in anger. The four of them were silent for a long time. After discussing with each other, they finally helplessly nodded their heads. "All right, we will do as you say. 1 year later, we will meet outside the sky end ancient tomb." Seeing that the four of them nodded their heads, Xiaoyan's heart also heaved a sigh of relief. He smiled as he looked at Han Dong by the side. The two of them looked at each other and smiled before turning to leave. "Wait." But immediately after, the impatient voice rang out once again. Hearing this, Xiaoyan and Han Dong's face darkened as they turned around again. Xiaoyan's extremely cold gaze directly landed on Chen. He was already extremely disgusted by this fellow's voice. "We can promise you that we will meet outside the sky end ancient tomb a year later. However, can you guarantee that you will definitely go at that time? What do you want?" Xiaoyan's face darkened as he spoke in an impatient tone. "Swear on the lightning penalty oath." Once these words were spoken, the three people beside him also looked at Xiaoyan at the same time. Chen worries were not without reason. Only when Xiaoyan swore on the lightning penalty oath could they truly believe the latter's words. "Haha, alright, it is impolite not to reciprocate. Let's swear on the lightning penalty oath together, how about it?" In the end, Xiaoyan grinned. His smile contained a hint of a strange smile. Hearing this, the four of them could not help but frown slightly. However, in the end, they still let out a deep breath and said, "Alright. For sect leaders, since you want to swear on the lightning penalty oath, I should be able to make a request of you." Xiaoyan parted his mouth. He raised the scroll in his hand high up in the air. These words might appear to be a discussion, but the meaning within them was something that everyone present clearly understood in their hearts. Hearing Xiaoyan's words, Chen and the other three couldn't help but look gloomy. However, when their eyes swept across the sky extinction steps, they could only sigh helplessly and said in a deep voice, "Say it. As long as it's not too much, we can agree to it. Hee, my request is not difficult for the four of you. In fact, it can be said to be very simple." Xiaoyan smiled slightly and continued, "My request is very simple. My request is very simple." 1 year later, after we enter the ancient tomb of Heaven End, the few of you cannot attack me. As soon as these words came out, the 4 people in front of him couldn't help but frown. The gloomy expression on their faces changed again. It seems that the 4 of you are unwilling. With a cold expression, Xiaoyan's hand that was holding the scroll tightened. His 5 fingers tightened and a creaking sound of friction was transmitted into the ears of the 4 people. Immediately, the hearts of Xianxia and the other 3 tightened. They fiercely clenched their teeth and hurriedly agreed. Okay, we'll do as you say. Now that the sky extinction steps was in Xiaoyan's hands, even if they were 100 times unwilling, in order to have a chance to obtain the sky extinction steps, the 4 of them could only agree to Xiaoyan's request again and again. Following Xiaoyan's intention, the 4 of them each swore on the lightning penalty oath. Then, it was Xiaoyan's turn. Using the sky extinction steps in his hands, Xiaoyan made them hesitate to act rashly. They didn't dare to make any rash moves for the time being and didn't make any requests. This was also within Xiaoyan's expectations. After swearing on the lightning penalty oath, Xianxia and the other 3 people sighed in relief. Even though they didn't catch Xiaoyan and didn't obtain the sky extinction steps, they at least had something to look forward to. After 1 year, the sky extinction ancient tomb would finally be opened. At that time, the treasures in the ancient tomb would be used by the 4 great sections. At that time, the 4 great sect status in the Western region would definitely rise again. The Western region would truly become their world. How about it, for sect leaders, can we leave now? After a long while, Han Dong once again opened his mouth. This time, Xianxia and the other 3 finally stopped pestering. Without waiting for the Xiaoyan duo to leave, they first turned around and left in the direction they came from. Only when the 4 figures had completely disappeared from Han Dong's perception range, did the latter turn his head around and look at Xiaoyan with a kind smile on his face. Haha, young friend is also a courageous person. In the entire Western region, you are the first person this old man has seen to be able to force the 4 of them to retreat. The old man's gaze swept across Xiaoyan's body as he involuntarily exclaimed. The admiration in his tone wasn't concealed in the slightest. Senior must be joking. This junior only relied on the sky extinction steps to make them hesitate and not dare to act rashly. Given the greed of these fellows, if the sky extinction steps weren't enough to move them, they would have already made their move earlier. Haha, young friend is too humble. The one who laughs until the end is the winner. Based on today's matter, you have already won by being able to force them to retreat. Han Dong gently stroked his beard. His soft laughter caused Xiaoyan to shake his head. His gaze looked in the direction that the 4 of them had left in as he knit his brows and fell into deep thought. Although Xianxia's group had temporarily left this place, Xiaoyan believed that they would definitely not let this matter rest. This was especially the case for Yi Luotian. He had hidden himself the deepest amongst the 4 large sections. Everyone thought that he was merely a 7-star Dodi. Once he truly revealed his strength, it was likely that it would be the end of the other 3 large sections. However, Xiaoyan did not know whether Yi Luotian would follow him alone. He believed that given that fellow's character, he would not be concerned about whether the sky extinction steps could be maintained. Moreover, Xiaoyan was able to sense a strange aura from Yi Luotian's body when facing him. That aura gave Xiaoyan an extremely familiar feeling. However, he was unable to recall when he had seen it before. It was likely that this Yi Luotian was not an ordinary person. His identity was definitely not as simple as being from one of the 4 large sections. Unfortunately, Xiaoyan was unable to find out any information regarding this point. Currently, Xiaoyan could only take 1 step at a time. If the storm that was about to arrive was something that he would ultimately be unable to avoid, he could only face it head-on. Growing up in a storm. Had Xiaoyan not always been like this? Haha, young friend Xiaoyan, now that they have left, the old me should also leave. This time around, the old me has indeed come out to settle some matters. It is just that I did not expect to coincidentally meet young friend Xiaoyan. Now that the matter has been resolved, the old me should also leave. At this moment, Han Dong's tone changed as a pair of muddy old eyes once again looked towards Xiaoyan. Upon hearing these words, Xiaoyan could not help but be slightly taken aback. Soon after, he nodded his head and cupped his hands together towards the old man. His tone was respectful as he spoke. I still have to thank Elder for your help today. If there is another day, this junior will definitely repay this favor. Young friend, there is no need to be so courteous. The reason why the old me intervened was indeed to invite you to join my Alchemist Alliance. Since we are both members of the Alchemist Alliance, there is no reason for the old me to not lend a hand when I see that you are in trouble. That's right, the headquarters of my Alchemist Alliance is established in the Western Wastelands. If you encounter any difficulties during this trip, you can go to the Alchemist Alliance. As long as you take out the Alchemist badge in your hand, there will naturally be people who will help you. Immediately, Han Dong appeared to have thought of something as he reminded Xiaoyan with his words. Oh? Upon hearing Han Dong's words, Xiaoyan could not help but gently raise his eyebrows. He did not expect that the headquarters of the Alchemist Alliance would actually be established in the Western Wastelands. However, Xiaoyan had already recovered from his shock. His face was filled with gratitude as he nodded towards Han Dong. Once again, he cupped his hands together and respectfully said, "Thank you, Elder, for your reminder." Upon hearing this, the old man stroked his beard with one hand. His face was filled with a peaceful smile as he nodded his head. After which, the old man smiled as he gave a few more instructions to Xiaoyan. After which, he turned around and flew towards another direction. In the blink of an eye, only Xiaoyan was left in the vast sky. Huff, Xiaoyan let out a long breath. However, the heavy stone that was pressing down on his heart was still not put down. Instead, following Han Dong's departure, Xiaoyan's heart felt even heavier. He faintly had a premonition that this trip to the Western Wastelands would not be as smooth as he had imagined. Gently shaking his head, Xiaoyan tossed these thoughts to the back of his mind. His figure flashed as he once again landed in the city below. As the few people in the sky dispersed, the curious gazes in the city below also gradually withdrew. With regards to all of this, everyone seemed to be used to it. It was as if they were watching a boring play. However, just as everything seemed to have come to an end, Yi Luotian's figure appeared on top of a mountain several thousand miles to the southeast of the Sand River. 2 hours later, Qin Zhan and the rest had dispersed. At this moment, a black shadow was standing on top of a cliff. It gazed at Yi Luotian's figure from afar as it let out a strange cry. It seemed to have grown impatient at the latter's tardiness. Xiaoyan only stayed at Sand River shop for a day. After purchasing a detailed map of the Western Wasteland region, he quickly began his journey once again. Wind and sand raged in the vast desert. A human figure wearing a black robe walked forward amidst the strong wind. Each time his foot landed, it would sink deeply into the quicksand. As the human figure walked past, there was a row of circular pits behind him. If someone was not in front of them, no one would be able to recognize that these were footprints. Before the person could walk very far, those footprints were gradually buried by the quicksand. The human figure gradually walked further and further away. The traces that he had walked past also disappeared. It was as though no one had ever appeared here. After leaving Sand River shop, Xiaoyan stepped into this vast desert. He did not choose to fly through it. Instead, he slowly walked toward the deeper regions of the desert. Using Xiaoyan's words, walking was also a kind of training method. Moreover, although his current cultivation had already reached the middle level of the 5-star Do D, the degree of stability of his strength was not as good as before due to the rapid increase in his strength. If he were to blindly raise his cultivation level and forget about his foundation, he, Xiaoyan, would sooner or later fade into the crowd. Xiaoyan clearly understood that the reason his fighting strength was able to far surpass other experts of the same level was because he had relied on himself to walk step by step on solid ground. It was just like this yellow sand. Each time his foot landed, it would leave behind a depression. The depth of the depression would change according to the degree of solidification of the sand under his feet. However, after Xiaoyan walked past, those depressions would recover their original appearance. Although their appearance had recovered, if one were to step on them again, one would discover that the place where one's foot landed was much more solid. It was as though one was stepping on solid ground and was extremely stable. However, if one were to directly fly through it, even though one would be able to reach their destination earlier, the yellow sand below would still be loose. If one were to step on it one day, no one would know what the quicksand would gradually become. it was likely that one would even sink into it. On the other hand, Xiaoyan was different. After walking through the path in front of him in a steady manner, this path would only bring him pleasant surprises and convenience when he returned. Although the construction of this path was perhaps much more difficult and slower than others, what he obtained was similarly much more than others. There were no shortcuts in this world. Other people's achievements might appear brilliant, but who knew just how much they had to pay under that brilliant glory? The boundless journey seemed to have no end. It was as if there was no end to this road, and there was no hope to be found. If it was an ordinary person, in such a scorching hot environment, in addition to this boundless desert, they probably wouldn't be able to persist for a day. However, it was in such a harsh environment that Xiaoyan actually dropped all of his defenses. He only relied on his black robe to withstand the strong wind that came head-on. Even the raging, heavenly flame in his body had been withdrawn by him. In other words, the current Xiaoyan was almost completely exposed in the desert. Other than his body of flesh and blood, the current Xiaoyan had nothing else. At the very least, before he used his strength, he was no different from an ordinary person. Under such circumstances, even a doge would have the ability to kill him. The black robe fluttered in the wind and flew in the air like a black flag. Under the black robe was Xiaoyan's naked upper body. His white skin was exposed to the air. In an instant, the scorching heat was like a flame beating on Xiaoyan's body, causing Xiaoyan to feel a burning pain. The strong wind that came head-on was not as gentle as he had imagined. Not only did it not bring him the slightest bit of pleasure, it also made the scorching heat around Xiaoyan's body become even more terrifying. The hard sand became like red-hot steel nails in the strong wind, heavily hitting Xiaoyan's body. It could even be clearly seen that the moment the sand hit Xiaoyan's body, it left behind clear dents. In the beginning, Xiaoyan's entire body was swiftly drenched in perspiration. However, in the end, not even a drop of perspiration flowed out from Xiaoyan's body. His lips were pale and chapped. His skin and flesh were torn apart. Fresh bright red blood surged out. A fishy sweet smell followed Xiaoyan's breathing and entered his lungs, causing him to swallow it in a dry and hoarse manner. Under such a merciless blow, even with the strength of Xiaoyan's body, a large area of dense red spots appeared on the surface of his skin. Scarlet blood flowed under the skin. Xiaoyan clenched his teeth and endured the pain with great difficulty. Until a certain moment, dark red blood flowed out from Xiaoyan's body and quickly condensed into a thin blood scab. The sand first hit the wounds and mixed into the blood. Then, it changed the blood and condensed together. In the blink of an eye, Xiaoyan's entire upper body had turned dark red. The thin blood scab appeared to have covered Xiaoyan's body with a tight-fitting garment. When the sand hit the blood scab, it emitted a fine caw-caw sound of collision. The high temperature burned the thin layer of blood scab until it was as hot as metal. Under the blood scab, Xiaoyan knit his eyebrows together. The blood scab on his forehead immediately broke apart and fell. It was like a piece of porcelain that fell into the yellow sand and was swiftly submerged. Boom! Suddenly, a thick white flame rose on the surface of Xiaoyan's body and quickly swept away the high temperature around Xiaoyan's body. The latter's body was finally able to relax at this moment. After relaxing his body, Xiaoyan did not dare to rest for long. He hurriedly forced his body to sit down. With a thought, the flame mantra chi method in his body began to circulate. Between heaven and earth, waves of blazing energy gathered towards the flame mantra. At this moment, 4 hours had finally passed since Xiaoyan had first entered this desert. Even though it was only 4 hours, Xiaoyan had experienced incomparably great pain during this period of time. Without using any power to resist, Xiaoyan admitted that it was impossible for him to survive in this place with just his physical body. To an ordinary person, this place was simply purgatory. However, it was also precisely because of this that this place was the best place for Xiaoyan to train his physical strength. In this kind of environment, an ordinary physical body would not be able to adapt. However, Xiaoyan had endured for 4 hours on his first try. As long as he could endure for longer each time, the toughness of Xiaoyan's body would be greatly strengthened. This would be extremely helpful in actual combat. Unfortunately, after 4 hours in this desert, Xiaoyan had almost reached his limit just by relying on his physical body. He had no choice but to temporarily rest. He could only wait until he had recovered to his peak before continuing on his journey. Yellow sand raged in the western wastelands. The wind whistled and the sand filled the sky like rain. Looking all around, one could not even see a single cloud in the boundless sky. There was only the blazing sun that was like a fireball, emitting a terrifyingly high temperature that was difficult to endure. Between heaven and earth, it was dry and hot. The air did not contain the slightest bit of moisture, and there was no other color in the endless yellow sand. The fine sand became as hot as charcoal under the scorching sun. This place was simply a land of death. In the vast desert, Xianxia, who was wearing a black robe, slowly walked westward. His footsteps were heavy and steady. Xianxia had already walked in this desert for 7 days since he had left the Sand River. During these 7 days, Xianxia would use a couple of hours to temper his physical body. Although the process was painful, it must be said that under such repeated tempering, the strength of Xiaoyan's physical body had also rapidly increased. Moreover, after repeated training, the douqi in Xiaoyan's body was also swiftly solidifying. Waves of pure douqi became even purer under the refinement of the heavenly flame. The originally fist-sized cluster of douqi finally turned into a thumb-sized cluster of pure energy water droplets after being refined by the heavenly flame. These water droplets merged into the vortex space within Xiaoyan's body. Under this repeated and slow refinement, Xiaoyan's cultivation also gradually stabilized. After these 7 days of hell-like destruction, Xiaoyan's originally white skin had become dark black. He did not know how many layers of skin on the surface of his body had already fallen off. Xiaoyan only knew that his body was continuously bleeding along the way. The moment the bright red fresh blood surged out, it would swiftly form a layer of blood scab. After which, it would swiftly crack and fall off. Following this, it would surge out again, crack, and fall off repeatedly. Xiaoyan's body was repeatedly destroyed in this kind of environment. However, compared to the first day, the current Xiaoyan could already rely on the strength of his physical body to endure for half a day in this desert. Although the final result would cause Xiaoyan to lose all of his physical strength and have difficulty maneuvering the douqi in his body, it was also because of this that the speed at which Xiaoyan's strength rose was even faster. As the saying goes, blossoms in destruction and grows in predicament. Even a demon phoenix needed to experience the pain of nirvana. If one wanted to become a dragon among men, would one not have to endure even greater pain? Fortunately, Xiaoyan's greatest strength was his perseverance and extraordinary tenacity. No matter what it was, as long as he wanted to do it, he would definitely not give up. Regardless of how great the pain and danger was, Xiaoyan was completely fearless. In order for him to be able to walk to where he was today, courage played a significant role. Within a stretch of yellow sand, Xiaoyan's figure sat cross-legged in midair. Both of his hands formed a training seal. With a thought, the flame mantra chi method in his body immediately began to circulate. Within the vortex, pure douqi rapidly circulated along the route of the flame mantra chi method. After circulating for 1 cycle, it was refined by the heavenly flame and turned into a drop of pure water that entered the vortex space. This process continued for a total of 6 hours. When Xiaoyan once again opened his eyes, it was close to dusk. However, it was different from the Shilin region. In the western wastelands region, the sun was still scorching even at dusk. It was just that it was no longer as hot as it was in the afternoon. However, the world was once again enveloped by a stuffy hot aura. Under the protection of the heavenly flame, Xiaoyan was not affected by the vile environment. However, the sky was gradually turning dark and it was time for him to find a place to temporarily rest and reorganize. The environment in the desert changed extremely quickly. Under the premise that there were no fixed road signs, even Xiaoyan was unable to determine the correct direction. During the day, he could rely on the trajectory of the sun to determine the route so that he would not deviate from the west. However, during the night, there were no road signs. Even if he had a map, it was useless. The map in his hands was indeed a good map of the western wastelands region. However, due to the terrain, Xiaoyan was currently still at the outskirts of the western wastelands region. This was a desert with sand dunes that rose and fell. What use could a map have? Ordinary experts would directly fly over the desert at the outskirts of the western wastelands region and would be able to cross it in a day. Who would be foolish enough to travel on foot like Xiaoyan? Otherwise, with Xiaoyan's strength, he would be able to officially enter the Western Wastelands region in half a day. As night fell, the boundless desert also lost its golden radiance during the day. The originally azure sky gradually darkened until it turned black. Not a single star could be seen in the 9 heavens. Not a single ball of light could be seen on the earth. The entire world had sunk into a mysterious pitch-black darkness. Time did not count in this place. It was like the quicksand during the day, submerging all the unfairness. Within the darkness, 2 figures were currently approaching each other at an extremely fast speed. There was not the slightest trace of movement. If one were to examine carefully, one would be able to discover that it was not the 2 figures that were moving. Instead, it was one of them that was rapidly approaching the other person within the darkness. Within the dense darkness, the figure was like a venomous snake that was hidden within the darkness. Its sharp fangs were already prepared to pierce the throat of the other person. 10,000 feet, 1,000 feet, over 100 feet. However, just as this human figure was about to attack, a huge creature suddenly broke out from the sand under the flowing sand. Hiss! Sand and stones flew, as if sand waves were spreading in all directions. Because of this, the black figure's movements were stopped. At the same time, a huge bloody mouth was fiercely biting towards the other figure that was sitting cross-legged. From the looks of it, it seemed to want to swallow the latter in a single bite. When the body of this huge beast was exposed in the darkness, one could vaguely see that this huge beast seemed to be a huge python. This beast usually hid under the thick yellow sand until its prey appeared in front of it. Only then would it find an opportunity to launch a sudden attack on the latter, killing the latter in one blow and swallowing the latter. Today, seeing Xiaoyan enter its territory, it naturally treated the latter as its prey. Unfortunately, it had chosen the wrong target. Bang! When the huge snake's mouth fell and swallowed Xiaoyan's body, the figure that Xiaoyan was sitting cross-legged suddenly shattered and rapidly dissipated. What the beast had just swallowed was merely Xiaoyan's afterimage. At this moment, when the giant snake turned its head, it realized that in the darkness, there was a person whose appearance could not be seen clearly standing above its head. Roar! An earth-shaking roar rang out. Just as the huge beast was about to make a move, Xiaoyan's right hand suddenly clenched into a fist. The moment the huge beast beneath his feet raised its head, he smashed down with his fist, forcefully piercing through the head of the beast that had made the sound. The terrifying force instantly shattered the tissues in the huge snake's head. In fact, it even forcefully pierced through its lower jaw. Blood that was filled with a fishy stench immediately spurted out. At the same time, the huge beast's life force also quickly dissipated. Soon after, Xiaoyan withdrew his palm, but it was not stained with a single trace of blood. Just as the huge beast's corpse heavily smashed onto the sand dune, Xiaoyan's gaze suddenly turned and looked at the void not far from the huge snake. There, a strange black fog was churning in the air. In an instant, Xiaoyan's face darkened. A pair of pitch-black eyes instantly ignited with a dense white flame. Ghost Palace. At this moment, the vast desert was completely dark. With one's naked eye, it was difficult to see anything within a 10-meter radius. However, in front of the enormous spiritual strength, all the darkness was useless. Ghost Hall. At this moment, Xiaoyan's expression was gloomy. A dense white heavenly flame gradually filled his eyes. His ice-cold killing intent was not hidden at all. You guys are really like lingering spirits. Xiaoyan clenched his hand and the heavy Xian ruler immediately landed in his hand. A dense white flame lingered over it and the entire world immediately became as bright as day. The temperature of the place swiftly rose. The yellow sand below actually began to swiftly melt like ice under this frightening temperature. Under the illumination of the flame, a cluster of black shadows rose in a serene manner like a will-o'-the-wisp in the empty space a short distance away from Xiaoyan. If one did not have a great understanding of it, it was likely that an ordinary person would not be able to recognize just what this cluster of things was. TSK. Xiaoyan, this venerable self has not come today to capture you. If he had such thoughts earlier, he no longer dared to act recklessly after seeing the miserable fate of this magical beast. Xiaoyan's fighting strength far exceeded those of the same level. This was something that everyone within the Ghost Hall knew. It was also something that they had to understand. Even though the both of them were elite Dodi at this moment and the fellow within the cluster of black shadows was clearly stronger than Xiaoyan, he would not easily attack unless he was absolutely certain of victory. Instead of bitterly contending with no results, he preferred to leave his opponent without any ability to resist. An absolute suppression would cause his opponent to feel despair. This would cause his heart to feel incomparably carefree. Capture me and bring me back. Do you think that you can do it? Hearing the strange laughter that was transmitted from the cluster of black fog, Xiaoyan's face revealed a disgusted expression. However, his mouth laughed coldly with disdain. With his current agility and speed, even an 8-star Dodi would not be able to catch up with him, much less this fellow in front of him who was merely an intermediate 7-star Dodi. TSK, that's right, that's right. With just this venerable self alone, I'm afraid that it would really be difficult to do it. However, the main reason I have come to look for you today is to show you something. The strange laughter was once again emitted from the black fog. That laughter sounded as though it was transmitted from hell and was extremely ear-piercing. However, it was not difficult to tell from this voice that this fellow seemed to have come prepared. Xiaoyan's heart tightened for some reason when he heard the words that were emitted from the other party's mouth. An ominous premonition surged from the bottom of his heart and could not be stopped. What happened? Xiaoyan could not help but be quietly shocked. This kind of situation rarely occurred to him. He could not even remember when the last time it had occurred. However, the current situation caused his mind to be unable to remain calm. It was as though this fellow in front of him was going to bring some kind of shocking news. Xiaoyan's expression changed slightly. What do you want to say? Xiaoyan narrowed his eyes. His eyes that were filled with a fiery glow stared intently at the other party. His body under the black robe trembled uncontrollably. Beads of perspiration flowed down from his forehead. Even Xiaoyan himself did not know why he was so nervous. TSK, oh, take it and take a good look. The strange laughter was once again emitted from the black fog. Almost at the same time, a cluster of fist-sized black fog swiftly shot out. It was like a black flowing light. In the blink of an eye, it had already arrived in front of Xiaoyan. Its target was Xiaoyan's throat, as though it wanted to kill him. Puff. Just as the cluster of black fog arrived in front of Xiaoyan, a cluster of dense white flames suddenly rose in front of Xiaoyan and swallowed the black fog in one gulp. Then, through the white flames, Xiaoyan could clearly see a white jade tablet floating slowly in the flames. If not for Xiaoyan's efforts to control it, the jade tablet would have been reduced to a pile of ashes by now. Xiaoyan's eyes narrowed slightly when he saw the jade tablet. He could not control his nervousness at this moment. After a long while, Xiaoyan hesitated and grasped the jade tablet in his hand. TSK, why, are you hesitating? Is the Great Flame Emperor also afraid of seeing the thing inside? The strange laughter was once again emitted from the black fog. That voice contained a mocking tone. Although Xiaoyan was hesitant, he still planned to investigate. However, before that, Xiaoyan summoned the Northern King. Even the fellow within the black fog involuntarily felt a shock in his heart when he saw the Northern King. It was not that he had never seen a Do-D-class puppet. However, it was the first time that he had seen such a strange puppet like the Northern King. On the other side, Xiaoyan carefully separated a thread of spiritual strength and slowly approached the jade tablet. Before he knew what was hidden within the jade tablet, Xiaoyan had to consider this fellow in front of him before he made any move. The other party was a 7-star Dodi. His strength could not be underestimated. If Xiaoyan was seriously injured by his attack, it would be troublesome. Buzz buzz buzz, when Xiaoyan's spiritual strength slowly approached the jade tablet, the nervousness in his heart also became increasingly dense. The spiritual strength in his mind spread out uncontrollably. It was like the surface of a churning sea. It fluctuated intensely, causing the surrounding empty space to fluctuate intensely. At a certain moment, the spiritual strength finally came into contact with the jade tablet. The jade tablet seemed to contain a suction force that instantly swallowed Xiaoyan's thread of spiritual strength. The latter was startled. Soon after, Xiaoyan's consciousness entered the jade tablet. In the next instant, when Xiaoyan raised his head, an enormous cage appeared within the space of the jade tablet. The cage was formed by a formation. Numerous black lights interweaved with each other and sealed the space. At this moment, a lovely person with a face that could overturn the world was sitting cross-legged with her eyes closed. A trace of exhaustion appeared on her pale face. Traces of blood could be seen at the corner of her red lips. Her entire body was covered in wounds of various sizes. It was impossible to tell that this woman had struggled violently in the cage not too long ago. The injuries on her body should have been left behind at that time. However, when Xiaoyan, who was outside the cage, saw this woman for the first time, the expression on his face suddenly froze. In an instant, an excitement that could not be controlled crazily surged out from the depths of Xiaoyan's heart. At this moment, the woman who appeared in front of Xiaoyan was none other than his wife whom he had yearned for day and night, Sun. Sun. Within the jade token, the illusionary figure that was agglomerated from the thread of Xiaoyan's spiritual strength was currently staring at Sun, who was within the formation cage in a startled manner. It was a long while later before an excited and hoarse roar was emitted from Xiaoyan's mouth. His scarlet eyes were filled with excitement as he stared at Sun within the cage. The deep longing in his heart caused Xiaoyan to be unable to help but tear up. His body began to tremble violently at this moment. Based on Xiaoyan's familiarity with Sun, he was naturally able to confirm that the delicate and pretty person in front of him was definitely not fake by the fellow outside. That kind of subtle familiarity that only existed between him and Sun was definitely not something that could be imitated by any method. As for why Sun would appear here, Xiaoyan already did not have the time to care. He only saw Sun, whose delicate body was currently covered with wounds, and he only cared about Sun's current situation. In fact, for the latter, he could even disregard his own life. When Xiaoyan's hoarse roar came out, the beautiful woman, who was sitting cross-legged within the cage, also suddenly trembled. Even though it was hoarse, the voice was filled with familiar emotions. This was something that could not be changed. Sun's tightly shut beautiful eyes suddenly opened, and her gaze immediately locked onto Xiaoyan's body. Seeing this familiar man in black robes, an uncontrollable excitement quickly surged from the depths of Sun's heart. Her pair of beautiful eyes quickly turned red. The corner of her lips trembled as she bit her red lips. Sun did not care about the injuries on her body. It was as if the injuries on her body had completely recovered the moment she saw the man in front of her. Big brother Xiaoyan. Sun. The two of them were separated by the formation cage, but they still shouted in unison. Soon after, the two of them opened their chests and rushed towards each other. Chi. However, just as Sun's lovely body was about to pass through the formation cage, a wave of intense black light flickered from the formation cage. A powerful force instantly pushed Sun back. At the same time, two eye-piercing bloody scars were left on the latter's tender snow-white wrist. A painful scream came out from Sun's mouth. Her delicate body was also sent flying by the force and heavily smashed onto the ground. Sun. Xiaoyan turned pale with fright, and a vicious aura surged onto his face. A huge amount of spiritual strength immediately condensed in the space in front of him, transforming into an invisible giant ruler. Under the control of Xiaoyan's mind, it fiercely smashed towards the formation cage. However, the moment when the giant ruler was about to hit the formation cage, under the gazes of Xiaoyan and Sun, the invisible giant ruler, actually directly piercing through the formation cage. Damn it! What is this? Xiaoyan cursed softly in his heart. His body moved and he arrived in front of the formation cage. His gaze swept over the cage in front of him and a fury suddenly rose in his heart. He threw a punch at the formation, only to see that his body had easily passed through this formation. His heart also understood at this moment that everything that had appeared in front of him was merely a light figure. The real Sun was likely not within this jade token. Sun. Xiaoyan steeled his heart and attempted to pass through the formation. As expected, Xiaoyan did not encounter any obstruction. However, at this moment, Xiaoyan did not have the time to be concerned about all this. What he was truly worried about was whether Sun, who had appeared in front of him, was merely an illusionary figure. If the real Sun was here, Xiaoyan's heart would undoubtedly be filled with joy. However, if it was not, where was the real Sun? Xiaoyan faced Sun while carrying the doubt in his heart. At this moment, the two of them were only a couple of inches apart. Xiaoyan could clearly hear the breathing from Sun Er's nose. However, the emotions in his heart were also extremely anxious at this moment. Big brother Xiaoyan, Sun Er really missed you. Faced with Xiaoyan, even Sun Er, who was a 9-star Doshing, had difficulty suppressing the emotions deep within her heart. Her delicate body leaned forward and her arm, which was covered with scars, was lifted. It seemed that she wanted to hug Xiaoyan tightly. However, it was also at this moment that Sun Er's feet staggered. She directly pounced backwards from Xiaoyan's body. Xiaoyan was also greatly startled. Although he wanted to hug Sun Er, both of them were helpless when they looked at each other. Only at this moment did Sun Er realize that the Xiaoyan in front of her was actually a mere shadow. Big brother Xiaoyan, Sun Er's eyes were red, and tears were swirling in her eyes. She didn't know when they would flow out uncontrollably. Xiaoyan felt extremely anxious in his heart when he saw this scene. He lifted his hand in an attempt to wipe away the tears from the corner of Sun Er's eyes. However, all of this was useless. Sun Er, tell me where you are now. I will immediately go and save you. Xiaoyan clenched his hands into fists. His face was flushed red. Both of his eyes were filled with a stern murderous desire. A monstrous fury surged and burned within his heart. If he knew where Sun Er was now, he would definitely charge over without hesitation regardless of how far away she was. Big brother Xiaoyan, I also do not know where I am. Sun Er helplessly shook her head when she heard Xiaoyan's words. Even she was unaware of her current location. Ever since she had arrived at that realm, she had been restrained by this formation. No matter how hard she tried to break the formation, she would only end up being covered with scars. In this mysterious place, one could not even detect any signs of life. There was only a strange mirror that quietly stood there. The only thing that Sun Er was certain of was that she had been brought here from the mirror in front of her by those two things that were neither human nor ghost. At this moment, that mirror was also placed in front of Xiaoyan. However, Xiaoyan treated it as though it was nothing. In his eyes, there was only Sun Er in front of him. Bastards, this group of things that are neither human nor ghost. They really deserve to die. The reason why Sun Er had been restrained was definitely because of the people from Ghost Hall. If Xiaoyan did not truly wish to become enemies with them before this matter, now that Sun Er had been restrained, Ghost Hall and the Ghost Temple sect behind them had already entered the top of Xiaoyan's blacklist of must-kill. Xiaoyan's heart was filled with a raging fury. A deep white flame crazily burned on the surface of Xiaoyan's body. The fury in his heart had already reached the point where it was about to explode. At the same time, he felt incomparably worried for Sun Er in front of him. Sun Er, protect yourself well. I will definitely come and save you very soon. Sun Er obediently nodded her head. Her pale pretty face revealed a beautiful smile like that of an epiphyllum for Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan was startled as he watched. His somewhat illusionary hand was slowly lifted and slowly rubbed over Sun Er's face. The latter also closed her pretty eyes. Her pale face slid over Xiaoyan's palm. At this moment, silence spoke louder than words. After which, Xiaoyan's illusionary body slowly disappeared in front of Sun Er. The latter's pretty face could not help but reveal a panicked expression. However, Xiaoyan had already withdrawn from the jade token. Within the jade token, the expression on Sun Er's pretty face also froze following the withdrawal of Xiaoyan's spiritual strength. Crack! At the same time, in the outside world, the moment Xiaoyan's spiritual strength withdrew from the jade token in his hand also emitted a cracking sound and broke apart. Xiaoyan's expression also instantly turned ghastly white. In the dark night, Xiaoyan's body was fixed in the air like a statue. A pair of eyes that flickered with fiery light stared fixedly at the broken jade tablet in his hand. Just a moment ago, when Xiaoyan's spiritual strength withdrew from the jade tablet in his hand instantly shattered. Xiaoyan frantically tried to inject his spiritual strength into the broken jade tablet, but unfortunately, the jade tablet had already been destroyed and had lost all its abilities. Xiaoyan's spiritual strength was mercilessly bounced back as if it had collided with a useless rock. In an instant, Xiaoyan felt as if he had lost the most important thing in his life. His eyes stared blankly at the broken jade tablet in his hand. The beautiful smile that Sun Er had shown him a moment ago kept appearing in his mind. The flames that burned in his heart became even more explosive. The flame on the surface of Xiaoyan's body rose. The dense white heavenly flame wrapped around Xiaoyan's entire body, causing him to appear like a sun in the dark night, once again lighting up the desert below. He. I forgot to tell you. Once your spiritual strength enters this jade tablet and withdraws again, this jade tablet will completely lose its abilities and turn into a pile of rubble. In the air, a strange mocking laughter came from the black shadow. It seemed that it was rather satisfied with the expression on Xiaoyan's face. The moment he heard this, Xiaoyan's body that was frozen in the air like a statue could not help but tremble violently. The raging flames rose high into the air, turning into a pillar of fire that spiraled into the bleak night sky. An invisible pressure spread out from Xiaoyan's body. In an instant, the entire world became abnormally silent. The wind and sand froze, and the world was enveloped by an abnormally cold aura. Xiaoyan slowly raised his pair of eyes that were filled with flames and had become incomparably dense and cold. He looked at the black shadow in front of him with killing intent. The empty space trembled. Under this high temperature, the invisible space became distorted. The moment Xiaoyan raised his head, the empty space within a couple of feet around him suddenly collapsed, transforming into a dark black, deep, endless empty space. This time, Xiaoyan was really angry. Before this, even the four great sects had not made Xiaoyan so angry. Shua! White flames rapidly spread out from under Xiaoyan's feet. In the blink of an eye, they had covered a radius of several hundred meters around Xiaoyan. As far as the eye could see, the entire world seemed to have returned to daytime in an instant. The yellow sand below quickly melted. The quicksand wriggled as if it was alive. First, it was golden yellow, then it turned scarlet red. In the end, it turned into a lava hell. This environment was even more terrifying than during the day. Where is she? Xiaoyan's expression was extremely dark and solemn. Every word of his utterance revealed an extremely icy killing intent. His extremely cold eyes appeared as though he wanted to forcefully swallow the other party. TSK, are you angry? Sure enough, Gusaner is your weakness. It's a pity that you will never find her. You're courting death. The moment the strange laughter came out from the black fog, Xiaoyan's body suddenly disappeared. Almost at the same time, the face of the figure in the black fog suddenly changed. The black fog rolled and the figure frantically retreated. A storm was set off in his heart. Chi! A ferocious ruler glow violently swung in front of the person within the black fog the instant he withdrew. The churning black fog was completely useless in front of the dense white flame. However, in the blink of an eye, the large expanse of black fog was completely incinerated by the heavenly flame, revealing a strange masked fellow hidden under a large black robe. The scorching high temperature caused the face under the mask to involuntarily distort. He did not expect that the strength Xiaoyan possessed was actually much stronger than he had imagined. Damn it! I was careless. The black figure viciously cursed in his heart. However, just as the black figure was about to make a move, the space in front of him once again distorted. Holding the heavy Xian ruler, Xiaoyan, whose body was covered in thick white flames, once again appeared. The huge ruler mercilessly slashed at the person in front of him. The majestic strength seemed to want to forcefully tear the person in front of him apart. Again. The face under the mask twitched violently. However, in his heart, he did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. Both of his arms were lifted together. Immediately, numerous pitch-black chains rushed towards the sky from behind the black figure. The nimble chains were just like a poisonous snake as they rushed towards Xiaoyan. The tricky attacks aimed at the various vital points on Xiaoyan's body to achieve the effect of restraining each other. However, the black figure had underestimated the furious Xiaoyan at this moment. Faced with the attacks of these chains, the expression in Xiaoyan's pair of deep white eyes did not change. Instead, the strength on the huge ruler became even stronger. From the looks of it, he seemed to have the posture of someone who was willing to risk his life. Exchanging a life for a life. In the heart of the black figure, he really could not bear to part with his life. With no other choice, the black shadow could only choose to retreat in order to advance. His mind controlled the 8 black chains around his body and swiftly blocked in front of him. Leaving two of them, he ferociously welcomed the heavy Shan Buster sword that was coming straight at him. Kacha. Relying on the might of the Force Elephant skill and the strength of the heavenly flame, Xiaoyan's attack actually forcefully blasted apart the two chains that were shooting towards him. Immediately, the remaining strength carried a powerful aura as it heavily smashed onto the remaining four chains. Clang 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 clang. This time, the four chains did indeed block the heavy Shan ruler. However, this was only a short period of time. Without waiting for the black figure to catch his breath, the strength on the heavy Shan ruler suddenly increased explosively. In the next moment, the pair of sinister eyes under the mask clearly saw the four black chains that were as thick as a human arm break one by one under the powerful strength of the heavy Shan ruler. In the end, the instant the heavy Shan ruler completely destroyed the four chains, the pupils of the black figure's sinister eyes abruptly shrunk to the size of a needle tip. The heavenly flame enveloped the heavy Shan ruler rapidly enlarged in the black figure's eyes. In the end, as the black figure dodged to the side, a corner of the heavy Shan ruler heavily smashed into his chest. Pfft! His figure explosively retreated, the black figure involuntarily spat out a large mouthful of blood. The blood in his body churned and the shock in his heart was even greater than before. He had indeed underestimated Xiaoyan's strength. He was likely even more powerful than what Ji Luotian had said. Of course, this might also be because of Sun Air, which caused Xiaoyan's heart to be stimulated. That was why he was able to erupt with strength that far exceeded his usual strength in such a short period of time. However, in the next moment, when the black figure lifted his head, Xiaoyan's figure once again chased after him. The heavy Shan ruler was raised high above his head. A thick white flame soared into the sky and was about to land heavily on the black figure's head. Seeing this scene, the black figure knew in his heart that Xiaoyan in front of him had really gone crazy today. If he did not think of a way to end this battle, it was likely that even if he was a 7-star Dodi, he would still be in a lot of trouble today. Clang! The black figure extended both of his hands and a pitch-black dochi crazily surged out from his palms. Relying on his own strength, he forcefully blocked Xiaoyan's attack and violently grabbed the heavy Shan ruler. Even so, the black figure's arms were rapidly becoming numb at this moment. The powerful strength was still surging into the depths of his body, causing him to have no choice but to disperse even more strength in order to forcefully suppress the chaotic strength in his body. Roar! Xiaoyan let out a low roar from his nose. At the same time, his right hand heavily slapped the tip of the ruler above him. The originally heavy Shan ruler, under Xiaoyan's palm, released an even more powerful strength, forcefully suppressing the black figure's body that was suspended in the air. The huge ruler broke free from the black figure's grasp and was about to move forward again. However, at this moment, the black figure hurriedly shouted out. Stop! I can let you see Gu Sun Air. Qi, the huge ruler that was about to descend seemed to have instantly solidified. It was forcefully fixed in midair. No matter how powerful the huge ruler was a moment ago, at this moment, it instantly dissipated. The whistling wind pressure continued to blow down after the huge ruler stopped, fiercely hitting the black figure's mask. Under the mask, his face that was covered in cold sweat felt a chill. However, compared to before, it was much better. What did you say? Xiaoyan's hand, which was holding the heavy Shan ruler, involuntarily trembled. His pair of dense white eyes stared intently at the masked black shadow person in front of him. His voice appeared deep and hoarse. I have a way to allow you to see Gu Sun Air. The black shadow person opened his mouth once again. If he allowed Xiaoyan to continue, he would not be able to endure it even if Xiaoyan did not do anything. Speak. Xiaoyan's gaze stared intently at the black shadow person in front of him. The huge ruler shook slightly and a fierce flame immediately burned intensely. It was prepared to attack the person in front of him at any moment. The latter's gaze paused on the heavy Shan ruler. This was especially the case when he looked at the heavenly flame. His gaze involuntarily revealed a grave expression. Faced with Xiaoyan's heavenly flame, his black fog was seriously suppressed. It was like snowflakes that had drifted into a bonfire and was instantly dissolved. If it was not because his own doqi far exceeded Xiaoyan's, it was likely that he would not be able to be as agile as he was now. After all, just by looking at Xiaoyan's appearance earlier, it was likely that an ordinary 6-star Dodi would have been blasted until he was no longer human. Chi! The huge ruler charged forward. The boiling hot air that was being burned by the flame was like a wave of wind as it pounded against the black shadow person's mask, causing the latter to hurriedly recover. He raised his head and discovered that Xiaoyan was looking down from above. Xiaoyan's eyes were indifferent as he stared at him. Xiaoyan's appearance was filled with killing intent. The powerful aura caused the surrounding empty space to ripple intensely, much like the surface of a lake where a huge rock had been thrown. This venerable self. I can allow you to see Gusaner. However, I want something from you. The black silhouette took a moment to organize his words. Then, he grinned and said in a strange tone. Roar! A flame was emitted from the corner of Xiaoyan's mouth. The flame that covered the heavy Xian ruler became even fiercer. This was already Xiaoyan's answer. If I am not wrong, the two ancient gods' jade should be with you, right? Huh? Hearing the words that were spat out from the mouth of the black figure in front of him, even Xiaoyan, who was currently furious in his heart, could not help but feel an intense distortion in his pair of dense white eyes that were filled with a flame. His heart was incomparably shocked. It was unexpected that the reason why the people from the ghost hall had repeatedly come looking for him and even did not hesitate to capture Sunair was actually because of the two ancient gods' jade. This action of theirs was no different from the Hun clan on the Dochi continent. Xiaoyan's eyes were startled as he stared at the empty space in front of him. The heavy Xian ruler in his hand was unknowingly lowered. Soon after, as long as you hand the two ancient emperor's jade to me, I guarantee that you will definitely be able to meet your wife. While after confirming Xiaoyan. After he. Finally. Of. Two ancient gods' jade, it's the two ancient gods' jade again. The two ancient gods' jade repeatedly repeated in his heart. The fury in Xiaoyan's chest became even greater. He even ignored the black shadow's sudden withdrawal. Back then, all the disputes on the Dochi continent had resulted in the capture of Xiaoyan's father, the imprisonment of his teacher, and the destruction of his clan. All of this was because of this two ancient gods' jade. It was unexpected that the scene from back then would repeat itself in front of Xiaoyan after coming to this Yuanwu continent. Tu ancient god, oh Tu ancient god. I have succeeded because of you and I have also failed because of you. In his fury, Xiaoyan flipped his hand and the two ancient gods' jade immediately landed in his hand. With a flip of his hand, the palm-sized ancient jade rotated a couple of times in Xiaoyan's palm before it was tightly held by Xiaoyan. A frightening force suddenly surged out. The furious threads of hatred in Xiaoyan's heart agglomerated in his palm at this moment. He could not help but pour them out. Creak creak creak, the frightening force had yet to completely pour out, but the ancient jade in Xiaoyan's hand had already emitted waves of creaking sounds. It seemed as though it was about to explode. Today, I will destroy you. Eliminate all future troubles. The dense white eyes were filled with blood red in the blink of an eye. Xiaoyan's face was ferocious. The veins on the back of his hand protruded as he attempted to crush the two ancient gods' jade in his hand. Once the Emperor Jade was crushed into powder by Xiaoyan, it would be impossible for the person in front of him to restore it even if he had great ability. At that time all of their efforts would turn into a pile of bubbles. If the two ancient gods' jade is destroyed, you can forget about seeing Gusaner again. Xiaoyan, you better think carefully. Seeing that Xiaoyan was actually so impolite, the Black Shadow Man was also suddenly shocked. The face under the mask was deathly pale. The two ancient gods' jade was too important to them. Once it was destroyed, even if he died 10 or 100 times, he would not be able to make up for the loss, regardless of whether it was for the great plan of the faction behind him or for the sake of protecting his own life. The Black Shadow Man did not dare to let Xiaoyan destroy the two ancient gods' jade. Roar! Since you want it, take it. Suddenly, Xiaoyan's flushed face suddenly lifted up. At the same time, his large hand suddenly waved forward. Immediately, a ray of flowing light that was wrapped in dense white flames carried an extremely powerful might as it instantly tore apart the space in front of it and fiercely charged towards the Black Shadow Man. Wrapped in the flames, it was the two ancient gods' jade. Seeing this scene, the Black Shadow Man suddenly rejoiced in his heart. He did not expect that Xiaoyan would actually be so crazy as to throw the Emperor's jade to him. This really did not take any effort to obtain it. Overjoyed in his heart, the Black Shadow Man's body did not stop at all. With a move of his body, he turned into a pitch-black ray of flowing light and charged towards the flames that were shooting towards him. Almost at the same time, Xiaoyan's heart also moved. The Dragon Phoenix bloodline in his body was instantly activated, and an ancient symbol appeared between his eyebrows. In an instant, an incomparably powerful energy swept out from Xiaoyan's body like a storm. In the blink of an eye, it gathered into Xiaoyan's limbs and bones. The powerful energy caused Xiaoyan to involuntarily roar towards the sky. His pair of scarlet eyes were filled with killing intent. Great Tao of the Void, condense. Xiaoyan's face was ferocious. At the same time that the killing aura in his body surged out, the powerful Great Tao of the Void also crazily condensed. Bang 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 bang. Suddenly, 7 pitch-black tents suddenly condensed around the Black Shadow Man. Just as the latter recovered, a figure flashed in front of him. Xiaoyan's figure had filled up the 8th empty spot. What? The Black Shadow Man was greatly shocked and incomparably terrified. He did not expect that Xiaoyan would actually be so decisive. From the looks of it, could it be that he wanted to kill him here? How was this possible? A 7-star Do D, there were not many opponents in the entire western region who could match him. How could a 5-star Do D like him do it? Wanting to kill him was simply a fool's dream. The Black Shadow Man was both shocked and furious. He thought in this way unwillingly. Unfortunately, the shock in his heart caused him to forget how terrifying Xiaoyan was. 7 nearly solid human figures surfaced behind the 7 tents. They were Xiaoyan's avatars. The 9 avatars had merged into 7. Although their strength was insufficient, there were still 2 3-star Do D among them. The remaining 5 had the current cultivation of an advanced 2-star Do D. Additionally, Xiaoyan's strength was that of a 5-star Do D. With the help of the clan tattoo and the Dragon Phoenix bloodline, his strength had been raised to an advanced 6-star Do D. This lineup could be considered a top lineup even in the entire western region. The 8 of them were holding a huge fire ruler in their hands. The flame on the huge ruler soared and shot to the sky. It was like 8 fire pillars that reached the sky. The fire light was tens of thousands of feet long and its aura was like a rainbow. 7-layer sky-breaking ruler. Soon after, the mouths of the 8 Xiaoyans emitted an explosive cry in unison. The loud and clear cry reverberated in the sky above this magma purgatory. The bright red magma appeared to have been swept by a storm as the surface of the sea churned intensely. Soon after, 8 ruler glows with majestic auras gathered from 8 different directions and violently landed on the black human figure. Xiaoyan wanted to kill a D with this attack. The terrifying murderous aura that Xiaoyan displayed caused the Black Shadow person to be greatly alarmed. Facing attacks from 8 different directions, the Black Shadow person had no chance of dodging. The reason why Xiaoyan had used the Great Way of the Void was to block the Black Shadow person's counterattack and prevent him from escaping. Today, no matter what, Xiaoyan must make this fellow stay. 8 rays of ruler light soared into the sky like a graceful swan, and the sharpness reached into the depths of the dark night sky. The extremely terrifying aura merged into one in the sky, and the flames intertwined and connected with each other through the great path of the void. They turned into a large ring of fire and descended on the head of the Black Shadow. Ka 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 ka. At this moment, the Black Shadow person crazily circulated the Do Qi in his body. Waves of dense, dark black Do Qi swiftly surged out from all over his body. At the same time, 12 dark black chains once again shot out from behind him. They were like numerous poisonous snakes that surrounded the Black Shadow person's body. Soul-locking chains. Soul-locking devouring spirit. The Black Shadow person emitted a sharp ear-piercing roar from his mouth. At the same time, turbulent, dark black Do Qi circled around the dark black chains and swiftly climbed up. The powerful Do Qi was wildly poured into the chains. At this moment, if one were to look again, one would discover that numerous strange, dark black symbols were carved on the dark black chains. The Do Qi was completely poured into those mysterious symbols. Buzz 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 buzz. With the pouring in of Do Qi, the 12 chains immediately buzzed. A black glow lingered on them and the chains immediately appeared to have come alive. Following the Black Shadow person's order, they separately faced the 8 ruler lights that were shot from all directions. Of the 12 chains, 5 of them faced the attacks of a 2-star Dodi avatar. The other 4 faced the attacks of 2-star Dodi avatars. As for the last 3, they directly faced Xiaoyan. The Black Shadow person intended to use this method to block Xiaoyan's attacks from all directions. It had to be said that, relatively speaking, his method was indeed wise. Xiaoyan, who possessed 9 avatars, was like a moving group. He appeared to be alone, but if he summoned all his avatars, in addition to the Northern King, there would be an elite Dodi on Xiaoyan's side. The separation of the incarnations did indeed exhaust quite a lot of Xiaoyan's spiritual strength. However, anyone could differentiate the pros and cons of creating 9 elite Dodi in an instant. And it was precisely because these 7 people were all Xiaoyan's clones that once the 8 auras merged together, the power that erupted would definitely multiply. And the Black Shadow Man's attempt to break through them one by one would undoubtedly reduce a lot of pressure for himself. Bang 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 bang. Immediately after, a violent collision sounded in the sky like muffled thunder. The 12 pitch-black chains expanded in the wind, and in the blink of an eye, they had expanded by more than 100 times. Looking at it at this moment, the size of these 12 chains was much larger than the giant python that had been swallowed in the magma below. The 12 chains were like 12 enormous beasts as they collided with the 8 ruler lights. Immediately, the sea of magma below began to churn violently. The waves of fire slammed against each other as if they had come alive. They charged into the air together, twisting and turning into various shapes. After which, they carried a long line of fire as they heavily smashed into the sea of magma. The waves of fire churned even more violently. The collision in the sky also became more and more shocking. The instant the two sides collided, the endless space exploded. The pitch-black space began to distort intensely. The enormous chains were inserted into the ruler lights. For a short period of time, both sides were in a stalemate. However, waves of Do Qi continued to pour into the chain with the support of his powerful Do Qi by relying on his strength of an intermediate 7-star Do Di. The enormous chain, which was inserted into the ruler glow, suddenly trembled. With a Qi sound, it was inserted even further. The majestic ruler light swiftly dimmed. The dense white flame that was fiercely burning on it also gradually weakened. It appeared that it would be completely extinguished in a short moment. Humph. I thought that you would have some tricks up your sleeves. It turns out that you are merely putting on an act. You have a pride but you are unable to support it. If you were only like this, then today, this venerable self will take both you and the 2 Shi ancient gods' jade. The mouth of the black figure immediately emitted a disdainful cold laugh when he saw that Xiaoyan's strength was not as strong as what he had displayed earlier. From the looks of it, he had thought too highly of Xiaoyan. Even with the help of the heavenly flame, just how big of a wave could a mere ruler glow stir in the face of absolute strength? Roar! Seeing that the ruler lights were about to be broken, Xiaoyan's pair of scarlet eyes finally shone brightly. The moment he raised his head, the other 7 avatars also moved in sync. The enormous fire ruler in their hands was suddenly lifted. When it fell once again, another ruler light was emitted. This one's strength was even greater than the previous one as it violently charged into the previous ruler light. In merely one ruler light, the flames on the 8 ruler lights immediately soared. They shot to the sky and intertwined with each other. Looking from a distance, it appeared as though an enormous fire cluster was standing in the sky. The dazzling glow was even more eye-catching than the sun during the day. Ka 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 ka. In front of the shocked eyes of the Black Shadow person under the mask, the 12 enormous chains began to swiftly twist at a speed visible to the naked eye. The joints of the chains emitted a ka-ka-ka sound of metal twisting. The thing that caused one to be even more stunned was that numerous dark black metal fragments actually fell from the chains. At this moment, the expression on the face under the mask was actually even more terrifying than the mask. His 10 fingers moved together. Surging Do Qi crazily surged out from the vortex within his body. He really wished that he could spit out all of his Do Qi in one go. From this, one could see just how anxious the Black Shadow person was in his heart at this moment. However, the instant waves of enormous Do Qi poured into the chains, the 8 Xiaoyan held the enormous ruler in their hands and repeatedly waved it. In one breath, they continuously swung out 7 feet. ruler lights shot out. Each ruler was stronger than the last. One could see that before the 7th ruler light was swung out, the 12 chains that the black shadow person had released suddenly burst apart and turned into numerous fragments. Under the frighteningly high temperature of the bone-chilling flame, they were incinerated into nothingness. Grug. After the chains were destroyed, the black shadow person, who was the master, could not resist once again spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. The distorted face under the mask swiftly became deathly white. However, before he could recover, the 8 ruler lights, which had broken the chains but did not reduce in strength, continued to descend. The instant the black shadow person raised his head, they simultaneously struck his body. Bang! After a long while, the body of the black shadow person appeared to have been struck by lightning. Fresh scarlet blood splashed out from all over his body. Within his pair of shady old eyes, his pupils instantly shrunk to the size of a needle tip. After which, they swiftly enlarged. His life force swiftly disappeared at this moment. The strange mask on his face rose into the air. Before it fell, it was grabbed by a powerless hand. At this moment, it should have been late at night in the desolate desert. However, it was as if it was daytime. The yellow sand below seemed to have come alive as it surged and flowed, emitting a bright red-hot glow. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that it was not yellow sand, but a boiling hot purgatory of magma. This place was like the scene after a volcano had erupted. It was more like a purgatory on Earth. Xiaoyan weakly held the strange mask in his palm. Only then did an exhausted expression appear on his face. The moment his body relaxed, he felt his entire body become limp. His body hung shakily in the air as if it could fall down at any moment. Raising all aspects of his body to their peak condition in a short period of time, or even surpassing it, placed an extremely heavy burden on Xiaoyan. Just the attack earlier had exhausted quite a lot of Xiaoyan's dou qi from the vortex in his body. Even his spiritual strength had been exhausted by more than half. At this moment, Xiaoyan no longer had any extra strength to continue staying in this empty space. He needed to make the best use of his time to leave this place. Xiaoyan forcefully endured the feeling of emptiness in his body as well as the nearly uncontrollable dizziness in his mind. He suddenly waved his large hand and swiftly stored the Northern King into his storage ring. The avatar around him had already disappeared. His body moved. He did not have the time to determine his direction as he randomly charged in a certain direction. Currently, he only wanted to leave this place as quickly as possible. As for the body of the black shadow, which had already been declared dead, it fell uncontrollably. Finally, it fell into the hot magma below. Splash! A circle of splash-like waves was set off on the surface of the magma. The waves quickly spread out, and after spreading out more than 100 feet, it gradually calmed down. At this time, the position where the figure fell just now seemed as if nothing had happened. Nearly an hour after Xiaoyan left, the calm magma suddenly began to churn intensely. Accompanied by a sharp miserable cry, an extremely illusionary spiritual body, whose image was difficult to capture, suddenly charged out from the churning magma. The magma that wrapped around the human figure gradually fell when he revealed himself. Looking at his appearance, even though his body was already extremely thin, one could roughly recognize that this fellow was surprisingly the person from the ghost hall, who had been killed by Xiaoyan's strong points. After receiving a total of 56 feet of Xiaoyan's attack, he was still able to retain a thread of his soul. It must be said that this fellow's life was extremely tenacious. However, given his current condition, the degree of weakness of his spiritual strength made it difficult for him to recover. It would be difficult for him to even protect himself with this thread of soul fragment. However, in order to survive, he could only forcefully support his extremely weak soul fragment and flee in the opposite direction from where Xiaoyan had left. On the other side, Xiaoyan's condition had also plummeted. As the strength of the Dragon Phoenix bloodline was gradually withdrawn, the clan tattoo between his brows, which was flickering like a star, also swiftly dimmed. In the end, after flying for an unknown period of time, Xiaoyan's body uncontrollably fell downwards. In the final instant before Xiaoyan lost consciousness, a ray of light shot into his eyes. At the same time, Xiaoyan's entire body also fell unconscious. After which, he heavily smashed into the desert below like a meteor. Beside him was a strange grass that appeared withered and yellow, but was secretly filled with life. Time was like the gravel in the air as it flew towards the distant sky, gradually moving further and further away. Compared to the boundless desert, the changes in the environment within the desert were not quick and obvious. However, at the same time, the degree of danger was even more terrifying than the desert. In this place, even though the weather was dry and hot all year round, fresh blood would never dry up. This was because, in this place, there were people or magical beasts dying almost every moment. The blood from the massacre was enough to condense into a river of blood within the desert. However, under the erosion of time, this boundless river of blood had long been buried under the thick dust. In the scorching desert, magical beasts ran amok. The nature of magical beasts made them even more sensitive to any living creature. At this moment, the sharp dog noses of a group of desolate wolves smelled a special scent in the air. That scent caused them to feel infatuation and fanaticism. That scent was like a living person, but also like a corpse that had just lost its breath. This was practically equivalent to picking up a delicious meal for free, causing the nature of these fellows, who were not small in size, to become even crazier. In a short while, this group of desolate wolves arrived at the source of the scent. However, the result that appeared in front of their eyes made them feel stupefied. At this very moment, what appeared in front of this group of desolate wolves was still a desolate desert that was as empty as ever. Sand and rocks flew everywhere. Other than a few stalks of grass that were rolling in the wind, there was nothing else. In the surroundings, there were a few slopes that could be considered steep, surrounding this area into a natural small basin. At this moment, this group of desolate wolves was right in the middle of this basin. Looking carefully, in the middle of the copper-like soil, there was a circle of strange yellow powder that seemed to be sprinkled by someone. Roar! The leading desolate wolf let out a low roar of uneasiness. The group of wolves behind it also seemed to have felt something. Magical beasts' perception of danger seemed to far surpass humans. However, when they sensed this point, it was often too late. Ha 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 ha. This group of wild brats really did come in. This is great. As long as we take their dog skins and add on their dog meat and dog bones, that Gaijinga shouldn't stop us, right? Right at this moment, in the surroundings of the basin, a group of human figures suddenly appeared. They formed an encirclement and surrounded the group of desolate wolves in the basin. Roar! The group of desolate wolves suddenly became chaotic. Wolf howls suddenly rang out. Each and every one of them tucked their tails between their legs, but their ears were raised high. The group of desolate wolves couldn't help but shrink together. I'll lie, don't be careless anymore. Even though this group of animals doesn't have much attack power, their speed is very fast. This time, you must not let them run away. In the crowd, a middle-aged man spoke to the sturdy young man who spoke a moment ago. His words contained a bit of warning. Immediately after, the crowd, under the leadership of the middle-aged man, quickly fought with the group of desolate wolves. When the battle started, miserable cries endlessly rang out. The group of desolate wolves quickly retreated, but as for the imagined deaths and injuries, they did not appear. The miserable cries of the desolate wolves instead sounded as if they were deliberately doing it. It was as if they wanted to disturb the emotions of the humans in front of them. The entire group of desolate wolves looked extremely chaotic, but in reality, they were all under the control of the head wolf. The group of desolate wolves was orderly, and they moved like ghosts. The crowd was split into several groups by them. As a result, everyone's power was equally distributed, so the group of desolate wolves would not quickly be defeated under everyone's attacks. The desolate wolves freely shuttled back and forth within the crowd. They were not affected by the crowd in the slightest. This was just like what the middle-aged man said. The degree of agility of the desolate wolves was far above that of ordinary human experts. In a short period of time, the group of desolate wolves and the human race was in a relatively balanced state. However, human experts were in the majority after all. Over time, it was inevitable that some wild wolves would be knocked down by the crowd's attacks. However, following the wolf pack's counterattack, the crowd also gradually started to have casualties. For a moment, the battle between the two races became even more intense. However, at a certain moment, the sturdy young man in the crowd caught a glimpse of a black-robed, pale-faced, unconscious human in the underbrush. Just at that moment, a wild wolf retreated in the direction of the black-robed human. If its huge wolf claws were to trample on that person's body, it would probably leave a huge hole in his body in an instant. Ali was slightly startled in his heart. After all, they were all humans. Relatively speaking, he, who was more warm-hearted, could not bear to see this unfamiliar black-robed man die under the feet of the wild wolf. The sturdy young man flashed and already arrived in front of the unconscious man's head. At the same time that the wolf claws descended, he quickly dragged the black-robed man's body back a certain distance. Only then was he able to dodge this dangerous attack. However, in the next moment, just as the sturdy young man was about to gasp for breath, the head wolf of the wild wolf pack suddenly appeared behind him. Its sharp wolf claws extended and fiercely slashed through the air, leaving behind a vacuum. In the blink of an eye, it had already appeared above the sturdy young man's head. At the same time, the faces of some of the leaders in the crowd suddenly changed. In such a short distance, they simply did not have enough time to make a rescue. They could only stare blankly as the sturdy young man died under the wolf claws. At that moment, even the sturdy young man himself felt despair at the bottom of his heart. How could he have thought that he, who was only trying to save someone out of kindness, would instead bring himself and the black-robed man into the abyss of death? However, in the instant that the wolf claws were about to descend, a sharp gaze, like an invisible arrow, instantly pierced through the Wolf King's head. Even though it did not use any power or even cause spatial fluctuations, the wild Wolf King instantly lost all of its life force. The sharp wolf claws that were aimed at the burly young man fell to the ground uncontrollably. The moment its huge body fell to the ground, a thick cloud of dust was kicked up. Immediately after, the surrounding wolf pack was also shocked by this sudden change. Following the death of the Wolf King, the wolf pack became even crazier. Without the slightest bit of order, each of them crazily ran towards the outside of the crowd. Unfortunately, without the slightest bit of order, the wolf pack was quickly surrounded once again. Everyone went up together and dozens of huge wild wolves fell down one by one. In only a short period of time, dozens of wild wolves were completely suppressed by the people present. Half of them had already died. Enough. Leave some leeway for everything. 20 wild wolves. Even if we take out half, the remaining 10 will be enough for our own people. We don't need to kill that many. Just as everyone was preparing to take action and kill the remaining dozens of wild wolves, the middle-aged man in the lead spoke out and stopped them. Hearing this, everyone also obeyed their respective orders. Although they acted recklessly and were usually boorish, they were completely convinced by this person's words. Seeing everyone stop with his own eyes, the middle-aged man turned his gaze towards the burly young man. At this moment, the latter's entire body was covered in cold sweat as he supported the black-robed young man who had already woken up in his embrace. And this black-robed young man was naturally Xiaoyan without a doubt. Humph. You brat, you almost died under the Wolf King's claws just now. Do you know that? Before the person arrived, a low reprimanding voice had already sounded out. Following that, the burly young man's face also revealed a hint of shame. Sorry, Uncle Feng Luan. I'll be careful next time. The burly young man's face was red as he deeply lowered his head and said with an extremely soft voice. Humph. How many times have you said these words to me? Every time, you say you'll be careful. Every time, you only cause trouble for others. Someone saved you before, and this time, you were lucky, so you survived. Then in the future, if you're alone outside, who will save you? But enough. You don't need to say any more. I don't want to hear your excuses. As for him, when he looked at Xiaoyan again, the middle-aged man couldn't help but wrinkle his eyebrows. In his mind, he recalled the Wolf King's seemingly dead state a moment ago. Originally, that claw would have solidly landed on the bodies of the two young men in front of him. However, at that crucial moment, the Wolf King suddenly died. How could there be such a coincidence in this world? Within their own group, there was absolutely no one who had strength strong enough to easily kill the Wolf King. Unless it was the black-robed young man with a pale complexion standing in front of him. However, this young man clearly had the appearance of a heavily injured person. Moreover, based on the latter's age, it was probably impossible for him to possess that kind of strength. Was he thinking too much? The middle-aged man inwardly shook his head in his heart. He didn't say anything else and only coldly snorted to express his dissatisfaction. He then returned to the front of the group and instructed everyone to put away the required wild wolf corpses. After that, the group of people quickly dashed towards the direction they came from, leaving behind a group of temporarily trapped wild wolves. Lai carried the frail body of Xiaoyan on his back and followed at the very back of the group. The people in front of him had long since become accustomed to his way of doing things. Lai was a person who was overly zealous. He had saved too many people, but generally speaking, the majority of people would have a skeptical attitude towards his kind help. There were even quite a few people who repaid kindness with enmity. However, Lai wasn't affected in the slightest. Using Lai's words, he saved those people. As long as they didn't kill him, what could they possibly take from him? Even if they were gifted to him, he wouldn't necessarily want a destitute brat. As for Lai's reason for saving people, it was because he hoped that he could become a hero, a powerhouse. A hero was definitely a powerhouse, but a powerhouse wasn't necessarily a hero. That was what Lai had always been telling himself. Unfortunately, his heart made him a powerful expert, but his cultivation level, up until now, he was only a 3-star half-martial emperor. With that kind of strength, he couldn't even be considered as a mainstay in their group, let alone a hero. Sigh, following at the very back of the group, Lai deeply sighed in his heart. His body moved and even more things surged out from his body. Traces of sweat appeared on his forehead as he strenuously followed the group in front of him. At the same time, Xiaoyan, who was on his back, opened his pitch-black eyes. Although there was a bit of exhaustion on his face, his cultivation and strength were currently slowly recovering. Looking at the group in front of him, then glancing at the sturdy young man who was currently carrying him, the corner of Xiaoyan's mouth revealed a grateful smile. Xiaoyan stayed on Lai's back for nearly half a day. Only when the sky was about to turn dark and the time was close to evening did the group of dozens of people arrive at a station surrounded by earth and rocks. Here, there were many carriages and tents. Some traces of bonfires that had already been extinguished on the ground told Xiaoyan that this group of people had already stayed here for a period of time. Even the carriages that were transporting goods were similarly covered with a layer of sand. This further proved Xiaoyan's conjecture in his heart. And from this group's attire and the way they walked, Xiaoyan roughly guessed that this group of people should be a mercenary group. From the looks of it, they were escorting goods. Previously, when he heard their conversation, the reason why this group of people wanted to kill the wild wolf was to enter the nearest city, Wuyu City. Because it was the only large city in this desert, everyone had to pay a certain amount of fees to enter Wuyu City. And on this journey, in order to pass through the desert, they had already used up a lot of resources. Now that they had arrived here, in order to make it easier to enter the city, they had no choice but to choose to kill the wild wolf. They wanted to use the valuable items on the wild wolf as the fee to enter the city. Alright, brothers. We have already stayed here for a period of time. Since we have collected enough fees today, there is no time to lose. Let's set off now. The sky is getting dark. Be careful. At night, that group of beasts will be crazy. Don't let them tear off a piece of you. The middle-aged man in the lead warned the rest of the team. Everyone nodded, and the man did not say anything else. He walked straight to Lai. The rest of the team could make him feel at ease, but Lai was the only one he could not stop worrying about. Uncle Feng Luan, don't worry. I will definitely be careful. Seeing the middle-aged man walking towards him, Lai nodded his head heavily at Feng Luan and said with a smile. Humph, I hope so. Tonight, you will follow me. You are not allowed to go anywhere. Feng Luan's tone was somewhat resentful that Lai did not live up to his expectations. Just as his words fell, he raised his eyes to look at Xiaoyan and said with an impatient tone, "You also come with me." When he said this, Feng Luan deliberately glanced at Xiaoyan again. Even he didn't know why. Hearing Feng Luan's words, Xiaoyan, who was sitting cross-legged beside Lai and slowly recovering his strength with the help of medicinal pills, could not help but be startled. He raised his eyes to look at Feng Luan, the expression in his eyes somewhat strange. An 8-star half-martial emperor, the strongest person in this group, wants me, a 5-star Dodi, to follow behind him? Unfortunately, Feng Luan had already let the two of them pass and was walking towards a tent. He could not see the expression on Xiaoyan's face. Haha, little brother, don't mind it. Although Uncle Feng Luan appears to be a cold and indifferent person, in reality, he is most concerned about the life and death of our group. He does not wish for anything to happen to us and has always used his greatest ability to protect everyone in the group. Unfortunately, although I also wish to share this burden with him, I have always disappointed Uncle Feng Luan and have always caused trouble for him. At the end of his words, a sense of self-blame surged into Lai's words. The smile that had just been revealed on his face was also involuntarily withdrawn. Hearing this, Xiaoyan smiled and nodded his head. After which, he cupped his hands toward Lai and said, "Big brother Lai, thank you for saving my life today. Otherwise, I'm afraid that I would have died under the claws of that wild wolf." Haha, little brother, there is no need to be so polite. The wild wolf is originally our prey. Additionally, we are all humans. It is reasonable for us to help each other. Lai smiled. His smile appeared to be quite comfortable and brilliant. That's right, I have yet to ask for little brother's name. Lai suddenly recovered, appearing to have recalled something. When Xiaoyan heard the former's words, he was also slightly at a loss. After hesitating for a moment in his heart, he said, "I am Xiaoyan. Feng Lai. They all call me Lai. You should also call me that." Xiaoyan smiled and nodded his head. He called out Lai. Lai's mouth also repeated his name. The two of them faced each other and laughed. Immediately after, just as Xiaoyan raised his head, he saw a beautiful young girl wearing a white long skirt from a nearby luxurious tent. She was currently walking out with light and graceful steps. Slightly startled, Xiaoyan did not investigate too carefully. He never would have thought that there would actually be a woman here. Moreover, looking at her cultivation, she could be considered to be at the top within this group of people. She was a 7-star half-emperor. When Xiaoyan's gaze moved up and swept past the latter's exquisite and delicate body, he saw a face that was as beautiful as a flower roll. Willowy eyebrows and skin were as white as snow. Almond eyes, pretty nose, and mouth were like sandalwood. However, although she was naturally gorgeous, the indifferent temperament that was imperceptibly pervaded the air made people feel that she was like a snow lotus on an iceberg. She was proud and independent, and kept people 1,000 miles away. "Uncle Feng, who is this person? Why did he appear in our group?" Soon, the young girl discovered the gaze that Xiaoyan shot at her. That gaze was poles apart from that of ordinary people. It was not the kind of gaze that was filled with reverence. Instead, it was filled with pure admiration. Haha, Miss Feng, there is no need to mind. This person was saved by us on the way. When we arrive at Wuyu City, we will let him leave." Seeing that the young girl in front of him actually changed the topic to Xiaoyan, a stranger, Feng Luan could not help but be stunned for a moment. Then, he respectfully told the truth. "Oh." The young girl lightly nodded her head. The expression on her face seemed to be saying, "No wonder you dared to look at me like that." Soon, the entire group was ready to set off. The goods that had landed on the ground were reloaded onto the carriage. Everyone also stood up. Dozens of people surrounded the two sides of the carriage to protect it. From a certain point of view, the goods on the carriage were more important than their lives. This was the most cohesive performance of a mercenary group. The sky quickly darkened. The pitch-black night sky seemed to have pulled a black curtain over the world. No one knew what kind of story would unfold next. However, in everyone's heart, they all hoped that this night would be calm and windless. Like a piece of white paper, they would rather abandon it than add unnecessary colors to it. "Brother Lai, who is that girl? From what I see, she doesn't seem to be a member of your group." With the carriage, Xiaoyan and Lai lazily sat on it. The people around them did not seem to care. Out of boredom, Xiaoyan curiously asked about the young girl. She is very beautiful. Miss Feng is the daughter of a big family. In addition to transporting goods, our main purpose of crossing the desert this time is to protect Miss Feng's safety. The desert is full of magical beasts. You should have a deep understanding of it." Lai parted his mouth and smiled. Xiaoyan, on the other hand, was slightly startled when he heard these words. His mind immediately recalled the scene where he had seen Sun Er in that shattered jade token. The pair of hands under his sleeves also quietly clenched tightly at this moment. Sun Er, wait for me. Miss Feng's family was located in Helan City, which was relatively close to Wuyu City. Her family was the second largest faction in Holland City and had been on par with the Wang family for many years. However, the Wang family was growing stronger and stronger. Their strength had already surpassed the Feng family and they were about to swallow them up. Of course, Xiaoyan was not concerned about this matter. As the saying goes, one should not worry about things that did not concern him. Xiaoyan was never a person who liked to meddle in other people's business. The night was long. After chatting with Alai for a while, Xiaoyan sat down. With a thought, the flame mantra qi method began to circulate. Threads of natural energy appeared to be attracted and gathered towards Xiaoyan. As for Alai, he was called over by Feng Luan and helplessly followed behind Feng Luan. As these energies flowed into his body, Douqi gradually gathered within Xiaoyan's almost exhausted vortex. His cultivation was gradually recovering under this kind of slow training. Fortunately, the group did not meet with any danger after traveling for an entire night in the desolate desert. Xiaoyan was in a state of self-recovery. Few people in the group had a good impression of this stranger. However, no one wanted to provoke him either. This allowed Xiaoyan to be even more peaceful. After a night of training, Xiaoyan's strength had only recovered by 20%. Under normal circumstances, given the wonders of the flame mantra, Xiaoyan would be able to recover to his peak in one night. However, as he was currently in the group and did not want to alarm them, Xiaoyan's training speed was slowed to this extent. During the day, other than 2 short breaks, the group continued to travel towards the west. According to the leader Feng Luan, the group would reach Wuyu City in around 3 days. At that time, Xiaoyan would be separated from them. 3 days huh? Xiaoyan softly muttered in his mouth and once again entered into a state of training. 3 days, including the daytime, was sufficient for Xiaoyan to fully recover. However, on the night of the second day, night fell and a bleak atmosphere once again filled the area. Just as the group finished their third break, between heaven and earth, a fierce gust of wind suddenly rushed towards the entire convoy. On the carriage, Xiaoyan's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened. A pair of pitch-black deep eyes looked directly at the front of the group. At that spot, where no one could see, a huge beast was swiftly charging towards the group. Everyone be careful, there is danger. Feng Luan, who was leading the group, immediately frowned when he sensed this unusual cold wind. After traveling in this desert for many years, he could not be more familiar with the environment. However, he had never encountered such a strange cold wind. Unless what he was facing was not this strange cold wind. A huge beast with frightening strength. At this moment, even young Lady Feng had a solemn expression on her pretty face as she walked out from her personal residence. Strands of milky white douqi lingered from her jade-like palm and agglomerated into a solid douqi armor on the surface of the young lady's body. In a short span of a couple of breaths, everyone in the group had taken out their weapons. Their eyes looked all around them. Their hearts were filled with anxiety as they prepared for a big battle. 10,000 feet, 5,000 feet, 100 feet, it's here. At the front of the group, Feng Luan and young Lady Feng were already prepared for battle. The two of them each took out a pitch-black long spear and a snow-white long sword. Although the sky was dark, a huge silhouette had already appeared in their line of sight. The one who had come was actually a 9-star half-emperor. Facing them with such strength, it would undoubtedly be a one-sided battle. Even though this was the case, they had no choice but to brace themselves and rush forward in the face of such a battle. Just as the entire group was prepared for battle, Xiaoyan, who was in a carriage at the back, moved his heart. A vast and mighty spiritual strength swiftly surged out from between his brows at this moment. It passed by everyone below and arrived in front of the huge beast in the blink of an eye. Get lost. A soundless cry continued to resound within the huge beast's mind. Immediately, the huge beast's body, which was originally rushing forward, came to a sudden halt. Its entire body trembled as it stood still on the spot. The original thought of looting everything in its heart was also instantly shattered at this moment. Being able to reach the level of a 9-star half-emperor, the intelligence of this huge beast was naturally not inferior to a human, Just from that stern cry from earlier, it was able to clearly understand that the other party was definitely an elite Dodi. How would a mere bandit dare to go against the will of an elite Dodi? Immediately, this huge beast emitted a low obedient roar. Under the solemn mood of everyone in front, it suddenly turned around and fled in the direction that it had come from. Only after a dozen breaths later, did the group led by Feng Luan gradually recover while their hearts were filled with shock. They sensed that the originally powerful pressure that was about to descend had actually swiftly retreated like a tide at this moment. The hearts of everyone present felt incomparably shocked. The sky was still pitch black. As a precaution, the group once again rested on the spot for a moment. Only after they confirmed that the beast would not return did everyone stand up and continue their journey to the west. During the subsequent journey, the same thing happened 3 times in succession. The thing that caused them to feel the most suspicious was that on the 3rd time, everyone in the convoy had clearly discovered traces of a group of magical beasts. However, the same scene as before appeared once again. Before everyone could see those magical beasts with their own eyes, the magical beasts would quickly scatter and flee in all directions. It was as though they had been frightened by something. This caused everyone in the convoy to feel puzzled. At the same time, Feng Luan's and young Lady Feng's gazes involuntarily landed on the carriage behind them and the black-robed young man who was lazily lying on the goods. All of this seemed to have started after this black-robed young man had joined their convoy. Could it really be him? Feng Luan and young Lady Feng involuntarily had this thought in their hearts. However, when they thought about it carefully, the latter was merely a young man. Moreover, he had an injured body. How could it be possible for him to force back so many magical beasts? It was likely that there was another reason behind this. Without the harassment of the magical beasts, the speed of the convoy's advance was undoubtedly much faster. Everyone did not pause even a little during the 3rd day's journey. It was only noon when the outline of a city appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Tall city walls stood on the ground. The human flow in front of them also gradually increased. At the very front of Xiaoyan's line of sight, he could clearly see 3 large words carved on the tall and mighty city gate in a dragon-like manner. Wuyu City. Wuyu City was located at the border of the Western Wastelands region. It was located in the Gobi Desert. To the east was a desolate desert while to the west was desolate. The land was barren and not a single green leaf could be seen. This place could be said to be the most barren place in the Yuanwu continent. However, it was after all one of the top cities in the outer regions of the Western Wastelands region. The size and prosperity of Wuyu City could be seen at a glance. As far as the eye could see, the black-colored city walls were towering and one could not even see the edge of the city walls. Large clusters of buildings emerged from the city and each building was taller than the other. It was as if they were competing with each other. Human traffic flowed in and out of the city like a tide and the noise reached the sky. Based on this, one could tell that the prosperity of Wuyu City was not inferior to Yan City. It is indeed worthy of being a large city at the border of the Western Wastelands region. It can be considered grand. Xiaoyan's figure leaped down from the carriage. His footsteps were relaxed as he arrived at the front of the group. After 3 days of training, Xiaoyan's aura had completely recovered to its peak. Since the group had already arrived at this place, it was likely time for them to leave. However, when Xiaoyan's figure arrived at the front of the group, quite a number of people from the crowd behind threw surprised gazes at Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan's action just now appeared to be relaxed and casual. However, the relaxed manner in which he flashed past everyone, as well as the cool breeze that he carried when his body flashed past, had unknowingly revealed his shocking speed to everyone. When one's strength reached the Do D class, all aspects of one's body would be greatly strengthened. In terms of speed alone, it was already not something that an ordinary bandit could compare with. Although one could not tell anything from Xiaoyan's actions earlier, everyone present was certain that there were not many people in the group who possessed such an agile agility. It seemed that this little fellow was not an ordinary person. The few people in the group looked at each other and saw a shocked expression in each other's eyes. At this moment, Feng Luan and young Lady Feng, who were at the front of the group, also sensed the arrival of the people behind them. The two of them turned their heads to look at the latter. However, Xiaoyan's figure had already appeared beside the two of them at the same time. Hiss, the hearts of the two of them were startled. They did not expect the speed of this black-robed young man to be faster than they had expected. Immediately, the expressions of the two of them changed a little. Fortunately, this person had been recovering from his injuries along the way. Otherwise, it was likely that they would be in quite a lot of trouble if they were to fight with him. Fortunately, they had already arrived at Wuyu City. They had already arrived at their destination. Xiaoyan. And Xiaoyan's group. In this way. And Xiaoyan's group. Brother. Brother Fengluan. Brother. Suddenly, the bored Feng Lai by the side discovered Xiaoyan's existence. Immediately, he bared his teeth and took a large stride forward, directly grabbing Xiaoyan's shoulders. The loud laughter in his mouth attracted the attention of quite a number of passers-by around them. Xiaoyan smiled. He had a good impression of Lai in his heart. This was probably due to the latter's cheerful character. He seemed to be able to get along well with anyone and laugh happily. It was indeed not easy for such a character to exist in this mainland. Heh. This is Wuyu City. It's huge, right? Lai smiled. It was as if he was showing off to Xiaoyan. Of course, this kind of showing off was very pure and did not contain any other impurities, nor was it intentional. Yes. Xiaoyan smiled and nodded his head. He had originally intended to leave. However, because of this fellow, he decided to stay. Let's enter the city first. It won't be too late to leave after we enter the city. Xiaoyan secretly delayed in his heart. This is the second largest city I have visited. In the future, I will visit even bigger cities. I swear that I will travel the entire mainland. Lai continued to laugh heartily as he boasted about his ridiculous dream. Xiaoyan nodded his head in agreement. To travel the entire mainland, first of all, one must have courage. Secondly, one must have cultivation strength. Only with enough courage would he be able to persist in his original intentions and beliefs. Strength was a shortcut to speed up his progress. This dream might seem small, but if it could be realized, then Lai would definitely become a truly respected expert. Those who thought his dream was ridiculous were the real fools. Here, this is for you. Taking advantage of the fact that Feng Luan and Miss Feng were discussing something, Xiaoyan extended his hand in front of Lai and a green scroll appeared in his hand. This was a wood. Attribute middle-level Qi method. Compared to Lai's own Qi method, it was many times stronger. Through his perception, Xiaoyan could clearly sense Lai's own attributes. Perhaps it was because Lai had saved his life, or perhaps it was because Xiaoyan was overflowing with sympathy that he gave this cultivation technique to him. What is this? Lai frowned as a trace of suspicion appeared on his tanned face. This is something that can help you travel the entire mainland. However, you can only look at it after I leave. Furthermore, you must not let a second person see it. Otherwise, it will lose its effect. Xiaoyan smiled. While Lai was still in a daze, he stuffed the scroll into Lai's arms. At the same time, the convoy arrived in front of the city gate. The crowded crowd gradually dispersed. The passers-by in front also made way for them. The convoy of dozens of people swaggered and arrived in front of the city gate without any hindrance. There were over a dozen guards wearing scarlet-yellow armor at the entrance of the city. One of them, who appeared to be the leader, walked forward with an expressionless face when he saw this group of people. The long spear in his hand blocked the entrance of the city, blocking everyone's path. Leader Feng, we are old acquaintances. I don't need to say any more nonsense. Here is the entrance fee. Feng Luan had brought dozens of brothers and mingled in the western wastelands for so many years, so he naturally recognized the guards of Wuyu City. It was just that the relationship between the two guards was not friendly. Humph. I, Feng Luan, have walked this path countless times. I naturally understand the rules. Brothers, take out your fees and let our captain go properly examine it. Feng Luan laughed loudly. Especially when he read the surname of the person in front of him, the people behind him all followed and laughed loudly. Even some passers-by couldn't help but blush, yet they didn't dare to laugh out loud. It was very obvious that in their hearts, they were especially afraid of this Captain Go. Bang! 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 Immediately after, along with a series of rumbling sounds of heavy objects falling onto the ground, the corpses of wild wolves appeared in front of the city gate. Instantly, countless figures flew into the sky and each of them dodged and scattered. At the same time, a shock couldn't help but surge into their eyes when they looked at Feng Luan and the others. These are 20 wild wolves. TSK. That's a huge fortune. The passersby were all shocked. They didn't think that Feng Luan's group would actually take out 20 wild wolves as the entrance fee. And after Feng Luan's group took out the 20 wild wolves, they also looked at the shock on Captain Go's face with a smile that was not a smile. They also didn't think that Feng Luan's group would actually be able to kill 20 wild wolves. However, just as Feng Luan looked at Captain Go with a cold smile on his face, the latter suddenly laughed coldly and said with a grin, 20 wild wolves. This can truly be said to be an astonishing achievement. However, Feng Luan frowned slightly. He felt a wave of uneasiness in his heart from the expression that this guy revealed on his face. According to what I know, including you, there are a total of 80 people in your mercenary group. And right now, you seem to have brought 2 more outsiders. I will pay for Miss Feng's fees. You only need to let her pass. What about him? Captain Go's gaze turned and looked at Xiaoyan again. His eyes narrowed as he asked. Brat, for us to be able to send you here is already the greatest kindness. If you don't want to cause trouble for us, you can either use your own money to enter the city right now, or please leave our group. Uncle Feng Luan, you shut up. This matter is his own, so it should be settled by him. Feng Luan spoke to Xiaoyan. The meaning of his words was clearly to have Xiaoyan take the initiative to leave his group. Just as Alei was about to open his mouth, he was stunned by the latter's berating. Feng Luan's gaze, on the other hand, had been on Xiaoyan's body from the beginning to the end, as if he was waiting for his decision. Xiaoyan smiled slightly and shrugged his shoulders. His feet moved a little to the side and retreated into the crowd. Only after seeing this did Feng Luan withdraw his gaze. He once again looked at Captain Go in front of him and said in a deep voice, "Now we can go. In, right?" If it was any other time, Feng Luan's group would have already entered long ago. However, today, Feng Luan had humiliated Captain Go's surname. This made Captain Go somewhat unwilling. The reason why he had said those words just now was only to give Feng Luan a show of strength. However, he did not expect that it would actually end like this. Seeing that Feng Luan's group was about to enter the city, Captain Go's thoughts quickly spun. Just as Feng Luan was somewhat impatient and wanted to step forward to push away the spear in Captain Go's hand, Captain Go turned his spear and slanted it towards the ground. It's not difficult to enter. However, recently, the higher-ups have just issued a new order. I forgot to mention it before. The fee for everyone who enters Wuyu City will be increased by 40%. If it was in the past, your mercenary group would be able to enter with 20 wild wolves. But now, unless you take out another 5 wild wolves, don't even think about entering the city. Captain Go's face was ferocious. No matter what, he had to make Feng Luan bleed a lot today. Otherwise, it would really be difficult to appease the resentment in his heart. Go Changlin, you're making something out of nothing. Feng Luan was furious. The person in front of him was simply intentionally making things difficult for them. Who said that I'm making something out of nothing? And it was also at this moment that the voice of a middle-aged man suddenly came from the other side of the city gate. Soon after the middle-aged man's voice was transmitted over, a middle-aged man wearing luxurious clothes swiftly flew over from the other side of the city gate. In the blink of an eye, he had already appeared at the city gate. A pair of sharp eyes swept over everyone outside the city. Anyone who met his gaze lowered their heads in fear. Of course, Xiaoyan was an exception. Finally, the middle-aged man's eyes landed on Feng Luan. His eyes carried traces of coldness. Feng Luan, you seem to be a little dissatisfied with my decision? The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes and stared at Feng Luan. An invisible pressure that belonged to a 4-star Do pressed toward the latter. The expression on Feng Luan's face immediately changed drastically when he sensed this powerful pressure. His face swiftly turned red. He clenched his teeth tightly and the Do-chi within the vortex within his body swiftly circulated in an attempt to resist this pressure. Jing Ge, is Jing Ge something that you can call? The middle-aged man's voice was deep. At the same time, the pressure that descended on Feng Luan's body became even more frightening. His body, which was already having difficulty supporting itself, bent his waist at this moment. His legs also involuntarily trembled. It seemed that he would kneel on the ground at any moment because of this. City Chief Jean, Company Chief Feng did not intend to offend you. It is only because he was anxious earlier that he directly called you by your name. He only hopes to clarify the whole story of this matter. Young Miss Feng by the side also frowned slightly when she saw this scene. She took half a step forward. Although her strength was weak, she still relied on the pressure of a 7-star bandit in an attempt to help Feng Luan block some of this shocking strength. What I have said is the whole story. Why? Does this young miss also wish to stand up for him? May I know who you are? The middle-aged man coldly laughed when he saw this. His gaze swept up and down young Miss Feng's alluring lovely body. When his gaze saw the latter's exquisite pretty face and voluptuous lovely body, a lustful glint flashed across his eyes. He had already known that the young miss of the Feng clan would pass by after receiving a generous invitation from the Wang clan of Helan City. He was ordered to stop her at all costs and use her as a bargaining chip to threaten the Feng clan. Of course, the Wang clan would naturally not stop him after he captured her. In short, he could do whatever he wanted as long as he did not die. Although he was not completely certain, he had already guessed in his heart that this woman in front of him should be the young miss of the Feng clan. I am called Feng Ruyan. I am the young miss of the Feng clan of Helan City. I hope that City Chief Jean can overlook the matter today on account of the Feng clan. This can be considered as making a friend. Feng Ruyan cupped her hands at the middle-aged man in front of her. After all, the other party was a Dodi. She could only use her family's name to intimidate him. She only hoped that he would not go overboard. Nothing. However, the other party's reply caused Feng Ruyan to be extremely shocked. Although her Feng clan could not be considered a rich and powerful family, it could be considered to be well known in this area of Wuyu City. However, the person in front of her actually said that he did not care. How could Feng Ruyan's heart remain calm? I will pay for the entrance fee of the mercenary company, including my own. Now, City Chief, please let her go. The expression on her pretty face changed rapidly. After a couple of breaths, Feng Ruyan finally calmed down and spoke to the person in front of her. Hearing these words, the middle-aged man involuntarily raised his eyebrows. He frowned slightly and appeared to have descended into deep thought. Soon after, a short couple of breaths later, ha ha ha, young Miss Feng is really extravagant. Unfortunately, since you have come here today, this city chief does not intend to let you pass. Buzz. The middle-aged man suddenly laughed coldly. The aura and pressure that belonged to a 4-star Dodi swept in all directions at this moment. At the same time, Feng Ruyan's lovely body was firmly locked in place under this powerful aura and pressure. She was unable to move. The middle-aged man's face was filled with a savage smile. He raised his hand and his palm turned into a claw. He aimed his palm at Feng Ruyan and a suction force surged. The frightening suction force immediately pulled the latter's lovely body toward him. The expression on Feng Ruyan's pretty face suddenly changed drastically. She did not expect that the person in front of her would actually attack her. Even if he was a 4-star Dodi, would he be afraid of her Feng clan? However, no matter how much Feng Ruyan thought in her heart, she was unable to change the current reality. Her body was uncontrollably moving toward this lunatic. Just as her neck was about to be locked by Jin Ge, it was also at this moment, a human figure swiftly flashed in front of Jin Ge and rescued Feng Ruyan. Looking carefully, this person was Feng Luan, who had just been freed from the control of the pressure. Feng Luan, you are really bold. Seeing that the person was Feng Luan, Jin Ge was immediately furious. It was unexpected that the other party would dare to openly oppose him. Was he not afraid of the wrath of a Dodi? Ah, the motto of the mercenary company is to be responsible to the end. Today, even if I have to sacrifice my life, I will definitely not let Miss Feng get hurt. Feng Luan coldly smiled when he heard Jin Ji's furious cry. His attitude was unusually determined. It seemed that it was just as he had said. He would definitely be responsible to the end. Bang! Seeing Feng Luan act in this way, the members of the mercenary company behind him also released the aura within their bodies. They separated from Jin Ji's aura and fought against each other in front of the city gate. Of course, even if it was 80 people against one person, the result would still be a crushing defeat due to the absolute difference in strength. However, the cooperation of these 80 people was amazing. May I ask if there was a second faction in the entire continent that had such a cohesive force? It was clearly impossible. Unfortunately, they had met an opponent that they could not defeat today. Good. What a good be responsible to the end. Since you are all courting death, this city chief will fulfill your wish today. Jin Ji's face was cold. As his voice sounded, he threw a punch at Feng Luan. His majestic doqi immediately condensed into a solid fist and heavily collided with Feng Luan's solemn face. Even though Feng Luan resisted with all his strength, he was still instantly defeated by a punch from a 4-star Dodi. Even though he did not die, he was seriously injured and on the verge of death. Uncle Feng Luan. Seeing that Feng Luan was seriously injured, Feng Lai immediately turned pale with fright. He hurriedly flew toward Feng Luan with a pale face. Seeing that Feng Luan's body was weak, Feng Lai was both frightened and furious. He suddenly turned around and the 3-star half-emperor aura crazily surged out of his body. His doqi crazily surged as he recklessly charged toward Jin Go. Jin Go. Feng Lai's eyes were scarlet. He roared furiously in his heart as his body crazily charged forward. Seeing this, Jin Go coldly laughed in disdain and said, You are truly courting death. A mere 3-star half-emperor actually dares to step forward. You are truly reckless. As he spoke, he once again threw a punch forward. That punch from earlier was able to nearly kill Feng Luan, who was an 8-star half-emperor. If this punch were to land on Feng Lai's body, it would likely be difficult for him to survive. In the next instant, that solid fist suddenly exploded. The cold smile on the corner of Jin Ji's mouth gradually widened. After which, it gradually disappeared and became gloomy. Soon after, everyone present raised their eyes and looked over. A black-robed young man was standing in front of Feng Lai. He blocked Feng Lai with one hand while his back faced Jin Go. His other hand was extended behind him and appeared to casually block Jin Ji's punch. Brat, even if you want to be a hero, you should act within your capabilities. The black-robed young man shook his head and laughed. He slowly raised his head and raised his young face. Under the sunlight, he slowly turned around and looked at Jin Go. A faint laughter spread in front of the city gate. Xiaoyan had casually resolved Jin Ji's attack with one hand. At the same time, he slowly turned around and smiled as he looked at the other party. Only at this moment did everyone in front of the city gate recover. They followed the voice and looked over. A countless number of gazes landed on Xiaoyan's body like spotlights. Soon after, the expressions of everyone present instantly changed. A deep shock involuntarily surfaced on everyone's faces. This was especially so for the people from the mercenary company. The expressions on their faces were especially interesting. This included young Lady Feng. Everyone's face revealed an expression of disbelief. They really had difficulty imagining that Jin Go, a 4-star Dodi, could not block an attack from him that even the strongest person in their mercenary company, Feng Luan, could not block. However, this black-robed, young man in front of them had so easily resolved it. This was a little too shocking. Feng Ruyan, who had just helped Feng Luan consume a medicinal pill in front of the crowd, was currently staring intently at Xiaoyan with her pretty eyes. To be able to so easily block an attack from a 4-star Dodi, the cultivation of the person in front of her was at least a Dodi. Dodi, such a young elite Dodi. Feng Ruyan involuntarily muttered in her heart. The shock in her eyes became denser. At the same time, a thought flew in her heart. At the same time, the passers-by outside of the city gate were also shocked by the strength that Xiaoyan had displayed. Countless number of gazes swept over Xiaoyan. Discussion swiftly spread in front of the city gate. Even the human flow within the city gate was attracted by the activity at this side. When those people saw Xiaoyan, who was currently facing off against Jin Ge, their faces immediately revealed gloating smiles. However, when they learned of Xiaoyan's frightening strength from the words of the passers-by around them, the surrounding people, who were wearing shocked expressions, swiftly spread outwards. Even more human flow also gathered in this direction. Jin Ji's expression was gloomy as he looked at Xiaoyan in front of him. From the latter's easy action earlier, it was not difficult to tell that this black-robed, young man in front of him was actually an elite Dodi. "Who are you?" Jinga said in a low voice. If not for the sudden attack of the person in front of him, Alai would have already turned into a bloody mist. "Do you need to know?" Xiaoyan calmly looked at him, ignoring the gloomy expression on Jin Ji's face. With Xiaoyan's current strength, he could even kill the person from the ghost hall, who was an intermediate 7-star Dodi. The person in front of him was merely a 4-star Dodi. He could kill the latter by relying on his avatar, much less personally attack. The corner of Jin Ji's eyes twitched involuntarily when he heard Xiaoyan's scornful words. Beside him, squad leader Go's heart moved when he saw this. He smiled coldly and stepped forward, wanting to perform well in front of Jin Go. "Humph, how audacious. Don't you know that this is Wu Yu City? In this place, anyone who sees my city lord must greet him respectfully. You actually dare to speak so rudely, truly, bang." However, before Captain Go's words sounded, Alai's body suddenly exploded into a cluster of bloody mist. If nothing went wrong, this should have been Alai's ending. However, the positions of both parties had been swapped. The sudden appearance of this scene caused the bodies of quite a number of people to tremble. This was especially the case for the few guards wearing crimson-yellow armor. Their feet involuntarily shifted back. It was as though they were afraid of being implicated. Killing his subordinate in front of him. This action of the person in front of him was undoubtedly slapping his face in front of everyone. How could such a provocation not cause Jinga to be furious? However, when he recalled that the other party was also an elite Dodi, the fury in his heart was forcefully suppressed. He was also a Dodi. He knew just what kind of great strength a person of this level possessed. Going to start a conflict with an elite Dodi for a Band D-class lackey was definitely an unwise choice. Moreover, Captain Go was already dead. Even if he intervened, it would be too late. He would not be able to make up for any losses. "What do you mean by this? Even if you want to kill a dog, you should first look at its owner, right?" Jin Ji's face was gloomy as he spoke. The aura within his body slowly spread outwards, pressuring Xiaoyan in front of him. Under the premise that he did not know the other party's exact cultivation, this method could be said to be extremely safe. He would not really start a conflict, nor would his aura be weaker than the other party's. Even if he wanted to attack, it would not be too late to do so after he figured out the other party's cultivation. He speaks too much nonsense and is very noisy. As for calling him a dog, isn't this a little insulting to dogs? Xiaoyan coldly laughed. As his words sounded, a thought passed through his mind. The powerful aura within his body charged toward Jingu without holding back. Ah! Immediately, Jin Ji's expression changed drastically. His mouth involuntarily let out an exclamation. Comparing the two, Xiaoyan's aura was like a raging wave that pounced toward him like a tsunami. On the other hand, Jin Ji's aura was like a river that was about to be destroyed by this tsunami. The other party could be said to have an unstoppable force that easily suppressed the aura within Jin Ji's body. At the same time, the expressions on the faces of everyone who had gathered in this place changed drastically. Numerous gazes were filled with shock as they looked at Xiaoyan. It was unexpected that this black-robed, young man, who appeared young, actually possessed such a frightening strength. He was even able to suppress Jingu, who was a 4-star Dodi. Did this not mean that his cultivation had at least reached that of a 5-star Dodi? How is it? Do you still want them to pay the entrance fee now? Xiaoyan's expression was cold. He originally had no intention of getting involved in this matter. However, Alai had actually rushed forward at the critical moment. Xiaoyan also did not wish to see Alai die. This was why he had intervened. Fortunately, Xiaoyan was completely confident that he could suppress a 4-star Dodi. Even though both parties were Dodi, the gap between each star was extremely large at this level. Even though Jingu was a 4-star Dodi, he did not have any chance of victory against a 5-star Dodi like Xiaoyan. This also explained why Jin Ji's expression had undergone a 180-degree change after learning of Xiaoyan's cultivation. No need, no need, no need. Everyone, please enter the city. Having witnessed Xiaoyan's frightening strength, Jinga no longer dared to stop him. He hurriedly turned around and ordered the guards hiding behind him to withdraw. After which, he made a pleased gesture to Xiaoyan. He squeezed out a smile and said, "Don't worry. Mister, please go first." Seeing this, Xiaoyan did not stand on ceremony. He gently patted Alai who was behind him and the latter followed in a daze. After which, the group of mercenaries behind them carefully followed, feeling that it was unrealistic in their hearts. As for Feng Ruyan, the latter's pretty eyes had been firmly locked onto Xiaoyan from the beginning. Only when Xiaoyan's figure was blocked by the group behind did the young lady's eyes flash. She recovered and turned her head to take a look. Feng Luan had already been carried away by the people in the group. Only then did she hurriedly move her feet and swiftly follow. After this group of people disappeared from the city gate, Jin Ge, who was standing at the side of the city gate, finally slowly raised his head. His expression was extremely gloomy. At the same time, his forehead was already covered with perspiration. Within Wuyu City, the mercenary company had already entered the city. Everyone followed Xiaoyan and continued to walk into the city for a long time. They only stopped when they reached an area where there were fewer people. The people behind them also paused. Numerous gazes looked at Xiaoyan in unison. In front of everyone, Xiaoyan slowly turned around and looked at Alai. At this moment, the expression on Alai's face was still a little absent-minded. He had never expected that he would be lucky enough to save the life of an elite Dodi. Moreover, this elite Dodi was actually this strong. Everything that had happened earlier had caused Alai's mind to be in an extremely absent-minded state. It was as though everything was a dream. "Alai?" Xiaoyan smiled and softly asked in a probing tone. "Ah?" Alai was like a person who had suddenly been woken up from a dream when he heard this. After which, he hurriedly recovered. His heart immediately became clear-headed when he saw the person in front of him. He hurriedly bowed to Xiaoyan and spoke in a respectful tone. "Sir, this little one did not know your identity earlier and has offended you. I hope that you can forgive me. Brother Alai, there is no need to be so courteous. It is fine if we address each other as we did earlier." Xiaoyan helplessly shook his head when he saw Alai reveal this matter. A soft laugh sounded from his mouth. However, the latter still did not dare to be careless. After Xiaoyan's repeated persuasion, the latter gradually relaxed his heart. It is unexpected that brother Xiaoyan is actually a 5-star Dodi. Honestly speaking, the strongest person I have seen is only a 4-star Dodi, Jingo. It is unexpected that I am actually lucky enough to save a 5-star Dodi. I want to see who else dares to say that I am meddling in other people's business in the future. Although Alai was surprised and shocked by Xiaoyan's strength in his heart, he quickly chatted and laughed with Xiaoyan given his open character. Just as the two of them were laughing, two of the brothers behind them hurriedly walked over. The two of them were carrying the injured and unconscious Feng Luan. When Alai saw this, the smile that had just appeared on his face quickly disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by a deep worry. Alai rushed forward and grabbed Feng Luan's hand. First, he sent his fighting aura into Feng Luan's body to check his injuries. At this moment, Feng Luan's expression was extremely pale. Although he had already swallowed 2 Tier 2 medicinal pills earlier, the result was not ideal. After all, he had received a serious injury from a 4-star Dodi. This was not something that could be easily recovered by relying on Tier 2 medicinal pills. If he was not careful, Feng Luan might lose his life at any moment. "Uncle Feng Luan." As he probed deeper, the expression on Alai's face became more and more anxious. His eyebrows were tightly knitted together, as if water was about to drip out. The anxiety in his heart caused Alai's breathing to become hurried. "It's useless. Company leader Feng's injuries are really too serious. My medicinal pills are unable to have any effect." "He might." Feng Ruyan's pretty face carried an apologetic expression as she walked over from the side. Although she wanted to open her mouth and say some comforting words, she was unable to say anything in the end. The injuries that Feng Luan had received were really too serious. With his half-D body, he had received a heavy blow from a 4-star Dodi. In this kind of condition, the chances of him surviving was almost negligible. Even with the help of a Tier 2 medicinal pill, he was ultimately unable to save the situation. When the group of mercenaries behind her heard Feng Ruyan's words, the atmosphere that had just become relaxed once again became gloomy. Everyone's faces revealed a deep hatred. Jin Gu. A fury immediately rose in Lai's heart when he thought that Feng Luan was about to leave him forever. The aura in his body, which had just calmed down, once again rose. His standing body involuntarily trembled. Let me take a look. He is not dead yet. Why is there a need to be so sad? Xiaoyan, who had sensed this, softly opened his mouth and spoke. At the same time, a hand was placed on Lai's shoulder. An enormous amount of spiritual strength poured into the latter's body and swiftly suppressed the violent dou qi. Once these words were spoken, regardless of whether it was Lai, Feng Ruyan by his side, or the group of people from the mercenary company behind them, all of their gazes instantly landed on Xiaoyan. If one were to ask who the only person present who had the ability to save Feng Luan was, there was no need to say anything. It was naturally Xiaoyan without a doubt. At this moment, Lai had also turned his hopeful gaze to Xiaoyan. Regardless of whether Xiaoyan was able to save Feng Luan, this was the only way now. It was also the most hopeful possibility. Feeling everyone's gazes, Xiaoyan smiled confidently. He walked in front of the seriously injured and unconscious Feng Luan. With a flip of his hand, a long-incised emerald-green medicinal pill appeared in Xiaoyan's palm. This was a rank 3 healing medicinal pill. It had a unique effect on people who were seriously injured. With it, injuries like the one in Feng Luan's body would not be a problem. Earlier, when Lai was still carefully examining Feng Luan, Xiaoyan's spiritual strength had already withdrawn from Feng Luan's body. He also had a comprehensive understanding of the latter's injuries. Honestly speaking, Xiaoyan did not really care about this kind of injury. With the rank 3 medicinal pills on him, Xiaoyan could take any one of them to heal his injuries. After taking out the medicinal pill, Xiaoyan did not hesitate to let Feng Luan consume it. In a short period of time, under the effect of the rank 3 medicinal pill, the medicinal effects that were filled with vitality rapidly spread throughout Feng Luan's body. The latter's injuries also recovered at an extremely shocking speed. Unknowingly, even his deathly pale complexion gradually returned to normal. Even though his injuries had not been completely healed, just this point alone was enough to make everyone present feel astonished. Seeing this situation, Lai's face, which was filled with surprise, immediately revealed a pleasantly surprised smile. Beside him, Feng Ruyan's pair of pretty eyes had been looking at Xiaoyan since the beginning. Ever since Xiaoyan took out that medicinal pill, Feng Ruyan's heart was certain that Feng Luan would definitely be able to escape this calamity this time around. Rank 3 medicinal pills. Even within their clan, they would not be able to take out many of them. Yet, this Xiaoyan in front of them was able to calmly take out one without changing his expression just to save an outsider. One could not imagine just how rich his foundation was. However, the thing that moved Feng Ruyan the most at this moment was not Xiaoyan's medicinal pill. Instead, it was his 5-star Dodi cultivation. Currently, their Feng clan's position in Helan City was about to be lost. Her motive for returning to the clan this time around was to be able to contribute some of her meager strength to the clan to help the clan survive this crisis. Even though she also knew that her mere 7-star Bandi cultivation would not be able to change anything, as the eldest young lady of the clan, Feng Ruyan needed to return to the clan regardless of what happened. Originally, Feng Ruyan's heart had been extremely heavy along the way. However, when she saw the strength that Xiaoyan had displayed earlier, a thread of hope finally rose within her despairing heart. Mr. Xiaoyan, may I know if I can? There's no need. I am not interested in the matters between your two clans. Young lady, please do as you wish. However, before Feng Ruyan's words sounded, Xiaoyan softly rejected her without even turning his head. The certainty within his words caused Feng Ruyan's pretty face to swiftly turn pale. She had never expected that the other party would actually open his mouth to reject her before she had even uttered her invitation. Mr. Xiaoyan, I sincerely hope that I can invite you to help our clan survive this crisis. As long as you are able to help our Feng clan survive this crisis, I will agree to whatever you want. If you are willing, I can even. Feng Ruyan's pale pretty face involuntarily revealed a bright red color when she reached the end of her words. Her pretty eyes were filled with hesitation. However, in the end, she violently clenched her teeth and swiftly opened her mouth. "If you are willing, I can even marry you." Once those words were said, Xiaoyan could not help but be slightly stunned. Even Al Lai, who was standing nearby, was shocked by Feng Ruyan's words when his expression had just relaxed. However, immediately after, the expression on Xiaoyan's face rapidly returned to normal. With a resolute attitude, he shook his head and slowly said, "My apologies. I am used to traveling all over the world by myself. I am not used to traveling with another person. Young Lady Feng, please find someone else." After he finished saying those words, Xiaoyan turned around and walked toward an empty alley. Feng Ruyan's pretty eyes were firmly fixed on Xiaoyan's departing figure. Her teeth lightly bit her red lips as her beautiful eyes rapidly reddened. Xiaoyan left after helping Feng Luan's mercenary company enter Wuyu City. He did not stay any longer. From his point of view, this place was merely his first stop in the Western Wasteland region. The place he wanted to go was an even more bustling area. Only at that place would Xiaoyan be able to meet true experts. After Xiaoyan left, the mercenary group also followed closely behind. Feng Ruyan's pretty face was filled with disappointment as she followed the group. Her heart was filled with uncertainty. From the looks of Jin Ji's actions, it was clear that he intended to control her. It was likely that he wanted to use her to threaten the Feng clan. If Xiaoyan had not intervened today, the consequences would have been extremely frightening. Unfortunately, now that Xiaoyan had left, there was no one else who could help her. At the same time, on the other side, Feng Luan was still unconscious in a carriage. However, his complexion had clearly improved. It seemed that he was not too far away from waking up. Beside Feng Luan, Al Lai was finally relieved about Feng Luan's injuries. However, he was constantly thinking about Xiaoyan. He was not a fool. From Xiaoyan's attack earlier, Al Lai could roughly guess that the person who forced back those magical beasts in the desert a few days ago was likely Xiaoyan. He could not be wrong. Thinking of this, the corner of Al Lai's mouth could not help but laugh at himself. He had originally thought that their convoy was so lucky this time to be able to repeatedly avoid the attacks of the magical beasts. However, he did not expect that their luck time and time again was actually thanks to Xiaoyan. If not for the latter's existence, even if their mercenary group was able to make it here, there would not be more than a handful of people left alive. Suddenly, Al Lai seemed to have thought of something. He remembered that before Xiaoyan left, he had stuffed a scroll into his hands. He had never opened it. Now that there was no one around and Feng Luan had not woken up, he could take a look at it. However, when Al Lai discovered that Xiaoyan had actually given him a middle spiritual level would attribute cultivation method, the shock and excitement in his heart instantly erupted like a volcano. A spirit level cultivation method was enough to change the course of his life, and Xiaoyan was the one who changed him. Al Lai hugged the emerald green scroll in his hands tightly. Xiaoyan's figure appeared in his mind, and he firmly engraved it in his heart. Shilin region on a mountain peak not too far away from Shahipu, a kind-looking old man in a hemp robe was sitting cross-legged. The old man formed a cultivation seal with his hands. As his aura fluctuated, the energy of the world seemed to have received an order and gathered towards the old man. With this slow cultivation, the old man's aura also rose at an extremely slow speed. Until a certain moment, the body of the old man, whose eyes were tightly shut, trembled slightly, and he stopped cultivating. His eyelids trembled slightly, and his tightly shut eyes opened, revealing a pair of sinister eyes. This person was the sect leader of the Withered Leaf sect, Yi Luotian. Sensing that something was wrong, Yi Luotian frowned and looked towards the west. He could vaguely sense that a person, or rather, a soul, was rushing towards him. Who is it? Doubt arose in Yi Luotian's heart. From the other party's actions, it was extremely likely that he was coming for him. However, what could a mere soul fragment do, looking for him to save his life? This strange thought appeared in Yi Luotian's heart. In the entire western region, if a person with a soul fragment were to take the initiative to find him, it was likely that the person would only be begging him to save his life. After all, Yi Luotian's reputation was extremely kind. However, as that person gradually approached, Yi Luotian's gently knit eyebrows involuntarily. He could sense a trace of familiar aura from that soul fragment. Could it be that he knew him? Yi Luotian frowned and gently shook his head. Logically speaking, this should not be the case. Most of the people he knew were powerful individuals, and they were all elite Dodi. How could they end up in such a miserable state? However, this was the truth. As that soul fragment approached, Yi Luotian suddenly realized that this soul fragment was actually that person from the ghost hall. What had happened to this fellow's body? Why had he become like this? Yi Luotian's heart was greatly shocked when he sensed this. He still had some understanding of this fellow's strength in his heart. A middle-level 7-star Dodi. With such strength, there were hardly anyone in the western region who could be a match for him. Yet, he had actually ended up in such a state. This was really difficult to imagine. A short while later, that person appeared in front of Yi Luotian's eyes. The shock in Yi Luotian's heart grew even denser when he saw that there was only a soul fragment left in front of him. His body was nearly transparent and it was difficult to capture his figure. Didn't this fellow go to capture Xiaoyan? How did he end up in such a state? Could it be Xiaoyan? Yi Luotian thought in shock in his heart. At the same time, he pretended to be concerned and asked the person in front of him. How did you end up in such a state? It's Xiaoyan. That lunatic, his strength is far above mine. I have underestimated him, Buzz. Yi Luotian's heart was like a large rock had been thrown into a calm lake when he heard the words of the person in front of him. Immediately, a storm rose. He said that all of this was done by Xiaoyan. How was this possible? How could a 5-star Dodi beat a 7-star Dodi into such a state? However, Yi Luotian's agitated heart gradually calmed down when he recalled everything that had happened in the Xiling mountain range that day. That's right. Even the 5-star Dodi from the 4 great clans were no match for Xiaoyan. His strength had already far surpassed any opponent of the same level. If anyone dared to treat him as the same as a 5-star Dodi, that person would be seeking death. Quick! Give me the spiritual essence in your storage ring. My physical body has been destroyed and my spiritual essence has been seriously injured. Now, I need the spiritual essence in your hands to repair it. Quick! The figure could not be bothered with anything else as he hurriedly ordered Yi Luotian. Yi Luotian was expressionless when he heard this. His gaze swept up and down the nearly transparent fellow in front of him. A trace of ridicule surged into his shady old eyes. As the saying goes, beat a drowning dog. Yi Luotian was not the least bit courteous. Yi Luotian recalled how imposing this fellow had been in front of him in the past. That arrogant and domineering demeanor of his was still fresh in Yi Luotian's mind. However, since the other party had ended up in such a state, Yi Luotian naturally did not want to save him. Bastard, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and give me the spiritual essence. Otherwise, once I report this to the higher-ups, your withered leaf sect can forget about dominating the western region. That figure roared in rage. Yi Luotian's expression changed slightly when he heard this. With a flip of his hand, a milky white ball of light about the size of a basketball appeared in his hand. He extended his hand forward and sent the ball of light to that figure. This was a ball of spiritual origin. Humph, that's more like it. The figure chuckled coldly. He extended his illusory hand and was about to receive the milky white light cluster. However, in the next instant, the spiritual essence in Yi Luotian's hand was suddenly sucked into his storage ring. At the same time, a terrifying suction force erupted from Yi Luotian's palm. In an instant, the figure's illusory body was sucked into his palm. You're about to die and you still dare to order me around. Do you really think that I'm afraid of you? Since you've delivered yourself to my doorstep, I'll borrow your strength to break through in one go. Yi Luotian coldly shouted. His hand suddenly clenched tightly as the illusory soul in his palm was sucked into his body and frantically refined. One day later. After leaving Wuyu City, Xiaoyan continued to head west. He slowly flew forward aimlessly. Since he had already made an agreement with the people from the 4 large sects to meet outside of the Tianzhu ancient tomb 1 year later, Xiaoyan was no longer in a hurry. Just like what Dong Chuan and the others had said, Xiaoyan was unable to open the Tianzhu ancient tomb with just the Tianzhu steps. Instead of wasting his energy, Xiaoyan felt that it was better to explore the vast Western Wastelands region. Although the Western Wastelands region was located in a desolate area, its prosperity was not inferior to the Shilin region. Due to the environment, the people here seemed to be even stronger than the people in the Shilin region. This point could be seen just by looking at Wuyu City, which was located on the outskirts of the Western Wastelands region. Wuyu City was merely an outer city, yet there was a 4-star Dodi in the city. The Western Wastelands region was vast and boundless. It was difficult to imagine just how strong the strong people in the central region of the Western Wastelands region would be. According to Han Dong, the Alchemist Alliance existed within the Western Wastelands region. For such a large faction to choose a stronghold within the Western Wastelands region, one could imagine just how important the Western Wastelands region was to them. After traveling for an entire day, the vast desert in front of him caused Xiaoyan to feel somewhat helpless. At a glance, all he could see was a desolate land. There was not a single person within a 100-mile radius. Even the few tall mountains that he could see were barren. Sand and rocks rolled down, emitting clear colliding sounds that reverberated across the horizon. This region could be described as a place where birds could not fly in 1,000 mountains and no traces of humans could be found. The barrenness of the Western Wastelands region was likely much more serious than Xiaoyan had imagined. Although this was the case, Xiaoyan's heart was calm. Having spent most of his time outside, he had already gotten used to this kind of environment. Xiaoyan continued to head west until noon when a city appeared in the distance of his sight. However, Xiaoyan had no intention of stopping. He wanted to go to the place where the true powerhouses gathered. Only there would Xiaoyan be able to find a way to increase his strength. Xiaoyan did not stop. His body continued to fly high in the sky. His gaze looked down at the city below. Both of his eyes revealed an admiring expression. Although the city could not be compared with Wuyu City, it was still bustling in a manner that left one speechless. Moreover, Xiaoyan's spiritual strength probed and found that almost everyone in this city was a bandit. There were even 4 elite Dodi. Just as Xiaoyan was about to withdraw his spiritual power, he detected a strange aura. Xiaoyan frowned. His body, which was originally swiftly leaping forward, came to a halt. His body paused in the sky as his eyes looked down. There were 3 elite Dodi confronting each other at a certain spot within an enormous mansion in the city below. 2 groups of people stood opposite each other in the courtyard. Both parties were in a hostile position. They emitted quite a strong aura and pressure from each other as they stood in the sky above the courtyard. Their gazes were filled with ill intent as they looked at each other. Wang Xiang, it is best that you do not go overboard. Even if you have stepped into the 5-star Dodi class, we will still have to see if you have such a big appetite if you want to swallow the Fang clan. A middle-aged man wearing a brocade robe stood in front of a group of people with their backs facing the house in the courtyard. At this moment, his eyes were cold as he stared at a golden-robed old man who was the leader of the group. His tone was extremely low as he spoke. Cuckoo, nephew Fangqing, both our clans have existed together in this Healan city for many years. We can be considered family friends. Therefore, on account of this, the old me does not wish to attack you. The golden-robed old man smiled faintly when he heard Fangqing's words. After which, he changed his tone and continued speaking. However, you should also know that a mountain cannot accommodate 2 tigers. After all, 2 clans cannot exist in Healan City at the same time. Currently, my Wang clan has already shown signs of rising. Sooner or later, your Fang clan will no longer have a position in Healan City. On account of your father's face, the old me will give you 3 days. After 3 days, either your Fang clan moves or submit to my Wang clan and become a branch of my Wang clan. At that time, all of you can also remain in Healan City. Otherwise, do not blame my Wang clan for not considering our old relationship. The expression on the face of the brocade-robed old man gradually became denser. At the same time, following the change in his expression, a powerful aura spread out from his body and pressed toward the people from the Fang clan. Even with Fangqing's character, his expression could not help but change when he sensed the powerful aura and pressure of this brocade-robed old man. With the strength of a 3-star Dodi, there was really no comparison when faced with the aura and pressure of a 5-star Dodi. Just as the expressions of the people from the Fang clan changed, a green-clothed old man beside Fangqing suddenly let out a cold snort. At the same time, a thought passed through his mind and a powerful aura and pressure that belonged to a 4-star Do-Di surged out from his body. It headed toward Wang Xiang's aura and pressure. Only by combining the aura and pressure of the people from the Fang clan behind him did he manage to block it. Where it is possible to make mistakes, one should be lenient. Wang Xiang, your Wang clan is currently the largest clan in Holland City. The Feng clan is far from being comparable to the Wang clan. Since this is the case, why do you need to be so overbearing? The green-clothed old man slowly took 2 steps forward. Due to the pressure of the other party's aura above his head, each step he took appeared extremely heavy. 2 shallow footprints were left on the flat ground under his feet. One could imagine just what kind of frightening aura and pressure this green-clothed old man was currently resisting. Even though this was the case, the expression on the face of the green-clothed old man appeared quite determined. No matter what, he would definitely not allow anything to happen to the people from the Fang clan, much less allow the Fang clan to be removed from Helan City. Yuan Qing, on account that you are a 4-star Do-Di, I have already given you face a couple of times. You better not be ungrateful. This matter is between my Wang clan and the Fang clan. As an outsider, it is best that you do not meddle in other people's business. Otherwise, the old me will not care what faction you belong to. If you do not wish to invite trouble for yourself, it is best that you leave Helan City. The powerful aura and pressure once again soared after the words from the golden-robed old man's mouth sounded. In an instant, it forced the group of people on the other side to take a couple of steps back. Even Yuan Qing's old face involuntarily revealed a paleness at this moment. This Yuan Qing was the deacon of the Cloud Immortal sect, Yuan Qing, who had helped Xiao Yan when he had just arrived in the Yuanwu continent and had given the 9 transformation body art to Xiao Yan. Brother Fangqing and I hit it off the moment we met. It is impossible for me to betray him for myself. Wang Xiang, if your Wang clan really wants to swallow the Fang clan, just come at me. With the 2 of us around, even if you can swallow us, we will definitely make you pay a bloody price. Yuan Qing let out a cold cry. His body, which had just been forced back, suddenly took a step forward. The doqi in his body churned and swiftly surged out of his body. Relying on his own strength and the people behind him, he forcefully forced back Wang Xiang's aura. Wang Xiang involuntarily frowned when he heard Yuan Qing's words. The Fang clan had existed in Helan City for many years and had a deep foundation. How could his Wang clan not know about it? However, the relationship between the 2 clans had become increasingly bad during these years. Now, it had reached the stage where they could not tolerate each other. One of the Fang and Wang clans in Helan City was bound to decline. If it was not because of the person in front of him, it was likely that the Fang clan would have become a part of his Wang clan a couple of years ago. Although Yuan Qing had once again stepped forward to stop him, Wang Xiang was confident that he would be able to win since he had personally come to the Fang clan. 3 days. The old me will give you 3 more days. If you are still unwilling to leave Helan City after 3 days, don't blame the old me for not showing mercy. Wang Xiang let out a cold cry. After which, he turned around and led everyone from his clan as they swaggered toward the path they had come from. After the person in front of him left, Yuan Qing, who was in the courtyard, took a couple of steps back with a pale face. Only with the support of Fangqing did he stand up straight. Brother Yuan Qing, are you all right? Fangqing's face carried worry as he looked at Yuan Qing in front of him. His face revealed a deep apology. If it was not because of his Fang clan, Yuan Qing would not have ended up in such a state. I am fine. I was just intimidated by that fellow's aura. I will be fine after some rest. Yuan Qing bitterly smiled and shook his head when he heard this. His heart was incomparably anxious. His chances of victory against a 5-star Do-Di were still too low. Although Fangqing by his side was also a 3-star Do-Di, the current head of the Wang clan, Wang Zhenyu, was also a 3-star Do-Di. If the 2 clans were to be compared, the Wang clan was clearly stronger than the Fang clan. Once the 2 sides fought, the entire battle would tilt in favor of the Wang clan. As for the Fang clan, they would probably die in battle in Helan City. Sigh, 3 days, 3 days. Is the Wang clan so intolerant of our Fang clan? In the courtyard, the scorching sun was above Fangqing's head. The ardent sunlight sprinkled upon his face, yet it didn't allow him to feel the slightest bit of scorching heat. On the contrary, there was a stretch of gloomy coldness in his heart. Will Brother Fangqing leave Healan City? Yuan Qing panted slightly as he stared at Fangqing. There was a hint of reluctance in his eyes. Fangqing slowly shook his head. His tone was firm as he said in a firm voice, he said, Healan City is the foundation of the Fang clan. My ancestors worked hard here for hundreds of years. No matter what, the Fang clan's roots won't be broken here. Hearing this, Yuan Qing firmly nodded his head. His tone carried a hint of decisiveness as he said, that's right. Since that's the case, then let me accompany Brother Fangqing to guard this place. Even if we die, we must make the Wang clan regret their actions that day. At this point, Fangqing nodded his head heavily. His eyes stared at Yuan Qing in front of him, and just as he was about to speak, the expressions on their faces suddenly changed. Immediately after, the two of them suddenly raised their heads, and their gazes simultaneously looked towards the sky above. There, a figure was rapidly approaching them at an extremely fast speed. Enemy attack? In an instant, the two thought of this word at the same time. Immediately after, the two people's gazes rapidly met for an instant. Then, their figures suddenly flashed and swept into the sky. They circled and attacked the figure in a pincer attack. Palm of distraction. Wutong seal. The two of them, one palm and one seal, violently attacked the black-robed human figure whose face could not be clearly seen. The current situation of the Fang clan cannot withstand any blow. Today, regardless of who the other party is, they must not be allowed to behave atrociously in the Fang clan. Faced with the sudden attack of these two people, the face of the human figure under the black robe involuntarily revealed a surprised expression. Immediately, without any explanation, he rotated his wrists. Surging doqi spluttered out from his palms. With a palm on his left and right, he forcefully received the attacks of the two people in front of him. Bang! Following a low and deep thump sound, the doqi that Yuan Qing and Fangqing had displayed appeared to have struck soft cotton. It deeply sunk in, but did not bring about the slightest unusual ripple. What? Sensing that their doqi had been so easily resolved by the person in front of them, a storm was lifted in their hearts. To be able to so easily resolve the doqi of two elite dodi, the strength of this person was likely at least that of a 5-star dodi. This person was actually another elite 5-star dodi. Fangqing's heart suddenly sunk when he thought of this. Could it be that the heavens wanted their Fang clan to be destroyed? The one who had the same feeling as Fangqing was naturally Yuan Qing. He did not expect that the person who had come would actually be a 5-star dodi. Once this person joined hands with the Wang clan, they would not even have the opportunity to resist. However, just as the hearts of the two of them were feeling shocked, a young face under the black robe revealed a helpless bitter smile. Xiaoyan also did not expect that he would actually meet Yuan Qing in this place. The thing that had just caused him to be shocked was that the latter's strength had actually reached the level of a 4-star dodi. It was even similar to him, who had relied on the heavenly flame to raise his current cultivation. It should be known that Yuan Qing back then was merely a 3-star bandi. Of course, now was not the time to reminisce about the past. He needed to first resolve these two people who had misunderstood him. Soon after, Xiaoyan's hand relaxed when the two people around him recovered. After which, he suddenly grabbed the wrists of the two people. Immediately, a frightening force poured out. Both of his hands were waved in unison, sending the two of them back to the courtyard below. Taking advantage of the shock in the hearts of the two of them, Xiaoyan instantly used the sky extinction steps and arrived in front of Yuan Qing. At the same time, a somewhat mocking laughter was emitted. Cuckoo, old brother Yuan Qing, it has been many years since we last met. You can't possibly go so far as to welcome me the moment we meet, right? The two people in front of him swiftly recovered after Xiaoyan's faint laughter sounded. Fangqing's heart was greatly shocked. The doqi within his body wildly surged out. His gaze was grave as he stared at Xiaoyan. On the other hand, Yuan Qing by the side was startled the moment Xiaoyan's words sounded. He raised his gaze and a pair of wise eyes instantly paused on Xiaoyan's body. When he saw the handsome and familiar face of the latter, his entire person instantly became like a statue and stood still on the spot. The expression on his old face also stiffened. It was a long while later when Fangqing by the side was preparing to join forces with the members of the clan to launch an attack on Xiaoyan. Only then did the expression on Yuan Qing's old face transform into an excited one. His body involuntarily trembled and his face revealed a wild joy. He took a large step forward in front of the stunned gazes of everyone behind him. He cupped his hands together and bowed to Xiaoyan. "Mr. Xiaoyan, it has been a long time since we last met." After forcing back the 5-star Dodi with one palm, Xiaoyan was expressionless. His eyes were cold and indifferent as he once again looked at Su Songming. The doqi within his body was swiftly circulated. Sensing this, the muscles on the old face of the 5-star Dodi, who was called Yuanshi, involuntarily twitched intensely. His body moved and he hurriedly blocked in front of Su Songming. At the same time that his face revealed a grave expression, he hurriedly asked Su Songming. "Grandmaster Su, who exactly is this brat? Why are you so afraid of him?" He is a demon. This fellow is a demon." Hearing Yuanshi's words, the fear in Su Songming's heart grew even greater. His hands held his distorted face as his body trembled and he let out a low roar. His feet involuntarily stepped back. Hearing this, Yuanshi involuntarily frowned. Although the cultivation of the person in front of him was a little stronger than his, it was not to the extent of scaring Su Songming to this extent. With his own strength, he might not be a match for him. However, if Wang Xiang were to join forces, Xiaoyan might not be a match for the 2 5-star Dodi. Relying on his own strength to contend against two opponents of the same level. This kind of battle result was something that they had never seen before since they had started out. "Grandmaster Su, there is no need to be nervous. With the old me around, I will definitely not let you get hurt. As for this brat, you can rest assured that I will deal with him." Yuanshi comforted. After which, he turned his gaze to Wang Xiang. At this moment, the latter was also looking at him. In their hearts, they both understood the strength of this black-robed young man in front of them. They also clearly understood that the best way to deal with Xiaoyan was for the two of them to join forces and attack together to suppress the latter. As for the Feng clan, even if Wang Xiang did not personally intervene, it would be extremely easy to deal with them. Currently, the only trouble in front of them was Xiaoyan. "Wang Xiang, the two of us will join forces and break his spirit." "I have the same intention." Wang Xiang nodded heavily. His body flashed and he arrived beside Yuanshi. His eyes were like torches as he stared at Xiaoyan opposite him. "Although I do not know who you are, since you insist on interfering in this matter, don't blame the two of us for being merciless today." Wang Xiang let out a cold cry. With the addition of a 5-star Dodi beside him, the pressure in his heart was greatly reduced. Even if the fighting strength of the person in front of him was extraordinary, he was only a 5-star Dodi. It was impossible for him to fight against two 5-star Dodi of the same level. You two idiots. You know nothing about his strength." Su Songming's face was filled with fear. Unable to contain himself, he anxiously cursed in his heart. He naturally knew that Yuanshi was only doing this because he wanted to show off before him. His goal was merely to obtain the medicinal pellets in his hands. Likely, if not for this, it would be impossible for Yuanshi to willingly protect him, an 8-star half-martial emperor. From the moment he saw Xiaoyan for the first time, Su Songming clearly knew that the Wang clan's dream of swallowing up the Feng clan had come to an end. Xiaoyan was just like a nightmare. He mercilessly shattered the dreams of those who stood opposite him, which appeared to be easily realized. After meeting Xiaoyan twice, Su Songming's heart could be said to be trying to avoid the latter. Originally, he thought that Xiaoyan had already been surrounded by the two large clans. Who could have imagined that the result would not only be contrary to his expectations, but it would also shock him? At this moment, the only thought in Su Songming's heart was, escape from this place. Escape from everything that had anything to do with Xiaoyan. As long as the latter existed, this so-called rank 3 alchemist was destined to be unable to lift his head. At this moment, the actions of these two people had created quite a good opportunity for Su Songming. He could take advantage of the time when these two people were entangled with Xiaoyan to leave this place. Su Songming was not concerned about the life and death of these two people. Every man for himself, and the heavens take the hindmost, On the other side, Xiaoyan was expressionless in the face of Wang Xiang's shout. If this Fang clan had nothing to do with him, Xiaoyan naturally would not have bothered to involve himself in this matter. However, as luck would have it, with Yuan Qing's appearance, Xiaoyan was destined to act on behalf of the Fang clan. Even though Xiaoyan and Yuan Qing could not be considered to be close, the 9 transformation body mantra that Yuan Qing had given him had helped Xiaoyan more than once. Many times, Xiaoyan could not help but think of its original owner and feel grateful from the bottom of his heart. Now, Yuan Qing was willing to give up everything he had for the Fang clan. He was even willing to put his life on the line. This kind of heroic spirit moved Xiaoyan. Of course, other than this, Yuan Qing was also a deacon of the Cloud Immortal sect. This relationship was also one of the reasons why Xiaoyan acted. No matter what, it was impossible for everyone present to return alive today. Xiaoyan's gaze swept over the 2 people in front of him. Soon after, his gaze landed on the few elite Dodi in the Wang clan's group behind him. Jin Guo, Wang Zhenyu, the Su brothers. Adding the 2 people in front of him, the Wang clan side had a total of 6 elite Dodi. This lineup was actually 2 more than what Fang Qing had expected. If Xiaoyan was not present today, it was likely that these people from the Fang clan would have been killed by the Wang clan in an instant. All of you, attack together. I don't have so much time to waste with all of you. A pair of dark black eyes once again returned to the 2 people in front of him. Xiaoyan's tone was especially calm as he spoke. Since you don't know what's good for you, let's attack together. Wang Xiang's expression turned cold. He did not expect that Xiaoyan would actually say such shameless words. Immediately, he exchanged glances with Yuanshi beside him. The 2 of them nodded heavily. Their bodies leaned forward as they prepared to attack. Wait. It was also at this moment that Xiaoyan frowned. His face revealed an impatient expression as he cried out in a deep voice to stop the actions of the 2 people in front of him. Hearing this, Wang Xiang and Yuanshi involuntarily frowned. What was Xiaoyan planning this time? You may have misunderstood. When I say attack together, I mean that the both of you, including the few Dodi behind you, will attack together. Let's end this quickly. I don't have the time to fight one by one. What? When these words of Xiaoyan were spoken, everyone from the Wang clan was immediately startled. Their expressions changed one after another, especially the few elite Dodi in front. Their hearts were incomparably shocked. They nearly thought that they had heard wrongly. Xiaoyan actually wanted to deal with 6 elite Dodi from the Wang clan alone. How was that possible? However, just as everyone from the Wang clan was feeling shocked, the expression of Xiaoyan, who was standing in the empty air, suddenly changed. Almost at the same time, the footwork of his feet suddenly changed. He instantly used the sky extinction steps. Soon after, Xiaoyan's body had already appeared in front of Wang Xiang. Xiaoyan clenched his hand into a fist. A powerful force swiftly agglomerated in his palm. Wherever the wind from the fist passed, it emitted a hoo-hoo sound of rushing wind as it heavily smashed toward Wang Xiang's chest. Damn it! What a frightening speed! Wang Xiang's heart was greatly alarmed. At the same time that his expression changed, he also hurriedly attacked. His fist violently collided with Xiaoyan's incoming fist. Just as Xiaoyan and Wang Xiang were about to collide, everyone's gazes were focused on the 2 of them. At this moment, Su Songming was trying his best to hide his aura as he withdrew to the back of the group. In the hall, Fang Qing and Yuan Qing looked at Xiaoyan with astonished expressions. Their gazes swept back and forth between Xiaoyan and Fang Ruyan. The 2 immediately understood in their hearts that the expert Fang Ruyan spoke of was the Xiaoyan in front of them. It had to be said that the word fate was truly hard to understand. A day ago, Xiaoyan had inadvertently saved Fang Ruyan. Who would have thought that he would meet Yuan Qing the next day? Most importantly, there was actually a subtle connection between the 2 of them. Why are you in my house? Fang Ruyan's pretty face also revealed an astonished expression. She also did not expect that Xiaoyan, who had directly rejected her invitation the day before, would actually take the initiative to appear in her house the next day. This was simply too comical. Cough cough, that's a long story. Coughing dryly, Xiaoyan helplessly shrugged his shoulders and said. On the side, Fang Qing and Yuan Qing looked at each other. The two of them could not help but burst into laughter. Soon after, Fang Qing hurriedly bowed to Xiaoyan and said with a sincere tone, "I'm Fang Qing. Thank you, Mr. Xiaoyan, for saving my daughter Ruyan." Even Yuan Qing, who was on the side, also cupped his hands to Xiaoyan once again. He and Fang Qing were bosom buddies. He also treated Fang Ruyan as his own. The matters of the Fang family had long been regarded as his own matters. Since Xiaoyan had saved Fang Ruyan, it was equivalent to giving him a great favor once again. "You two are too polite. My actions yesterday were only in passing. Moreover, brother Yuan Qing and I are old acquaintances and friends. You two keep doing this to me, which makes me feel somewhat distant. Haha, since Mr. Xiao Yan has said so, then we won't be polite. Haha. Ha ha ha," Fang Qing laughed out loud. Xiaoyan also laughed out loud with the other two. Immediately, the three of them gradually withdrew their smiles. The expressions on their faces once again recovered a solemn expression. Fang Qing's gaze looked toward Xiaoyan and said, "Brother Xiaoyan, 3 days later, our Fang family and the Wang family will completely break off relations. At that time, there will definitely be a bloody battle. The previous head of the Wang family, Wang Xiang, has already stepped into the realm of a 5-star Dodi. His strength is no small matter. Therefore, I hope that we can invite you to help our Fang family get through this difficult time." When these words were spoken, Yuan Qing by the side also nodded his head. He faced Xiao and said, "Brother Xiaoyan, we know that you are also a 5-star Dodi. However, the battle 3 days later will not be ordinary. I also hope that we can invite you to help us. Of course, we don't necessarily need you to kill Wang Xiang. As long as you can help us delay him, we will come and help you once we have finished off the other members of the Wang family." That's right. Although that Jin Ji's strength is not weak, he is extremely cowardly. He is a classic example of someone who eats the soft but fears the strong. As long as Mr. Xiaoyan helps us at that time and pushes him back, the Wang family will be easy for us to capture. The two of them echoed each other as they spoke. The way they addressed Xiaoyan immediately pulled the distance between them and him closer. After these words fell, Xiaoyan did not have any reason to reject them. However, they did not seem to have much confidence in Xiaoyan's strength. They only wanted Xiaoyan to do his best to delay Wang Xiang. However, they did not think that Xiaoyan had the ability to defeat Wang Xiang. Of course, if two strong people of the same level were placed together, there might not be any difference between them if they were of the same age. However, if there was a difference in age, there would be a difference in their fighting strength. Perhaps it was because Wang Xiang was older. As the saying goes, the older the ginger, the spicier it was. Therefore, the two people in front of him believed that in a real battle, Wang Xiang might be stronger than Xiaoyan. This was why they wanted the latter to do his best to delay him and not defeat him. However, this person had clearly underestimated Xiaoyan's strength. Even a 7-star Dodi had nearly died in his hands. How big of a wave could a 5-star Dodi cause? Xiaoyan smiled in a non-committal manner in response to this. When Fang Ruyan saw the smile on the latter's face, a feeling of doubt suddenly surged into the young lady's heart. For some reason, she felt that Xiaoyan's chances of victory might be higher when faced with Wang Xiang. The young lady's heart was also stunned by the thought that suddenly rose from the bottom of her heart. As she thought about it, a bright red color involuntarily surfaced on her pretty face. Taking advantage of the fact that the three people in front of her were still happily chatting, she hurriedly left the hall. Night. The stars in the sky were bright. The bright silver moon was like a silver plate that emitted a bright light in the night sky. The moonlight was like snowflakes that spread over the land, illuminating the city below as if it was daytime. Helan City, within the Wang clan. The clan head, Wang Zhenyu, and his father, who was the previous clan head, Wang Xiang, were standing in the meeting hall. A cold smile appeared on the gloomy old face of the golden-robed elder. He was looking forward to the final battle with the Fang clan in 3 days. Based on his understanding of the Fang clan would rather die than leave Helan City. Therefore, he had already prepared for the final battle with them in 3 days' time. This battle would determine who would be the overlord of Helan City in the future. Who would rule this city, and as Wang clan would definitely become the overlord of this city, the Fang clan would also definitely become history. Father, according to the time, that lord should arrive on the morning of the third day. Behind Wang Xiang, Wang Jinyu's tone was respectful as he spoke. Although Wang Jinyu was now the clan head of the clan, the actual power was in the hands of his father in front of him. Every action of the clan was decided by him. Alright. That lord's time is limited. It's best to settle this matter as soon as possible. Just in case, call Jingge over as well. Wang Xiang appeared to have a card up his sleeve. It was as though he had already seen the end of the Fang clan. Hearing this, Wang Jinyu involuntarily frowned. After hesitating for a moment, he said with some hesitation, Father, didn't that lord say that he would bring a 5-star Dodi? If he were to act, why would we need Jingge to come over? He would only come to pick up money. What do you know? Wang Xiang reprimanded and coldly snorted. Although Jingge is greedy for money, he is not a fool. As long as he sees that we can invite that lord and a 5-star Dodi, he will know the foundation of our Wang clan. With this matter as a deterrent, let's see if he dares to play any tricks with us in the future. Hearing these words, Wang Jinyu panicked. Only then did he repeatedly flatter and agree. Immediately, Wang Xiang gave a few more instructions. Only after he confirmed that everything was correct did he leave the hall with a smile on his face. After that, Wang Jinyu's face became gloomy. He cursed in his heart and quickly left the hall. Time flew by quickly. In the blink of an eye, the third day of the Wang clan's expectations finally arrived amidst the tense atmosphere in Helan City. Early in the morning, the gauze-like morning light spread over the land. However, Helan City was already extremely lively. Within a short 3 days, quite a number of experts had gathered here. Other than the original population of the city, there were even quite a number of elite Dodi who had gathered. This group of people came for the decisive battle between the Fang clan and the Wang clan today. As for this news, it was naturally spread by the Wang clan themselves. Their goal was to let more people see how powerful the Wang clan was. This way, they could intimidate everyone and stabilize the clan. From a certain perspective, it could also bring certain benefits to the Wang clan. The Wang clan's plan was not only aimed at the Fang clan. It also included Wuyu City and many of the surrounding cities. On the surface, it appeared to be a declaration of war against the Fang clan. However, it was actually a warning to these factions. Old Master Wang Xiang and clan head Wang Jinyu stood in front of the main door of the Wang clan mansion. Behind them was a group of strong people from the Wang clan. Just the number of high-class half-emperors numbered over 10. There were even 2 1-star Dodi. Looking at their clothes, they did not appear to be members of the Wang clan. It seemed that they were invited by the Wang clan. Other than clan head Wang Jinyu and Old Master Wang Xiang, there was also a middle-aged man wearing a brocade robe. This person was Jingge, whom Xiao Yan had met in Wuyu City a few days ago. 5 elite Dodi and over 10 high-class half-emperors. This kind of lineup was sufficient to suppress the Fang clan a few days ago. Of course, this was only a few days ago. Haha, it is unexpected that Old Master Wang has actually invited the Su brothers. Looks like Old Master Wang is determined to win the battle with the Fang clan today. Jingge narrowed his eyes. His gaze glanced at the 2 1-star Dodi standing behind him. His face was all smiles as he looked at Wang Xiang in front of him and spoke with a fake smile. Haha, 3 days ago, the old me told them to get lost from Helan City. However, that was merely the old me trying to stall for time. The old me knows that the Fang clan will definitely not leave Helan City even if they die. Therefore, during these 3 days, the old me has also invited a great person other than the Su brothers. A smile was lifted on Wang Xiang's face. His gaze focused on the western sky. If he was right, that person should have arrived. Oh? Hearing Wang Xiang's words, Jingge couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. For Wang Xiang to call this person Lord, this person's background was probably not ordinary. Just as Jingge was feeling puzzled, 2 auras came faintly from the sky to the west of Helan City. Sensing the 2 auras, Jingge immediately frowned, and a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. The owner of one of the 2 auras was merely an 8-star ban. The other person's aura was so strong that it was not inferior to even Wang Xiang by his side. It was not difficult to guess that the second person was surprisingly another 5-star Dodi. Hiss, Jingu involuntarily inhaled a breath of cool air when he sensed this. Another 5-star Dodi. In this way, just the Wang clan side alone had 2 5-star Dodi. This kind of lineup was quite strong even when placed in the western region. It was difficult to imagine that Wang Xiang had actually set up such a lineup for the Feng clan. Of course, in comparison, Wang Xiang was naturally aware in his heart that although that 5-star Dodi would follow them, the chances of him intervening were almost negligible. The other party's aim was only to protect that 8-star Bandi. It could be said that it had nothing to do with their Wang clan. Old man, this is the first time this junior has seen something like this. Jingu involuntarily exclaimed from the bottom of his heart. This caused the smile on Wang Xiang's old face to become even denser. This was the result he wanted. He wanted to let everyone in the city understand that their Wang clan was able to invite a 5-star Dodi. This was enough to awe everyone. As expected, the large city swiftly became noisy the moment the 2 auras appeared within the territory of Helan City. Numerous discussions that were filled with surprise reverberated in the sky above the city. Everyone's hearts were filled with surprise. Finally, the 2 human figures rushed over the sky above Helan City in front of a countless number of gazes. After which, they landed at the location of the Wang clan. At the same time, within the meeting hall of the Feng clan's mansion, the faces of the current clan head, Feng Qing, Yuan Qing, and the elders of the clan revealed an extremely shocked expression. At the same time, a deep horror wildly surged out from the bottom of their hearts. What happened? 2 more people have come. Moreover, one of them is actually a 5-star Dodi. Doesn't this mean that the Wang clan now has 2 5-star Dodi? In that case, won't today's big battle? Everyone in the hall widened their eyes. Their hearts were filled with shock and fear. No matter what, they did not expect that the Wang clan would be able to invite such a person. A 5-star Dodi had already caused them to feel great pressure. Now that another one had come, it was enough for the Wang clan to completely crush them. Clan head, what should we do now? There is no way out. All we need to do is wait for the people from the Wang clan to come and kill us. Then, our Feng clan will be finished. If there is really no other choice, let's move the entire clan. Helan City is indeed our foundation, but we cannot destroy our entire clan because of this. Clan head, if there is really no other choice, we should let the younger generation of the clan think of a way to leave Helan City. It is fine if us old fellows die, but they are after all the hope of our Feng clan. We must not let anything happen to them. The addition of another 5-star Dodi to the Wang clan could be said to be a destructive blow to the Feng clan. In an instant, the thread of hope that had just risen in the Feng clan because of Xiaoyan's appearance was shattered just like that. They did not think that just relying on Xiaoyan, a 5-star Dodi, would be able to help their Feng clan escape this calamity. Therefore, no matter what happened to them, the most important thing now was to think of a way to allow the younger generation of the clan to continue living. Hearing the heavy words of the few clan elders, Feng Qing, who was the clan head, also had a gloomy expression. His heart was close to despair. Could it be that they could only flee Helan City like a stray dog? But what could they do? If they continued to delay like this, it was likely that they would not even have their last chance. Feng Qing sighed deeply. Even though he was unwilling in his heart, the clan was the most important thing. He could not just hand over the entire clan because of some emotions. Don't tell me that the Feng clan will be destroyed by my hands just like this. Feng Qing involuntarily felt sorrow from within his heart when he thought of this. However, just as he was about to stand up and announce something, Xiaoyan, who was wearing a black robe, slowly stepped into the hall with a smile on the corner of his mouth. Clan head Feng, you can be rest assured. I will personally take care of those few elite Dodi from the Wang clan. You all only need to finish off those elite Dodi. The calm voice did not contain the slightest ripple. However, when these words entered the ears of everyone present, it immediately stirred up a storm in their hearts. Numerous gazes landed on Xiaoyan's body in unison. Their eyes were filled with shock and doubt. Mr. Xiaoyan, we also know that you are a 5-star Dodi. However, this matter concerns the life and death of our Feng clan. We cannot allow Mr. Xiaoyan to joke about it. Hearing Xiaoyan's extremely arrogant words, the few clan elders in the hall involuntarily frowned. They exchanged glances with each other and immediately looked at Xiaoyan with somewhat gloomy expressions as they spoke in a deep voice. Although the person in front of them was indeed a 5-star Dodi, he was still young. How strong could he be? It was likely that he would find it extremely strenuous to face Wang Xiang alone. Now, he actually dared to say such arrogant words. Wasn't he overestimating himself? First Elder, Mr. Xiaoyan is the current sinecure of our Feng clan. As the First Elder, don't tell me that you can't even distinguish his status? Although Feng Qing did not dare to easily believe Xiaoyan's words, Xiaoyan had already agreed to become the sinecure of their Feng clan a day ago. Moreover, he had promised that he would fight for the Feng clan. Whether it was due to emotion or reason, the words of their First Elder were a little overboard. Feng Qing's words caused the First Elder's expression to immediately change. Only then did he hurriedly stand up and cup his hands together in apology to Xiaoyan, who had already walked to the middle of the hall. Seeing this, the latter waved his hand in an unconcerned manner. This could not be blamed on them. After all, the rules of the Yuanwu continent were like this. Normally speaking, a 5-star Dodi would definitely not be able to fight two 5-star Dodi at the same time without being defeated. These elders of the Feng clan were merely using common sense to make inferences. However, how could Xiaoyan's strength be deduced using common sense? May I know what Mr. Xiaoyan said earlier? After hesitating for a moment, Feng Qing probed and asked. Feng clan head, you can be rest assured. When the time comes, you can leave those few Dodi experts of the Wang clan to me. You only need to worry about dealing with the other people of the Feng clan. Xiaoyan smiled. A confident smile was lifted on his face. This scene was seen by Feng Qing and Yuan Qing, causing the two of them to involuntarily raise their eyebrows. They felt even more suspicious in their hearts. Could it be that Xiaoyan really had that kind of strength? May I know how confident Mr. Xiaoyan is? 100%. This time around, the last word had just been spat out from Feng Qing's mouth when Xiaoyan calmly replied with a smile. Hiss. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the hall couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Their faces also revealed an expression of disbelief. From what they currently knew of the Wang clan, the other party had 4 elite Dodi. 2 of them were 5-star Dodi, 1 was a 4-star Dodi, and 1 was a 3-star Dodi. This kind of lineup already possessed an advantage just in terms of the number of elite Dodi. Logically speaking, the Feng clan had no chance of victory. In that case, Feng Qing will completely depend on Mr. Xiaoyan. After musing for a moment, Feng Qing finally clenched his teeth and solemnly opened his mouth. Currently, the Feng clan's situation was on the brink of crisis. It was already too late for them to make more plans in many aspects. Right now, they could only stake everything on a single throw. Perhaps they still had a sliver of hope. This could be said to be a huge gamble, and the wager was their entire clan. Success or failure concerned the fate of their Feng clan. Xiaoyan smiled and nodded when he heard this. His gaze swept over everyone present. Immediately, he turned around and walked out of the hall. The corner of his mouth was lifted, revealing a playful smile. He lifted his gaze and looked in the direction of the Wang clan. He did not expect that he would actually meet that fellow once again in Helan City. He had let him off the last 2 times. This time around, however, Xiaoyan would no longer have such a magnanimous heart. Seeing Xiaoyan leave, the few elders of the Feng clan in the hall finally turned their gazes toward Feng Qing, who was seated in the leader's seat. Clan leader, are you really going to place all your hopes on him? Mr. Xiaoyan is indeed a 5-star Dodi. However, this matter concerns the survival of our Feng clan. We cannot easily believe the words of an outsider, right? Feng Shang, who are you calling an outsider? Yuan Qing beside Feng Qing frowned and cried out in a deep voice when the first elder's words were uttered. Sir Yuan Qing, please don't misunderstand. It is not that we don't believe you. However, this Xiaoyan, enough. Before the first elder could finish speaking, Feng Qing's face was filled with anger as he heavily slapped the armrest. His body stood up and he cried out in a low voice, Feng Shang, you better remember that Mr. Xiaoyan is currently a consecrator of our Feng clan. His strength is sufficient for us to believe every word he says. If you really think that Mr. Xiaoyan is unable to defeat two 5-star Dodi, why don't you go? Fang Shang was greatly shocked. How could he be a match for a 5-star Dodi with his cultivation of a 9-star half-emperor? You don't even have that ability yet you are vainly trying to doubt others. Fang Shang, you need to understand that it is not Mr. Xiaoyan who is begging to help us. Instead, we are the ones begging him. If he is unwilling, he can turn around and leave. If you still dare to be disrespectful to Mr. Xiaoyan, don't blame me for removing your position as the first elder. Fang Shang knows his mistake. Fang Shang was after all the head of a clan. His words were awe-inspiring, causing everyone in the hall to tremble in fear. After Fang Shang heard Fang Shang's words, he immediately understood and hurriedly apologized to Fang Qing. The one you should apologize to is not me but Mr. Xiaoyan. With this admonishment, Fang Shang's standing body was unable to sit down again. Dozens of powerful auras immediately appeared in the sky above the Fang clan's mansion. The powerful auras and pressure were like meteorites descending from Mount Tai, pressuring everyone in the Fang clan. The entire Fang clan was on full alert at this moment. Everyone tensed their bodies. The doqi in their bodies crazily surged out of their bodies. They used the strength of the entire clan to resist the aura and pressure in the sky. Fang Qing, the 3-day deadline is up. Since your Fang clan is still unwilling to leave Helan City, do you plan to merge with my Wang clan and become a branch of my Wang clan? Wang Xiang's loud laughter that was filled with ridicule spread across the sky like thunder. The upper echelon of the Fang clan hurriedly walked out of the meeting hall. They raised their heads and looked at the group of people in the sky. This was especially the case when Fang Shang's gaze once again saw the few people around Wang Xiang. The expression on his face immediately became incomparably solemn. It seemed that the situation was much more troublesome than he had imagined. Other than these 4 elite Dodi, there were 2 other 1-star Dodi behind Wang Xiang. The thing that caused Fang Shang and Yuan Qing to feel the most astonished was that the person standing beside Wang Xiang was not the 5-star Dodi. Instead, it was the 8-star Dodi who had come with him. As for that person, he was standing beside Wang Xiang. The two of them stood on the left and right. Clearly, they treated this 8-star Dodi as the center. The identity of this 8-star Dodi was likely not ordinary. He is merely a small 4-star Dodi. Wang Xiang, you actually invited me over. Don't tell me that you are afraid of them with your strength. At this moment, the 8-star Dodi beside Wang Xiang had also probed the cultivation of everyone in the courtyard below. After discovering that the strongest person was merely a 4-star Dodi, Yuan Qing, his shady old face involuntarily revealed a mocking smile. Cuckoo, Sir Su, I am only doing this as a precaution. The Fang clan has been in Helan City for so many years and has always been a thorn in our Wang clan's heart. Now that we can finally resolve it, how would I dare to be careless? The reason why I have troubled you is because I hope that I can borrow your reputation to intimidate them and get them to take the initiative to give up resisting and join our Wang clan. This is naturally the best. You have invited me just to intimidate the Fang clan? I'm afraid that it is far from just this. Hearing this, the embroidered-robed old man, who was addressed as Sir Su, laughed mockingly. His gaze swept over Jingu behind him. After which, it swept over those elite Dodi in the empty space within the city. His heart had roughly guessed Wang Xiang's plan. Ugh, Cuckoo, we have a tacit understanding. Good, what a good tacit understanding. However, seeing that you have taken out something, I will help you this once. Sir Su coldly laughed. Wang Xiang curled his lips repeatedly in his heart. If the person in front of him was not seeking benefits, why would he help them? This kind of person relied on his little ability to gather wealth from all over the place. Blinded by greed, he would sooner or later die from his greed. While these few people in the sky were conversing with each other, the black-robed Xiaoyan in the Fang clan's mansion below was coldly smiling as he looked at the 2 5-star Dodi in the sky and Sir Su who were hugging each other. This Sir Su that Wang Xiang had mentioned was actually the new rank 3 alchemist from the Alchemist Alliance who had been defeated by Xiaoyan twice, Su Songming. High in the sky above Helan City, the two groups of people stood opposite each other. The atmosphere between the sky and the ground appeared especially heavy, especially for the members of the Fang clan. They saw that the other side was approaching in a ferocious manner. The number of experts they had was over 10 times more than their Fang clan. Their number of elite Dodi could be said to be overwhelming. From the looks of it, the Fang clan would undoubtedly be defeated in today's battle. Ugh, how unfortunate. The Fang clan has stood in Helan City for so many years. It is unexpected that they are unable to escape the fate of being swallowed up by the Wang clan. Isn't that so? Ever since the ancestor of the Wang clan broke through to the 5-star Dodi class, the Wang clan has been recruiting experts from all over the place. Their goal is for today. This time around, the Fang clan can only lower their heads. Seeing this scene in the sky, the people in the city below could not help but sigh. Their words were filled with desolation. After all, the Wang clan had come in a ferocious manner and was not something that the Fang clan could compare with. No matter how one looked at it, the Fang clan today would have difficulty escaping this calamity. High in the sky, Fang Cheng's face was solemn as he faced Wang Xiang's group. Perspiration repeatedly dripped from his forehead. Even his hand under his sleeves could not help but tremble slightly. This indicated the seriousness in his heart at this moment. However, at this moment, the thing that caused Fang Cheng to feel even more worried in his heart was that the Fang clan's final support, Xiaoyan, had yet to show himself even until now. Could it be that he had fled before the battle? The few elders who were on holiday could not help but think of this in their hearts. At the same time, the fear in their hearts grew. If this was the case, would it not mean that Xiaoyan had openly sold them out? In this way, not only would the Fang clan not be rescued, it was likely that not a single person would be able to survive. This Xiaoyan. Immediately, everyone from the Fang clan involuntarily cursed in their hearts. Only Fang Qing and Yuan Qing, who were at the front of the group, were anxiously waiting for Xiaoyan to appear. They believed that Xiaoyan was definitely not the kind of person who would flee in the face of a battle. Since he dared to say those words, he would definitely be responsible for their Fang clan until the end. As expected, just as the members of the Fang clan were furiously cursing Xiaoyan in their hearts, the space in front of Fang Qing suddenly distorted. Immediately after, the black-robed Xiaoyan slowly appeared. Facing the members of the Fang clan, the corners of his mouth curled into a soft smile. His gaze slowly swept over everyone in front of him. Those who made contact with his gaze could not help but shrink their necks as an embarrassed expression appeared on their faces. At this moment, the faces of everyone from the Wang clan behind Xiaoyan involuntarily revealed a doubtful expression when they saw this black-robed person who had suddenly appeared. This was especially the case for the few elite Dodi in front and Su Songming, who was a rank 3 alchemist. When they looked at this black-robed person in front of them, their eyes involuntarily revealed a grave expression. By being able to use such a strange agility to appear in front of them, this already proved that this black-robed person in front of them was clearly also an elite Dodi. Moreover, from the looks of it, this person was clearly not here to help them. Since this was the case, this black-robed person should be a member of the Fang clan. May I know who you are? The matter today is a matter between the Wang clan and the Fang clan of our Helan city. I hope that you will not intervene. Wang Xiang revealed a solemn expression as he looked at the black-robed person in front of him. He politely cupped his hands together and spoke in a deep voice. Although he was a 5-star Dodi, the body of the person in front of him seemed to be covered by a layer of something. His perception was unable to approach this black-robed person even a little, much less probe his strength. Faced with such a person, even Wang Xiang was unwilling to easily offend him. It would undoubtedly be best if he could persuade him to withdraw. However, this black-robed person acted as though he did not hear Wang Xiang's words. He did not even turn his body, which had his back facing them, even a little. This involuntarily caused Wang Xiang's heart to be quietly furious. He was a 5-star Dodi. When had he ever been ignored in this manner? Beside him, Su Songming knit his brows tightly. A pair of dark old eyes stared intently at the back of the black-robed person in front of him. This person's back gave him a feeling of déjà vu. At the same time, there was a faint uneasiness rising from the bottom of his heart. Just who was this person? Su Songming's heart was filled with doubt. As the doubts in his heart churned, his emotions also became anxious. Even the breathing from his nose had become a little hurried. Finally, just as Su Songming's eyes were staring intently at Xiaoyan, the latter appeared to have sensed something. The corner of his mouth was lifted into a smile. Immediately, he slowly turned around in front of the solemn gazes of the members of the Wang clan behind him, revealing a handsome face under the black robe. Under the sunlight, Xiaoyan pulled down the black robe that covered his head and welcomed the baptism of the sunlight. At the same time, a pair of deep black eyes, which were like a serene pool, looked at Su Songming. The smile on his face gradually became mocking. "Grandmaster Su, we have not seen each other for many years since we parted at Xian City. I trust that you have been well since we last met." Buzz. The instant Xiaoyan's words left his mouth, Su Songming's body suddenly shook. It was as if he had been struck by lightning. The shock and fear in his heart erupted like a volcano from the bottom of his heart. His face was dumbfounded. His pair of eyeballs were about to burst out of his eye sockets. This perfectly displayed the disbelief in his heart. No matter what, he did not expect that the person in front of him was still alive. How could he still be alive when he was surrounded by two great clans? You. Why are you still alive, is that so? Xiaoyan laughed coldly. His eyes were filled with mockery. Grandmaster Su, who is he? Seeing Su Songming's expression, the two people at the side could not help but frown. With the latter's status, it was too comical for him to show such an expression to a young man. Go. Quickly leave this place. Su Songming, on the other hand, could not be bothered about anything else. Having witnessed Xiaoyan's terror twice, he had long since left behind an impression of fear that could not be erased in his heart. Originally, he had thought that Xiaoyan had already been bound by the encirclement of the two large clans. However, from the looks of it, not only was Xiaoyan safe and sound, it appeared that even his cultivation had risen to another level. Cuckoo, Grandmaster Su, why are you so nervous? We have 6 elite Dodi here. Even if this brat's strength is extraordinary, how can he be a match for a Dodi? At the very most, I can ask the Su brothers to finish him off. This can be considered to have removed a great worry for Grandmaster. Wang Xiang was unconcerned about the fear in Su Songming's heart. He smiled righteously and ordered the Su brothers behind him to step forward. However, Su Songming's face was distorted as he coldly snorted. He turned his head to face Wang Xiang and cried out in a deep voice, "Shut up, Wang Xiang! You idiot! With him around, why didn't you say so earlier? Today? No. In the future, the matters between your Wang clan and the Feng clan should be settled by yourselves. Just treat it as though I have never been here today." Su Songming cried out in a deep voice. His gaze dodged and swiftly swept over Xiaoyan's body. After which, he turned around and left with the 5-star Dodi beside him. At the same time, the faces of the people from the Wang clan involuntarily revealed a stunned expression. They had never expected that this so-called grandmaster would actually be such a cowardly person. He was merely a young man. What was there to be afraid of? Swoosh! Just as Su Songming had just turned around, Xiaoyan's figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Cuckoo, since you have already come, don't leave. Xiaoyan's heart moved as he smiled. Immediately, the powerful aura that belonged to a 5-star Dodi swept out with a bang. It was like an invisible storm that violently pressured the two people in front of him. Xiaoyan's figure stood proudly in the sky above Helan City. A frightening aura and pressure surged out without any restraint. It was just like a flash flood as it violently pressed toward the two people in front of him. The 5-star Dodi's aura and pressure that was suddenly emitted from Xiaoyan's body caused all the elite Dodi present to be greatly shocked. Who would have thought that this ordinary-looking black-robed, young man in front of them was actually an elite Dodi? Moreover, the most shocking thing was that he was actually a 5-star Dodi. He is actually a 5-star Dodi. At this moment, even Wang Xiang's old eyes could not help but be filled with shock and despair. He had spent his entire life and was already half a foot into the ground. Only then was he lucky enough to break through to a 5-star Dodi. However, looking at this black-robed, young man's young appearance, who would think that he was an elite Dodi under the precondition that he did not reveal any aura? Who would have thought that he was actually a 5-star Dodi? This was really unbelievable. However, with the great change in the current situation, he could not afford to hesitate any longer. The most important thing now was to finish off Xiaoyan. As for the members of the Feng clan, even if he did not intervene, there was Wang Jinyu, Jin Ge, and the Su brothers. With these people, he believed that it was sufficient to finish off the members of the Feng clan. Bang! A powerful aura carried an incomparable force as it violently pressed toward the two of them. The five-star Dodi beside Su Songming also suddenly stepped forward while his expression changed. Immediately, a powerful aura that belonged to an initial five-star Dodi suddenly swept out. In an instant, it actually blocked Xiaoyan's aura and pressure. Unfortunately, within a short instant, Xiaoyan's aura and pressure easily forced back the five-star Dodi in a destructive manner. Soon after, it forced back Wang Xiang and the group of people from the Wang clan, who had charged forward, as well as the people from the Wang clan behind him. Hua! The appearance of this scene immediately stirred a great commotion in the city below. Countless number of experts revealed shocked expressions as they looked at the black-robed human figure in the sky. Discussions quickly spread across the sky. The expressions of the members of the Wang clan in the sky suddenly changed drastically. They had never imagined that this mysterious black-robed man would actually be able to rely on his own strength to force back the entire clan. Even Wang Xiang, a five-star Dodi, had been forced back by him. Just who was this person? Only at this moment did the members of the Feng clan believe what Xiaoyan had said earlier. They were reassured to hand the few elite Dodi to him. All they needed to do was to deal with the group of Bandi from the Wang clan. When they heard Xiaoyan say these words back then, the hearts of the elders of the Feng clan were still filled with doubt. No one dared to believe it. Only at this moment did the elders of the Feng clan understand that Xiaoyan's strength had far exceeded their imagination. From the aura and pressure that Xiaoyan had displayed, it was really difficult for them to imagine that he was only a five-star Dodi. Xiaoyan, I will take the initiative to withdraw from today's matter. I will leave. I will leave immediately. Can you just treat it as though you have never seen me? Actually, nothing has happened between us. What happened earlier was all a misunderstanding. Those fellows have already been punished. You are a magnanimous person. Just write it all off, I beg you. Just treat me as a fart and let me go, alright. Facing Xiaoyan, Su Songming was unable to summon any courage. The person in front of him was like the bright moon in the night sky, emitting an incomparable brilliance. On the other hand, he was merely the farthest star. How could the light of a firefly compete with the brilliance of the bright moon? This was Su Songming's current evaluation of himself. Compared to the person in front of him, he was nothing. Many years ago, Xiaoyan was merely a six-star Bandi. At that time, he was already able to kill a three-star Dodi. Now, his cultivation was even greater than before. Who in the same class could be a match for him? Although there was a five-star Dodi beside him, Su Songming did not believe that this fellow would be able to block Xiaoyan with his strength. It was likely that only by adding him and Wang Xiang together would they be able to block Xiaoyan for a moment. Swoosh! In an instant, Xiaoyan's figure had already appeared in front of Su Songming. Even though he was a rank 3 alchemist, Su Songming did not detect the latter's agility at all. At that moment, Su Songming felt a great fear in his heart. His entire body uncontrollably froze on the spot as it trembled intensely. His eyes stared intently at Xiaoyan in front of him. His eyes were scarlet red and a terrified expression surfaced on his face. The person in front of him had long become a nightmare in his heart. The misunderstanding that you spoke of is only because you don't have the ability to kill me. If the situation was reversed, do you think that you would let me off? Xiaoyan coldly laughed. With a flip of his palm ruthlessly landed on Su Songming's head. At the critical moment of life and death, the desire to live in the depths of Su Songming's heart far surpassed the fear in his heart. While he hurriedly responded, his mouth also let out a terrified cry. Teacher Yuan, save me! With a loud cry, the five-star Dodi who had been forced back by Xiaoyan's imposing aura also fiercely clenched his teeth. His body moved and his expression was serious as he charged explosively toward Xiaoyan. In a few flashes, this five-star Dodi had already appeared in front of Xiaoyan. One of his hands faced Xiaoyan's palm head-on while the other hand grabbed Su Songming, intending to pull him away. Humph. However, in the face of this five-star Dodi's attack, Xiaoyan let out an indifferent cold snort. With a thought, the strength in his palm immediately became a little more tyrannical. Soon after, it heavily collided with the palm of the 5-star Dodi. With a jerk of his arm, a powerful force immediately gushed out from Xiaoyan's palm. A huge force poured out. The powerful force had an unstoppable momentum and instantly broke the Do skill that the 5-star Dodi had used. After that, the remaining force was still incomparably powerful. His palm was pushed forward heavily. Together with the back of the 5-star Dodi's palm, it heavily landed on half of Su Songming's face. Bang! With just one palm, Xiaoyan once again forced the 5-star Dodi in front of him back. Even Su Songming's body flew back uncontrollably. Although the injury was not fatal, half of his face rapidly swelled up. Fresh blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. The fear in his heart grew even stronger. At this moment, Wang Xiang's heart was also filled with shock and anger. How could he have expected that Su Songming, who usually acted high and mighty, would actually be so afraid when he saw this black-robed man? It was really shameless. Moreover, this black-robed man's strength was actually far above his. If it was a one-on-one fight, Wang Xiang admitted that he would definitely not be a match for this black-robed man. This point could be seen just by looking at Xianxia. He had originally thought that it would be a show of torture. Who would have thought that it would actually turn out like this? All of this was caused by the sudden appearance of Xiaoyan in front of him. Calm. Wonderful bookhouse. After forcing back the 5-star Dodi with one palm, Xiaoyan was expressionless. His eyes were cold and indifferent as he once again looked at Su Songming. The Do-chi within his body was swiftly circulated. Sensing this, the old face of the 5-star Dodi, who was called Xianxia, involuntarily twitched intensely. His body moved and he hurriedly blocked in front of Su Songming. At the same time that his face revealed a grave expression, he hurriedly asked Su Songming. Grandmaster Su, who exactly is this brat? Why are you so afraid of him? He is a demon. This fellow is a demon. Hearing Xianxia's words, the fear in Su Songming's heart became even greater. His hands held his distorted face as his body trembled and he let out a low roar. His feet involuntarily stepped back. Hearing this, Xianxia involuntarily frowned. Although the cultivation of the person in front of him was a little stronger than his, it was not to the extent of scaring Su Songming to such an extent. With his own strength, he might not be a match for him. However, if Wang Xiang were to join forces, Xiaoyan might not be a match for the two 5-star Dodi. Using his own strength to contend against two opponents of the same level. This kind of battle result was something that they had never seen before since they had started out. Grandmaster Su, there is no need to be nervous. With the old me around, I will definitely not let you get hurt. As for this brat, you can rest assured that I will deal with him. Xianxia comforted. After which, he turned his gaze to Wang Xiang. At this moment, the latter was also looking at him. In their hearts, they both understood the strength of this black-robed young man in front of them. They also clearly understood that the best way to deal with Xiaoyan was for the two of them to join forces and attack together to suppress the latter. As for the Feng clan, even if Wang Xiang did not personally intervene, it would be extremely easy to deal with them. Currently, the only trouble in front of them was Xiaoyan. Wang Xiang, the two of us will join forces and break his spirit. I have the same intention. Wang Xiang nodded his head heavily. His body flashed and he arrived beside Xianxia. His eyes were like torches as he stared at Xiaoyan. Although I do not know who you are, since you insist on interfering in this matter, don't blame the two of us for being merciless today. Wang Xiang let out a cold cry. With the addition of a 5-star Dodi beside him, the pressure in his heart was greatly reduced. Even if the fighting strength of the person in front of him was extraordinary, he was only a 5-star Dodi. It was impossible for him to fight against two 5-star Dodi of the same level. You two idiots. You know nothing about his strength. Su Songming's face was filled with fear. Unable to contain himself, he anxiously cursed in his heart. He naturally knew that Xianxia's actions were merely for the sake of showing off before him. His purpose was merely for the sake of obtaining the medicinal pellets in his possession. Likely, if not for this, it would be impossible for Xianxia to willingly protect him, an 8-star half-martial emperor. From the moment he saw Xiaoyan for the first time, Su Songming clearly knew that the Wang clan's dream of swallowing up the Feng clan had come to an end. Xiaoyan was just like a nightmare. He mercilessly shattered the seemingly easy-to-realize beautiful dreams of those who stood opposite him. After meeting Xiaoyan twice, Su Songming's heart could be said to be avoiding the latter. Originally, he thought that Xiaoyan had already been surrounded by the two large clans. Who would have expected that the result would not only be contrary to his expectations, but it would also be shocking. At this moment, the only thought in Su Songming's heart was, flee this place. Flee from everything that had anything to do with Xiaoyan. As long as the latter existed, this so-called rank 3 alchemist was destined to be unable to lift his head. At this moment, the actions of these two people had created quite a good opportunity for Su Songming. He could take advantage of the time when these two people were entangled with Xiaoyan to take the opportunity to leave this place. Su Songming was not concerned about the life and death of these two people. Every man for himself, and the heavens take the hindmost. On the other side, Xiaoyan was expressionless in the face of Wang Xiang's shout. If this Feng clan had nothing to do with him, Xiaoyan naturally would not have bothered to involve himself in this matter. However, as luck would have it, the appearance of Yuan Qing meant that Xiaoyan was destined to act on behalf of the Feng clan. Even though Xiaoyan and Yuan Qing were not close, the 9 transformation body mantra that Yuan Qing had given him had helped Xiaoyan more than once. Many times, Xiaoyan could not help but think of its original owner and feel grateful from the bottom of his heart. Today, Yuan Qing was willing to give up everything he had for the Feng clan. He was even willing to put his life on the line. This kind of heroic spirit moved Xiaoyan. Of course, other than this, Yuan Qing was also a deacon of the Cloud Immortal sect. This relationship was also one of the reasons why Xiaoyan acted. Regardless of what the case was, it was impossible for everyone present to return alive today. Xiaoyan's gaze swept over the two people in front of him. Soon after, his gaze landed on the few elite Dodi in the Wang clan's group behind him. Jin Guo, Wang Zhenyu, the Su brothers. Adding the two people in front of him, the Wang clan side had a total of 6 elite Dodi. This lineup was actually 2 more than what Feng Qing had expected. If Xiaoyan was not present today, it was likely that these people from the Feng clan would have been killed by the Wang clan in an instant. All of you, attack together. I don't have so much time to waste with all of you. A pair of dark black eyes once again returned to the two people in front of him. Xiaoyan's tone was especially calm as he spoke. Since you don't know what's good for you, let's attack together. Wang Xiang's expression turned cold. He did not expect that Xiaoyan would actually say such shameless words. Immediately, he exchanged glances with Yuanshi beside him. The two of them nodded heavily. Their bodies leaned forward as they prepared to attack. Wait. It was also at this moment that Xiaoyan frowned. His face revealed an impatient expression as he cried out in a deep voice to stop the actions of the two people in front of him. Hearing this, Wang Xiang and Yuanshi involuntarily frowned. What was Xiaoyan planning this time? You may have misunderstood. When I say attack together, I mean that the both of you, including the few Dodi behind you, will attack together and end the battle quickly. I don't have the time to fight one by one. What? Everyone from the Wang clan was immediately startled when these words of Xiaoyan were spoken. Their expressions changed one after another, especially the few elite Dodi in front. Their hearts were incomparably shocked. They nearly thought that they had heard wrongly. Xiaoyan actually wanted to deal with 6 elite Dodi from the Wang clan alone. How was that possible? However, just as everyone from the Wang clan was feeling shocked, the expression of Xiaoyan, who was standing in the empty air, suddenly changed. Almost at the same time, the footwork of his feet suddenly changed. He instantly used the sky extinction steps. Soon after, Xiaoyan's body had already appeared in front of Wang Xiang. Xiaoyan clenched his hand into a fist. A powerful force swiftly agglomerated in his palm. Wherever the wind from the fist passed, it emitted a hoo-hoo sound of rushing wind as it heavily smashed toward Wang Xiang's chest. Damn it! What a frightening speed! Wang Xiang's heart was greatly shocked. At the same time that his expression changed, he also hurriedly attacked. His fist violently collided with Xiaoyan's fist that was heading toward him. Just as Xiao Yan and Wang Xiang were about to collide, everyone's gazes were focused on the two of them. At this moment, Su Songming was trying his best to hide his aura as he withdrew to the back of the group. Bang! After the short collision, Xiao Yan and Wang Xiang each took a few steps back. Soon after, Xiao Yan's footsteps had just paused when Yuanshir's figure quickly moved forward. His palm landed heavily on Xiao Yan's chest. Faced with this person's attack, Xiao Yan's expression was calm. His body seemed to turn slightly to one side without leaving a trace. Immediately, Yuanshir's palm, which was filled with an imposing aura, came close to Xiao Yan's black robe and narrowly missed him. Yuanshir's heart was slightly startled. Just as he was about to withdraw and fly back, Xiao Yan suddenly raised his fist. With a loud cry in his heart, he instantly used the Force Elephant skill. A punch that was filled with strength landed heavily on Yuanshir's chest. Puff! Yuanshir's face instantly turned red. Soon after, a large mouthful of fresh blood was involuntarily spat out from his mouth. At the same time, his body uncontrollably fell downwards. Just this attack alone was enough to cause the latter to lose all of his fighting strength for a short period of time. One could imagine just how terrifying Xiao Yan's attack was. After the short training in the desert, Xiao Yan's physical strength had once again increased. Currently, with just the strength of his physical body, an ordinary elite Do Di was nothing in Xiao Yan's eyes. Adding his Do Qi, Xiao Yan was an invincible existence among those of the same level. Swoosh! On the other side, Wang Xiang's shriveled hands were bent into claws. The moment Yuanshir was struck down, the attack in his hands had already arrived behind Xiao Yan's back. Pure Do Qi rapidly agglomerated at the tip of his finger. They were like sharp needles that were extended and contracted. Wherever they passed, even space itself was cut into 5 dark black cracks. This was enough to show how frightening Wang Xiang's attack was. Eroding bone claw. As a low cry was emitted from Wang Xiang's mouth, the claw had already pressed on Xiao Yan's neck. Die. Seeing that Xiao Yan was unable to react in time, Wang Xiang rejoiced in his heart. As long as he finished off Xiao Yan in front of him, the Fang clan would be easily conquered. Qi. Nonetheless, when Wang Xiang's claw landed, what appeared under his claw was not fresh blood, but pieces of afterimages. Afterimage. Suddenly, Wang Xiang was shocked. Just as he was about to retreat, an extremely cold and sinister feeling suddenly rose from behind him. In an instant, Wang Xiang's heart was in his throat. Such a strange speed. Was he really just a 5-star Do Di? Wang Xiang couldn't help but think in horror. However, the current situation didn't allow him to hesitate any longer. Die. Just as the chilling feeling rose from behind him, Wang Xiang suddenly turned around and slashed out with his claw. The formless void instantly exploded. It was like a thin piece of paper being torn apart by Wang Xiang's claw. What? Nothing. Ah. However, in the next instant, the body of one of the Su brothers in the Wang clan group suddenly tensed up. His face was flushed red and his eyes were filled with blood. His pupils rapidly dilated as his life force rapidly dissipated. Big brother! The mouth of the other 1-star Do Di by the side involuntarily emitted a sharp roar. They watched the person beside them fall, but they were unable to discover when Xiao Yan had attacked from the beginning until the end. Such agility could be called ghostly. All the members of the Wang clan present involuntarily swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Immediately, a deep fear uncontrollably surged out from their hearts. A portion of the Wang clan members were so frightened that their faces turned pale. They were afraid that they would follow in the footsteps of their predecessors. Only then did Jin Ge and the others understand that the words that Xiao Yan had said earlier were not empty words. With his strength alone, he did indeed have the ability to deal with 6 elite Do Di. From the looks of the strength that the latter had displayed, it was likely that even if the 6 of them were to join forces, they might not be a match for him. Is he a human or a ghost? Is he a human or a ghost? One of the surviving Su brothers involuntarily let out a terrified roar. He even regretted participating in the matter of the Wang clan. However, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Swoosh! Soon after, a black-robed Xiao Yan suddenly appeared in front of Su Songming, who was fleeing out of Helan City, at a certain spot in the empty space above him. Ah! The expression on Su Songming's old face immediately changed. Drastically. He hurriedly turned around and hurriedly fled with a heart filled with fear. However, regardless of how long he turned around on the spot, Xiaoyan's figure continued to stand in front of him, causing him to be unable to escape. Take it as me begging you. Please let me off. What happened between us is merely a misunderstanding. At the very most, I will apologize to you. You won't go so far as to kill me, right? Su Songming's old face was as pale as paper. The fear in his heart caused his body to tremble involuntarily. However, he still let out an unwilling roar. However, in the face of Su Songming's unwilling roar, Xiaoyan remained expressionless. He raised his hand and his palm faced the ladder. At the same time, behind Xiaoyan, an enormous illusionary figure also extended its hand and covered Su Songming's entire body. The invisible pressure caused a flush to appear on Su Songming's pale face. That powerful force seemed to have grasped his entire life in its palm. At this moment, Su Songming did not doubt that Xiaoyan could instantly kill him if he wanted to. Xiaoyan! You can't kill me. I am a member of the Alchemist Alliance. If you kill me, the Alchemist Alliance will definitely not let you off. You can't kill me. Noisy, under this powerful pressure, Su Songming's heart became even more fearful. Just as he let out a crazy roar, Xiaoyan suddenly clenched his outstretched hand. In an instant, the latter's body exploded in front of Xiaoyan and turned into a scarlet blood mist. At the same time, a solid spiritual body appeared in Xiaoyan's hand. This was Su Songming's spiritual body. However, under Xiaoyan's powerful pressure, the latter's spiritual body had already fainted. Qi. With a thought, a dense white flame immediately rose from his palm. In an instant, it completely wiped out Su Songming's spiritual consciousness. As a result, the only thing that appeared in Xiaoyan's hand was a ball of spiritual source. After doing this, Xiaoyan's gaze turned back and looked at the remaining 5 people. In his eyes, a dense white flame gradually climbed up. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. 3 pitch-black tents appeared one after another. Xiaoyan's figure quickly moved between the tents. When he appeared, he was already in front of Wang Xiang. Under the latter's terrified gaze, Xiaoyan's gaze met his. At the same time, the palm covered in dense white flames landed on Wang Xiang's neck. Then, Wang Xiang's old eyes gradually widened. When the life force in Wang Xiang's eyes completely disappeared, the bone-chilling flame that covered Xiaoyan's hand also spread out and swiftly covered the latter's entire body. After which, a bang sounded and Wang Xiang's physical body was incinerated into nothingness by the heavenly flame. The thing that was currently being held in Xiaoyan's hand was the latter's essence. After storing it into his storage ring, Xiaoyan's gaze turned and looked at the other few people. Seeing Xiaoyan's gaze shoot over, the hearts of Jin Ge and the others immediately tightened. A deep fear swiftly rose uncontrollably from the bottom of their hearts. The terror of the person in front of them was something that they had never seen before. With the cultivation of a 5-star Dodi, he was actually able to easily kill an expert of the same level. Who in the entire continent could do such a thing? Only at this moment did they understand why Su Songming had revealed such a terrified expression when he saw Xiaoyan earlier. This was because he clearly knew that none of the elite Dodi present was a match for him. Even if they were to gather together, they would not be able to cause any harm to Xiaoyan. He was really too frightening. What should we do now? Jin Ji's heart was filled with fear as he thought about it. However, after thinking about it, there was nothing else that they could do other than flee. At this moment, Xiaoyan's gaze landed on the city below and on Yuanshi, who had temporarily lost the ability to fight. At this moment, Yuanshi intended to secretly flee from the city after witnessing how frightening Xiaoyan was. With the help of the surrounding crowd, he might have a chance to leave this place. However, Xiaoyan did not intend to let him leave. Swoosh! After using the sky extinction steps, Xiaoyan had already appeared in front of Yuanshi, who was frantically fleeing at this moment. Xiaoyan, who had suddenly appeared, immediately blocked Yuanshi's path. A pair of dark black eyes contained an icy coldness. His indifferent face did not contain any emotion. Yuanshi was greatly alarmed. His originally pale face turned even paler at this moment. Sir, we don't seem to have crossed paths before. Today's matter is just a misunderstanding. Why don't we take this opportunity to make friends? While he was panicking, Xianxia hurriedly squeezed out an ugly smile on his face and said with a fawning smile. However, no one knew exactly how terrified he was in his heart at this moment. Make friends? Not interested. Xiaoyan's calm words were enough to express his current feelings. At the same time, he raised his hand and aimed his palm at Xianxia's throat, as though he wanted to grasp the other party in his palm. At the same time, Xianxia also felt an extremely terrifying pressure from the space around him. It was the Force Elephant skill that gave him this pressure. Damn it! Do you really want to kill me? Xianxia howled in terror. However, Xiaoyan paid him no heed. He clenched his fist tightly, and a formless hand appeared in the next instant, controlling Xianxia's body. Bastard! If you want to kill me, you will also be buried with me. Since he was going to die either way, Xianxia decided to give up on the thought in his heart. With a thought, the doqi in the vortex in his body began to move wildly and swiftly poured into every corner of Xianxia's body. This caused the latter's body, which was under Xiaoyan's control, to begin to emit a bang sound. From the looks of it, this fellow was intending to self-destruct. Oh, self-destruct huh? With regards to this, Xiaoyan's expression did not change as he muttered. Immediately, his tightly clenched fist suddenly exerted force. Before the doqi in Xianxia's body could completely spread, Xiaoyan had already used the Force Elephant skill to forcefully crush the latter with a bang. Similar to before, Xiaoyan naturally did not let go of the latter's spiritual origin. Although he had killed another person who was completely unrelated to him, Xiaoyan did not feel any burden in his heart. This was the Western Wastelands region. Killings were being played out at all times. In this place, there was no need to pity anyone. As long as one was certain that one wanted to kill the other party, there was no need for a reason. This place was a land of killing. Being merciful would only harm Xiaoyan himself. This point was something that Xiaoyan had already understood. Which one of these people that he had killed did not have a blood debt on their backs? In this Western Wastelands region, which one of them was not known as a ruthless person who did not leave any leeway when they did things? Today, Xiaoyan was merely giving them a taste of their own medicine. When Xiaoyan turned his head around and looked at Jing Ge and Wang Zhenyu once again, these two had already fled in different directions. Why would they care about the clan? They were not living for themselves. Unfortunately. Flee? Is there any use? Xiaoyan coldly laughed. Soon after, a thought passed through his mind and another 4 tents were instantly formed. Almost at the same time, Xiaoyan's figure actually appeared behind Wang Zhenyu and Jing Ge. Only at this moment did the two of them react. Their gazes hurriedly swept over the two Xiaoyan's bodies. Their hearts were extremely terrified. Just which one of them was the real one? Just as the hearts of the two of them were extremely terrified, Xiaoyan's figure suddenly appeared in front of the other one-star Dodi. In an instant, he used the bone-chilling flame to easily kill the latter. An afterimage. Seeing Xiaoyan appear in front of the one-star Dodi, the hearts of the two of them immediately calmed down. The person in front of them was definitely an afterimage. Immediately, they recklessly charged into the distance. However, grug. Just as the two of them were about to flee, a merciless palm ruthlessly penetrated their chests. A terrifying destructive strength instantly incinerated the bodies of the two of them. Even when the life in their eyes disappeared, they still did not know how these two so-called afterimages could possibly possess the strength to attack. After withdrawing the two avatars back into his body, Xiaoyan collected their spiritual sources with one hand. Of course, at the same time, he also collected their storage rings. At this moment, the 6 elite Dodi present had all been killed by Xiaoyan in less than 15 minutes. Even at this moment, some of the people from both clans had yet to recover from their shock. This kind of one-sided battle was really hard to imagine. Everything in front of them was like an illusion. It appeared so unreal. Just as everyone was in a daze, Xiaoyan's figure flashed and arrived beside Yuanqing. He gently patted Yuanqing's shoulder and smiled. Then I will leave the rest to you. Xiaoyan seemed to smile casually. His body moved and landed in the Fang clan's mansion below. Gulp, everyone in the sky and on the ground could not help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Soon after, the sounds of fighting that were filled with wild joy and fear faintly resounded in the sky above Helan City. At this moment, Xiaoyan could not help but want to take a look at the many spoils of war that he had obtained. This was especially so for those spiritual sources. If Ancestor Xiaoxian devoured them, he wondered if he would be able to awaken them. Carrying the anticipation in his heart, Xiaoyan charged into the Feng clan's mansion below. The Feng clan mansion. Xiaoyan's figure was seated cross-legged on the bed within the room. 7 clusters of cream-white light of different sizes were suspended in the empty space in front of him. These 7 clusters of light were the 6 elite dodis and Susoming's spiritual essence. Xiaoyan unceremoniously accepted all of their spiritual essences. Only Susoming's spiritual strength was the largest among the 7 clusters of spiritual essences. As a rank 3 alchemist, even an elite dodi had difficulty comparing with him in terms of spiritual strength. Of course, the spiritual strength contained within the other 6 clusters of cream-white light was naturally not inferior. If Ancestor Xiaoxian swallows these spiritual essences, he should be able to awaken. Xiaoyan was filled with anticipation as he looked at the 7 clusters of light in front of him. His heart was filled with surprise. Along the way, Xiaoyan had refined quite a number of Bandi's spiritual essences and had allowed Xiaoxian to swallow all of them. However, the final result was very little. Xiaoxian's condition was already extremely bad. Hence, the requirement for the spiritual essences that he absorbed was even higher. In the eyes of an ordinary person, what was considered an extremely pure spiritual essence was something that Xiaoyan needed to refine until the final spiritual essence that he obtained could be easily absorbed by others. The gentleness and purity of the spiritual essence was something that even a newborn baby could easily endure. It was also because of this that Xiaoyan could only obtain a small portion of each cluster of spiritual essences that Xiaoxian had obtained. However, the heavens did not disappoint those who were willing. After a long period of refinement, Xiaoxian's soul fragment had turned from the size of a thumb to a palm-sized cream-white cluster of light. Moreover, due to the extreme agglomeration of the spiritual essence, Xiaoxian's spiritual essence was unusually thick. The only unfortunate thing was that even so, there was still a long way to go before Xiaoxian could truly awaken. Now that he had the spiritual essences of these 7 elite dodis, Xiaoyan had a greater confidence in his heart. Perhaps Xiaoxian would be able to awaken after swallowing these spiritual essences. The moment he thought of this in his heart, Xiaoyan's face involuntarily revealed an excited smile. He had been waiting for this day for far too long. Xiaoyan glanced at the 7 light clusters in the empty space in front of him. A thought passed through his mind and a puff sound was heard. A dense white flame immediately rose in the empty space in front of him. Following the control of Xiaoyan's mind, the flame swiftly wrapped around the 7 light clusters. Borrowing the high temperature of the flame, Xiaoyan began to refine these 7 clusters of spiritual essence. Following the death of the elite dodi from the Wang clan in the outside world, everyone from the Feng clan felt as though the sky had collapsed. The experts from the Wang clan were powerless to resist the attacks of the people from the Feng clan. Within a short moment, the dozens of Bandi experts from the Wang clan had all been killed. The Wang clan's mansion had also been emptied in an instant. Other than a small portion, most of the experts from the Wang clan had been captured and killed by the Feng clan. In short, from today onwards, there would no longer be a Wang clan in this Helan city. The Feng clan would become the only clan in this Helan city. All of these changes were because of Xiaoyan, who was currently sitting cross-legged in the Feng clan's mansion. After today's matter, Xiaoyan's name would ring out for the first time in this western wasteland region. In just one morning, the Feng clan had already occupied the original mansion of the Wang clan, including the countless treasures that the Wang clan had accumulated over the years. Within an underground secret room of the Wang clan, Feng Qing and Yuan Qing were basically stunned as they watched everything in front of them. Everything that entered their eyes was bright and dazzling. Countless spirit coins were piled up like a mountain. There were even several hundred low-grade spirit stones. The various Qi methods and Do techniques were innumerable and were all arranged separately. Under the rough investigation of the two of them, there were nearly 100 scrolls of Qi methods and Do techniques among the Qi methods and Do techniques here. There were even over 30 Ling-class Qi methods and Do techniques. Adding the countless number of medicinal ingredients and other materials, The wealth that was currently placed in front of the two of them was something that even the entire foundation of the Fang clan could not compare with. TSK. During these years, the Wang clan has secretly done quite a number of shady things that harm others. The strength of the clan has also soared. Unfortunately, it is ultimately all for naught. The way the Wang clan does things is extreme. They are greedy and cunning. Such an outcome can be considered retribution. This is not retribution. Instead, it is their own doing. They cannot live. Fang Cheng's tone was cold as he scolded. Both of his eyes emitted a glow as they once again swept over this secret room. There was naturally no need to say more about the palpitation in his heart. However, in the end, he did not touch a single thing within this secret room. Let's go. Don't touch the things here first. We should wait for Sir Xiaoyan to take a look before we speak. Fang Cheng's heart was extremely clear that the reason the Fang clan was able to eliminate the Wang clan in one fell swoop in today's battle was not because of the strength of his Fang clan. Instead, it was because they had taken advantage of Xiaoyan. If the latter did not act, the current Wang clan would have ended up with their original ending. It was because of this that Fang Cheng stopped the group of elders from the Fang clan who had continuously entered the secret room. At the same time, even the way he addressed Xiaoyan had unknowingly changed once again. The strength that Xiaoyan had displayed today was sufficient to cause him to raise his eyebrows. There was no need to mention those elders of the Fang clan whose strength was not even a dodi. None of the elders behind Fang Cheng dared to object to his words. After which, this group of people obediently withdrew from the secret room. On the other side, Xiaoyan was also crazily refining the 7 clusters of spiritual origins in front of him. An enormous spiritual strength continued to surge out from between his eyebrows. Doqi surged wildly and the heavenly flame rose. Under the frighteningly high temperature of the heavenly flame, the impurities within the 7 clusters of spiritual origins were gradually refined. Even a portion of the spiritual strength that was not pure enough was stripped away by Xiaoyan without any hesitation under this kind of refinement. It was also because of this that the refining process of these 7 clusters of spiritual origins became extremely slow. According to a normal situation, the refining of this cluster of spiritual origins would at most take 4 to 6 hours. However, it was likely that even Xiaoyan himself did not expect that just refining these 7 clusters of spiritual origins would actually take half a month's time. During this half a month, the members of the Fang clan could only wait patiently. At the beginning, they had originally thought that something had happened to Xiaoyan. However, after they sensed the nearly frightening spiritual pressure that spread out from Xiaoyan's room, the doubt in everyone's hearts was instantly dispelled. The secret room of the Wang clan had also been sealed for a long time following Xiaoyan's retreat. It seemed that as long as Xiaoyan did not leave, the secret room would definitely not be opened. Buzz buzz buzz. At a certain moment half a month later, the 7 clusters of spiritual origins that were suspended in front of Xiaoyan in his room suddenly trembled. Immediately, under Xiaoyan's control, they did not cause the slightest ripple and perfectly merged together. The appearance of this scene also proved that at this moment, these 7 clusters of spiritual origins had finally been completely refined by Xiaoyan. In the room, Xiaoyan's eyes, which had been tightly shut for half a month, finally slowly opened at this moment. Although he had not rested for half a month, Xiaoyan did not feel the slightest bit tired after being bathed in this enormous spiritual power. Instead, his condition was always at its peak, and even his spiritual power had increased a little. With a thought, Xiaoyan withdrew the spiritual pressure that had spread out. Xiaoyan lifted his gaze and looked at the milky white ball of light that was only the size of a soccer ball in front of him. This ball of light was the result of the final refinement and condensation of the 7 balls of soul origins. Although it seemed that most of the spiritual power of the 7 balls of soul origins had been consumed in vain, what was obtained in the end could be considered the essence of the essence. Once Xiaoxian's soul remnant devoured these soul origins, it might be the moment that Xiaoxian awakened. However, this process could not be rushed. With his previous experience, Xiaoyan clearly knew that it would take at least another month for Xiaoxian to completely devour this ball of soul origins. Although Xiaoyan could not control the excitement in his heart, this was something that could not be changed. Unless Xiaoyan did not mind if something unexpected happened to Xiaoxian's soul remnant. With a flip of his hand, a light flashed in Xiaoyan's palm, and a palm-sized milky white ball of energy appeared in Xiaoyan's palm. With the growth of this cluster of spiritual essence, Xiaoyan was finally able to vaguely sense a trace of an unusual aura hidden deep within it. That aura belonged to Xiaoxian. Although that aura was still very weak, Xiaoyan believed that one day, Xiaoxian would completely awaken. Ancestor, I've been waiting for this day for far too long. Thinking of this, Xiaoyan's eyes could not help but turn slightly red. Carefully holding the soul remnant in his hands, Xiaoyan slowly brought it into contact with the extremely pure ball of soul origin in front of him. The moment the two came into contact, a gentle light was emitted from the two balls of soul origin. Very quickly, the two merged together like a large ball covering a small ball. After doing all this and confirming that there were no mistakes, Xiaoyan let out a long sigh of relief. His body moved, got off the bed, and walked out of the door. At this moment, the two people outside his door seemed to be somewhat impatient. When Xiaoyan opened the door, two people were standing in front of it. It was Fangqing and Yuanqing. Lord Xiaoyan has finally come out. If you didn't come out, we would have thought that something had happened to you. Seeing Xiaoyan, Fangqing's tightly knitted brows instantly disappeared. He hurriedly changed into a respectful smile. Yuanqing also helplessly smiled and did not say much. However, when he looked at Xiaoyan, there was some astonishment in his gaze. I'm very well. Thank you for your concern, Patriarch Fang. However, is there something that you've been waiting for me here? With a faint smile, Xiaoyan turned to look at Fangqing with a questioning tone. A few days ago, the soul strength that he had released had already discovered that these two people were frequently standing in front of his door. They seemed to be waiting for him. This made Xiaoyan feel rather puzzled. Haha, it's not a big matter. It's just that half a month ago, we've already exterminated the Wang clan and found the treasury of the Wang clan. We don't dare to act rashly and hope that Lord Xiaoyan can head over to take a look. Of course, the things inside will naturally be decided by Lord Xiaoyan. Hearing these words, Xiaoyan's eyes flashed slightly. He immediately understood in his heart. So this fellow had such an idea. They were afraid of angering him, so they did not dare to act rashly with the things in the treasury of the Wang clan. However, from his final words, if Xiaoyan did not leave something for their Fang clan, it would be Xiaoyan's fault. Alright, I'll go take a look. If there's anything that I can use, I'll take a few. Xiaoyan smiled. Soon after, under Fangqing's lead, he arrived at the treasury of the Wang clan. Upon arriving, Xiaoyan saw the dazzling array of precious treasures at first glance. He could not help but feel astonished in his heart. The Wang clan was after all a large clan. Their foundation was truly not bad. Compared to trash like the Lin clan of Xian City, they were more than a few times stronger. However, they were naturally inferior to Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan's gaze swiftly searched around this treasure trove. This was especially the case when he noticed those medicinal ingredients that were perfectly preserved. Even with his mental strength, his eyes involuntarily revealed a fiery hot expression. Just based on the medicinal ingredients within the treasury, it was sufficient for Xiaoyan to refine close to 100 Tier 3 medicinal pills. Furthermore, under Xiaoyan's careful inspection, there were even a few high-grade medicinal ingredients that were used to refine Tier 4 medicinal pills. Xiaoyan was not the slightest bit courteous towards these medicinal ingredients. In front of the two of them, he kept all of them into his storage ring. When the two of them saw this, they could not help but raise their eyebrows. After exchanging glances, they looked towards Xiaoyan in astonishment. Sir Xiaoyan, could it be that you're also an alchemist? Hearing Fangqing's words, Xiaoyan seemed to have suddenly discovered something. He looked towards the latter and smiled. He nodded his head in a noncommittal manner. After which, he once again turned his head and took away a small portion of all the items that he felt were pleasing to his eyes. The remaining items were naturally left to the Fang clan. Among those items, what Xiaoyan took away were the few medicinal ingredients used to refine Tier 4 medicinal pills as well as a few high-level spirit chi methods and dou skills. Although these items were undoubtedly the most precious among all the items present, the wealth that Xiaoyan left for the Fang clan was much more precious when added together. As for spirit stones and medicinal pills, Xiaoyan was purely not interested in them. Xiaoyan still had quite a number of spirit stones on him. His foundation was more than a few times more than what was in front of him. As for medicinal pills, without mentioning that Xiaoyan himself was a tier 3 alchemist, even the stock in his storage ring was not something that these medicinal pills in front of him could compare with. Within a short couple of minutes, Xiaoyan had already put away the things and left the treasure house under the surprised gazes of the two people behind him. He only took this little? Seeing Xiaoyan's lightning-quick manner, Fangqing could not help but feel shocked in his heart. It should be known that everything in this treasure house was personally arranged by that old fellow Wang Xiang. The things that could be kept by him were definitely all priceless treasures. They could even be called priceless treasures. However, in Xiaoyan's eyes, could it be that there were only these few things that were valuable, or could it be that the latter had the intention of leaving these things to their Fang clan? After thinking for a moment in his heart, Fangqing chose the latter. After all, there were so many treasures in this treasure house. Even if he was a 5-star Dodi, it was impossible for him not to be moved. The reason why Xiaoyan did not take them was likely because he had deliberately left them for his Fang clan. Once he thought of this point in his heart, Fangqing's favorable impression and respect toward Xiaoyan in his heart suddenly rose at this moment. However, how would he know that the treasures within this treasure house, which were all clan-guarding treasures in his eyes, were merely mediocre in Xiaoyan's eyes? After collecting those few things that could be considered acceptable, Xiaoyan quickly returned to the Fang clan. Within the room, Xiaoyan flipped his hand and 8 storage rings appeared in his palm. These 8 storage rings were the spoils of war that he had plundered from Wang Xiang and the others. Among them, other than Su Songming who held 2 rings, the rest each had 1 ring. After seeing the treasures within the treasure house, it was now time to see just how valuable the things that these 7 fellows carried with them were. Xiaoyan's body was seated cross-legged on the bed within the room. There were 8 storage rings of different shapes in his palm. Xiaoyan's spiritual strength was inspecting these 8 storage rings one by one. First was the storage rings of the Su brothers. The 2 of them were merely 1-star Dodi. Naturally, there were very few items within their storage rings that could catch Xiaoyan's eye. Other than a small amount of spirit stones, there were only a couple of tier 3 medicinal pills that were worth looking at. Xiaoyan randomly made a comparison and guessed that those few medicinal pills were likely the reward for helping the Wang clan this time around. Unfortunately, the 2 of them did not have the time to do anything before they had lost their lives in vain. After randomly skipping over them, Xiaoyan once again looked at Jin Ji's storage ring. The latter was a 4-star Dodi. In comparison, the value of the items within his storage ring was naturally much higher. Tier 3 medicinal pills and man-class Qi methods and Do techniques were also worth looking at. The thing that caused Xiaoyan to be most interested was that there were actually 3 spirit-class Qi methods within this fellow's storage ring. The one with the highest grade had actually reached the spirit class middle level. Such a Qi method was able to appear in the hands of a 4-star Dodi, who was not considered a large faction. After all, not everyone had the support of an ancient and large faction like the 4 great clans under the Skysword sect. The channels to obtain Qi methods and Do techniques were even rarer. Indeed, this Jingu was not an ordinary person to be able to make a name for himself at the border of the Western Wasteland region. Unfortunately, he had met Xiaoyan, after which, the 4th storage ring belonged to Wang Xiang. Being the previous clan head of the Wang clan and the true person in charge of the Wang clan, the various treasures within his storage ring would cause one to be stunned. Even Xiaoyan's eyes involuntarily emitted a golden glow when he saw them. There was no need to mention the number of pills he had. In addition to a large number of tier 3 pills, there were also 2 tier 4 pills in his storage ring. These were pills that could bring a person back to life at a critical moment. Even Xiaoyan did not have a single tier 4 pill in his possession. Who would have thought that Wang Xiang would have tier 4 pills in his possession? Other than this, the thing that caused Xiaoyan to feel even more unrestrained joy in his heart was that other than the 2 tier 4 medicinal pills, there were actually 3 scrolls of tier 4 medicinal pill formulas stored within the storage ring. This caused Xiaoyan to feel as though he had obtained a treasure. If the 2 tier 4 medicinal pills were able to cause Xiaoyan to laugh wildly in excitement, then these 3 tier 4 medicinal pill formulas were sufficient to cause him to go crazy. Compared to medicinal pills, pill formulas were the true lifeblood of alchemists. Although medicinal pills were precious, there would come a day when they would be used up. However, pill formulas were different. As long as one had a pill formula, it meant that there was a chance to refine even more medicinal pills. This meant that there would be an endless supply of medicinal pills. Most people would know how to weigh the pros and cons of this. At least, under the premise that they were not in a desperate situation. If an alchemist had to choose between a Tier 4 pill formula and a Tier 4 pill formula, they would definitely choose the latter without hesitation. In addition to medicinal pills and pill formulas, the storage of spirit stones in this storage ring was also quite astonishing. Even Xiaoyan himself could not help but click his tongue in amazement. TSK, this old man. Don't tell me that he carried the entire family's wealth on himself. Just based on these things, I'm afraid that even if there were 2 or 3 more treasures in his Wang family's treasury, they would still not be able to compare. Compared to the Wang family's treasury, the amount of spirit stones in this storage ring was more than a few times more. It was even more than the amount of spirit stones in Xiaoyan's storage ring. As for qi methods and dou skills, other than the 2 spirit middle-level qi methods, there was nothing else that caught Xiaoyan's eye. As for the rest, they were all some rare medicinal ingredients or metal materials. Xiaoyan also put them all into his storage ring. Subsequently, Xiaoyan picked up Wang Zhenyu's storage ring and the smile on his face gradually faded. Although Wang Zhenyu was the current head of the Wang family, the true sovereignty of the Wang family was still in the hands of Wang Xiang. In the end, Wang Zhenyu was just an empty shell. However, it was because of this that when Xiaoyan opened his storage ring, the scene inside caused Xiaoyan to be stunned. In comparison, although the pills and qi methods and dou skills in this storage ring could not compare to the former, the amount of spirit stones in this storage ring had reached an extremely shocking amount. A countless number of spirit stones were piled into a mountain and piled in front of Xiaoyan without any control. They were just like numerous small mountains. The gentle white light reflected on each other, causing the entire space to become extremely dazzling. The number of spirit stones in this storage ring was something that even if Xiaoyan and the few people in front of him were added together, they would not be able to compare with. Gulp. As his throat moved, Xiaoyan could not help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. It was only a moment later that he gradually regained his senses. The gentle white light shone on Xiaoyan's handsome face. A pair of pitch-black eyes reflected a milky white fiery glow. His tongue fiercely licked his lips. The excitement in his heart had reached its peak at this moment. Such a large amount of spirit stones was a huge fortune to Xiaoyan. With these spirit stones, the problem of the cultivation of the 9 incarnations would be completely solved in the future. Overall, the appearance of these spirit stones would be a great help to Xiaoyan's combat strength. Finally, it was naturally Su Soming's storage ring's turn. Among these 8 storage rings, the one that interested Xiaoyan the most was naturally Su Soming's storage ring. The latter was a rank 3 alchemist and was also a member of the Alchemist Alliance. He would definitely have many pill formulas in his hands. If he could obtain some high-tier pill formulas from the streets, it would undoubtedly be the biggest surprise for Xiaoyan. Sure enough, in Su Soming's storage ring, there were more than 10 pill formulas for rank 3 pills. Although this seemed small, even Xiaoyan himself only had 9 pill formulas for rank 3 pills in his storage ring. Including the pill formulas in the previous few, there were only 26 pill formulas for rank 3 pills in Xiaoyan's storage ring. Looking at the leopard through a tube, one could see the whole picture. Therefore, the existence of more than 10 pill formulas for rank 3 pills was a huge surprise for Xiaoyan. Apart from these, there were also a dozen or so tier 3 medicinal pills. From this point, Su Songming, this tier 3 alchemist, was also quite shabby. A dignified tier 3 alchemist actually only had a dozen or so tier 3 medicinal pills in his possession. This could also be considered a loss of face. However, Xiaoyan felt relieved when he thought about it. Other than a portion of the pills in his possession being refined by himself, half of the pills in his possession came from other places. However, the pills in Su Soming's possession were different. No matter how many he needed, he could only refine them himself. After all, his strength did not support his ability to obtain pills from other places. In addition to more than 10 pill formulas for rank 3 pills, Xiaoyan also obtained 3 more rank 4 pill formulas, 3 spirit rank middle-level cultivation methods, and a large amount of precious medicinal ingredients. At this point, the 7 storage rings were completely swept clean by Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan's wallet also swelled in an instant. Xiaoyan did not doubt that. With the wealth he currently possessed, even the 4 great sects might not be able to compare with him. Finally, it was the turn of the 8th storage ring. Compared to the previous 7 storage rings, this storage ring was somewhat different. On the snow-white storage ring, some mysterious talismans were crookedly engraved. There was even a faint golden glow faintly emitting from it. After careful inspection, Xiaoyan was even more surprised to discover that on the surface of this ring, there was actually a layer of golden light that was difficult to detect with the naked eye, protecting this ring. From those mysterious talismans, Xiaoyan was able to recognize that they were talismans that were unique to formations. However, what made him suspicious was why the talismans used by formations would appear on a ring. As he thought of this, Xiaoyan immediately could not help but lightly raise his eyebrows as his eyes slowly narrowed. This ring did not seem to be an ordinary storage ring. With doubts in his heart, Xiaoyan intended to pour his spiritual strength into the ring. However, just as Xiaoyan's spiritual strength neared the ring, it suddenly emitted a bright golden light. Those mysterious symbols suddenly sparkled, and the circle of invisible golden light that wrapped around the outer layer of the ring also suddenly emitted a powerful aura. It actually repelled Xiaoyan's spiritual strength. Moreover, what was different from an ordinary storage ring was that the rebounding force of this ring actually possessed a portion of destructive power. If Xiaoyan's spiritual strength was not strong enough, it was likely that he would have been injured. Huh? Sensing this point, Xiaoyan could not help but gently raise his eyebrows. A surprised expression appeared on his face. He did not expect that this ring actually possessed such a domineering ability. It was indeed worthy of being the work of a formation master. This kind of ability was something that an alchemist did not possess. As this thought flashed across his mind, Xiaoyan lifted his eyes and once again landed on the milky white ring in front of him. From the rebounding force of this ring, it was not difficult to tell that there should be some kind of extremely valuable item within this ring. In order to open this ring, a special method was required. Unfortunately, following Su Soming's death, the method used to open this ring naturally did not exist. Now, if Xiaoyan wanted to open this ring, the best method was to forcefully break the formation that wrapped around the outer layer of the ring. As he thought of this, the corners of Xiaoyan's mouth involuntarily curled into a cold smile. Although the defense of this formation was not bad, with the powerful spiritual strength of a rank 3 alchemist, Xiaoyan was still unable to block Xiaoyan. On this point, Xiaoyan had absolute confidence. Based on Xiaoyan's guess, with just this formation alone, he would only need 2 or 3 spiritual collisions to forcefully break it open. At that time, everything within this ring would naturally appear in front of Xiaoyan. Narrowing his eyes, a fierce glint flashed across his pitch-black eyes. Immediately after, Xiaoyan spread out his palm and placed the milky white ring in the empty space in front of him. With a thought, the soul pearl between his eyebrows suddenly trembled violently. Immediately, a huge amount of spiritual strength rapidly gushed out from his mind like a storm. The invisible energy wrapped around the ring in front of him. Under the powerful spiritual strength undulations, the invisible space immediately surged. The huge amount of spiritual strength crazily condensed under Xiaoyan's control. The originally invisible spiritual strength also gradually solidified under this crazy condensation. In the end, it turned into 3 substantial drills that followed Xiaoyan's thoughts and fiercely struck the ring from 3 different directions. Buzz. Immediately, a buzzing sound that caused one's soul to feel a piercing pain spread out. In an instant, the entire room that Xiaoyan was in shook. If not for Xiaoyan stopping it, it was likely that the buzzing sound alone would have caused quite a number of people in the Feng clan to suffer injuries that would be difficult to recover from. However, under this huge commotion, the originally sparkling golden light on the surface of the milky white ring suddenly dimmed by quite a bit. Just as Xiaoyan had expected, this ring was still unable to easily withstand the spiritual strength attack of a rank 3 alchemist. The smile on the corner of Xiaoyan's mouth became even denser when he saw this scene. At the same time, the expression on his face became even sharper. A thought passed through his heart and the 3 spiritual drills once again heavily smashed into the ring. Buzz. The collision once again caused the ring to suddenly tremble. The formation that was agglomerated on the exterior of the ring also swiftly dimmed. Before the buzzing sound disappeared, Xiaoyan once again controlled the 3 drill bits and heavily smashed them onto the surface of the ring, which was trembling intensely. Bang! The dim array instantly exploded, and the distorted golden talismans on the ring also dimmed. After doing this, Xiaoyan once again smiled. Without any hesitation, a portion of his spiritual strength also poured into the milky white ring in front of him as the 3 spiritual drills scattered. As the scene in front of Xiaoyan's eyes suddenly changed, Xiaoyan's mind also entered the space within the ring. The first thing that entered his eyes was a dazzling golden light. Under this golden light, Xiaoyan's eyes subconsciously narrowed. A few breaths later, he finally slowly lifted his eyes and looked at the space in front of him. The entire space was much narrower than Xiaoyan had expected. At the very most, it was similar to the storage space of a middle-grade storage ring. A storage ring of this size was basically useless to the current Xiaoyan. However, since this ring was carried around by Su Songming, Xiaoyan believed that it was not as useless as it looked. Sure enough, just as Xiaoyan's eyes scanned the interior of the space in front of Xiaoyan began to distort without any warning. Seeing this, Xiaoyan's face did not reveal any panic. He calmly waited for the change in the space in front of him. After a short few breaths, the distorted space in front of Xiaoyan finally gradually stabilized. At this moment, the thing that appeared in front of Xiaoyan was not an actual object. Instead, it was a palm-sized illusory image. The illusory image was extremely solid. Other than the fact that it did not emit any aura, it looked just like an actual object. If it was not for the fact that one could not detect its aura, it was likely that one would have mistaken it for an actual object. Looking at the image in front of him, Xiaoyan's face was filled with suspicion as he frowned. His eyes stared intently at the object in front of him. His heart was filled with shock and astonishment. He really did not expect that there would actually be such an object on this continent. At this moment, what appeared in front of Xiaoyan was a flower with 6 petals. The entire flower was wrapped in a pure snow-white color. The whiteness was so pure that one could not bear to touch it. It was as though one was afraid of tarnishing it. Only at the core of the flower were there thumb-sized purple dots that decorated the entire flower. It was like adding flowers to brocade, causing it to appear even more pure and pleasant. The 6 petals were like trumpets that opened outwards. It seemed as though it wanted to embrace the entire world, yet it also seemed as though it wanted to embrace the entire world. It looked rather majestic. Just from the appearance of this flower was definitely an extraordinary object. Of course, with Xiaoyan's experience, even though he had never seen it with his own eyes, Xiaoyan had some understanding of this flower from countless ancient books. However, the only thing that Xiaoyan did not dare to confirm at this moment was why this flower had 6 petals. Fusang flower, Xiaoyan solemnly stared at the flower in front of him. His brows were tightly knitted together. It was only after a long time that he spoke with a somewhat uncertain tone. Calm. Wonderful bookhouse. Fusang flower. It is really unexpected that there is actually a Fusang flower in this world. Don't tell me. Xiaoyan's body was stunned as he stood in the same spot within the space of the ring. Both of his eyes stared at the image of the 6-petal flower in the empty space in front of him. A great storm had formed in his heart. Xiaoyan had never expected that he would actually see the Fusang flower in this place, the Fusang flower. If this was placed on the Douqi continent, it was something that had already disappeared for an unknown number of years. It had already been called extinct and was a divine object that could no longer be found in this world. Yet now, this thing that could be called extinct had actually appeared in front of Xiaoyan. Even though this was merely an image, it still caused one to have difficulty hiding the shock and excitement in one's heart. The Fusang flower grew from the Fusang ancient spirit tree. It was one of the rare treasures in this world. The appearance of this flower would definitely cause an uproar in the continent. Of course, this was unless the news could truly spread. Normally speaking, this kind of situation was completely impossible. This was because the moment the Fusang flower appeared, the Fusang flower would be fought over by everyone within a short period of time. Before the news could spread, the Fusang flower would have already fallen into someone's hands and disappeared. The Fusang Ancient Spirit Tree, along with the Bodhisattva Ancient Tree and the Blood Parasol Tree, were called the three great divine trees in this world. Even the Ginseng Ancient Tree could not compare with them. In the past, Xiaoyan had seen information related to the Fusang Ancient Spirit Tree in many ancient books. All of the ancient books clearly stated that the Fusang flower had 5 petals. However, the Fusang flower that had appeared in front of Xiaoyan at this moment was very different from what Xiaoyan knew. It was a 6-petal Fusang flower. This was also one of the reasons why Xiaoyan did not dare to confirm the identity of this flower for a long time. Why would the Fusang flower appear in this ring? After recovering, Xiaoyan once again placed his attention on the most important point. Why would the image of the Fusang flower appear in this ring? Why would it allow Su Songming to carry this ring around with him? Could it be, the location of the hibiscus flower is hidden in this ring? Xiaoyan seemed to have suddenly thought of something. His pair of pitch-black eyes suddenly lit up, and the surprise in his heart could not be any greater. If that was the case, then as long as he followed the guidance of the ring and obtained the hibiscus flower, wouldn't he have picked up a great opportunity for nothing? The ancient Fusang spirit tree was as famous as the Bodhi ancient tree, or even surpassed it. Naturally, it had its own advantages. Unlike the Bodhi ancient tree's ability to help people make breakthroughs, the greatest characteristic of the ancient Fusang spirit tree was that it contained an extremely large amount of spiritual strength. This kind of spiritual strength was accumulated over countless years. The Fusang flower and the ancient Fusang spirit tree naturally contained an extremely pure and large amount of spiritual strength. Therefore, the Fusang flower was undoubtedly the most precious treasure to alchemists and formation masters. As long as one could obtain a Fusang flower, it would mean that one's spiritual strength would soar. At that time, not only would it bring about an increase in one's strength, but even one's status would also rise qualitatively. At that time, countless powerful factions would be moved. Powerful sects and factions would also extend an olive branch or even lower themselves to invite one. Of course, if one was able to join the Pill Tower, it would undoubtedly bring about even greater glory. Everyone would have to be courteous when they walked the continent in the name of the Pill Tower. To an ordinary alchemist, this represented supreme glory. Of course, this did not attract Xiaoyan. After taking in a deep breath, Xiaoyan focused his attention. His gaze once again looked at the image of the Fusang flower in front of him. His heart was filled with surprise. Other than that, he was even more curious. If it was just an image, it would not allow Xiaoyan to find the Fusang flower. Xiaoyan could not help but frown slightly when he thought of this. Just as Xiaoyan's heart was filled with suspicion, the Fusang flower in front of him once again began to distort. Xiaoyan's eyes focused. He frowned and stared intently at the Fusang flower that was gradually distorting. His throat rolled slightly and he could not help but become nervous. He hoped that the Fusang flower in front of him would live up to his expectations, following the gradual distortion of space, the original 6-petal flower, the pure beauty of the hibiscus flower, had already become deformed in the blink of an eye. Not only had it lost its original appearance, but even the shadow of a flower could not be seen. However, Xiaoyan became even more focused during this short and anxious wait. His gaze stared intently at the distorted space in front of him. Without realizing it, Xiaoyan seemed to have seen some pattern following the direction in which the flower was distorted. Perhaps it could be said that it was some other object. This time, it was not an illusion but a real entity. After a dozen breaths, Xiaoyan wiped the sweat that had gushed out from his forehead. The space that was constantly distorting in front of him stabilized again. This time, what appeared in front of Xiaoyan was a special name card that was the size of a palm. The overall structure of the name card looked similar to Xiaoyan's alchemist president's name card. They were both made of special metal. The only difference was that there were many talismans engraved on this name card. That was the symbol of an array master. On the back of this name card, the words "Glorious Gold" were written clearly and deeply. Glorious Gold? Xiaoyan muttered softly. He seemed to have seen these 2 words somewhere before. Immediately after, Xiaoyan seemed to have thought of something. He flipped his palm and a leather map appeared in his hand. After a quick check, Xiaoyan immediately found the place related to the words "Glorious Gold." Glorious Gold City. Xiaoyan frowned slightly, feeling a little surprised in his heart. Glorious Gold City was the gathering place of array masters in the western region. Judging from this name card, would the Fusang flower appear there, alchemists had their own alchemist guild, and array masters naturally had their own territory. It was just that it was not as large as the alchemists. This glorious gold city happened to be the gathering place of array masters in the western region. Suddenly, the empty space in front of Xiaoyan once again became distorted while his heart was feeling surprised at the location of the hibiscus flower. Xiaoyan hurriedly grabbed the name card in front of him as a precaution. After which, he focused his attention and looked at it. However, the result that Xiaoyan saw caused the longing in his heart to swiftly reduce by over half. The space in front of him was distorted. After a long while, the result was a row of words. The general content had already explained that the Fusang flower was in Xianxia City. However, if he wanted to obtain it, he would have to obtain it by auction at the Xianxia City auction that would be held 3 months later. In the end, Xiaoyan helplessly withdrew his spiritual strength from the ring. At the same time, he also took out the name card. That could be considered the most useful and also the most useless thing that Xiaoyan had obtained this time. Although he had found the Fusang flower, it might not be his in the end. Although he knew its location, he could not touch it. It was likely that there was nothing more unbearable than this. However, having news was better than nothing. Everything was still early. No one knew who the Fusang flower would belong to until the very last moment. With the little hope in his heart, Xiaoyan inhaled a deep breath and smiled slightly. Immediately, his body moved, leaped off the bed, and walked out of the door. Since Xiaoyan's matter was temporarily over, there was no need to rush to the ancient tomb of Tianzhu. There was no harm in going to Xianxia City to give it a try. After all, it was a place where the experts of the western region gathered. Regardless of whether it was for Xiaoyan's own experience or strength, it would more or less be of some help. He would naturally not easily miss it. After exiting the door, Xiaoyan had just closed the door and turned around. However, in the next moment, his body suddenly jumped and he involuntarily took half a step back. He raised his eyes and saw that Feng Ruyan was standing in front of him. Until just now, Xiaoyan had been wholeheartedly thinking about the Fusang flower and did not notice that there was actually someone outside the door. The sudden appearance of the young lady had almost caused Xiaoyan to activate the douqi in his body. Once that happened, Xiaoyan could not help but be a little worried about the consequences. When Feng Ruyan saw that Xiaoyan was startled, a panicked expression involuntarily surged onto her face. She was just about to open her mouth to inquire when Xiaoyan's gaze shot over, causing her to involuntarily lower her head. At the same time, Xiaoyan also recovered from the fright from the previous moment. He helplessly curled his lips and his heart palpitated as he swept his gaze over the slightly rising and falling chest of the young lady. At such a close distance, Xiaoyan was just a little taller than Xiaoyan. Hence, the moment Xiaoyan raised his head, the young lady's chest was completely reflected in Xiaoyan's eyes. Immediately, Xiaoyan's old face could not help but turn red. He habitually rubbed his nose with his hand and coughed twice. Only then did Xiaoyan ask, "Miss Feng, is there something that you are looking for me?" Ruyan does not dare. "It is my father who asked me to invite you to attend a family banquet in our family." Hearing Xiaoyan's words, Feng Ruyan hurriedly and respectfully bowed. The words from her mouth appeared to be unusually respectful. If it was before Xiaoyan killed those few elite Dodi, Feng Ruyan would still dare to be angry with him. Now that she had witnessed Xiaoyan's strength, she would definitely not dare to mess around with Xiaoyan even if she was given a lot of courage. Otherwise, once the latter was angered, it was likely that she would not be the only one to suffer a calamity. "Oh? A family banquet, huh? It seems a little illogical for me to attend such a banquet." Xiaoyan frowned slightly. A family banquet was a banquet that only members of the same family could attend. This kind of banquet was especially valued within a family. Anyone who was not from the family would not be allowed to attend, much less be invited. What was the purpose of Feng Cheng's actions? "Sir, there is no need to be so polite. You have saved our entire Feng family. Father and the few elders have long treated you as one of our family. Moreover, my father has also said that if Sir Xiaoyan is not present today, the family banquet will definitely not begin." Appearing to be afraid that Xiaoyan would reject, Feng Ruyan said quite a bit in one breath. These words caused Xiaoyan to be somewhat speechless. Putting it this way, he did not even have a reason to reject. It seemed that this family banquet was not prepared for the members of the Feng family. Instead, it was a hongmen banquet for him. Thinking of this in his heart, a glint immediately flashed across Xiaoyan's eyes. However, he parted his mouth and smiled immediately. All right then. Since the head of the Feng family has invited me so graciously, it would be somewhat impolite if I did not go. Let's go. Xiaoyan laughed out loud. His body moved. Under the guidance of his spiritual strength, he took the lead and walked toward the place where everyone from the Feng family was gathered. Feng Ruyan followed behind him. That's right, just as he took his first step, before his second step landed, Xiaoyan suddenly turned around. This gave the young lady behind him a fright. She took 2 steps back. Then, Xiaoyan smiled and said, "It's better if you don't call me Lord. It's quite awkward to hear you call me that. Just call me by my name." After speaking, without waiting for the young lady to regain her senses, Xiaoyan took the lead and quickly walked toward the place where the members of the Feng family were gathered. Behind him, the young lady's cheeks were red as she muttered Xiaoyan's name. Then, she hurriedly followed behind. After a short period of time, Xiaoyan and Feng Ruyan arrived at the place where the members of the Feng family were gathered. This was the usual drill ground of the Feng family. However, today, it was the place where the family banquet was held. When everyone present saw the late Xiaoyan, everyone immediately stood up and faced Xiaoyan. Even Feng Qing and the elders of the Feng family at the front of the crowd stood up and faced Xiaoyan. Then, everyone respectfully greeted Xiaoyan in unison. Seeing this, Xiaoyan's heart could not help but be shocked. The actions of these people really made him feel overwhelmed. After returning the greetings one by one, Xiaoyan took large strides forward with Feng Ruyan behind him. Together, they arrived at Feng Qing's side. At this place, seats had already been prepared for the 2 of them. They just so happened to be on the left and right of Feng Qing. After Xiaoyan sat down, the one on the left was Yuan Qing. It was only after Xiaoyan sat down that the other people present also took their seats one after another. Haha, Sir Xiaoyan, this banquet should have been prepared long ago. However, Sir Xiaoyan has been in seclusion for half a month. We were also afraid of disturbing Sir, so we never started. Now that Sir Xiaoyan has arrived, we can be considered to be all present. Haha. Sitting beside Xiaoyan, Feng Qing smiled as he faced Xiaoyan. At the same time, he raised his wine cup and faced Xiaoyan and downed it in a single gulp as an apology. After that, Yuan Qing and the few elders of the Feng family, and even Feng Ruyan, were unable to avoid it. Very quickly, Xiaoyan and the few people beside him began to chat together. This was especially true for Feng Qing. His 3 sentences did not leave Xiaoyan, while his 2 sentences were like that of Ruyan. His words always jumped between Xiaoyan and Ruyan, causing one to not know if he was truly drunk or if he was doing it on purpose. Xiaoyan's heart was filled with suspicion as he listened. During this time, he continuously frowned and his gaze would occasionally look towards Yuan Qing. Seeing this, the latter awkwardly smiled but did not say anything. At this moment, even Feng Ruyan's pretty face had turned completely red from what Xiaoyan had said. It was unknown whether it was because she had drunk wine or because of some other reason. However, the pair of pretty eyes which she used to look at Xiaoyan involuntarily revealed an autumn feeling. Calm. Wonderful bookhouse. Haha, little friend Xiaoyan, I have to thank little friend Xiaoyan for saving my daughter in Wuyu City last time. That's why my daughter was able to come back alive. Feng Qing seemed to be really drunk. His face was flushed, and his face was filled with a blurry smile. His expression was blurry. He put one hand on Xiaoyan's shoulder, and raised the wine cup in his other hand, sending it to Xiaoyan's mouth. Ah, it's just a small matter. It's not worth mentioning. That day's matter was just something I did in passing. Patriarch Feng doesn't need to be polite. Xiaoyan looked at the latter with a calm expression. Then, he suddenly smiled, took the wine from the latter's hand, and drank it all in one gulp. Ha ha ha, good. Little friend Xiaoyan has guts. Seeing this, the smile on Feng Qing's face suddenly became a little thicker. He directly hugged Xiaoyan's shoulder, and took advantage of his drunkenness to laugh loudly. Little friend Xiaoyan should also know that I, Fangqing, only have this one precious daughter. I'm afraid she'll fall in my hands, and I'm afraid she'll melt in my mouth. I've always carefully taken care of her, afraid that something will happen to this girl. These years, this girl has grown up. This clan won't be able to hold her back sooner or later. The little guy who could only survive under Old Eagle's protection is now able to stand on his own. Speaking until here, Fangqing's face couldn't help but reveal a gratified expression. Logically speaking, this time, the clan has encountered a great disaster. I don't want her to come back. I don't want this girl to enter the tiger's den. Just like what I'm worried about, if it wasn't for little friend Xiaoyan from Wuyu City's Jingge, I'm afraid that not only would something happen to my daughter, but even the current Fang clan would no longer exist. When he spoke until this point, Fangqing appeared to have instantly become much more clear-headed. The expression on his face became somewhat melancholy. Soon after, he hugged Xiaoyan's shoulders and began to laugh out loud in a muddle-headed manner. His topic also continued to revolve around Xiaoyan and Fang Ruyan. Haha, I wonder what little friend Xiaoyan thinks about my daughter's cultivation. Suddenly, Fangqing seemed to inadvertently ask about Fang Ruyan's cultivation. Hearing this, Xiaoyan was slightly startled. After pondering for a moment, he smiled and said, young Miss Fang is able to reach the cultivation of a 7-star half-martial emperor at such a young age. Even in the continent, this is rarely seen. It can be said that young Miss Fang's cultivation speed is extremely astonishing. If she were to be placed in the Shilin region, she would be able to protect a region. Words of praise were spat out, and the smile on Fangqing's face became even more pronounced. After Fang Ruyan, who was beside him, heard Xiaoyan's words, her pretty face couldn't help but blush. Haha, for my daughter to be able to win such praise from little friend Xiaoyan, it's truly a great fortune. Ha 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 ha. Several people laughed heartily. Xiaoyan also followed suit. However, he was somewhat suspicious in his heart. What was the purpose of Fangqing's words? Little friend Xiaoyan, you've saved my Fang clan from calamity, and even saved my daughter's life. My Fang clan is unable to repay such a great kindness. However, if it's possible, I don't mind letting my daughter follow by little friend Xiaoyan's side and take care of you. This can be considered. Clan head Fang, you've said so much. It can't be just for this sentence, right? However, just as Fangqing drunkenly hugged Xiaoyan's shoulders and spoke with a mouthful of words, Xiaoyan suddenly stood up. His expression was slightly ugly as he pushed away Fangqing, who was pressing down on him. A hint of coldness emerged on his originally calm face at this moment. When Xiaoyan's words came out, not only Fangqing, but even the bodies of the other people present suddenly shook. An indescribable chill swiftly rose from the bottom of everyone's hearts. Numerous gazes also looked towards Xiaoyan in succession. To one side, Yuan Qing also stood up at this moment with an ugly expression. His old face carried a helpless expression. Originally, he wanted to open his mouth to say something. However, in the end, he let out a deep sigh, lowered his head and shut his mouth without saying anything. At this instant, Fangqing, who originally appeared to be drunk and hazy, also instantly returned to sobriety. The redness on his face swiftly faded away, and the state of his entire person also recovered its usual calmness. However, at this moment, the gaze he used to look at Xiaoyan was somewhat evasive. Perhaps everything he had said just now did not come from the bottom of his heart. However, for the clan, he had no choice but to say it. If he was able to connect the clan behind him to this young man in front of him, the Fang clan would definitely not be limited to this small Helan city in the future. However, he did not expect that Xiaoyan would actually reject in such a decisive manner. Moreover, from the looks of it, Xiaoyan's attitude was abnormally firm. From the looks of it, his Fang clan had been too rash in today's matter. He could only blame himself for such an outcome. He had only thought of the clan behind him and did not consider the thoughts of the black-robed young man in front of him. Who knew what thoughts Xiaoyan had in his heart? Huff, after letting out a long breath, Xiaoyan shot a glance at Yuan Qing beside him. His body moved and he silently left this place. After that, everyone present was completely silent. Not a single sound could be heard. Everyone held their breaths tightly as they sent off Xiaoyan with their gazes. Everyone's hearts were especially nervous, afraid of angering this lord. At the same time, when they looked at their own clan head again, their eyes involuntarily revealed bewilderment. Just what had Fangqing done to make Xiaoyan's attitude change so abruptly? In an instant, the atmosphere became heavy. It was as if there was a huge rock pressing down on everyone's heart. The formless aura that gushed out from Xiaoyan's body caused them to be unable to breathe. When everyone had relaxed, Fangqing's body softened. He sat back on the chair with a heart full of regret. His eyes were lifeless as he looked at the wine cup in front of him. His heart was filled with deep regret. His actions just now might have pushed this future expert of the western region far away. Seeing Xiaoyan leave, Yuanqing hesitated for a moment before standing up. He found Fangqing and patted the latter's shoulder with his palm as a form of consolation. After giving some instructions, he left to find Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan quietly stood at the side of a pond. A thick willow tree grew beside him. Its soft willow branches fell into the pond and swayed with the wind, creating circles of ripples on the surface of the water. Xiaoyan watched the pool water in front of him. The dark blue sky was reflected within it. A few white clouds danced under the ripples, appearing like a young lady dancing gracefully, causing one's imagination to run wild. Mr. Xiaoyan. Fangqing didn't do it on purpose just now. He's just drunk, you and I both know in our hearts whether or not he's drunk. Actually, I don't care. I didn't call you here to talk about this matter. It's only because I'm leaving. Xiaoyan's gaze still didn't leave the water surface as he slowly spoke. Suddenly, he saw a leaf slowly fall from the willow branch on the water surface. It floated in the water and gradually flowed away with the ripples. Mr. Xiaoyan is leaving? Where are you going? Yuanqing furrowed his brows. His forward step involuntarily paused. He had come to the western region in order to find Xiaoyan. However, the latter had come and left in a hurry. After a short reunion, the two had to part again. Jingyao City. An auction will be held there in 3 months. I must go. Seeing the willow leaf fall to the bottom of the pond, Xiaoyan turned around and looked at Yuanqing behind him as he slowly spoke. Then, your actions just now, Yuanqing was flabbergasted. Although Fangqing's words were somewhat rash, with Xiaoyan's temperament, he shouldn't have done so. However, if it was said that Xiaoyan did it on purpose, it might make some sense. After all, the Fang clan is an individual. I can't always stay in the Fang clan. They also can't rely on others. I can't help them with anything. The only thing I can do is perhaps to leave. Only in this way can they truly realize what they need, and not always think of borrowing the strength of others. The things obtained from the Wang clan's treasury are enough for the Fang clan to greatly increase their strength in a short period of time. It's more than enough to expand their influence. As for me, it's time to do what I want to do. On the same day, Xiaoyan left Helan City. Yuanqing personally watched as Xiaoyan left. Yuanqing didn't plan to travel with Xiaoyan for the rest of the journey. With the strength of a 4-star Dodi, it was likely that he would only become a burden if he followed beside Xiaoyan. After all, others might not be aware, but he was aware that those people from the ghost hall, who were neither human nor ghost, were constantly watching Xiaoyan. In the evening, Yuanqing returned to the Fang clan and met Fangqing in the clan's conference hall. When the two brothers met, the atmosphere was somewhat solemn. Mr. Xiaoyan, he left. He said he had other things to do, so he had to leave. Could it be because of me? It's not because of you, and it's not because of the Fang clan. It's just that he really needs to leave. What he did during the day was actually just to make you feel afraid. Only by doing this, perhaps the Fang clan will understand that outsiders can't be relied on. If you want to be strong, you can only rely on your own strength. Fangqing's expression froze. He couldn't help but feel astonished. This is what Xiaoyan said. It's also the only thing he can help you with. Fangqing tightly knitted his brows, his expression extremely gloomy. Indeed, the moment Xiaoyan stood up, he felt an incomparable pressure. That kind of strength was really hard for him to bear. Even the entire Fang clan couldn't compare. Once Xiaoyan was truly angry, there was absolutely no one in the Fang clan who could stop him. At that moment, everyone in the Fang clan felt alarmed. They had no choice but to gather together to resist that power. At this moment, they clearly realized their own insignificance, and also clearly understood the cohesion of a clan. Xiaoyan's actions might turn him into an evil person, but at the very least, he had already done his best to help the Feng clan. Sometimes, what a clan needed wasn't endless resources, but their desire to become stronger, as well as the trust and support between the clan members. While the two of them were conversing, they did not notice that outside the meeting hall, Feng Ruyan was gently biting her red lips. A complicated expression surfaced in her beautiful eyes. It was a long while later before she quietly left. At the same time, Xiaoyan was on his way to Jingyao City. The night was long. Xiaoyan headed west and followed the directions on the map. It was likely that he would be able to reach the location of Jingyao City in half a month's time. Additionally, according to the map, the location of the Tianju ancient tomb was located in an even deeper part of the western wasteland region. Xiaoyan's direction could not be considered going in the opposite direction. The journey would take half a month. Therefore, Xiaoyan was not in a hurry. Instead, he diverted a portion of his attention to the 9 incarnations. From the 7 storage rings, Xiaoyan also obtained a lot of medium spirit stones, which were undoubtedly of great benefit to the improvement of the cultivation of the 9 incarnations. As for the 10 medium spirit stones that Xiaoyan had obtained earlier, they had already been used up. As the strength of the incarnations increased, Xiaoyan also discovered to his surprise that the energy requirement of the incarnations was increasing. Even the medium spirit stones could no longer satisfy the cultivation of the incarnations. Now, in Xiaoyan's storage ring, there were a total of 54 medium spirit stones. Except for the 14 that Xiaoyan kept as backup, the remaining 40 were used by Xiaoyan to improve the cultivation of the incarnations. Of course, under such a crazy devouring, the results obtained by the 9 incarnations also made Xiaoyan quite satisfied. At night, the resplendent Milky Way washed the pitch-black night sky, and the fluorescence emitted by the endless starlight intertwined and condensed, illuminating the dark ground below. Coupled with the huge silver moon, it was like the sun at night, driving away the darkness of this land. At the peak of the mountain, Xiaoyan sat cross-legged. Powerful soul power continuously flowed out from between his eyebrows and entered the bodies of the 9 incarnations around him. At this moment, the 9 incarnations were also crazily devouring and refining a spirit stone in their arms. Judging from the energy contained in the spirit stones, these spirit stones were actually medium spirit stones. After nearly half a month of hurrying and training, 18 of the 40 spirit stones had already been used up. Now, the radiance on these 9 spirit stones were rapidly dimming. It was likely that before today, these 9 medial-grade spirit stones would turn into nothing. In less than half a month, 27 medium spirit stones had been consumed. This was equivalent to half of the total number of medium spirit stones that Xiaoyan possessed. Under this crazy refining, the cultivations of the 9 incarnations had broken through to the middle level of the 4-star Do D class. Currently, they were advancing toward the advanced level of the 4-star Do D class. However, it was unknown whether the cultivations of the 9 incarnations would be able to reach the advanced level of the 4-star Do D class before the 9 spirit stones were completely consumed. Xiaoyan became even crazier as he carried the longing in his heart. The spiritual strength within the soul bead in his mind surged out and controlled the 9 incarnations to wildly refine the spirit stones at an even faster speed. Time flowed by bit. A paleness involuntarily surfaced on Xiaoyan's face. Threads of perspiration rolled down from his forehead. Time also rolled further and further away. Unknowingly, the eastern sky gradually brightened. The silver moon consciously hid its body. The bright Milky Way had long since disappeared. A night had passed. At this moment, the weak light on the 9 spirit stones in the 9 incarnations' hands had completely disappeared. The last thread of energy was absorbed into the bodies of the incarnations. Damn it! It is still not enough. Even until now, the cultivations of the 9 incarnations had yet to break through to the advanced level of the 4-star Do D class. This involuntarily caused Xiaoyan to curse in his heart. A thought passed through his mind and he attempted to withdraw the 9 incarnations. However, it was at this moment that, buzz, a white light suddenly flickered within the bodies of the 9 incarnations. Soon after, the auras within the bodies of the 9 incarnations suddenly rose. In the blink of an eye, the middle level of the 4-star Do D class had all broken through to the advanced level of the 4-star Do D class. The last thread of energy within the spirit stones had caused the cultivation of the 9 incarnations to successfully reach the advanced level of the 4-star Do D class. At this moment, a pleasantly surprised smile finally appeared on Xiaoyan's face. After confirming that the cultivation of the 9 incarnations was correct, a thought passed through his mind and he withdrew the 9 incarnations into his body. Almost at the same time, Xiaoyan's pale face rapidly recovered. After a slight adjustment, Xiaoyan finally stood up from his cross-legged position. He looked toward the west and the corner of his mouth curled into a smile. At this moment, on the horizon to the west of Xiaoyan, there was a majestic ancient city covered in golden light standing proudly on the vast land. That was the destination of Xiaoyan's trip. Xianxia City. Xianxia City was located in the southwest region of the Western Wasteland region. Although the area was barren, it was precisely because of the environment that the people who lived here were usually more powerful. At a glance, the weakest person in the entire city had already reached the level of a 5-star half-emperor. Compared to some of the cities in the Xiling region, Xianxia City was undoubtedly much more powerful. The most eye-catching thing about Xianxia City wasn't that the cultivations of the people here were generally powerful. Instead, it was because this was the world of formation masters. In the Yuanwu continent, alchemists weren't the only occupation that relied on powerful spiritual strength. Other than that, the existence of formation masters was also extremely frightening. Although the influence of formation masters wasn't as large as that of alchemists, which could be found all over the continent and even become the strongest superpower in the entire Yuanwu continent, the uniqueness of formation masters made them a powerful occupation in the cultivation world. If alchemists were known for their ability to save lives, then formation masters were known for their ruthlessness and dominance. Apart from the forces of heaven and earth, their offensive power could be said to be the strongest among all humans and magical beasts. Therefore, although there seemed to be a large number of half-emperors in Xianxia City, in front of some powerful formation masters, even a Do D might not be able to fight them. On the horizon, Xiaoyan's figure quickly approached the city that was covered in golden light. In just a short moment, Xiaoyan had already landed in front of the majestic city gate. At a glance, the city wall in front of Xiaoyan was covered in mysterious talismans that densely covered the entire city wall. The golden light that covered the sky above Xianxia City was emitted from the countless golden talismans. As he approached the city, even though he hadn't personally arrived at the foot of the city wall, Xiaoyan could already feel an extremely powerful pressure coming toward him. The invisible pressure caused his footsteps to involuntarily stop. It was as if there was an invisible wall in front of him that forcefully stopped him. What a powerful formation! The spot where Xiaoyan's feet landed on the ground involuntarily caved in and formed an inch-deep footprint. At the same time, the expression on Xiaoyan's face involuntarily changed. A formation that could cause a 5-star Do D to feel pressured. This Xianxia City was indeed worthy of being the gathering place of formation masters. Xiaoyan's body shook slightly. The black robe on the surface of his body also trembled. The originally black-colored long robe appeared to have become even purer at this moment. At the same time, the pressure on Xiaoyan's shoulder also suddenly disappeared at this moment. The moment his body became light, Xiaoyan's forward footsteps naturally became much faster. On the other hand, those people around Xiaoyan all stood in their original spots with heavy expressions under this pressure. From the looks of it, if they did not get used to it within a short period of time, it was likely that they would have difficulty taking the next step. Ignoring the surprised gazes around him, Xiaoyan's footsteps slowly walked forward in a relaxed manner. Very quickly, he arrived at the foot of the city gate. At this place, the surrounding crowd had also increased. At the city gate, there were a couple of middle-aged men wearing golden robes. In each of their hands, there was a palm-sized formation plate. Every time a person walked in front of them, they would extend the formation plate. The pedestrians entering the city would also consciously take out 10 spirit stones from their storage rings. After a flash on the formation plate, the spirit stones were all absorbed into it. Is it the entrance fee again? Xiaoyan gently raised his eyebrows. A strange expression involuntarily surfaced in his eyes. However, he understood after thinking about it in his heart. This Xianxia City was protected by a formation all year round. The operation of the formation would definitely require the support of a large number of spirit stones. The amount of spirit stones that would be exhausted in a year was definitely not a small amount. The source of such a large amount of spirit stones would definitely be the most important question. Collecting a fee to enter the city was undoubtedly the best method. After thinking about this point in his heart, Xiaoyan smiled and nodded. In this way, this Jingyao city was undoubtedly much more humane than Jinggu and Wuyu city. However, just as the front line was about to reach Xiaoyan, a middle-aged man wearing a golden robe among the crowd at the back rudely pushed back the passers-by around him and rushed straight to the front of the line. "Humph, if you want to enter the city, get out of my way." A rude and unreasonable reprimand was emitted from the middle-aged man's mouth. The passers-by around him also furrowed their brows and unwillingly made way. Some of the hot-tempered fellows, who had just revealed an angry expression, swiftly withdrew when they saw the golden-colored long robe that this fellow was wearing. Moreover, a fearful expression surged as they retreated hatefully. In the blink of an eye, the path in front of the middle-aged man was quickly cleared to allow only one person to pass through. Even the people who were standing in front of Xiaoyan at this moment also moved away. Turning his head, Xiaoyan glanced at the man in the golden robe who was rushing over quickly. He frowned in his heart, hesitated for a moment, then moved his feet and was about to make way. Where did this little bastard come from? Dare to block my way, get out of my way. However, just as Xiaoyan was about to dodge, the middle-aged man had already arrived behind him. Seeing that Xiaoyan actually did not make way, the man in the golden robe immediately let out a disdainful snort. At the same time, he waved his sleeve and a surge of doqi instantly shot out from his sleeve. It turned into a sharp doqi pillar that instantly tore through the empty space in front of him and ruthlessly cut towards Xiaoyan's head. Such a sharp attack caused the expressions of the surrounding passers-by to change drastically. Although this fellow was overbearing, it must be said that he had the capital to be overbearing. Just from this powerful aura, the cultivation of this man in the golden robe had likely reached the level of a 2-star Dodi. Although this kind of strength could not be considered the strongest in Jingyao City, there were very few people who could compare with him. However, just as the man in the golden robe was about to attack Xiaoyan, the latter's body, which was originally about to dodge, was firmly fixed on the spot. His feet, which were just half an inch from the ground, once again landed. Xiaoyan frowned slightly. His expression was somewhat gloomy. It was fine if this fellow only had a rotten mouth, but such a vicious method caused Xiaoyan to feel ashamed in his heart. Who could easily endure being treated in such a manner for no reason? Faced with such an attack, it was likely that an ordinary person would have difficulty surviving. The sharp doqi pillar was swiftly magnified in Xiaoyan's eyes. On the other hand, Xiaoyan unhurriedly raised his hand and gently received the attack. The most shocking thing was that he did not even use a trace of doqi. However, just as everyone was looking at Xiaoyan with pitiful gazes, the doqi pillar violently collided with Xiaoyan's palm in the next instant. Bang! Under the pitiful gazes of the surrounding crowd, that sharp doqi pillar collided heavily with Xiaoyan's palm. You overestimate yourself. Seeing this scene, the golden-robed man's face could not help but reveal a mocking and disdainful cold smile. His body suddenly charged forward, seemingly intending to send Xiaoyan's body flying. However, the moment the golden-robed person charged forward, he clearly saw that the doqi pillar, which should have penetrated Xiaoyan's hand along with his head, had instantly burst apart in Xiaoyan's hand. The strength that was created by the explosion did not even leave a superficial wound on Xiaoyan's hand. The golden-robed man's attack was actually so weak in Xiaoyan's hands. At this moment, even the faces of the surrounding passers-by revealed stunned expressions. Their gazes were filled with shock when they looked at Xiaoyan. Quickly following this, before everyone could recover, Xiaoyan's completely uninjured hand suddenly extended forward. A thought passed through his mind and a suction force wildly surged from his palm. It was like a storm that went against the flow. The strong suction force forcefully pulled the golden-robed man's body over. It was only at this moment that a feeling of fear suddenly surged into the golden-robed man's heart. No matter what, he did not expect that this seemingly young black-robed man would actually possess such a frightening strength. Xiaoyan's 5 fingers curled slightly and grabbed the latter's neck. A force gathered in his palm. As long as he was willing, Xiaoyan could easily crush the neck of the person in front of him. A mere 2-star Dodi was not enough for Xiaoyan to take to heart. However, just as Xiaoyan was about to make his move, his gaze landed on the badge on the chest of the golden-robed man. The badge was circular and silver in color. There were many complicated talismans outlined on it, faintly forming the word formation. Formation Master? Sensing this, Xiaoyan could not help but frown slightly. After all, this Jingyao city was the territory of formation masters. He also knew that formation masters and alchemists did not get along well. Hence, he did not want to cause trouble here. Hence, when he faced the golden-robed man earlier, his first reaction was to avoid him. However, at this moment, Xiaoyan did not expect that the golden-robed man was actually a formation master. From the looks of it, his original intention had been unintentionally violated. Seeing Xiaoyan frown, the golden-robed man, whose face was currently red, seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw. He violently clenched his teeth and roared with difficulty, "Brat, I am a member of Jingyao City's Formation Master Association. If you dare to touch me, the association will definitely—" "Did I allow you to speak?" Xiaoyan's expression became fierce. A sternness surged in his eyes as he stared at the golden-robed person. The latter's words that had yet to be uttered were instantly stopped upon seeing this. Both of his eyes revealed a deep terror. His gaze stared intently at the black-robed, young man in front of him and did not dare to utter even the slightest word. "Mister," at this moment, the few golden-robed formation masters at the entrance of the city also noticed the situation on this side. Immediately, a middle-aged man who was the leader of the group hurriedly took a couple of steps forward and arrived in front of Xiaoyan. The first thing he did was to respectfully greet the latter. "What's the matter?" Xiaoyan's eyes flickered slightly. He naturally knew the reason why this guy came forward. "Mister, I apologize for his rude behavior just now. However, this is Jingyao City. The rules of the Formation Master Association do not allow any Formation Master to be hurt here. Hence, I hope you can be magnanimous and let him go." The middle-aged man looked at Xiaoyan fearlessly. When he spoke, he deliberately mentioned the Formation Master Association as if he hoped to use this to suppress the person in front of him. However, Xiaoyan, who was frowning slightly when he heard the middle-aged man's words, smirked coldly when he heard the middle-aged man's words. "Haha, the rules of your Formation Master Association are a little overbearing. However, you have to see clearly that I am not within the boundaries of Jingyao City. Once I leave this city gate, whether this guy lives or dies has nothing to do with the Formation Master Association." The golden-robed man frowned and a look of displeasure appeared on his face. He did not expect that the person in front of him would still be so stubborn even after he mentioned the Formation Master Association. "Mister, please, in other words, even if I kill all of you now, the Formation Master Association still has nothing to do with me." The hand that Xiaoyan used to grab the neck of the person in his hand tightened slightly. The latter's originally flushed face became unusually flushed with blood. His pair of eyeballs rolled outwards. At the same time, Xiaoyan took half a step forward. An invisible pressure immediately spread out from his body. The golden-robed man in front of him was the first to bear the brunt of this pressure. He was forced to continuously retreat by this strong pressure. At the same time, the expression on the latter's face was unusually serious. What do you want to do?" The golden-robed man's face was slightly pale as he stared at Xiaoyan. He looked as if he was gnashing his teeth and had completely lost the scholarly attitude from before. "Humph, I disdain killing a 2-star Dodi. Since you want to save him, I'll return him to you." Xiaoyan let out a cold cry. The hand that was strangling the golden-robed man suddenly loosened. At the same time, he flipped his hand and slammed his palm on the golden-robed man's chest. Immediately, the latter's body flew back uncontrollably. Finally, he collided with the Formation Master. After finishing off these two people with one blow, Xiaoyan did not bother about them. He took a step forward and walked toward Jingyao City. "Stop. You have injured the Formation Master of Jingyao City. Jingyao City does not welcome you." "What a joke. It's just a city. Do you really think that you have the final say on who can enter or not?" Hearing the orders of the Formation Master, Xiaoyan coldly laughed. He took a big step forward and arrived directly below the main gate. He lifted his foot and walked into the city without stopping. "Ha! In the next moment, the few surrounding formation masters emitted a stern cry in unison. A thought passed through their hearts and powerful spiritual strengths immediately surged out of their bodies. They intertwined with each other and agglomerated into an invisible sharp blade in the empty air that violently fell toward Xiaoyan. Oh? Spiritual strength, huh? Xiaoyan involuntarily raised his eyebrows when he sensed the spiritual strength that surged out from the bodies of the few people around him. He immediately let out a cold smile. A thought passed through his mind, and an even more frightening spiritual storm suddenly swept out from between his brows when the sharp spiritual blade was about to land on Xiaoyan's head. Buzz. The invisible spiritual storm was just like a gust of wild wind that instantly forced everyone around back. At the same time, the powerful storm instantly tore apart the spiritual blade that was formed by the combined efforts of a couple of formation masters with an unstoppable force. The powerful spiritual strength was like an invisible storm that engulfed the city gate. The spiritual blade formed by the combined efforts of the 5 formation masters was like a thin piece of paper under the storm and was instantly torn to shreds. Such a battle result could only be described with the words crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. In the face of absolute power, numbers could not decide anything. The powerful spiritual storm not only tore the spiritual blade into shreds, but it also forced everyone within 100 feet of Xiaoyan to retreat. This was especially the case for the 5 formation masters who had attacked Xiaoyan earlier. At the same time that the powerful spiritual storm tore apart the sharp spiritual blades, it also heavily smashed into their chests. The bodies of the 5 people immediately appeared to have been struck by lightning as they flew back uncontrollably. After which, they smashed heavily into the wall. When they landed on the ground, everyone's faces had turned pale. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of their mouths. When they lifted their heads, their eyes were filled with fear and shock. Although the 5 of them were not considered powerful formation masters, they were still rank 2 formation masters. The spiritual strength that the 5 of them had gathered together was unbelievably powerful. However, it was still instantly torn apart by this black-robed young man in front of them. The spiritual strength that this person possessed had actually far surpassed theirs. Hua. At this moment, the faces of the surrounding passers-by also revealed a shocked expression. Originally, they thought that the strength of this black-robed, young man's doqi was already sufficient to cause people to feel shocked. However, they did not expect that his spiritual strength was actually this frightening. Just where did this black-robed young man come from? In an instant, the surrounding passers-by began to whisper. Their gazes occasionally glanced at the black-robed young man standing proudly in the middle of the square. Their eyes involuntarily surged with respect. This was respect for the strong. Such a large commotion at the city gate had naturally alarmed the people within Xianxia city. Following which, just as the crowd was making noise, an old man in a golden robe slowly descended from above the city gate. The old man's figure descended and his pair of turbid old eyes swept across the square. After which, his gaze immediately landed on the formation master who had spoken to Xiaoyan earlier. What happened? The old man's tone was slightly heavy as he spoke with some displeasure. Manager Dan, he was the one who attacked first. He injured our people from the Arraymaster Association. That middle-aged man pointed his finger at Xiaoyan. The moment the words came out of his mouth, he pushed all the blame onto Xiaoyan. As for the surrounding passers-by, they all chose to remain silent. If the person who had come was just an ordinary manager, they might still argue a little for Xiaoyan. However, when they saw that the person who had come was actually this old man, a deep fear involuntarily surged onto the faces of everyone present. Clearly, the position of this old man in everyone's hearts was quite high. As for Xiaoyan, he had completely ignored these words. Dan. The old man in front of him was clearly a member of the Formation Master Association. His heart was naturally on their side. In this kind of situation, regardless of how Xiaoyan tried to explain, the old man would only see him as quibbling. It was completely useless. Moreover, given Xiaoyan's strength, he did not have the slightest fear when facing this old man. A 4-star Do-D and a rank 3 formation master. This kind of strength might have quite a high position in Golden Yao City. However, if he wanted to use this to intimidate Xiaoyan, he was thinking too much. Is what he said true? Hearing the middle-aged man's words, the old man's frown deepened. A pair of turbid old eyes instantly looked at Xiaoyan. A sharpness surged into his dark eyes as he asked in a questioning tone. What are you talking about? If you want to accuse me of something, just come at me if you want to attack. Why is there a need to speak so much nonsense? Xiaoyan's expression was indifferent as he spoke in a cold tone. Brat, I don't care who you are. Since you have injured a formation master in my Golden Yao city, you must return with the old me and settle this matter. Hearing this, a cold expression surfaced on the face of the golden-robed old man. His voice was hoarse as he let out a low cry. Immediately, his body shook and a powerful force immediately spread out from the old man's body. In a flash, he had already arrived in front of Xiaoyan. His shriveled hand curled into a claw and grabbed at Xiaoyan's right shoulder. In response, the expression on Xiaoyan's face was unusually cold. He raised his hand and swung it at the old man's claw that was pouncing at him. The gentle action did not appear to carry the slightest threat. Even the old man involuntarily let out a cold snort of disdain in his heart. Soon after, the hand claw collided with the back of Xiaoyan's hand, which he had gently swung out. Xiaoyan's body did not move even a little after the attack landed. His raised hand also appeared to have paused in midair. On the other hand, the old man's claw, which was filled with a powerful aura, appeared to have collided with a hard rock at this moment. His entire body involuntarily trembled. Xiaoyan's expression changed. What, this brat? The pupils of the old man's shady eyes suddenly shrunk when he sensed the great strength on Xiaoyan's body. Just as he recovered, Xiaoyan's hand suddenly shook with great force. Immediately, a powerful force poured out like floodwater bursting a dam, sending the golden-robed old man flying with one strike. The old man landed in the crowd outside the city. His footsteps staggered on the ground as he withdrew by 1,000 feet. A row of deep gullies were left behind wherever he passed. In the end, the moment the old man raised his eyes, Xiaoyan's figure suddenly flashed. In the next moment, the old man felt a chill on his neck. A man's hand was gently placed on it. In an instant, the old man's heart was in his throat. His old face was as pale as a sheet of paper from fear. His body instinctively wanted to dodge, but in the next moment, Xiaoyan's cold voice slowly spat out from his mouth. If you dare to move, I will immediately crush your neck. As he spoke, Xiaoyan's ice-cold hand slightly tightened. The old man's hurried breathing abruptly turned sluggish as his heart immediately filled with fear. At the same time, the surrounding passers-by were shocked once again. They did not expect the black-robed young man to be so powerful. Not only did he easily deal with the 5-second rank formation masters, but even the old man was not his match. Such strength could truly be considered as terrifying. However, at this moment, just as Xiaoyan's hand was holding the old man in the palm of his hand, two figures slowly walked out from the crowd. Their gazes were fixed on Xiaoyan. Friend, can you let him off on my account? Two human figures slowly stepped forward from the front of the crowd. They walked to an empty space 100 feet away from Xiaoyan. One of them was a young man wearing a white embroidered robe. He cupped his hands toward Xiaoyan and spoke with a smile. As this cold faint laughter sounded, Xiaoyan's gaze also followed and looked at the young man. The young man was wearing a long white embroidered robe. His face was handsome and he had an imposing appearance. At a glance, one would be able to sense that this man was definitely not an ordinary person. Under Xiaoyan's perception of his aura, the thing that caused him to be shocked was that this man's cultivation was actually a little higher than his. He had already reached the middle level of a 6-star Dodi. This kind of cultivation could be considered the strongest among all the people of the younger generation that Xiaoyan had seen. A nearly 2-meter-tall black-robed old man stood beside this young man. A pair of turbid old eyes had also landed on Xiaoyan's body at the same time that Xiaoyan's gaze was looking at the latter. Hiss! At this instant, Xiaoyan's heart suddenly tightened. He had actually sensed an extremely dangerous aura from this old man. This kind of feeling was something that even the leaders of the 4 large sects had never given him. 9-star Dodi. The expression in Xiaoyan's eyes involuntarily changed when he thought of this. An extremely obscure glint swiftly flashed across his eyes. At the same time, a fear involuntarily surged into his heart. Of course, while the emotions in Xiaoyan's heart were changing, his face naturally appeared as calm as before. Hearing the young man's words, Xiaoyan pretended to frown in dissatisfaction. It seemed that he was still unwilling to let the embroidered-robed old man go. Hee, my friend, you should know that this is Xianxia City. Everyone in the western region admits that this is the world of formation masters. Almost all the powerful formation masters in the western region are gathered here. You hurt the people of the Formation Masters Association here, so they won't let you go easily. Why don't you hand him over to me and let me solve this problem for you? What do you think? As if he had guessed Xiaoyan's thoughts, the young man's lips parted slightly, revealing a refined smile. At the same time, he stared at Xiaoyan, as if waiting for his answer. Xiaoyan's heart relaxed slightly when he heard this. These words of the young man could be considered to have given Xiaoyan a way out. After all, he did not want to fight with the Formation Masters in Xianxia City, but they were too overbearing, so he decided to teach them a lesson. It had to be said that the young man had appeared at the right time. His words had solved the problem that Xiaoyan was facing. Xiaoyan was naturally happy to do so. Xiaoyan's eyes flickered slightly, and then he looked coldly at the golden-robed elder who was being controlled in his palm. The moment the latter came into contact with Xiaoyan's eyes, his entire body involuntarily quivered. Xiaoyan, on the other hand, coldly snorted in disdain. The hand that was grabbing the latter's neck lifted him up and hung him in midair. Quickly following this, Xiaoyan waved his sleeves while everyone was still confused. His wide sleeves heavily smashed into the chest of this old man, sending him flying. He was like a broken sack as he heavily smashed into the ground. In an instant, his entire face turned pale. A muffled groan was emitted from his throat, forcefully suppressing the fishy sweet smell. The young man did not reveal a displeased expression when he saw this scene. Instead, he looked at the golden-robed old man and a cold smile flashed across the corner of his mouth. Soon after, his gaze turned to Xiaoyan. His face was respectful as he cupped his hands together and laughed softly. Haha, friend, you're really generous. If this matter was done by a reckless person, I'm afraid this guy would not be able to keep his life. Xiaoyan coldly laughed in his heart when he heard these words. He also cupped his hands to the young man. Without saying anything more, he turned around and walked into Xianxia City. Friend, what's the matter? Suddenly, the young man chuckled again, and Xiaoyan frowned slightly, turning his head to look at the latter with flickering eyes. Haha, nothing, I just saw your strength and wanted to get to know you. My surname is Qin, and my name is Yun. Qin Yun, murmuring in his heart, Xiaoyan's eyes flickered slightly as he thought in his heart. After a moment of hesitation, he looked up at the latter and said calmly, Xiaoyan. Hearing this, a warm smile appeared on Qin Yun's face. He nodded at Xiaoyan, then made an inviting gesture and watched as Xiaoyan slowly walked into the city. A moment after Xiaoyan left, the surrounding passers-by once again began to crowd. The human flow swiftly surged into Xianxia City. Taking advantage of the fact that the few formation masters were injured, they did not even take out the payment for the journey. At this time, the golden-robed elder came in front of Qin Yun with a weak face. He respectfully clasped his hands and said in a humble tone, Young Master Qin, thank you for your help. Young Master Qin, thank you for your help earlier. Otherwise, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to keep my life, it's just a small matter, Manager Dan. You don't have to worry about it. Qin Yun smiled faintly. His amiable appearance caused the gold-robed old man to feel even more respect for him. Immediately, Qin Yun led the black-robed old man, who had been silent all this while, and the two of them walked past this General Manager Dan with one in front and one behind. Humph, damn guy, how dare you hurt me? When I go back and report this to my superiors, I'll make you suffer. Manager Dan cursed hatefully, then turned around and was about to leave. However, the moment he turned around, Qin Yun, who had already moved past him, was standing right in front of him. Immediately, Manager Dan was greatly alarmed. He quickly bowed to the person in front of him and quickly explained, Senior Marshal Brother, I'm sorry. He quickly explained, Young Master Qin, please don't misunderstand. I was scolding that guy, I wanted him to, enough, didn't you hear what I said earlier? I'll settle this matter for him, meaning that I'll bear all the consequences of this matter. Go back and report this to your superiors. Why, are you planning to let them deal with me? Qin Yan's face darkened, and a murderous intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. However, because he hid it so well, the person in front of him did not sense it. I don't dare, I just feel that. You don't feel anything. Nothing happened just now. Everything was just your imagination. Go back and do what you should do. You'd better not let me know what you shouldn't do. Xianxia said indifferently. Then, under Manager Dan's terrified gaze, he turned around again and withdrew his murderous aura. In the blink of an eye, he had already disappeared outside Jingyao City. After entering the city, Xiaoyan did not hesitate and headed straight to the center of Jingyao City. Although there were still more than 2 months before the auction, it would undoubtedly be beneficial for Xiaoyan if he could understand the situation within the auction house. After all, there were many experts in Jingyao City. Even the number of Do-Di experts was no less than 10. If he could understand the situation within the auction house, it would be beneficial for Xiaoyan. As Xiaoyan passed through the crowded human flow, he was able to see quite a number of golden-robed formation masters along the way. At the same time, there were many shops on both sides of the street that sold formation plates for a living. However, with Xiaoyan's current eyesight, most of the items in these shops were defective goods that could not enter Xiaoyan's eyes. Only the shops in the middle of the city would have true treasures. Of course, Xiaoyan was not interested in array discs. His goal was purely to understand the situation within the city. Following the crowd, Xiaoyan passed through many streets. At the same time, he discovered that the array masters in Jingyao City were frighteningly overbearing. No matter who it was, as long as they were in Jingyao City, they would be inferior to the array masters. Although Jingyao City was large, almost a third of the people here were array masters. Moreover, the closer he got to the center of the city, the clearer Xiaoyan could feel that there were many existences with extremely powerful spiritual strength in the center of the city. Some of them were so powerful that even Xiaoyan could not compare with them. There was no need to think too much about it. Naturally, it was a formation master whose spiritual strength had reached rank 4. Xiaoyan had only met one formation master of that level ever since he had arrived on the Yuanwu continent. That was the chief of the God refining sect, Chen. However, what Xiaoyan did not expect was that within Jingyao City, there was actually a formation master whose spiritual strength was not weaker than Chen's. Putting it this way, this so-called Formation Master Association was also an extremely strong faction. This point was indeed as Xiaoyan had expected. The western region was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. This place was also a place with hidden dragons and crouching tigers. The so-called 4 great sects were merely the forces on the surface in the western region. Those forces that were hidden in the dark were the ones that could be considered truly terrifying. Thinking of this, Xiaoyan could not help but feel a sense of seriousness in his heart. Soon after, he recalled Xianxia whom he had met at the city gate. I'm afraid this Xianxia doesn't come from any ordinary faction. Xiaoyan secretly sighed in his heart. Subsequently, the gloomy mood in his heart quickly dissipated. Then, a fiery glow gradually emerged in his eyes as he gradually clenched his fists under his sleeves. Although the western region was filled with hidden dragons and crouching tigers and was abnormally dangerous, this was what Xiaoyan hoped for. As the saying goes, one is marked by the company one keeps. Only by walking with the strong would one be able to become stronger. In Xiaoyan's path to becoming a strong expert, which time did he not exchange blows with the strong? Through the pain of blood and tears, he continued to grow and mature. In the end, he was able to grow into a towering tree. At the same time, on the other side. After entering the city, Xianxia and the black-robed old man behind him walked towards a less populated alley in the city. Along the way, the black-robed old man, who had been silent, finally opened his mouth at this moment. Young master, that young man called Xiaoyan is not ordinary. A hoarse voice was emitted from the black-robed elder's mouth, causing Xianxia, who was in front of him, to involuntarily pause his footsteps. He turned his head and revealed a surprised expression as he looked at the former. With a teasing smile, he said, to be able to get Uncle He to say such words, that Xiaoyan is definitely not ordinary. Young master is too kind. The black-robed elder bowed respectfully. Immediately, the two of them continued to walk deeper into the alley. At the same time, the black-robed elder continued to speak. That brat's spiritual strength has already reached rank 3. However, he is not a formation master. Therefore, he is definitely an alchemist. Alchemist. Hearing this, Xianxia involuntarily frowned. However, he did not say anything more and continued to listen. An alchemist is actually able to raise his alchemy skills to such a level while also raising his doqi. Such a person is rare on the continent. It can be imagined that if nothing unexpected happens, this person will definitely become a strong person of his generation. How is the strong person that you speak of compared to Tianju? As Xianxia walked, he softly asked. He is only strong and not weak. The black-robed elder said in a serious tone. Xianxia's footsteps paused. He instantly turned around. His pair of eyes were as sharp as swords as they stared at the black-robed elder. Seeing this, the latter's expression suddenly changed drastically. He hurriedly bowed deeply to Xianxia as his heart trembled. Xianxia was silent. The two of them stood quietly in this strange posture. Neither of them made the first move. Until over 10 breaths later, ha 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 ha, good. Suddenly, Xianxia emitted a loud laughter from his mouth. The heart of the person in front of him also suddenly relaxed. Ha ha, good, very good. Since this is the case, I, Xianxia, will definitely be friends with him. How can I, Xianxia, miss out on being able to become a strong person in the future? Yan He, go and tell Qi Ming and Xiaoyan of the Formation Master Association that no one is allowed to move. Whoever moves will die. After his voice sounded, without waiting for Yan He to reply, Xianxia walked forward with a face full of smiles. Yan He, on the other hand, frowned tightly. He raised his head to look at Xianxia, who was directly walking away. His old eyes revealed a strange expression. However, in the end, he helplessly shook his head and did not think too much about it. His body turned around and he walked toward the center of the city. In addition, bring that manager Dan back. Just as Yan He turned around, Xianxia's voice was once again transmitted over. Immediately, the expression in Yan He's eyes suddenly focused. Only then did he heave a long sigh of relief in his heart. This was the Xianxia that he had truly seen before. After Yan He left into the distance, the smile on Xianxia's face gradually receded until it disappeared. In the end, it turned into a gloomy coldness. On the other side, Xiaoyan had also followed the flow of people and had already arrived at the center of Jingyao City. It was different from what Xiaoyan had imagined. There were no huge buildings here. Instead, it was a huge plaza. At a glance, there was a huge black stone pillar in the center of the plaza. The stone pillar was nearly 10 feet tall and had a diameter of over 2 meters. There were countless talismans engraved on it. Rays of golden light were emitted from it and gradually spread out. Finally, it condensed into a golden barrier in the sky above Jingyao City. From the looks of it, this formation was not only limited to the talismans on the city walls. The stone pillar in the center of the city was the key to the entire formation. Standing in the huge square, Xiaoyan stared at the black stone pillar. For a moment, he was lost in thought. Suddenly, Xiaoyan regained his senses. His eyes quickly scanned the passers-by around him. His gaze was especially cautious. Xiaoyan once again looked at the stone pillar. His gaze slowly swept over it. Only then did he realize that no one dared to approach the area within 100 feet of the stone pillar. Perhaps it could be said that no one dared to approach it. The area around the stone pillar was like a dangerous place that no one dared to enter. What's going on? Xiaoyan's face involuntarily revealed a surprised expression when he sensed this. Just as some doubt arose in Xiaoyan's heart, he saw that a couple of formation masters in the square had actually turned their gazes toward him. Moreover, there was a threat of enmity within their gazes. Slightly shocked, Xiaoyan could not help but take a step forward and walk towards a more crowded area. Only then did he avoid the gazes of those people. Those few people who stared at him earlier were all Tier 3 array masters. Although Xiaoyan had successfully avoided those few people, the black-colored stone pillar caused Xiaoyan's heart to feel even more curious. It seemed that there was something extraordinary about that stone pillar. With the help of his powerful spiritual power, Xiaoyan weaved through the crowd and walked towards the auction house. Along the way, there were a few array masters. It was unknown whether it was intentional or not, but they all gathered around Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan listened to the news that was transmitted from the crowd as he walked in the direction of the auction house. Only then did he understand in his heart that almost everyone in the city already knew that the Fusang flower would appear in this auction. From the looks of it, Xiaoyan was a little slow. He had been looking forward to it for so long. Now that he had reached this place, it was actually something that everyone knew. Xiaoyan involuntarily shook his head and sighed with a smile when he thought of this. Putting it this way, it was likely that the ring was not something special. Instead, it was a card that the auction house used to advertise the auction. The goal was to maximize the benefits of the auction. Although this kind of advertising method caught Xiaoyan off guard, it must be said that it was because of this that the effect was so obvious. Without mentioning anything else, just the name of the Fusang flower was enough to win the attention of most people. There were still 2.5 months before the auction began. However, there were at least 10 elite Dodi in Xianxia City. These people were all here for the Fusang flower. Every time someone mentioned the Fusang flower, most people's faces would be filled with a wild and crazy expression. The latter's name was equally well known even in this barren land of the continent. The auction in Xianxia City this time around would likely attract the attention of many strong people in the western region. After all, the Fusang flower could increase the spiritual strength of a devourer. This kind of effect was not something that could be obtained through training. After a short while, Xiaoyan arrived in front of the auction house. The huge auction house was located at the northeast corner of the square. It occupied a large area and the building was luxurious and magnificent. It was not inferior to the Tianyuan auction house in Yan City. When he arrived at the entrance of the auction house, Xiaoyan glanced at the 2 armored soldiers standing there. He was just about to approach when a few golden-robed figures quickly approached him. In the blink of an eye, they surrounded Xiaoyan. The matter that had suddenly occurred in front of the auction house caused quite a number of people to throw their gazes over. Xiaoyan, who was surrounded, could not help but frown slightly. He had been focused on the auction house in front of him earlier and did not notice the approach of these few people. Xiaoyan's gaze swiftly swept over the few people around him. Soon after, his gaze was fixed on a young golden-robed man. This person was one of the 5 rank 2 formation masters who had been sent flying by him at the city gate earlier. Seeing this person, Xiaoyan immediately understood the whole story in his heart. From the looks of it, this fellow in front of him should have found someone to take revenge. Looks like there is a little trouble. Xiaoyan smiled faintly. His foot, which had originally taken a step forward, once again landed. His body was fixed on the spot. His gaze turned around and once again swept over these few people. There were a total of 7 people. 3 of them were rank 3 formation masters while the remaining 4, including that young man, were rank 2 formation masters. As for their cultivations, other than the 2 3-star Dodi, the rest were all at the level of a 9-star Bandi. Seeing the 4 people around him, Xiaoyan smiled and nodded. This Xianxia City was indeed the territory of the formation masters. He did not wish to cause any trouble. However, since the other party insisted on coming to find him, Xiaoyan could use this opportunity to make an example out of them and prevent more trouble. These 7 people who had arrived in a threatening manner also attracted the attention of the surrounding passers-by. Immediately, waves of exclamations were emitted from the surrounding crowd. Hey, isn't this Lu Meng? This fellow is a 3-star Dodi. I heard that he had successfully entered the ranks of a rank 3 formation master not long ago. Recently, he has been extremely overbearing in this city. That's right. Recently, quite a number of people have suffered at the hands of this fellow. Who asked him to be a rank 3 formation master? Even if they were angry, they did not dare to say anything. But what are they doing? Are they going to find trouble with others again? Che, haven't you heard? Lu Quan was beaten up by someone at the city gate. It seems that the one who beat him up was a black-robed young man. Looking at this brat's appearance, it should be him. This time around, he is in trouble. Tisk Tsk, Xianxia City is the territory of the formation masters. This brat is going to suffer for daring to injure a formation master here. Under the pitiful gazes of the surrounding people, the 7 people finally arrived in front of Xiaoyan. Their gazes were filled with hatred as they looked at Xiaoyan. Each of their faces revealed a vicious expression. Brat, are you the one who injured him earlier? The leader, a strong golden-robed man, shouted at Xiaoyan in a deep voice. Standing beside him was the rank 2 formation master called Lu Quan by the surrounding passers-by. This person was also the one who had been injured by Xiaoyan earlier. "It's me." Xiaoyan did not even raise his head as he faintly replied. "Brat, you actually dare to snatch a formation master in this Jingyao city. You are really tired of living." Seeing that Xiaoyan actually revealed an indifferent manner, the large man's face immediately revealed a fierce expression. A thought passed through his mind and a frightening spiritual strength immediately surged out. It swiftly agglomerated into an invisible large hand and grabbed at Xiaoyan. A powerful spiritual strength swarmed out of the large man's body. It swiftly agglomerated into an invisible large hand in the empty space in front of him that grabbed at Xiaoyan. A cold snort was emitted from Xiaoyan's mouth when faced with the latter's attack. His feet took half a step forward. A thought passed through his mind and the vast and mighty spiritual strength between his brows began to wildly surge out. It formed a spiritual storm that violently collided with the large spiritual hand that was heading toward him. Bang! When the attack landed, an invisible storm swept apart between the two of them. Both of their bodies shook at the same time. Xiaoyan's expression changed slightly. He frowned and took half a step back. At the same time, the large man's expression was dark and ruthless as he took 5 steps back. The burly man had only broken through to become a rank 3 array master not long ago, while Xiaoyan's soul power had already reached the level of a rank 3 alchemist a few years ago. After a few years of accumulation, Xiaoyan had reached the level of a rank 3 advanced alchemist with just his soul power alone. He was only a short distance away from becoming a rank 4 alchemist. There was simply no comparison between the two. The burly man was already lucky to be able to force Xiaoyan back half a step. Seeing that the large man was actually forced back by Xiaoyan, the faces of the few people around him involuntarily revealed a surprised expression. Even the expression on the face of the large man had become solemn. Although the person in front of him looked young, his soul power was far above his. It was no wonder that he could easily break through the joint attack of 5 rank 2 array masters. To be able to possess such tyrannical soul power at such a young age, and to be able to face 7 array masters at the same time without batting an eyelid, and to be so calm and collected. This meant that if this person was not strong, then he most likely had a powerful background behind him. With these thoughts in his mind, the burly man could not help but retract the overflowing killing intent in his heart. He knew that in Jingyao City, although array masters were protected due to the rules here, if they offended a powerful faction, even the higher-ups would not be able to save them. Hence, when facing such a person, he had to first understand his background. "Brat, Lu Meng, do not kill nameless people. Speak, who are you and where did you come from? Only then will you be worthy of dying in my hands. No need to test me. If you want to kill me, just come. I am alone and have no faction behind me, so you don't have to worry about anyone finding trouble with you if you kill me." Hearing this, Xiaoyan seemed to have seen through the burly man's intention and the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. The moment Xiaoyan's words sounded, a wave of laughter was immediately emitted from the surrounding passers-by. At the same time, the expressions of the 7 people around Xiaoyan also turned green under this ridicule. The muscles on the corner of their mouths involuntarily twitched intensely. The killing intent in their eyes surged out without the slightest concealment at this moment. Buzz. As the killing intent in his heart surged, Lu Meng's body suddenly moved. Doqi covered the surface of his body as his body rotated in midair. His right leg swung up and viciously chopped down at Xiaoyan from above. A ferocious wind tore the air apart. The pants on the burly man's right leg stuck tightly to the skin on his leg and became as hard as steel at this moment. Lu Meng's ruthless attitude caused quite a number of people in the surrounding to exclaim in surprise. This fellow was indeed as overbearing as the rumors said. However, in the face of Lu Meng's sharp and overbearing ferocious attack, Xiaoyan was too lazy to even lift his eyes. He slowly lifted his right hand and his sleeves moved with it, gently colliding with Lu Meng's right leg. Immediately, a low and deep sonic boom sounded. Soon after, a wind rippled outwards. Lu Meng's expression also abruptly changed at this moment. His body uncontrollably retreated and his feet staggered for dozens of steps. Turning his head, the burly man immediately shot his gaze toward Xiaoyan. His expression was extremely serious. This fellow is actually also a Dodi. The short collision immediately revealed Xiaoyan's strength. Immediately, the surrounding few formation masters and even more passers-by also threw shocked gazes toward Xiaoyan. There were indeed quite a number of Dodi in the western region. However, it was likely that one would not be able to find a Dodi at such a young age even if one searched the entire western region. Damn it. I was really careless this time around. Not only is this brat's spiritual strength stronger than mine, even his cultivation is above mine. The burly man thought in his heart in fear. Soon after, he turned his head and his gaze landed on the few formation masters around him. Immediately, the corner of the burly man's mouth was lifted into a savage smile. Hoof, even if your spiritual strength is stronger than mine, even if you are a Dodi, I don't believe that you alone can fight against 7 of us formation masters. The burly man coldly cried out. His gaze swiftly swept over the few formation masters around him. Seeing this, the 6 of them immediately nodded their heads heavily. They exchanged glances with each other and a thought passed through their minds. Powerful spiritual strengths immediately surged out from the bodies of the 7 people like an erupting volcano. They intertwined with each other and swiftly agglomerated into an invisible large net that surrounded Xiaoyan from top to bottom. Seeing this scene, Xiaoyan involuntarily frowned. Although his fighting strength was above theirs, there were after all 3 rank 3 formation masters here. This kind of strength could not be underestimated. However, in order to avoid more trouble, Xiaoyan could only choose to end the battle quickly. The moment he thought of this in his heart, an invisible flame immediately lingered over Xiaoyan's pair of dark black eyes. The instant Xiaoyan raised his head, a hot flame suddenly surged out from within Xiaoyan's body. It carried an invisible heat wave that spread around Xiaoyan's body. This flame was the Fallen Heart Flame. The Fallen Heart Flame was known as the nemesis of spirits. With the Fallen Heart Flame around, it was not difficult for Xiaoyan to swiftly finish off these few fellows with the overbearing Fallen Heart Flame and his own strength even though there were 3 rank 3 formation masters among the few people in front of him. What is this? One of the 7 formation masters involuntarily let out an exclamation when he sensed the invisible heat wave attacking over. He could only feel that his spirit was trembling intensely from the heat wave. However, just as this frightened thought had just appeared in the hearts of the few of them, Xiaoyan swiftly controlled the Fallen Heart Flame. He clenched his large hand and it transformed into an invisible large fire ruler. The moment the large spiritual net fell, it violently hacked at it. The invisible flaming ruler was swung from the bottom to the top. The moment the net fell, it collided with it. Chi, the expected violent collision did not occur. Instead, there was a sizzling sound that sounded like ice and fire colliding. At the same time, the space where the two collided suddenly distorted. Following that, with a dull explosion, the space above Xiaoyan's head suddenly exploded. As the dull explosion rang out, Xiaoyan stood where he was without a change in expression. His hand trembled slightly, and the invisible flaming ruler in his hand automatically dispersed. Almost at the same time, the faces of the 7 array masters around him instantly turned deathly pale. Their bodies went limp on the ground uncontrollably, and a heart-wrenching pain came from the depths of their minds. The spiritual strength of the few of them could not even withstand a single blow from the invisible flame. The frightening flame swiftly consumed their souls with absolute strength. If they had not withdrawn their remaining spiritual strength in time, it was likely that their spiritual origins would have been seriously injured in the short few breaths of collision. At that time even their level as array masters would be lowered. If they were not careful, it might even leave them with irreparable sequelae. Thinking of this, the 7 of them were even more terrified. They looked at the black-robed young man in front of them in horror. Using both their hands and feet, their bodies involuntarily retreated. No matter what, they never thought that with the strength of the 7 of them, it would be difficult to be a match for the person in front of them. Other than this, even those passers-by who were observing from the surroundings could not help but reveal shocked expressions on their faces. Numerous gazes gathered on the black-robed young man in the arena. In an instant, Xiaoyan had become the focus of everyone's eyes. Ignoring the gazes of the surrounding passers-by, Xiaoyan looked at the burly man with a sharp gaze. In the collision just now, the burly man had invested the most spiritual strength. This caused his spiritual strength to be the most seriously injured among the 7 people. However, this did not affect Xiaoyan's intention to kill him. Sensing the killing intent within Xiaoyan's gaze, the expression on the large man's face, which was filled with fear, involuntarily changed once again. His body forcefully pulled back as he stared at Xiaoyan with a face filled with fear. He hurriedly roared. "What do you want to do? This is Jingyao City, the territory of the Array Master Association. I did not want to cause trouble, but since you insist on causing trouble for me, I will not be polite to you. So what if you are an Array Master? I will kill you." Xiaoyan's face was ice cold. As he spoke, he slowly stepped forward. Seeing that he had already arrived in front of the burly man, he raised his hand and a dense white flame surged out from his palm. It swiftly covered Xiaoyan's entire hand. Seeing this scene, the burly man immediately felt a great fear in his heart. He could no longer care about his spiritual essence. He forcefully endured the intense pain that was transmitted from deep within his spiritual essence and climbed up with great difficulty. He wanted to escape into the crowd. Xiaoyan would naturally not give this fellow the opportunity to flee when he saw that he was about to do so. His 5 fingers were clenched into a fist as he threw a punch at the large man. It was also at this moment that a powerful voice was suddenly transmitted from the entrance of the auction ground. "Little brother, please have mercy." The powerful voice was transmitted over like a muffled thunder. The voice contained a special strength that caused one's spiritual essence to tremble. One could imagine that it was a spiritual Do skill. However, even with the obstruction of the voice, Xiaoyan did not have any intention of stopping. Relying on his own powerful spiritual strength, the latter directly ignored the soul skill. At the same time, the punch that he threw out did not have the slightest pause. The dense white flame fist turned into a ball of fire in the empty space and directly smashed towards the back of the burly man in front of him. Wherever it passed, numerous pitch-black spatial cracks appeared in the invisible empty space. Swoosh! A sharp sound of breaking air suddenly sounded. The person who had spoken earlier was currently charging towards the ball of dense white flame with a gloomy expression, intending to block it. However, no matter how fast that person was, he was still one step behind in the end. When the human figure arrived in front of the ball of fire, the dense white ball of fire coincidentally smashed violently onto the body of the burly man. Immediately, a miserable cry soared into the sky. The dense white flame also rose and was reflected in the eyes of the human figure. For a moment, everyone in the auction house was silent. Numerous gazes were like spotlights as they landed on the human figure who had appeared at this moment. Soon after, a wave of surprised gasps sounded. At this moment, the latter was also frowning slightly. His face was helpless as he looked at Xiaoyan. The two of them were only a couple of dozen feet apart. Their eyes looked at each other. Xiaoyan's eyes were as calm as water while the latter's eyes carried a helpless expression. The matter had already developed to such an end. What could he do even if he was dissatisfied in his heart? Did he really want to offend an elite Dodi for a dead person? This was clearly not worth it. The human figure's gaze swept over Xiaoyan from head to toe. Immediately, a strange expression involuntarily flashed across his pair of bright eyes. It was not that he had never seen such a young elite Dodi. It was just that he should have more or less heard of such a person in the western region. However, the person in front of him gave him a completely unfamiliar feeling. This caused him to have no choice but to reconsider the seriousness of this matter. While this human figure was sizing up Xiaoyan, the latter's gaze also swept over the human figure at this moment. At this moment, the person who had appeared in front of Xiaoyan was a middle-aged man. He was wearing a purple round neck robe. He had a square face, a full beard, sword-like eyebrows, and starry eyes. He had a heroic aura. This was especially the faint aura that seeped out from his body, causing Xiaoyan to feel solemn. The cultivation of the person in front of him was likely not inferior to the leaders of the 4 large sections. This was also a strong 8-star Dodi. This Jingyao city was really filled with hidden dragons and crouching tigers. I am Wu Gang, the deputy chairman of this auction house. May I ask for your name? After hesitating for a moment, Wu Gang politely cupped his hands toward Xiaoyan and asked. I am Xiaoyan. Seeing the latter act in this manner, Xiaoyan also cupped his hands together courteously. From the latter's expression, he did not have any intention of pursuing the matter from earlier. This had saved Xiaoyan a lot of trouble. "Mister, do you know who he is?" Although Wu Gang would not pursue the matter of Lu Meng's death, he could not help but change the topic to this matter. After all, this person had died at the entrance of their auction house. If their auction house did not take any action, it was inevitable that the people from the Formation Master Association would dislike them. Rank 3 Formation Master, a member of the Formation Master Association. Xiaoyan smiled. His smile did not contain the slightest fear. Seeing Xiaoyan reveal such an appearance, Wu Gang could not help but be startled. From the spiritual strength and the heavenly flame that Xiaoyan possessed, Wu Gang could tell that he was an alchemist. However, this was after all Jingyao City, the territory of a formation master. He was actually able to say such words in such a relaxed manner. This really caused one to feel surprised. However, just as Wu Gang was about to open his mouth again, a couple of golden-robed figures swiftly rushed over from the crowd in the distance. Seeing this, the two of them could not help but frown slightly. After which, Wu Gang hurriedly gestured to Xiaoyan to invite him in. Before that group of people arrived, he had already invited Xiaoyan into the auction house. In the auction house of Jingyao City, Wu Gang was currently leading Xiaoyan into the auction house. "President Wu, if you bring me into the auction house, what will happen to the group of people outside?" Xiaoyan frowned slightly. Although he did not want to cause trouble, he was not someone who was afraid of trouble. This matter started because of him. Since the people from the Array Formation Master Association had come looking for him, he should be the one to solve it. Now that he had entered the auction house, what would happen to the people outside? "Haha, mister, don't worry. Although that group of people is overbearing, they are just a few small fries. They will not do anything. Our auction house people will naturally send them away." Wu Gang laughed heartily and replied to Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan finally felt at ease when he heard this. He cupped his hands toward Wu Gang in front of him and said with a face that carried gratitude. "Since that is the case, thank you, President Wu." "Haha, it's no problem. It's just a small matter." Wu Gang laughed softly. After which, he did not say anything else. He led Xiaoyan as his heavy footsteps landed on the ground, emitting a clear sound of footsteps. The two of them unhurriedly walked toward the deepest part of the auction ground. The two of them walked forward. Xiaoyan's gaze looked all around him. The surrounding space was completely dark, causing one to be unable to clearly see just what was there. Therefore, the two of them had only taken a few steps when two night pearls were embedded in the pillars on both sides. They emitted a gentle white light and lit up the tunnel. Xiaoyan's eyes swept across the dark space on both sides and a strange look flashed across his eyes. The darkness did not seem to be caused by the dim light. It was man-made. The interior of the auction house was extremely large. When one raised one's eyes and looked all around, there were pillars that reached all the way to the dome, supporting the entire auction house. Xiaoyan could barely see a couple of rays of sunlight in the distance of his sight. There was also darkness. The strange thing was that the darkness appeared to be slowly wiggling. Xiaoyan only realized that it was merely a black curtain when he carefully looked at it. The open-air auction hall seemed to be shrouded by a huge curtain, and the curtain would not be opened easily until the auction had started. Xiaoyan's gaze returned to the front as he looked at a short distance ahead. Between the pillars, there was a crisscrossing corridor. Every so often, there would be a crossroad. The entire corridor was circular in shape and led straight into the darkness. From afar, it seemed to form an arc. From Xiaoyan's point of view, the interior of this auction ground should be similar to most auction grounds. It was circular in shape. Those winding corridors were also built around the auction ground in the middle. Naturally, only the people in the auction ground were aware of their use. "Haha, that's right. I saw Mr. standing in front of the auction house earlier. I think you should be here for our auction house. Since that's the case, if Mr. has any questions, feel free to ask. I'll definitely tell you everything I know." While the two of them were silent, Wu Gang suddenly laughed loudly. It was as if he was deliberately trying to break the silence. Hearing this, Xiaoyan raised his eyebrows slightly. He pondered in his heart and said, "In fact, I came to the auction house this time because I hoped to know about the auction 2 months later." Mister, you want to ask about Fusang flower, right? The corner of Wu Gang's mouth parted and revealed a crafty smile. Xiaoyan, on the other hand, was non-committal as he shrugged his shoulders. There was no need for him to say more about this reason. It was likely that there were quite a number of people who had recently inquired about this matter. Haha, it seems that Mr. Xiaoyan should also get that ring. Wu Gang smiled, and there was a flash of light deep in his eyes. Being able to get that ring meant that either the person in front of him had a great background, or he was a powerful person. But no matter which one it would undoubtedly be of great benefit to their auction house. The reason why they put the information about Fusang flower into those rings and spread it out was to let those who were really powerful compete with each other. Take the essence and discard the dregs. In this way, the people who could obtain those rings in the end would not dare to say that all of them would, but at least most of them would be people with tyrannical backgrounds. When the time came, with these people participating in the auction, there was no doubt that the value of the items in the auction would be displayed to the greatest extent. Of course, the profit from this would be an extremely huge number. Don't worry, sir. Since we've cast such a big net, the news of Fusang flower can't be wrong. After all, we've done a lot of publicity for this auction. Many people in the western region have been attracted. Even if this is Xianxia City, no one would dare to make such a big joke. That's right. I certainly believe that, but the only thing I am curious about is, are you really sure that the flower is Fusang flower? Xiaoyan stopped and frowned as he looked at Wu Gang in front of him. Ever since he came to Xianxia City, he had dispelled all his doubts about the authenticity of the Fusang flower. But now, the only thing that made him suspicious was that this Fusang flower was really the Fusang ancient spiritual tree's growth. Was that the Fusang flower? After all, according to Xiaoyan's knowledge, Fusang flowers usually had 5 petals. He had never heard of a Fusang flower with 6 petals. From this point alone, it was enough to make people doubt the authenticity of this Fusang flower. Hearing Xiaoyan's words, even with Wu Gang's temperament, he couldn't help but hesitate. Regarding this question, it seemed that no one had asked him about it recently, and this was exactly what he suspected. According to his knowledge, a 6-petal Fusang flower had never appeared in the entire history of the continent. It was precisely because of this that the owner of the Fusang flower would auction it. Otherwise, who would be willing to auction a Fusang flower that grew from the Fusang ancient spiritual tree? Mr. Xiaoyan, I will not hide it from you. The question that you have raised is also what we have suspected. The Fusang flower is after all a unique flower species in this world. The value of this thing is really immeasurable. However, according to historical records, a 6-petal Fusang flower has never appeared on the continent. Although this is the case, according to the joint examination of our many appraisal grandmasters, this Fusang flower is indeed a Fusang flower that grew from the Fusang ancient spiritual tree. Wu Gang furrowed his brows tightly. Even though he had mentioned that many masters had come together to appraise it, in the end, even he did not dare to believe it in his heart. However, an invisible storm had been stirred up because of the hibiscus flower. It was slowly taking shape in the western wastelands region. Hence, who would care whether the hibiscus flower had 6 petals or not? Xiaoyan knit his brows and fell into deep thought when he heard Wu Gang's words. He was silent for a long time. From Wu Gang's words, he could tell that the former was not lying. Even they themselves doubted the authenticity of the Fusang flower. However, the auction was getting closer and closer. Everything had already reached an irreversible situation. Therefore, no matter whether the Fusang flower was real or fake, they could only follow the development of the situation and take one step at a time. When Xiaoyan left the auction house, the sky had completely darkened. As night fell, the golden light that shrouded the entire Xianxia city was hidden in the darkness. Although it was already night time, Xianxia city was still bustling with activity. The entire city was brightly lit, and although the bustling noises were much lower, it still couldn't cover the lively atmosphere. After chatting for an entire afternoon, the relationship between Xiaoyan and Wu Gang had become much closer. At the same time, Xiaoyan had also learned quite a lot of things related to Xianxia city from Wu Gang. Before Xiaoyan left, Wu Gang had also helped Xiaoyan choose a place to stay. It was located behind the auction house. There was an exclusive pavilion there that had been built by the auction house. Its purpose was to receive some of the more important guests. At the beginning, Xiaoyan declined several times. However, Wu Gang said that Xiaoyan had become a thorn in the side of some people in the Array Master Association. If he went out, he would definitely attract trouble again. With these words and Wu Gang's sincere invitation, Xiaoyan agreed. Xiaoyan stood in the night sky after exiting the auction house. At this place, he was able to clearly sense the pressure that the formation above his head brought. Even he felt a little terrified in his heart when faced with that thing. This array was definitely not comparable to an ordinary rank 3 or rank 4 array. It was likely that this thing was more terrifying than he had imagined. It was really hard to imagine that there would be such a huge array in the western region. The strength of the person who could engrave such an array was probably extraordinary. After exclaiming a little in his heart, Xiaoyan returned to the front of the pavilion. He arrived in the air above the pavilion that he was staying in and stood on it. However, he did not enter. Instead, his expression was solemn as he carefully thought about something in his heart. From the conversation with Wu Gang in the afternoon, Xiaoyan knew that this auction had attracted many powerful forces in the western region. Without exception, these forces were all here for the Fusang flower. Although Xiaoyan was still unable to completely confirm the authenticity of the hibiscus flower, based on what Xiaoyan currently knew and the image that he had seen within the ring, it was very likely that this hibiscus flower was the real one. Hence, without considering its authenticity, just the fact that this flower was able to cause so many large factions to change their expressions meant that Xiaoyan needed to fight for it. However, it was also because the auction this time around was unprecedentedly grand that Xiaoyan had no choice but to give it a try in order to be able to take out a truly powerful auction item. With Xiaoyan's current spiritual power, he had already reached the peak of a rank 3 alchemist. He was even stronger than an ordinary rank 3 advanced alchemist. According to the spiritual power of the consolidation stage, Xiaoyan's spiritual power had already entered the intermediate consolidation stage. He was only a step away from the advanced consolidation stage. However, it was this step that caused Xiaoyan to be unable to refine a rank 4 elixir. This was also the biggest obstacle that Xiaoyan was facing now. In an auction of this level, unless one took out a tier 4 medicinal pill, it would be very difficult to obtain the hibiscus flower in the final auction. However, with the medicinal pill storage within Xiaoyan's storage ring, it was not that he did not have tier 4 medicinal pills. However, he only had a couple of them. Moreover, most of the medicinal pills were used to treat injuries. Hence, he needed to take out a medicinal pill that was truly powerful to obtain the hibiscus flower. For this reason, Xiaoyan rummaged in his storage ring for a long time. Finally, he took out a simple elixir formula. This was a rank 4 elixir formula called the Spirit Awakening Elixir. This elixir could not heal one's injuries, nor could it increase one's cultivation. However, it had an effect that no other elixir could match. The Spirit Awakening Elixir could expel the impurities in a cultivator's body. The path of cultivation was extremely long. If one wanted to become a truly powerful person, it would take a lot of time. If it was short, it would take tens of years. If it was long, it would take hundreds of years. In order to reduce the time needed for cultivation, those miraculous elixirs that could increase one's cultivation had undoubtedly become something that everyone yearned for in their hearts. After all, just one elixir alone could reduce tens of thousands of years of bitter cultivation. Who would not be envious of such a good thing? Therefore, a large number of elixirs that could be used to increase one's cultivation were born from this. However, elixirs were after all external objects. This was admittedly a shortcut, but after the elixir was consumed, even if it was completely refined, the original medicinal strength of the elixir would still more or less remain in one's body. If one consumed the elixir for a long time, the medicinal strength would continue to accumulate within the cultivator's body, becoming a hidden danger that was difficult to remove. Once the medicinal strength accumulated too much, it would at least affect one's cultivation and at worst destroy one's future, turning everything into nothing in an instant. Therefore, once an elixir like the Spirit Awakening Elixir appeared on the market, it would definitely cause quite a big commotion. This was especially true for the Spirit Awakening Elixir. As a rank 4 elixir, the medicinal strength it contained was enough to help a Dou Di get rid of the impure medicinal strength within his body. Therefore, once the spirit awakening elixir was successfully refined, Xiaoyan believed that it would definitely become a dark horse in this auction. Thinking of this, a smile involuntarily surfaced on Xiaoyan's calm face. His heart also held a longing feeling. After recovering, Xiaoyan recalled that with his ability as a rank 3 alchemist, it seemed that he was still unable to refine a rank 4 elixir. Thinking of this, Xiaoyan could not help but quietly smile bitterly. However, soon after, the corner of his mouth parted to form an arc. Although he was not a rank 4 alchemist, the fortunate thing was that in the hands of an alchemist, he seemed to be able to refine some strange medicinal pills. For example, the Rising Spirit Pill. The Rising Spirit Pill was a rank 4 elixir. It was able to raise a person's spiritual strength by a large amount for a period of time after consuming it. Originally, Xiaoyan did not have such a thing. However, this time around, he had coincidentally obtained one from the storage rings of the 7 people. Looking at Xiaoyan's current spiritual strength, if he were to consume the Rising Spirit Pill, his spiritual strength would greatly increase. According to Xiaoyan's estimation, it was likely that he would at least be comparable to a rank 4 middle-level alchemist. The Spirit Awakening Elixir was merely a rank 4 initial-level elixir. Therefore, with the support of the Rising Spirit Pill, Xiaoyan's spiritual strength would be sufficient to support him in refining the Spirit Awakening Elixir. At that time, Xiaoyan would have enough confidence to compete with the various factions at the auction. As for now, Xiaoyan planned to raise his body's condition to its peak. This way, even the success rate of refining the Spirit Awakening Elixir would increase by quite a bit. With this thought in mind, Xiaoyan did not hesitate any longer. Crossing his legs, he sat on the roof of the building. As Xiaoyan closed his eyes, the flame art chi method within his body also quietly began to circulate at this moment. In the night sky, Xiaoyan's body sat cross-legged without moving, much like an old monk meditating. As Xiaoyan sat cross-legged in this manner, the flame mantra chi method within his body began to circulate. Soon after, a special suction force gradually surged out from the vortex within Xiaoyan's body. Waves of mottled natural energy appeared to be attracted by something as they gathered toward Xiaoyan. Under this kind of slow training, the aura within Xiaoyan's body was also slowly rising at a speed that was nearly undetectable. This was because the doqi that he had exhausted during the fight with those few people during the day was swiftly recovering in the night. In less than 2 hours, the aura within Xiaoyan's body had once again recovered to its peak. Xiaoyan's heart was completely calm without any ripples. His breathing had become slow and orderly. Gradually, the circulating flame mantra chi method within his body also gradually stopped. His condition had completely recovered to its peak. Under this kind of condition, even a 7-star Do-Di would not be able to easily injure Xiaoyan. Hoo-hoo, in the dark night, Xiaoyan appeared to have felt the wind blowing toward him. The wind was filled with a dark aura and was extremely cold. When it brushed past Xiaoyan's body, it was as light as a thread of gauze. At the same time, it was also like a thin blade that violently cut across Xiaoyan's entire body. Hiss, although he was clearly not injured, Xiaoyan appeared to have suffered some kind of torture. His heart suddenly tightened and the muscles all over his body involuntarily tensed up. It was as though he wanted to resist this cold wind. However, his tightly shut eyes still did not open. His face was also expressionless. All the pain was actually just the feeling in the bottom of Xiaoyan's heart. At this moment, Xiaoyan seemed to have entered a special state. Hoo-hoo-hoo, in the dark night, the storm seemed to have become even more violent. The whistling sound of the wind sounded beside Xiaoyan's ears, but it was as sharp as the screams of ghosts. Invisible wind blades mercilessly cut across Xiaoyan's body. Xiaoyan tightly clenched his teeth in his heart as he endured the pain that he should not have felt. What was going on? How could a mere chilly wind cause him such pain? Why? Xiaoyan was extremely puzzled. This was the weakest energy in the world, how could it hurt him? Gusts of chilly wind reverberated endlessly in Xiaoyan's heart, fiercely slamming into his defenseless soul. At this moment, Xiaoyan only felt that all his defenses were futile. Xiaoyan desperately tried to resist the cold wind, but in the end, all he got was a merciless whipping. Xiaoyan felt heart-wrenching pain all over his body. At a certain point, Xiaoyan no longer had the strength to resist. He could only run with the wind in an attempt to reduce the damage that the cold wind brought to him. Unexpectedly, when Xiaoyan turned and ran in the direction of the chilly wind, Xiaoyan only felt that his speed had increased a lot in an instant. His steps were like a ghost. When he turned his head to look, the chilly wind seemed to have condensed into a substance, like a black wave, chasing after Xiaoyan. Aware of this, Xiaoyan's heart tightened. He hurriedly ran away, his heart was filled with fear. He seemed to have never encountered such a situation. Was this the power of this world? In front of it, the so-called human power, fighting spirit, and soul were nothing. After all, even human beings were just a speck of dust in this world. Xiaoyan ran forward frantically. The faster his feet moved, the stronger the chilly wind behind him. The latter seemed to always tacitly keep a certain distance from Xiaoyan. When Xiaoyan was slow, the latter was slow. When Xiaoyan was fast, the latter was fast too. In this way, rather than saying that the chilly wind was chasing after Xiaoyan, it would be better to say that the chilly wind was following Xiaoyan's footsteps. Buzz. Suddenly, Xiaoyan's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened. His eyes were wide as he stared at the empty pitch-black night sky in front of him. Immediately after, the chilly wind blew past Xiaoyan's body. This time, Xiaoyan did not feel any pain. On the contrary, he seemed to have faintly sensed something. The moment the chilly wind blew past Xiaoyan's body, there seemed to be an inexplicable power in the wind that brushed past Xiaoyan's body. That power existed for an extremely short period of time, causing Xiaoyan to be unable to capture it. That is, Xiaoyan's heart froze for a moment. Although that power seemed ethereal, he believed that it was not impossible to capture it. He only needed to grasp the right timing. Moreover, the feeling that the power gave Xiaoyan was extremely similar to the invisible power that Xiaoyan had felt before. He did not know if Xiaoyan would be able to release such a ferocious power if he was able to capture this aura. If he could control the power of the world, it would undoubtedly cause Xiaoyan's overall fighting strength to greatly increase. Immediately after, another chilly wind blew past. Xiaoyan held his breath and concentrated, using his mind to feel the energy contained within the chilly wind. The energy only existed for a short moment. If he wanted to capture it, Xiaoyan had to be fast, accurate and ruthless. If he could capture one of the three, it would not be difficult to use it to increase his strength. Huff 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 huff, Xiaoyan seemed to have underestimated the difficulty involved in this. Although he could feel the strange power contained within the chilly wind every time, the time that power appeared was extremely short. Even with Xiaoyan's temperament, every time he made a move, there was still a huge difference in the time it took. 10 times, 20 times, 30 times, in less than a quarter of an hour, Xiaoyan had already made a move over 100 times. However, every time, he returned empty-handed. That power seemed to be alive. No matter how Xiaoyan grasped the time in his heart, every time Xiaoyan was about to successfully capture it, it would always use an extremely ingenious method to escape from Xiaoyan's fingertips. Damn it. What the hell is going on? Why? I have clearly calculated every time to make a move. I can clearly catch it, but why is it that every time, wait, I calculated the time. Just as Xiaoyan was feeling disappointed over the hundreds of failures in his heart, Xiaoyan suddenly seemed to have thought of something. He remembered that just now, in that strange state, he and the chilly wind behind him maintained the appearance of advancing and retreating together. When Xiaoyan advanced, the chilly wind advanced. When Xiaoyan retreated, the chilly wind also retreated. In other words, the key to whether or not he could catch that wisp of energy did not depend on whether Xiaoyan made a move or not, but on the thoughts in his heart. As long as Xiaoyan's heart was free of distractions, that wisp of energy would naturally stay in front of Xiaoyan. With such thoughts in his heart, Xiaoyan boldly made an attempt. Huff, the chilly wind blew. This time, Xiaoyan completely relaxed his mind and threw all the thoughts in his heart to the back of his mind. The bottom of his heart was calm, like a deep pool, calm and deep, without any waves. The chilly wind blew past. Xiaoyan extended his hand to grab it. He did not deliberately feel the existence of that energy, leaving behind a blank space in his palm. It was as if that energy had really been absorbed into Xiaoyan's palm. Immediately, the instant Xiaoyan's 5 fingers closed, Xiaoyan's heart moved, and his tightly clenched palm suddenly trembled. After which, Xiaoyan clearly felt a formless energy suddenly surge into his body. Success. It's a success. The moment that thread of strength surged into his body, Xiaoyan's heart involuntarily let out an exclamation. A fiery hot emotion that he could not suppress surged out of his heart. A thought passed through his mind and the turbulent spiritual strength between his brows immediately surged into his body. It moved along his chi paths and swiftly entered his right arm. In the blink of an eye, it had surrounded that energy. Xiaoyan's mind looked into his body and carefully observed. At this moment, the strange energy was trapped in Xiaoyan's elbow under the encirclement of soul power. From Xiaoyan's current state, the energy was like an invisible airflow. It curled into a ball under the encirclement of soul power and existed in the meridians between the bones. Looking from the outside, Xiaoyan's right arm was swollen high, as if something was blocking it. However, fortunately, Xiaoyan did not feel any pain because of this. At this moment, although the energy existed in Xiaoyan's body, it did not bring any pain to the latter. Instead, it made Xiaoyan pleasantly surprised. At this moment, Xiaoyan was imagining if he could devour this strange energy, would his fighting strength increase? With this question in his heart, Xiaoyan's mind moved. The invisible soul power transformed into his own appearance. Under the control of his mind, he slowly approached the airflow. Fortunately, when Xiaoyan came in front of the airflow, the latter did not cause any reaction. It was as if the airflow could be directly devoured by Xiaoyan. When he came in front of the airflow, Xiaoyan did not know where to start. The emotions in his heart gradually became nervous. At the same time, Xiaoyan could clearly see that the airflow in front of him seemed to have begun to flow violently the moment his emotions fluctuated. Noticing this, Xiaoyan was stunned. His eyes flickered and he quickly took 2 steps back. As the emotions in his heart relaxed, the airflow in front of him calmed down again. Seeing this, Xiaoyan seemed to have understood something. This ball of energy was the same as when Xiaoyan had captured it. Its reaction all came from Xiaoyan's inner emotions. As long as Xiaoyan's heart was calm, this ball of energy should not show any signs of rebellion. Xiaoyan's face immediately revealed a joyous smile after having thought this through in his heart. In this way, it would be extremely easy to swallow this cluster of energy. Phew, exhaling deeply, Xiaoyan gradually relaxed his entire body. His breathing became even and smooth, and his heart gradually calmed down. Just a moment ago, he had been ecstatic because he had absorbed the energy into his body. Now, with his orderly breathing, Xiaoyan's breathing became long and steady. Until a certain moment, Xiaoyan's breathing had completely stabilized. His heart was calm without any ripples, and all distracting thoughts were thrown to the back of his mind by Xiaoyan. Only at this moment did Xiaoyan's gaze once again land on the ball of invisible airflow in front of him. As Xiaoyan's emotions became calm, the ball of airflow in front of him also became as calm as the surface of a lake, without any ripples. The illusionary palm slowly opened. With a puff sound, a thick white flame rose. The flame spread. The frighteningly high temperature finally caused the ball of invisible airflow to become slightly distorted. Xiaoyan's heart was calm. The flame spread and completely wrapped around the ball of invisible airflow. Doqi was poured in, the flame rose, and the refinement began. With regards to this kind of unknown energy, forget about Xiaoyan, it was likely that no one would dare to easily devour it. Hence, to be safe, Xiaoyan could only completely refine it. Only then would he be able to truly feel at ease. The invisible airflow continued to distort intensely under the wrapping of the flame. Occasionally, a slight chi-chi sound would be emitted from it. One could clearly see threads of white fog being emitted from it. After which, it would be turned into nothingness under the refinement of the bone-chilling flame. The refinement process continued for an entire hour. In the end, the ball of invisible airflow became as clear as water. It was as though nothing existed in the middle of the refinement of the heavenly flame. Only at this moment did Xiaoyan scatter the flame. His spiritual strength continued to wrap around the ball of invisible airflow. He carefully probed this ball of strange airflow that seemed to have nothing. Finally, he made a decision in his heart. The instant Xiaoyan withdrew his spiritual strength, the invisible airflow immediately began to swiftly circulate. It was as though it was being pulled by something. In the blink of an eye, it passed through the various chi paths in Xiaoyan's body and arrived at the vortex. Under Xiaoyan's stunned gaze, it emitted a swoosh sound and disappeared into the vortex space. This? Why is this thing? In an instant, Xiaoyan's heart was greatly alarmed. The vortex space was the foundation of his cultivation. Once the vortex space was destroyed, his cultivation would definitely be greatly affected. However, after Xiaoyan had poured his spiritual strength into the vortex space, no matter how crazily Xiaoyan searched, he could no longer sense the airflow. Immediately after, just as Xiaoyan's emotions were undergoing a drastic change, the full sea of douqi within the vortex space suddenly began to churn. The turbulent douqi flowed wildly. Under Xiaoyan's gaze, it actually turned into a huge vortex. The majestic douqi was no longer under Xiaoyan's control. Wave after wave of douqi gathered at the deepest part of the vortex as though it was being pulled by some kind of force. At the same time, a familiar aura was transmitted from the bottom of the vortex. Moreover, that aura was still crazily rising at an extremely fast speed. This was the invisible airflow. That airflow was actually swallowing the douqi within Xiaoyan's vortex space. This kind of helpless situation caused Xiaoyan's heart to be greatly shocked. This was the first time that he had felt so powerless in the face of danger. Xiaoyan could only watch as the douqi within his vortex space was invisibly being sucked away. However, he was unable to do anything. At this very moment, Xiaoyan only felt that he had made a huge mistake. He should not have easily tried this kind of unknown force. He also did not expect that the result would actually cause him to walk to the edge of destruction. In just a short moment, the douqi within the vortex space was completely swallowed by the invisible airflow. At the same time, the volume of the airflow had already expanded to the point where it could fill the entire vortex space. Moreover, this airflow seemed to be gradually expanding. At the same time, the vortex space also expanded along with it, appearing as though it was about to explode. Under the situation where there was no support from douqi, the vortex exploding would create an irreversible situation for Xiaoyan. At that time, the cultivation that he had painstakingly obtained would also be completely gone. Is it over like this? Is it over just like this? Xiaoyan lowered his head in disappointment and muttered with a strong unwillingness. He was just like a flower that was about to wither. Even though Xiaoyan had always been filled with confidence and had an uncompromising attitude toward everything, the situation would often take a 180-degree turn when he was in a hopeless situation. However, this was usually under the premise that there was someone helping him. This time, however, it was different. There was no help and there was no way to retaliate. Xiaoyan even felt that he was unable to control his breathing. It was as though this body no longer belonged to him. The swollen qi continued to swell and the vortex space expanded along with it. If it was any other time, Xiaoyan's heart would definitely be filled with joy when he saw the vortex space expand. He could not wait for the vortex space to expand a few more times. The expansion of the vortex space meant that the amount of douqi that Xiaoyan could absorb would also increase. Naturally, his own fighting strength would also be able to obtain a qualitative increase. However, according to usual practice, this kind of expansion would only have an obvious increase when one's training was about to break through. During normal times, this kind of expansion was basically impossible. However, at this moment, although the vortex space was continuously expanding, Xiaoyan did not feel even the slightest bit of joy in his heart. Without the support of douqi, once the vortex space exploded, it would only cause all of Xiaoyan's cultivation to be destroyed and he would instantly become a cripple. At that time, forget about reviving Xiaoxian, it would be difficult for him to even walk out of Jingyao City alive. Could it be that today was the day that he, Xiaoyan, would die? Xiaoyan's heart was filled with fear when he thought of this. He had never imagined that he would actually die in his own hands in the end. It was likely that even the people from the 4 large sects had never expected this. A desolate feeling involuntarily surged in Xiaoyan's heart when he thought of this. Once his douqi was destroyed, even if he relied on his spiritual strength, it would be difficult for Xiaoyan to stand out. From the looks of it, his trip to the Yuanwu continent would end today. Even though he was unwilling to admit it in his heart, it seemed that this was the truth. He hadn't even seen the splendid scenery of this continent, hadn't even competed with other heroes, hadn't even experienced a hearty battle, and everything had ended just like that. Gotcha. In the next moment, within Xiaoyan's body, within the vortex space, there was a crisp sound of an explosion. Xiaoyan didn't even need to look to know that this was the vortex space. As the airflow continued to expand, it finally couldn't withstand it and exploded with a bang. Ancestor Xiaoyan, your grandson Xiaoyan is unfilial. Please forgive me. Within the cyclone space, Xiaoyan's virtual shadow closed his eyes and looked up at the sky. Tears of unwillingness appeared in the corners of his eyes. Everything came to an end, bang. Soon after, a frightening doqi wave violently washed over Xiaoyan's invisible body like a yellow river bursting its banks. In an instant, it filled the cyclone space. At this moment, looking at it, not only did the cyclone space not break apart as Xiaoyan had expected, it had instead succeeded in expanding by quite a lot. From the looks of it at this moment, the size of this cyclone space was not inferior to the cyclone space of a 6-star Do-D, in other words, with the thickness of Xiaoyan's Do-Qi, that heavenly flame, the various tactics, and this greatly expanded cyclone space, it was likely that Xiaoyan's current ordinary fighting strength would not be inferior to an ordinary 6-star Do-D. Once they were to truly fight and use all of their strength, it was likely that Xiaoyan's fighting strength would once again need to be re-evaluated. Crack! The instant this doqi wave swept over, Xiaoyan's tightly shut eyes were suddenly opened. His gaze was surprised as he looked at everything that had appeared in front of him. His heart was stunned. However, it was also at this moment that there seemed to be an unknown barrier deep within Xiaoyan's body that suddenly shattered at this moment. Looking from the outside world, Xiaoyan's figure was seated cross-legged in the night sky. The instant that clear cracking sound appeared within his body, a violent wild wind blew across the sky without any warning. The whistling hurricane agglomerated into an enormous tornado in the night sky. With Xiaoyan at the middle, it swiftly expanded. In the blink of an eye, it covered a large area of the sky. At this moment, even the enormous formation in the sky was affected by this hurricane. Buzz buzz buzz, a couple of human figures were seated cross-legged within a certain brightly lit large hall in Jingyao City in the night sky. In front of the few of them was a thick, dark black stone pillar. This stone pillar was the stone pillar that Xiaoyan had seen in the middle of the square during the day. However, at this moment, a golden light suddenly flashed on the originally calm stone pillar. Immediately, the tightly shut eyes of the three human figures seated cross-legged in front of the stone pillar in the large hall suddenly opened. 3 pairs of turbid old eyes instantly looked at the stone pillar in front of them. However, the instant their gazes landed on the stone pillar, the originally bright golden light swiftly dimmed. Seeing this scene, the 3 of them exchanged glances with each other. Each of them frowned and involuntarily let out a cold snort in their hearts. It's fine. It should be someone who has unintentionally touched it. Seeing that the golden light had only lasted for an instant before disappearing, an old man wearing a brocade robe among the 3 of them frowned slightly. His tone was somewhat low and deep as he spoke. Damn it. If this old man sees someone who touches the boundary next time, this old man will definitely pull out his tendons and skin him alive. Haha, old Hua, I think you should restrain your temper. Today, that family's young master has already arrived in the city. If you still dare to act like this after seeing him, it will not be a joke. Humph, Qi Ming, take care of yourself. I naturally know how to deal with that brat. Upon hearing the words of the person beside him, an old man wearing a golden robe in the hall immediately shouted coldly. However, the person who was shouted at had an indifferent expression. Clearly, he was already used to the latter's bad temper. Soon after, the large hall once again became quiet. At the same time, Xiaoyan was sitting cross-legged within a soul-stirring storm in the empty space of the outside world. It was as though everything that happened in this world had nothing to do with him. In the night sky, as the hurricane became increasingly violent, the empty space suddenly shattered and turned into an endless void. Soon after, threads of pitch-black energy light spots seemed to be attracted by some kind of power as they surged out from the endless void. They gradually merged together and swiftly gathered between Xiaoyan's eyebrows. The instant they came into contact with the latter's eyebrows, they were instantly absorbed. A long while later, when the storm scattered, everything within Xiaoyan's body also returned to calmness. By the time Xiaoyan awoke from his stunned state, a white color had already appeared on the distant sky. Unknowingly, a night's time had passed. End of chapter 872. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.